War IV, a blueprint for the Trump administration by Aaron Langley Heinlein, Frederick Lass, and the Grand Rapids Circle.
Chapter 4. Winning Against China.
For the first time since the Cold War ended, air raid sirens sounded in Hawaii on November 28, 2017. The exercise was part of the revival of the state's emergency warning system in response to the possible threat of North Korean nuclear missile attack. But the wail of the siren could also symbolize the coming of Cold War II. Historians have never agreed about when the first Cold War began. In 1946, when the United States and Britain clashed with the Soviet Union over the Greek Civil War. During the later stages of World War II, with the communist coup d'état in Russia in October 1917, agreement is also lacking about when, exactly, the Cold War ended, with Gorbachev's 1986 address to the United Nations renouncing Soviet revisionist foreign policy, with the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, with the formal dissolution of the USSR in 1990, when Boris Yeltsin replaced Mikhail Gorbachev and became head of the newly minted Russian Federation. The historians of the future may engage in a similar debate about when Cold War II started in earnest. Was it in 2014, with the unilateral Russian annexation of Crimea and the backlash this produced from the United States and its European allies? Or did Cold War II begin with the brief Russo-Georgian War of 2008? Others may seek the date in China's move to secure its claims over the South China Sea by modifying and militarizing a number of disputed islands and reefs. One thing is clear. Within the last few years, what Yeltsin in 1994 called the Cold Peace between Russia and the American-led Western Alliance has become both colder and less peaceful. Relations between the United States and China have become increasingly conflictual in the military, diplomatic, and economic realms alike. The Cold Peace of the 1990s and 2000s is over. Cold War II is here. The Second Cold War is a rematch among the same teams that opposed each other for most of the First Cold War. On the one side are the United States and its East Asian and European allies, including new NATO allies in Central and Eastern Europe and the Baltic. On the other side are Russia and China and their allies and clients. In Cold War II, as in Cold War I, the rivals have organized competing military alliances. Following the Cold War, the United States maintained the NATO alliance and expanded it to Russia's borders over its intense objections. Similarly, in East Asia, the United States maintained its Cold War alliances with Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, continuing an unstated policy of containing China, as well as post-Soviet Russia. In response to the rise of Chinese military power and assertiveness, the United States has also taken part in the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, Quad, along with Japan, India, and Australia. The Quad is widely viewed as a de facto anti-Chinese alliance, part of what the Obama administration called the U.S. pivot to Asia in response to growing Chinese power. All the non-Soviet states that were once members of the Warsaw Pact are now members of the U.S.-led NATO alliance. Russia has deterred NATO's offers of membership for Georgia and Ukraine by means of its 2008 incursion into Georgia on behalf of the breakaway Ossetian Republic, and its annexation of Crimea and support for Russian-speaking separatists in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Russia has tried to consolidate a sphere of influence in much of the former territory of the USSR, partly in the form of the Eurasian Economic Union, which includes Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Armenia. At the same time, Russia has allied itself loosely with China. The two great Eurasian powers, with other countries, have formed their own Eurasian alliance, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO. Founded in 2001, the SCO includes Iran and India and excludes U.S. military allies, with the exceptions of Pakistan and Turkey. In 2005, the SCO rejected a U.S. application for observer status. Thanks to the participation of China and India, the SCO includes the world's two most populous states as well as Russia, the country with the largest territory. While the ostensible purpose of the SCO is to combat terrorism, Sino-Russian military cooperation is the center of the organization's periodic military drills. The next will be held in Russia in September 2018. The core members of the SCO include the three nations treated by U.S. military planners as America's major adversaries: China, Russia, and Iran. China and Russia are also strengthening their relations with allies to boost their ability to project power far from their homelands. Having forestalled the possible loss of its Crimean port of Sevastopol by annexing Crimea, Russia entered the Syrian civil war in part to secure its military bases in Syria. Over the objections of the United States and many of its neighbors, China has announced sweeping claims to sovereignty over the South China Sea and sought to ratify them by constructing and fortifying artificial islands. The so-called String of Pearls refers to a network of Chinese naval bases and civilian ports and shipping centers from the South China Sea to Bangladesh and the port of Gwadar in Pakistan, which some interpret as strategic encirclement of India. China has built a military outpost in Djibouti in the Horn of Africa, not far from the U.S. base in the same country at Camp Lemonnier. China's extensive civilian investment and commercial activity in Africa and Latin America also extend its global reach, insofar as Chinese firms are subordinate to China's authoritarian state. Arms races are more evidence that the world has moved from Cold Peace to Cold War. While Russia under Putin is expanding its nuclear arsenal, China has seemed content with a minimal arsenal for deterrence. The United States has announced it will take new military and economic measures to retaliate against Russia's deployment of a new missile that, according to Washington, violates the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, INF, which eliminated both cruise and ballistic missiles from Europe. Meanwhile, some in Washington believe the INF treaty unnecessarily ties the hands of the American military. Republican hawks saw to it that Congress appropriated $58 million in the 2018 defense budget for the development of land-based cruise missiles. In December 2016, President-elect Trump tweeted, "Let it be an arms race," following on an earlier tweet in which he declared that the United States must greatly strengthen and expand its nuclear capability until such time as the world comes to its senses regarding nukes. In turn, during an annual address this March, Putin displayed an animated video of hypersonic, nuclear-capable missiles raining down on what appeared to be the state of Florida. Cold War II is also underway in the realms of espionage and sabotage. According to a February 2017 report by the U.S. Defense Science Board, the United States is threatened by cyber attacks from Russia and China, as well as Iran and North Korea. The United States claims that hackers associated with the Chinese government have stolen intellectual property to help Chinese firms. H.R. McMaster, then Trump's national security advisor, announced in February in Munich that it is now incontrovertible that Moscow interfered in the 2016 American presidential election. In addition, according to the United States, foreign nations have planted malware in computer networks that can affect the U.S. electric grid. One form of malware, Black Energy, it is claimed, originated with Russia's government and was used to attack the electric grid in Ukraine. For its part, the United States has its own growing cyber war capability. According to the New York Times, the United States has successfully hacked North Korean missiles, causing high rates of failure. Stuxnet, a malicious computer worm, is alleged to have been created by a joint U.S.-Israeli project to cripple Iran's nuclear centrifuge program. Like Cold War I, Cold War II involves a space race, or rather, space races. While both the United States and China talk about ambitious projects like sending astronauts back to the Moon or Mars, the space race in Cold War II is being driven by military considerations. In 2007, China demonstrated its anti-satellite capability by destroying one of its own satellites, in a test of a kind stopped by the United States and the Soviet Union in the 1980s because of the damage done by debris clouds. In summer 2017, China tested an ultra-secure spy satellite relying on the phenomenon of quantum entanglement between the satellite and ground stations, leapfrogging the United States in this branch of technology. In order to avoid reliance on the U.S.-created Global Positioning System, China has created its own rival global satellite navigation system, BeiDou. Meanwhile, in 2013, Congress passed a law prohibiting NASA funds from being used to collaborate with China in any way. Since the retirement of the Space Shuttle program, the United States has ceded leadership in manned spaceflight to Russia, which has continued to send cosmonauts to the International Space Station. Lacking any current manned spaceflight capability, the United States has been reduced to having its astronauts hitch rides to the International Space Station on Russian rockets. Even more embarrassing, the Pentagon will rely on Russian-made rocket engines to launch military satellites for years to come, while funding the development of American-built alternatives by the United Launch Alliance, a Boeing-Lockheed Martin joint venture, and entrepreneur Elon Musk's SpaceX. In Cold War II, rival trade blocs complement rival military alliances. Contrary to a widespread misconception, the United States began taking a harder line toward China before the election of Donald Trump, during the Obama administration. For example, Obama backed 23 trade enforcement challenges at the World Trade Organization, WTO, 14 of them targeted at China. The Obama administration portrayed its trade policy in explicitly anti-Chinese terms. This was the headline in Newsweek on October 12, 2015. If the US and Europe don't agree on trade pact, China wins. According to the author Judy Dempsey, both the TTIP and TPP are about the United States building alliances across the Atlantic and across the Pacific to deal with China. In short, both pacts are seen as competition between the United States and China for setting the trading rules of the 21st century. In a February 15, 2016 message to the White House email list, President Obama candidly treated the TPP as an anti-Chinese measure in a zero-sum rivalry for influence over global trade rules. That's why we have to make sure the United States, and not countries like China, is the one writing this century's rules for the world's economy. Right now, China wants to write the rules for commerce in Asia. If it succeeds, our competitors would be free to ignore basic environmental and labor standards, giving them an unfair advantage over American workers. We can't let that happen. We should write the rules. In its attempt to defend the TPP from populist and progressive criticism, the Obama administration mobilized national security officials and foreign policy figures to argue that the agreement was an essential part of a comprehensive anti-Chinese alliance system led by the United States. In January 2017, for example, Republican Senator John McCain denounced Trump's decision to withdraw the United States from the TPP on geopolitical grounds. My concern is that we consign the Asia-Pacific region to China. The Trump administration has scuttled the TPP, while the TTIP is dormant because of domestic opposition in Europe and the United States. In the president's 2017 trade policy agenda, the Trump administration repudiated the preference for multilateralism of its predecessors since the end of the Cold War for an America-first approach to trade. For more than 20 years, the United States government has been committed to trade policies that emphasized multilateral and other agreements designed to promote incremental change in foreign trade practices, as well as deference to international dispute settlement mechanisms. As a result, we find that in too many instances, Americans have been put at an unfair disadvantage in global markets. Under these circumstances, it is time for a new trade policy that defends American sovereignty, enforces U.S. trade laws, uses American leverage to open markets abroad, and negotiates new trade agreements that are fairer and more effective. Critics of the Trump administration frequently portray his economic nationalism as a catastrophic reversion to mercantilism, which could produce an uncontrollable spiral into trade conflict and world war. This is overblown. It neglects the fact that the preference of Trump and his advisors for bilateral agreements shares the same objective as Obama's more multilateral approach: stopping further losses of the United States' domestic and global market share to state-backed Chinese firms. As part of its economic strategy toward China, the Trump administration is resisting the classification of China as a market economy instead of a non-market economy, a helpful status which China claims as its right under the terms of its accession to the WTO in 2001. Alarmed by China's Made in China 2025 blueprint for acquiring foreign technologies for the benefit of Chinese, both Republicans and Democrats in Congress are considering expanding the supervision of Chinese investments by the Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States, which reviews the national security implications of mergers and acquisitions involving foreign actors. Economic sanctions are another instrument of great power rivalry in the era of Cold War II. In the case of Russia, U.S. sanctions policy focuses on pressuring Russian and foreign individuals and firms to punish the Russian government for its policies in Crimea and Ukraine. The Office of Foreign Assets Control of the U.S. Department of the Treasury supervises sanctions that target the Russian financial, energy, and defense sectors, among others. Trump's desire for better relations with Russia and Russo-American collaboration against ISIS and other shared threats has been thwarted by the stiffer anti-Russian sanctions that Congress enacted in the summer of 2017. In Cold War II, Marxism-Leninism's nature as a militant faith added an ideological dimension to the geopolitical struggle that had been missing from the world wars, which had been characterized by strange bedfellow alliances like the alliance of Soviet communists with the American and British capitalists, and of white supremacist German National Socialists with Japanese imperialists. During the First Cold War, Western democracies were divided among anti-communists, pro-communists, and anti-anti-communists. Winston Churchill was rebuked as a warmonger when he tried to alert the United States to the immense danger of the Soviet Union with his Iron Curtain speech. In March 1946, the USSR was still America's heroic ally. Stalin was the benign, pipe-smoking Uncle Joe who had valiantly defeated the Germans, thereby sparing countless American boys an early death. But this willful ignorance was best captured in another call to arms that also celebrates its 75th anniversary this year, that of George F. Kennan's long telegram on the sources of Soviet conduct, which was received by the State Department in February 1946. Written by Kennan under the pseudonym Mr. X, the telegram was an attempt to bore through the layers of ignorance, foolish optimism, and disinformation spread by local communists and Soviet sympathizers. He hoped to mobilize his fellow Foreign Service officers in the State Department and their chiefs, and through them the press and then Congress, to contain the further spread of Stalin's power across Europe. Kennan had to estrange the USSR in order to make his colleagues and the wider world see its threat. Today, foreign policy leaders have attempted to exhume the memory of Kennan's long telegram to evoke comparisons with our own confrontation with the Communist Party of China. Take the influential Atlantic Council's longer telegram. It mournfully begins by asserting that the United States has so far had no strategy with regard to China. This is a dereliction of national responsibility. That is total nonsense. The one problem the Trump administration did confront systematically was China's aggression abroad and repression at home, to such good effect that the Biden administration reaffirmed every single one of his policies on China. Kennan would also have ridiculed the very first operational recommendation. U.S. strategy and policy toward China must be laser-focused on the fault lines among Xi and his inner circle. Back in 1946, the inner politics of Stalin's court were totally secret, and the same is true of Xi's party today. With total centralization, very few protagonists are in the know, and they all have better ways of committing suicide than to talk. Finally, there is the point where Kennan would have risen in hilarity from a chortle to a guffaw. The foremost goal of U.S. strategy should be to cause China's ruling elites to conclude that it is in China's best interests to continue operating within the U.S.-led liberal international order. You might as well try to sell them beach holidays in the Gobi Desert. Xi's global policy is driven precisely by the realization that China's Communist Party cannot survive unless democracy is viewed as the plaything of rich Anglo-Saxon exploiters, while everyone else prefers authoritarian rule. We all know what Xi Jinping is made of. While the long telegram was necessary to estrange Stalin's Soviet Union, no such effort is needed to awaken the U.S. to the People's Republic of China. China's own leadership has done all the awakening that is necessary since the rise of Xi Jinping to supreme, almost Mao-like power. She has publicly proclaimed the imminence of China's industrial superiority and strived to achieve it via the largest industrial espionage offensive in history. Last year, the FBI's director disclosed that it was tracking almost 1,000 Chinese attempts to steal civil and military technologies or commercial secrets. Add to all this the calculatedly arrogant tone of Chinese diplomacy since Xi Jinping's rise to power. They call it wolf diplomacy. In countries as varied as Canada, following the detention of Huawei CFO for extradition hearings in the U.S., Sweden, which was warned to treat Chinese citizens with greater respect after a rowdy family had been ejected from a hotel, and Australia, which was presented with a long list of demands including an end to human rights complaints and a stop to strategic research on China. Finally, there is the relentless accumulation of Chinese military strength, funded by a still growing economy, whose more visible elements include a growing fleet, whose combat value matters less than the symbolism of such a direct challenge to American power in the Pacific. This information reached the American public in fragments, but what came through was enough to shift attitudes in the U.S. from optimism to weary vigilance, and then from growing approval for countermeasures to active support for safeguards in every sector. Even in elite universities, fewer learned fools rush to the defense of fellow academics arrested for passing U.S.-funded high-tech research to their Chinese handlers. Today, it's almost universally acknowledged that agents of the Guombu, China's Ministry of State Security, attempt to recruit every single China-born U.S. citizen known to have access to valuable technological information. Recent cases ranged from jet engine designs to genetically engineered soya beans. Though the U.S. doesn't need to be to awaken to the threat of China, Kennan's telegram does have one useful lesson for us: the importance of overcoming provincialism. Kennan had to wake up a distant America which still trusted Stalin's promises to the grim events unfolding in Eastern Europe. This time, American provincialism is manifest in the credence given to American-centered explanations for what has happened to U.S.-Chinese relations. The most widely circulated example of this is to point to America's straightforward hegemonic jealousy, whereby the United States, today's #1 global power, is doing all it can to preserve its primacy by pressing back against the CCP. A cruder variant I have heard in China, but which has certainly also appeared in the West, blames white racism for the refusal to accept the rise of the Han Nation. Some might find these explanations plausible, but there is a logical reason why no American-centered theory makes sense. Relations between the People's Republic of China and every other country of any importance, except Russia, have evolved on exactly the same trajectory as its relationship with the U.S. From cooperative, even friendly relations to increasing suspicion, followed by vigorous defensive reactions. Moreover, these reversals from amity to hostility have occurred on the same timetable or near enough. That cannot be a coincidence. Nor are those countries' U.S. dependencies, whose relations with Beijing were ruined at Washington's orders. An untrue proposition, but particularly absurd in India's case, whose non-alignment even had an anti-American tinge to it. When, in 2011, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's state visit to Beijing and the major joint programs then announced inspired heady talk of Chindia, influential Indian figures argued that their country had to wean itself off American temptations to get into bed with Beijing. But what ensued was the opposite. The joint programs never happened, but border incidents did, with territorial claims asserted once again and Chindia cast into ridicule. In the case of Australia, when the Mandarin-speaking Kevin Rudd became Prime Minister in 2007, the broadening and deepening of Sino-Australian relations accelerated. Australian exports to China rose every year to reach 30% of Australia's total. Meanwhile, everything Chinese was welcome, including Chinese purchases of Australian firms, housing, and agricultural lands. The Chinese tourists that arrived in ever-growing numbers were uniquely valuable, not least because they stayed away from the overvisited Great Barrier Reef, instead preferring harmless sightseeing, shopping, and even more profitable gambling. Australia's welcome extended to the Han Ban, the Chinese Language Council, which opened Confucius Institutes in several Australian universities, operated by Chinese personnel who not only provided Chinese language teaching but also helped university administrators to handle the ever-increasing influx of students from China. Australian travel to China was also much facilitated by the opening of consular offices in 6 Australian cities. The United States only had 4, which also provided services for the increasing number of Chinese students and immigrants. Everything is different now. Yes, if Chinese gamblers arrive, they would still be welcomed, and China can still import all the Australian raw materials it wants. But Chinese attempts to purchase Australian firms are now very closely examined and mostly denied, and all the Confucius Institutes in New South Wales have been closed after it became clear that they were propaganda outlets whose staff compelled Chinese students to function as their agents, to shout down Hong Kong protesters, for example. Most dramatic is the changed strategic attitude to China, from Kevin Rudd's confidence that Beijing was willing to make a strong contribution to strengthening the regional security environment and the global rules-based order, to a rising sense of insecurity that already in 2011 induced the Australian government to invite U.S. Marines to train in their country. Not just once either, but on a prolonged basis with increasingly permanent facilities in Darwin. That was a response to China's claims to some 3 million square kilometers of ocean waters that extend very far from China and very close to the coasts of Australia's neighbors. Claims rejected as entirely baseless by the law of the Sea Arbitration Court. The off-duty Marines in Darwin are the most visible evidence that Australia now views China as a strategic threat. The least visible is Australia's strategic dialogue with Vietnam, China's most resolute opponent and favorite target. Vietnamese fishing boats are regularly attacked by Chinese vessels, with strategic and euphemism for intelligence. The Vietnamese contribute ground intelligence while Australia shares satellite intelligence released by its Five Eyes partners. The Chinese have since retaliated, applying the logic of war in the medium of commerce with import blockages that exploit the dependence of Australian exporters on the Chinese market. Only last November, Beijing leaked 14 demands as their conditions for the restoration of normal trade relations, starting with the opening of the Australian telecom market to Huawei and extending to the dismantling of Australian security measures across the board, as well as an end to Australian statements on Xinjiang, Tibet, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and unfriendly media coverage of China. In the case of Japan, the reversal in relations with China was a good deal more abrupt, and again it was entirely unrelated to U.S.-China dynamics. At the start of the financial crisis in 2009, Sino-Japanese relations had improved so much that Japan's Minister of Defense Hamada Yasukazu visited Beijing to sign a comprehensive set of agreements covering extensive information-sharing arrangements, an overall maritime contact mechanism, mutual naval visits, a very extensive schedule of high-level meetings and joint military exercises. The U.S.-Japan security relationship seemed to be in danger. But on September 7, 2010, the Chinese trawler Minjinyu 5179, one of many fishing in Senkaku's waters, collided with two Japanese Coast Guard patrol vessels. Its skipper was drunk, but when he was duly detained, Japan's ambassador in Beijing was summoned to the Foreign Ministry where he was told that Japan should stop operating its Coast Guard in the entire Senkaku archipelago. A nationwide campaign of incitement led by the Chinese Foreign Ministry generated vast protests in front of the Japanese embassy with demands for the immediate handover of the archipelago. Soon it was rumored that Japan's advanced manufacturing would be strangled by Chinese threats to stop the supply of rare earth metals, which are indispensable for high-tech industries. Japan's response had to await the accession of Shinzo Abe to the premiership in December 2012. By the time he resigned 8 years later, he had roundly rejected China's territorial claims and had strengthened Japan's national security structure along with the U.S. alliance. Likewise, the UK, which only a few years ago under David Cameron was pursuing a privileged Golden Age relationship with China, started contending with its technology thefts and its threat to global security. Along with India, Japan, Australia, and many others, it will continue to do so, regardless of who is in the White House. In the end, there is no need for another Kennan or another long telegram. There is no need to invoke Thucydides when Goethe's Faust is quite sufficient. Xi Jinping's China is bent on world domination, starting with the international institutions that one by one cease to uphold Western values. But because China threatens a few countries while seducing many more, what we do emphatically need is another George Marshall. More than any other individual, Marshall built up the alliance that successfully resisted the Soviet Union, precisely by subordinating military priorities to a comprehensive economic plan that defeated its ideology by drastically accelerating the recovery of war-wrecked Europe. This time, there has to be a better response to Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative, which is building ports, highways, and rail lines around the world. The current global response amounts to little more than quoting Proverbs 22 verse 7. The borrower is slave to the lender, to countries desperately in need of investment. The World Bank has degenerated into a provider of very high tax-free salaries to employees who hold up even modest projects with impossible environmental, indigenous rights, and rate of return demands. So, there is room for a strategic infrastructures initiative by the US and Japan with Australia, Canada, India, the UK, and other members of the China Containment Coalition. To cite a very obvious example, a Calcutta-Haiphong road and rail project would provide a horizontal alternative to China's north-south influence vectors for Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Laos while connecting India and Vietnam, who are already cooperating at sea to resist China. At a time when Mr. Musk can invest $1 billion in the digital abstraction of Bitcoin, a coalition bank should be able to outcompete China's investments. George Kennan managed to wake the world up to the threat of the Soviet Union. Our leaders are awake to China. Truly ambitious action on a Marshall-like scale must follow. On May 1, 1954, for its May Day air show, the Soviet Air Force flew a pair of four-engine Myasishchev 4 jet bombers over Red Square. With their ultramodern lines and dimensions large enough to suggest a sufficient range to reach Washington, D.C., they made a powerful impression. In those days, of course, there was no high-altitude photography, let alone the later satellite imagery that could reveal new Soviet aircraft in their prototype stage, long before they could be perfected or put into production at scale. All the Pentagon had to rely on were CIA defector reports, rarely helpful and quickly outdated. But it was a second display in 1955 that sowed panic in Washington. That July, 10 Maya-4s flew past the Tsushino Airfield reviewing stand, before diving out of sight and returning with 8 more, creating the false impression that the Soviets had 28 such aircraft overall. Wrongly assuming that Moscow had increased production from 2 to almost 30 in a single year and would continue to ramp up output, the CIA and Air Force intelligence predicted that, by 1960, the Soviets would have 800 Maya-4s, enough to attack even smaller American cities. In the meantime, the Maya-4's Mikulin engines, primarily designed by captured German engineers, proved unsuitable for intercontinental flight. They were too fuel-hungry to reach Washington, D.C. But terrified into action, the U.S. military establishment started down a path that would revolutionize technology for the rest of the century, while also turning the U.S. into a computer superpower. So long as it pays for truly new technology with a broad scope, and not for more of the same, even unnecessary military spending can still prove very useful, turning the wealth it absorbs into innovation and economically important technological advances. It's a valuable lesson for governments considering how to rearm in our own time. From Britain to Germany, Europeans finally seem serious about rearmament. Given that will inevitably require cuts in pensions and other public services, the economic benefits of innovative military spending deserve special scrutiny. Certainly, this has been the secret recipe of the Israeli economy, which has grown very well over the decades despite colossal military spending. Even during the war year of 2024, with much of the labor force under arms, the Israeli economy still grew by 1%. The key here is Israel's focus on truly advanced weapons, mostly absent from Europe's antiquated armed forces. The Iron Dome is one familiar example, but there is also the Arrow that intercepted Iranian ballistic missiles well above the atmosphere, in mankind's first experience of space warfare. Soon, Israel will also launch the world's first directed energy weapon, much like the Martian heat ray that H.G. Wells described back in 1897. What all these systems have in common is their very advanced software, whose broad commercial applications employ many of the 15% of Israelis who work in high-tech, the highest proportion of any nation on Earth. These people are all members of a still expanding profession, one ultimately sparked by the Maya 4 panic. After those Soviet flypasts, the young Jack Kennedy, already campaigning for the White House, ferociously denounced Eisenhower's lethargy on the so-called bomber gap. The American elite and public had barely absorbed the huge shock of the first Soviet thermonuclear bomb, which had come just a year after America's. It was therefore with broad support that the Pentagon decided to go all out in response to the perceived Soviet threat. Even though the Korean War was over and the Vietnam War had yet to start, the 1955 defense budget consumed 9.4% of the U.S. GDP. Today, despite the collective groans over Pentagon spending, its budget comes to just 3.4%. One U.S. response to the seemingly formidable Maya 4 threat was to build over 2,004-engined B-47 jet bombers, which needed forward bases across the Atlantic to reach Russia and back. Next came more than 708-engined B-52s, which could fly anywhere in the world from bases safely inside the U.S. They still fly today and remain the only aircraft capable of destroying an entire military base with a single bomb load. Both bomber programs were tremendously expensive, but nowhere near as costly as the defensive response to the Soviet threat, whose momentous consequences still linger. The U.S. Army had lately lost its air arm. In 1947, the U.S. Air Force became a separate service, but strongly asserted its own air defense role. It spent hugely on German anti-aircraft missile projects, resulting in the Nike anti-aircraft missile system, whose batteries protected both home cities and U.S. bases abroad. For its part, the Air Force produced jet interceptors, which just like the British Spitfires were designed to swiftly gain altitude and target Russian bombers. They were followed by the unmanned Bomark, effectively nuclear-armed drones designed to destroy 2 or 3 bombers at once. To detect approaching Soviet bombers, radar stations were built along both U.S. coasts, and up in the Arctic along the distant early warning line spanning Alaska, Canada, the Faroe Islands, and Iceland. But the principal challenge remained how to direct vector interceptors all the way from takeoff until they could detect Russian bombers on their own short-range nose-cone radars and then target them with their guns and air-to-air missiles. That was not just difficult, it was mission impossible. True, the British had managed it in the Battle of Britain, when fighter pilots were informed by radio where enemy squadrons were arriving, to then see them through their windscreens, if the visibility was good enough. Later in the war, the first airborne radars could detect bombers a few miles out even in dense clouds, if they worked perfectly, as they sometimes did. But this solution could not simply be scaled up. First, incoming Soviet bombers would drop thermonuclear weapons. That meant it was no use to intercept just some of the attackers, as the RAF did with Luftwaffe bombers on their way to London or any other target, in order to wear down enemy attackers over weeks and months. In the nuclear age, there would be nothing left to defend, unless all or almost all enemy bombers were successfully stopped. Then there was the simple question of scale. The US and Canada are some 80 times larger than the United Kingdom. Unless fighter aircraft could very reliably be directed to the enemy over long distances, the entire defense plan would crumble. The difficulty, then, was to integrate radar readings from many different stations, while ensuring that radars could distinguish between individual enemy aircraft. Informal gatherings of radar and early computer experts, so-called summer studies, provided the answer to this apparent mission impossible. Giant computers distributed across the US and programmed to track Soviet bombers from first detection to interception. The problem, of course, was that no giant computer existed, nor any way to program them. With unlimited funds and the methods just invented in the summer studies, both were developed in record time. The result was SAGE, the Strategic Air-Ground Environment. There were 27 stations in all, each boasting a pair of huge /FSQ-7 computers. Doubling up was necessary as a failsafe. If even one of the 60,000 vacuum tubes in each computer failed, which happened often enough, the machine malfunctioned, but data processing would continue on its twin. Together, the twin computers weighed 250 tons and required an acre of floor space. And yes, my cheap old laptop is more powerful. Each was operated from 100 system consoles, which included the already familiar circular radar display, and a lighter and ashtray because an entire intercept sequence might fail if the operator had to leave the room for a smoke. IBM, already famous for typewriters and cash registers, but which also made mechanical punched card computers, built the electronic and /FSQ-7S by adding some 7,000 engineers and technicians. They soon acquired the skills that would allow IBM to conquer the world. The company's 360 mainframe model knocked foreign manufacturers right out of the market. But it was the least visible part of this vast enterprise that proved most consequential. In order to operate, the computers needed detailed step-by-step instructions. In other words, software. Because of its enormous scale, SAGE trained the first ever cohort of software writers, and indeed it was the mathematician Margaret Elaine Hamilton, who programmed for SAGE from 1961, who invented the term software engineer to describe her trade. Given all the advantages the United States was to derive from its leap forward in producing both mainframe computers and software, it would be churlish to claim that SAGE was unnecessary because the Soviet bomber threat never materialized. The great lesson of SAGE is that rearmament can advance economies as nothing else, so long as the money is not spent mostly on the classic weapons that both generals and established military industries invariably want. Two things are clear about the 4 aerostats, balloons, that have penetrated the skies above US and Canadian territory in recent days. First, that the US authorities knew almost from the start they were Chinese because they intercepted transmissions of the data they were collecting. And second, that Beijing's officials who authorized the blatant intrusions were not in the least bit concerned about America's response if they were detected, or if the balloons crashed to Earth. Nor, it seems, were they particularly worried about the danger of collisions with airliners. Both the Airbus A380 and the far more common Boeing 787-8 and 9 can operate just above 43,100 feet, while one of the aerostats was shot down at around 40,000 feet. The reason for China's brazen balloon launch is simple. Since 1989, the Communist Party's leaders have learned that Americans are very similar to the Xiongnu nomads the Chinese encountered 2,500 years ago. While formidable warriors, the Xiongnu were easily manipulated once their chiefs became addicted to Chinese silk robes in place of smelly furs, and to alcoholic beverages. Each time the party leadership does something outrageous, from the Tiananmen Square massacre to the mass campaign to forcibly transform Uyghurs and extinguish Hong Kong's liberties, US sanctions are loudly threatened or even imposed amid talk of decoupling once for all. Until, that is, key members of America's ruling class emerge to explain the utter necessity of more trade and more financial cooperation, easily enlisting perennially needy political leaders, bankers, and brokers, but also prestigious academic institutions whose leaders seem to view the FBI more negatively than China's Guanbu intelligence service. They always have good arguments against making a fuss about Chinese misconduct. After Tiananmen, the secular religion of free trade was invoked to resume increasingly large investments in Chinese manufacturing, notwithstanding the catastrophic loss of manufacturing employment to Chinese imports. Free trade was supposed to generate increasing numbers of free traders in China, who would undermine, if not overtly resist, the Communist Party's absurdly ill-fitting Maoist ideology. The same false promises, this time to resume investments in Xinjiang, are once again invoked in Germany and France, while prominent American CEOs, including Apple's Tim Cook, have resumed their pilgrimages to Beijing and Shenzhen. Woke capitalism, it seems, stops at the water's edge, overlooking China's persecutions of entire nations while furiously denouncing solitary incidents at home. To explain away the latest aerostat outrage, China's faithful defenders could start by pointing out that, while the minimum orbital altitude for satellites is 160 kilometers, 99 miles, above sea level, there is no lower limit to the freedom of movement in space, nor an upward counterpart in sovereign territorial waters out to 12 nautical miles, or 24 with the contiguous zone, for customs and police enforcement. True, most countries seem to claim unlimited altitude sovereignty, but enforcement is actually a requirement for such claims, and that necessitates territorial air defenses that very few countries have, and which the U.S. itself dismantled long ago, scrapping its squadrons of specialized interceptor fighters, countless radars for search and fire control, and batteries of surface-to-air missiles. This time, the offending aerostats were shot down by air superiority fighters designed to outfly other fighters. China's defenders could also point out that, as far back as 2006, Beijing publicly declared its intention to rely on stratospheric airships, as well as satellites and reconnaissance aircraft. Or they could point out that spy balloons are a common feature in the West. The Franco-Italian Aerostar partnership, for instance, modestly describes itself as a world leader in the design, manufacture, integration, and operation of stratospheric balloon platforms and airships, neither of which are likely to be confined to national airspace. And how did the U.S. respond to the 2006 Chinese announcement? With the U.S.-China Agreement on Earth Observation System and related data activities, amicably signed in November 2, 2010, as if Chinese intentions were actually friendly. Despite the events of the past week, the United States and its allies should not now divert military funds to build enormously costly national air defenses specifically designed to detect and shoot down a handful of aerostats as soon as they enter their national airspace. Such defenses are justified to defeat aerial attacks, not to see off a few balloons. Instead of guarding their territory, both the United States and its allies must deter intrusions by inducing fears of prompt and effective retaliation in Beijing, first and foremost by further restricting investments in China, as well as technology transfers. This will not be easy. As I write, Italy's Leonardo Aerospace Company is still trying to sell airframe technology to the Chinese, while Germany's Siemens, repository of much of the country's high-tech material, eagerly invests in China with the help of successive chancellors to defend it from criticisms. In the U.S., meanwhile, the China lobby steps in with its long list of eminent advocates, from Henry Kissinger, who famously called for a U.S.-China G2 condominium, to assorted Wall Street moguls led by Ray Dalio, founder of the gigantic Bridgewater Investment House. As well as offering their own pearls of wisdom, they dispense ample funds to think tanks that disseminate their views and obediently exclude dissenters. According to Wikipedia, I am the inventor of geoeconomics, but have never been asked to speak at Washington, D.C.'s Geoeconomic Center, funded by a prominent China investor. Of course, the China lobby does not actually defend the Communist Party's regime. It merely deploys its influence against any serious retaliation for each particular outrage, from the Tiananmen massacre to last week's balloons. Remarkably, this free trade crusade is still vigorously advanced even after Xi Jinping's recent announcement of his goal to build a country that leads the world in terms of composite national strength and international influence by the middle of the century. Given this open pursuit of supremacy, what exactly is the justification for investing even a cent or centime in China? For now, at least, some hope can be found in President Biden and Secretary of State Blinken's refusal to revoke any of Trump's unprecedented technology transfer prohibitions against China, as leading figures in both Silicon Valley and Wall Street loudly demanded. Indeed, Biden even strengthened such measures. But the China lobby will no doubt keep trying to revert to its preferred policies, and Beijing's balloons will no doubt still lurk on the horizon. The day after Li Keqiang, China's departing prime minister and the last of Beijing's moderates, called for more market liberalization to reach this year's 5% growth target. Xi Jinping responded by announcing a muscle-flexing 7.2% increase in China's defense spending. That is certainly consistent with Xi's truculent stance. He replied to Nancy Pelosi's recent Taiwan visit with a series of ballistic missile launches, and with his official promise to the Communist Party that China will become the world's dominant power by 2049. But what do those percentages actually mean? The declared total of China's newly increased defense budget at 1.56 trillion yuan amounts to $230 billion, according to the current exchange rate. If that were the case, it would mean that China is falling further behind the United States, whose own fiscal 2023 defense spending is increasing to $797 billion, and actually more, since that figure does not include its funding for military construction or the added help to Ukraine. China's own figure is also generally assumed by experts to be greatly understated, not by fiddling the numbers one by one, but rather by wholesale exclusions, such as the attribution of research and development spending to civilian budgets. Even if a commando team of elite forensic accountants were sent into action to uncover China's actual defense spending, with another team dispatched to determine what's missing from the U.S. budget, we would still only have a very loose indication of how much actual military strength China and the United States hope to add. But one thing can be said with absolute certainty. Each side is adding less than the rising numbers imply. In China's case, a manpower shortage undercuts military spending in the PLA's ground forces and naval forces, and soon it will affect manned air units as well. The PLA ground forces now stand at some 975,000, a very small number for a country that has 13,743 miles of borders with 14 countries, including extreme high-mountain borders where internal combustion engines lose power, jungle-covered borders where remote observation is spoiled by foliage, Russian River borders with endemic smuggling, and the border with India's Ladakh where an accumulation of unresolved Chinese intrusions have forced each side to deploy substantial ground forces, with at least 80,000 on the Chinese side. Except for Ladakh, which now resembles a war front, borders are not supposed to be guarded by army troops but by border police, and China did in fact have a substantial dedicated border force, but it was abolished for the same reason that the PLA ground army is so small, a crippling shortage of physically fit Chinese men willing to serve in these regions. Cities and towns, by contrast, do not seem afflicted by such severe manpower shortages, leading to the weird phenomenon on Nepal's main border crossing to Tibet where, according to an acquaintance, a group of freezing Cantonese city policemen were checking travelers and guarding the border. They said they had been volunteered for 2 months. Even the party's strong-armed People's Armed Police, China's equivalent of the uniformed and combat-armed French Gendarmerie, Italian Carabinieri and Guardia di Finanza, and Spain's Guardia Civil, is affected by the refusal of young Chinese men to serve. Its 1.5 million total may sound like a lot, but Italy has 150,000 Carabinieri and Finanzieri for a 60 million population, 10% of the numbers for 5% of the population. And Italy does not have to allocate vast numbers of armed men to corral and control Uyghurs and Kazakhs in Xinjiang, Tibetan herdsmen, or severely disaffected Mongols. There are no such conclusive comparisons to determine the impact of manpower shortages on the air and naval forces, but here there is another consideration. Much more than the ground army, which continues to accept some recruits of low intelligence, the naval and air forces really do need recruits who can absorb technical skills quickly enough to maintain competence as their personnel turns over. High-glamour roles such as pilots will always attract enough bright people, but these days air and naval forces need high skill levels across the board, and that is the PLA's Achilles heel. Bright young Chinese are possibly the planet's most civilian-minded population, least inclined to serve under the command of a military hierarchy. More money would only help to induce them to volunteer if there were a concurrent economic downturn. There is one right now, as it happens, with very high youth unemployment numbers declared to be around 20%. But that is hardly a stable remedy for a demographic and cultural reality with deep roots in Chinese history. It's a key reason for the long sequence of foreign conquest dynasties that ruled China until 1912. They could do so because their Turkic, Manchurian, and Mongol populations preferred to serve as soldiers rather than farmers, while with the Han Chinese it was the other way round. As for the United States, what diminishes the value of $797 billion is much more obvious. Decades of research and development, without war against peer antagonists, has generated a culture of Baroque, even Rococo weapon designs, offering wonderful capability enhancements in exchange for costs only sustainable if there is no war. For example, an F-35 fighter is so extraordinarily and unrealistically complex that, since production started in 2006, a measly 890 have been delivered as of February this year, for the U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy, U.S. Marine Corps, and all foreign allies. This year, a grand total of 156 F-35s are to be produced in all versions for all countries. In other words, the F-35 is not actually a practical weapon of war because, stealth or no stealth, 100 aircraft could be lost in a single day of combat. Much the same is true of tanks, as was revealed when Canada was bountifully praised for finding 4 Leopards to donate to Ukraine, even though an army can lose 40 tanks before breakfast on a bad day. In other words, because of the accumulated drift from reality, caused by decades without large wars with peer antagonists, already in 1914 it was discovered that colonial wars taught nothing of value when it came to fighting Germans. Military equipment and military organizations cannot benefit proportionally from budget increases. What would really increase China's military power is radical military reform, not increased spending on PLA forces that keep trying to imitate American forces, technologies, and strategies designed long ago. In a sinister reversion to the very worst days of Mao's rule, Communist Party officials across China are blindly obeying orders to rapidly increase the supply of arable land by any means possible. As with the Great Leap Forward, that starved tens of millions to death in a futile attempt to produce more steel to industrialize overnight, the official aim is straightforward: to grow more grain. In reality, however, China produces more than enough rice, wheat, and maize to feed its human population. So why the sudden rush? Xi Jinping, it seems, is preparing for war. At present, China relies on colossal imports of soya beans, maize, wheat, and other cereals to feed its pigs, cattle, chickens, and ducks. More than 120 million metric tons last year. These are supplied by the daily arrival of bulk carriers into Chinese ports from Argentina, Brazil, Canada, and the United States. If war were to break out, these imports would quickly dry up. In China, there is no spare land for crops, leaving Beijing little choice but to uproot the trees recently planted by its costly and much-admired reforestation efforts. Even though China's forests are mostly on slopes, and new crop plantings are often swept away by the first serious rain. Local party officials executing Beijing's orders know this perfectly well, but disobeying means instant demotion at best. After the colossal Yangtze River floods of 1998 destroyed 13 million homes, drowned thousands, and swept away highways and rail lines, the CCP recognized that the floods had been made worse by uncontrolled deforestation. Orders were issued all across China to stop logging and to plant trees instead, with vast funding allocated to add up to roughly 90 billion trees over the next decade. Thousands of tree nurseries were established, and an army of tree planters set to work on the bare deforested slopes, with local farmers hired to nurture the new trees. As a result, China became visibly greener in satellite images, as forest cover increased from 12% in 1998 to 24% in 2020 to then increase further, until last year. No figures have been published, but what has happened since greatly exceeds the rate of the Amazon's deforestation, even though the West's environmentalists have so far remained entirely silent. There are no further forests to uproot. All that is left are the very small fruit orchards cultivated by individual farmers. And so, to the horror of the elderly peasants who planted each tree by hand, a local party official will arrive one day with the people's armed police in camouflage uniforms and cut them down. Sometimes this is not enough. Many farmers raise ducks in their backyards to supplement their income, which the police then club to death, issuing orders to plant cereals instead. Even room-sized pigsties are destroyed to free up the few square yards of soil underneath. Local officials know that it is madness to destroy so many livelihoods to produce a few truckloads of cheap cereals, but they have no way of changing Xi's policies, especially when each official has juniors ready to denounce him in the hope of taking his place. It was this dynamic that produced the tragedy of the Great Leap Forward. Peasants were ordered to melt down their pots and pans to make steel in backyard furnaces, with the promise they would instead eat in the dining rooms of the promised new communes. They were also told to melt down their animal plows because new tractors were arriving. In a mere 4 years from 1958 to 1962, at least 30 million died of hunger, some to be eaten by those who survived, and hardly any usable steel was produced. Now, there is no question that China has very little arable land, having lost some 4 million acres to urbanization and industry between 1957 and 1996, an average loss of 100,000 acres per year, which jumped to more than 1.5 million acres per year from 1997, with China's explosive economic growth that followed the opening of the US and world markets. As a result, China now has less arable land per inhabitant than India. But why should this matter? As a very successful exporter of increasingly advanced and costly manufactures, China can certainly pay for all its food and animal feed imports easily enough. And this is how we arrive at something much worse than the destruction of China's new forests and the human tragedy of its destroying orchards and ducks. The reason for it all. The crescendo of Xi Jinping's Rice Bowl speeches came on June 21st, when he claimed it was imperative to prepare for extreme circumstances, having previously warned on May 6th that China must be prepared for worst-case and extreme scenarios to survive high winds, choppy waters, and even dangerous storms, all transparent code words for the danger of war. He returned to the topic on July 6th when, on a visit to the Eastern Theater Command, whose jurisdiction includes the Strait of Taiwan, he called for increased training under real combat conditions to raise the capability to fight and win. Xi's incessant calls for combat readiness may mean that he actually doubts that Chinese military forces are ready for real combat. Its navy, after all, is brand new and inexperienced, while the Air Force is greatly inferior in its technology, mostly relying on Soviet jet engines, radar-evading stealth that is not really stealthy, and inferior missiles. But more importantly, Xi's intense bellicosity and intense calls for the rejuvenation of the Chinese people suggests motives that we cannot even imagine. No, not Taiwan, which China could have had for the asking by merely treating Hong Kong's freedoms with demonstrative respect, making one country, two systems very attractive to the Taiwanese. Much more likely is his personal sense of shame that China's history is a long sequence of defeats at the hands of badly outnumbered invaders, the Turkic, Mongol, and Manchurian Jurchen tribespeople, and then the Japanese who might still be there if they had not attacked the U.S. As with Mussolini, then, Xi's real aim may well be to turn his unwarlike people into warriors. So far, China's future war might appear to be all talk, but preparations are well underway. Already, catastrophic deforestation is harming all humanity, while the destruction of orchards and the mass killings of ducks are impoverishing tens of millions. That is not just talk. Hardly for the first time, remote Arab tribesmen are reshaping the world. Piratical attacks on international shipping by Yemen-based Houthi rebels have created a significant security crisis in the Red Sea. The world's largest shipping lines have been forced to suspend transit through the Red Sea and thus the Suez Canal. And with nearly a third of global container traffic typically flowing through Suez, this has seriously disrupted world trade. Yet the most enduring impact of the crisis may be on the geopolitical balance between two great powers, each many thousands of kilometers away from the scorching sands of the Arabian Peninsula, China and the United States. As the world's largest trading nation, China has much at stake in the Red Sea. Europe is China's top trade partner, and more than 60% of that trade by value usually flows through the Suez Canal. With that route disrupted, cargo vessels are diverting around Africa's Cape of Good Hope, adding up to 2 weeks in additional travel time and vastly increasing shipping costs. By January 25th, the average cost of shipping a 40-foot container from Shanghai to Genoa spiked to $6,365, an increase of 464% from 2 months earlier. Insurance rates have also skyrocketed. What's more, Chinese companies have in recent years poured billions of dollars worth of investment into assets in the region, such as the 20% stake in the Eastport said container terminal of the Suez Canal that is now owned by Chinese state shipping giant COSCO. At a time when China's growth rate is already struggling, the crisis risks imposing a serious further drag on its economy. Apparently perceiving this vulnerability, Washington has tried to use it as leverage to convince Beijing to help end the crisis. China is the top economic and geopolitical backer of Iran, which in turn backs the Houthis, using them as a proxy to needle Israel, the United States, and its allies. Some officials in Washington are convinced that, if it really wanted to, Beijing could quickly pressure Tehran into ending the Houthi attacks. Biden administration officials have repeatedly raised the matter with top Chinese officials in the past 3 months, according to the Financial Times, and U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan recently flew to Thailand to directly plead the administration's case in a meeting with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. This diplomatic effort seems to have failed. Aside from a tepid public statement calling on all relevant parties to ensure the safety of navigation in the Red Sea, Beijing appears to have made no move whatsoever to remedy the situation. Instead, it called on Washington to avoid adding fuel to the fire in the Middle East. The attacks continue. Some in Washington are pouting. Representative Jake Auchincloss, Democrat, Massachusetts, for instance, slammed China in a congressional hearing in late January for being not only missing in action as a purported upholder of international commerce and rules, but, in fact, actively undermining the potential for a peaceful resolution to this issue. This failure to intervene was just another example of the malign and malicious attempts at global leadership from the Chinese Communist Party. But Auchincloss and others of like mind in Washington should perhaps be careful what they wish for. For decades, indeed arguably for the better part of 2 centuries, it has been the United States that has served as the world's upholder of international commerce and rules. In fact, it was a determination to protect the flow of maritime commerce from pirates that induced the young United States into its first foreign intervention, the Barbary Wars of 1801 and 1815, and permanently forged its identity as an international actor. If the nation were truly to become and remain a merchant republic, that meant that it must, as then-President Thomas Jefferson declared, superintend the safety of our commerce through the resources of our own strength and bravery in every sea. 2 centuries later, the U.S. Navy was still operating under the slogan of a global force for good, which is to say that the whole image and reality of America as a superpower largely rests, like the British Empire before it, on its ability to secure global trade. If there is any remaining shred of the Pax Americana on which the whole recent era of globalization was built, this is it. It is in this context that Washington officials ought to consider what it would mean if Beijing were to listen to their pleas and actually take over America's role as a security provider. If the nations of the world were to begin turning to China for global leadership, rather than the United States whenever their merchant ships were in need of protection, it would decisively mark the transition from an American century to a Chinese one, much as Britain once yielded the seas to its former colony. Washington should count itself lucky that Beijing has so far declined to try out for the role. Meanwhile, America's own effort to perform its old job of securing the sea lanes has proved little more than a fiasco. With the U.S. Navy severely undermanned and overstretched around the globe, it attempted to assemble Operation Prosperity Guardian, a multinational coalition of forces under its commandment to patrol the Ray Sea. But this effort functionally collapsed almost immediately when France, Italy, and Spain, all of whom Washington prematurely announced would be members, declined to participate, saying they wouldn't accept U.S. command. No Middle Eastern countries other than Bahrain signed up either. In a throwback to yesteryear, navies are instead each going solo and escorting the vessels sailing under their own flags and titles. What we are seeing, then, is a true breakdown in the international order, in the sense of there being any order that was once imposed by American power. We are returning to an older, more typical world in which there is no world policeman, and everyone is obliged to protect their own national interests. The Chinese are well prepared to capitalize on this situation. Although COSCO has for now also abandoned the Red Sea route, other smaller Chinese shippers have spotted commercial opportunity and leapt to fill the gap. China United Lines, Qlines, for example, has rushed to start up a Red Sea Express service linking Saudi Arabia's Jeddah to Chinese ports. They are able to do so because the Houthis seem to be under strict orders to try to avoid attacking China-linked vessels. Ships still running the straits into the Red Sea now regularly make sure to prominently display Chinese flags and use their satellite identification data to announce that they have Chinese owners, or even just Chinese crew members. The number of vessels transiting the area while preemptively broadcasting that they carry Chinese crew has surged from less than 2 per day to more than 30 in late January. Apparently, this is the magic talisman to keep pirates at bay, though China's Navy has at least 3 warships in the area to escort its vessels, should it prove insufficient. The reason Beijing seems so relaxed about the crisis is obvious. This is a situation in which China wins either way. Either the threat continues but shipping is safer for Chinese vessels than for others, in which case sailing under the protection of the red and gold flag may become a coveted competitive advantage, or Beijing finally tells Iran to knock it off, in which case China becomes the principal beneficiary of the security vacuum left by the United States. Both outcomes would be geopolitical coups. No wonder China is willing to accept a little short-term economic pain as the situation plays out. Meanwhile, the crisis also provides China with a real justification for continuing to rapidly build out a blue water navy able to project power far from its own shores. As it happens, this is the same justification traditionally been offered by the United States. That, in the absence of security and stability, it needs the ability to protect global sea lanes and the lives of its citizens abroad. the military base China built in Djibouti in 2016 to enable the deployment of its warships across the Indian Ocean and around the Horn of Africa now looks prudent. This is how the world order has always been shaped and reshaped, by nations and empires acting abroad to protect their own interests, or progressively failing to do so while others move to fill the void. The crisis in the Red Sea is therefore both symbolically and practically meaningful. Unless the United States and its allies can get their act together, we may look back on this as a moment when a vast geopolitical shift was revealed for all to see. As for everyone else, it's likely that the crisis will serve as a sign that the time to prepare for the harsh realities of a far more multipolar, less globalized world has by now well and truly arrived. For decades, the United States provided a market that was unlimited for most exporters, enabling countries large and small to transfer their populations from marginally productive farms in overcrowded villages to low-tech industries producing garments, footwear, simple hand tools, and such like. In that first stage of one-sided market opening, poor people worldwide became less poor, while working-class Americans started to lose their jobs, and the American ruling elite in both parties remained uncritically devoted to free trade. How did the U.S. pay for that first tidal wave of cheap low-tech imports? Partly with earnings from American agricultural exports, as well as some irresistible consumer products such as Coca-Cola and cigarettes. Increasingly, though, America paid for these products by selling treasury bonds, eagerly bought up by exporting countries, that, in turn, drove up the dollar and made foreign wares even more competitive. But this model came with a downside. In the U.S., producers of low-tech and craft products started going out of business, even as the newly unemployed were encouraged to abandon hard industrial jobs for splendid new positions in the services sector. Go into marketing analysis foreign exchange trading, they were told, whose winnings could earn you more money in a day than a lifetime spent turning out garden tools, which now anyway arrived more cheaply from overseas. In speeches, articles, and lectures, the country's elite hailed the passing of our grim industrial economy, instead looking forward to a future where everyone could be a marketing consultant or a financial advisor. It was only small-minded people, fixated on the hourly wage data published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, who noticed that industrial workers who made $30 an hour working on assembly lines did not in fact become foreign exchange traders earning $3,000 an hour. When their competition hit, factories shut down. Rather, they were much more likely to turn up as shopping mall security guards paid $10 an hour. In 1993, I myself published a book called The Endangered American Dream, in which I tested the claim that the replacement of the industrial economy by the service economy was a good thing. In the event, I found that it was only a good thing for South Korea, Taiwan, the lower end of the Japanese economy, and the poorest European regions. All these places kept out foreign, including U.S., imports while exporting vigorously to the U.S. Stateside, where lower tech industries were collapsing, the American heartland suffered too. Fentanyl had yet to arrive. But in those towns, father could no longer provide a dignified life for his family by going off with his lunch pail to work in the factory down the street. Instead, he counted himself lucky if he could get a job at Walmart at much lower pay, helping to sell cheaper imported versions of what he himself had once made. My book included a warning that social breakdown would open the way for some form of product-improved fascism in the U.S. But reviewers failed to notice that, as they contemptuously slammed my protectionist idiocy, I had dared to question the secular religion of the ruling elite, whose dogma was that unlimited free trade would make the whole world richer. That is certainly true, but globalization also made American industrial workers poorer, too poor to send their children to college, endangering the American dream. Worse was to follow. Instead of prudent and limited protectionism, replacing industrial collapse across the U.S. with a much slower transition, in order to provide enough time to upskill at least the sons of industrial workers, Bill Clinton and the Davos Free Trade Consensus opened the U.S. to unlimited imports from North America. That was a great blessing for Mexican industry, and especially the foreign companies from all over the world that started producing in Mexico, which then trucked their products to the U.S. without any limits. Nobody in the U.S. elite noticed that every other industrial country impeded U.S. industrial imports, either via arbitrary regulatory hurdles or even outright conspiracies. Consider South Korea. The government finally removed its de facto prohibition of U.S. car imports. Rich Koreans loved utterly impractical Cadillacs, only to ensure that General Motors would not be able to rent a showroom anywhere in Seoul. Traitorous landlords tempted to offer their space were threatened with harsh retaliation. by the same officials who had smilingly signed the Auto Free Trade Agreement with the U.S. South Korea, of course, is a country that enjoys the protection of U.S. troops until today. Then, China's industrialization accelerated. That carried the country from Mao's deep misery, which I experienced firsthand in 1976, when the whole of Beijing smelled like an open sewer, to an ever greater prosperity, very largely built on industrial and craft exports to the U.S., whose market was totally open to China, even as China's market was largely closed to U.S. exporters. Some of these barriers have since come down, but the process is not complete even now. It was Chinese imports that finally drove most U.S. factories out of business, taking much of our remaining industrial base with them. Increasing quality at a steady clip, while constantly expanding capacity, Chinese industrialists were also helped by continued purchases of U.S. dollar bonds. Artificially pushing up the greenback, this again made Chinese imports even cheaper. Why balk at China's generosity in offering 97-piece tool sets that can be picked up for a few bucks at Walmart? No reason at all if Americans are only viewed as consumers. But while the entire U.S. elite celebrated free trade, an astonishing number of Americans lost the last of the good jobs that upheld families, towns, and cities. Trump's tariff plan is simple. Impede free trade so that surviving industrial and craft enterprises can return to prosperity, while other firms both old and new are relaunched with better technology, allowing them to become global exporters while still paying good wages. True, global wealth is favored by unlimited free trade. But, in the process, lower-income workers in developed countries are impoverished, even as higher-income people everywhere get wealthier. While Clinton, the Bushes, and the Lord of Martha's Vineyard Obama supported free trade, as did the wealthy elite they hang out with, Trump is keen to reward his lower-income supporters. Unsurprisingly, Wall Street Journal and Financial Times editorialists, free trade worshippers all, are outraged. And then there is another thing. It turns out that without a civilian shipbuilding industry, the U.S. Navy can only make hugely expensive prototypes, not the 200 warships we need. The same is true of other sectors, including civilian aviation. Boeing is currently years late in delivering tankers to U.S. and allied air forces. The Israelis must rely on 65-year-old converted airliners, and also terribly behind fulfilling orders for commercial airlines around the world. Why? Because of the collapse of the hundreds of machine shops, which once trained skilled workers who could walk into any Boeing factory at a pinch. As for the labor supply, cutting gigantic federal gifts to rich universities, which turn out unlimited numbers of sociologists and sexologists, who often end up working for the government in some capacity, will give us more workers and perhaps some more plumbers too. All of the above is more than enough to justify today's temporary global turmoil, which caused stock markets to temporarily tumble. But there is one more consideration. Unless the U.S. industrial economy is vigorously rebuilt, the U.S. armed forces will have to import their vehicles and weapons. From where? Likely China, so good luck with that. Effectively managing U.S.-China economic and trade relations, particularly in the context of geopolitical considerations, will be one of the most significant challenges faced by the Trump administration. As Michael Schuman notes, writing for Bloomberg's Business Week, China is an economic rival to the U.S., and Washington has to start acting like it. Rolling back Chinese innovation mercantilism will be vital for the competitiveness of both the U.S. economy and U.S. enterprises, particularly those in advanced industries. Moreover, the United States is the leading representative for a community of nations that have chosen market-led capitalism over state-led capitalism, and so it bears particular responsibility for containing and rolling back Chinese mercantilism, thus encouraging other nations to choose a more rules-based approach to trade and investment. This report lays out strategic trade and economic policy prescriptions, articulating key principles, conceptualizations, and policy responses that should guide the Trump administration and Congress in dealing with China. The report continues by detailing the evolution of modern Chinese economic strategy in innovation mercantilist terms, summarizing the deleterious impact these policies have inflicted on the U.S. economy and U.S. workers, particularly in advanced industries, and then articulating how to reset the U.S.-China bilateral trade and economic framework on fair, market-based, and mutually beneficial terms. The report distinguishes between strategic and tactical approaches the United States should adopt, grouping the tactical elements into organization changes, process reforms, policy reforms, and administrative actions, many of which can be undertaken in the first year of the Trump administration. In 2015, Chinese President Xi Jinping unabashedly trumpeted a goal of making China the master of its own technologies, by which he meant that Chinese firms, operating in China, would produce virtually all technology goods and services for Chinese consumers. China's arrival at such a point resulted from the evolution of Chinese economic policy over the past 2 decades. Up until the mid-2000s, Chinese economic development strategy sought principally to attract foreign direct investment, FDI, and induce foreign multinational corporations to shift production to China. That production was mostly in more traditional manufacturing. China used an array of unfair tactics to achieve that goal, including systemic currency manipulation, massive subsidies to firms, and limits on imports, including requirements for forced local production for firms wishing to sell products in China. That strategy changed in 2006, as China shifted to a China Inc. development model of indigenous innovation which focused on helping Chinese firms, particularly those in advanced, innovation-based industries, often at the expense of foreign firms. Marking the shift was a seminal document called the National Medium and Long-Term Program for Science and Technology Development, 2006 to 2020, the so-called MLP, which called on China to master 402 core technologies, everything from intelligent automobiles to semiconductors and high-performance computers. The MLP essentially announced that modern Chinese economic strategy sought absolute advantage across virtually all advanced industries. It fundamentally rejected the notion of comparative advantage, which holds that nations should specialize in the production of products or services at which they are the most efficient and trade for the rest. Instead, China's goal today is to dominate in production of both advanced technology products such as airplanes, semiconductors, computers, pharmaceuticals, and commodity manufacturing. Ultimately, Chinese policymakers wish to autarkically supply Chinese markets for advanced technology goods and services with their own production while still benefiting from unfettered access to global markets for their technology exports and foreign investment, the latter designed to acquire and integrate into Chinese firms' know-how, often based on foreign technology. As the Mercator Institute for China Studies (MERIX) in Germany writes in its report, Made in China 2025, the making of a high-tech superpower and consequences for industrial countries. Made in China 2025 in its current form means that China's leadership systematically intervenes in domestic markets so as to benefit and facilitate the economic dominance of Chinese enterprises and to disadvantage foreign competitors. In recent years, President Xi has only doubled down on this approach through new promulgations such as the Made in China 2025 strategy, the 13th Five-Year Plan for Science and Technology, the 13th Five-Year Plan for National Informatization, and the National Cybersecurity Strategy, among other policies. The Made in China 2025 strategy, for instance, calls for 70% local content in manufacturing components in China, while policies enumerated in documents such as the 13th Five-Year Plan for National Informatization and the National Cybersecurity Strategy effectively deny access to U.S. enterprises seeking to compete in emerging information and communications technology, ICT, industries, such as cloud computing, in China. China's National Cybersecurity Strategy further outlines a goal for China to become a strong cyberpower by 2020, and that includes mastering core technologies, many of which the United States is currently the international leader in, such as operating systems, integrated circuits, big data, cloud computing, the Internet of Things, etc. Put simply, China is increasingly pursuing a strategy of shutting out foreign competitors in these sectors in the interest of advantaging domestic industries. As the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, ITIF, has documented across a series of reports, including false promises, the yawning gap between China's WTO commitments and practices, enough is enough, confronting Chinese innovation mercantilism, the worst innovation mercantilist policies of 2016, and most recently in testimony before the congressionally chartered U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission on Chinese investment in the United States. China has deployed a vast panoply of innovation mercantilist practices that seek to unfairly advantage Chinese producers over foreign competitors. These practices have included forced IP and technology transfer or forced local production as a condition of market access, theft of foreign IP, curtailment, and even outright denial of access to Chinese markets in certain sectors, manipulation of technology standards, special benefits for state-owned enterprises, SOEs, capricious cases designed to force foreign companies to license technology at a discount, refusing to allow access to key resources, e.g., rare earth elements, unless companies locate in China, and even government-subsidized acquisitions of foreign technology firms. To be sure, no country is completely free from mercantilist policies, not even the United States. But what is different about China is not just the scope and depth of its policies, but the fact that the extent of state involvement in all aspects of China's economy, which is not restrained by legal protections including balance of powers and independent courts, effectively means there is no rule of law to constrain Chinese officials from implementing arbitrary and capricious mercantilist policies. As such, China is in a class of its own when it comes to the practice of mercantilism. U.S. enterprises across virtually all manufacturing sectors and every advanced technology sector, from aerospace and biotechnology to ICT products, internet, digital media, and clean energy, have been harmed by China's aggressive use of innovation mercantilist policies. Moreover, China's policies have inflicted considerable harm upon the U.S. economy, its exports, and employment. Consider U.S.-China trade balances, which are heavily distorted due to China's economic and trade strategy. From the beginning of 2002 through the end of November 2016, China accumulated an aggregate $3.5 trillion trade surplus in goods with the United States. Moreover, the annual U.S. trade deficit with China has steadily increased. The U.S. deficit in trade in goods with China in 2001, the year China entered the WTO, stood at just $83 billion. But by 2015, it had ballooned to $367 billion. In fact, 60% of the global U.S. trade deficit in 2015 was with China, with U.S. manufactured imports from China 6 times larger than U.S. exports to China that year. Moreover, in 2015, in the 10 largest high-technology sectors in U.S.-China trade, Chinese exports were $1.12 trillion, 50% larger than America's $752 billion of exports. Furthermore, overall Chinese trade in these same 10 high-tech sectors was in surplus by $354 billion, while the U.S. was in deficit by $357 billion. Worse, since 2009, the Chinese surplus in these sectors has soared by 128%, while the U.S. deficit has grown by 166%. This shift has coincided with a cratering of the U.S. share of global exports of manufactured products. Indeed, the U.S. share of global exports of manufacturers plunged from 18% in 2000 to 12% in 2015, while China's share quadrupled from 6 to 24% over that time period. To put this in absolute terms, U.S. exports of manufacturers of $650 billion in 2000 were almost 3 times larger than Chinese exports of $220 billion that year, while, by 2014, Chinese exports of $2,202 billion were almost double U.S. exports of $1,164 billion. To be sure, some have argued that such U.S.-China trade balance statistics do not reflect trade in value-added, and note that Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, research into trade in value-added data finds that China's trade surplus with the United States shrinks by a quarter when calculated according to which countries provide the parts and services that go into its exports and imports. But even if that is the case, a gross imbalance in U.S.-China goods trade over the past decade and a half remains. Moreover, the reality is that China's stock of foreign currency reserves grew from $212 billion in 2001 to $3.5 trillion by August 2015, and that accumulation of foreign currency reserves has come principally from Chinese trade surpluses with other nations, most notably the United States. In fact, as of year-end 2014, China's total reserves, including gold, of $3.9 trillion were greater than those of Japan, the United States, Russia, Brazil, Korea, India, Germany, France, Italy, the United Kingdom, and Canada combined. In fact, the disparity in growth of foreign currency reserves between the United States and China since 2001, when China entered the WTO, is quite noticeable. And while certainly many factors contribute to the depth of countries' foreign currency reserves, China's trade surpluses, particularly with the United States, have been a key driver in this differential. But to focus only on the trade deficit or foreign currency reserves is to miss what is really at stake. We could very well envision a world where U.S.-China trade is in balance, but where the structure of both the trade and national economies has radically shifted, with China's exports and economy shifting to higher value-added advanced industries, while America's exports and economy become more commodity and natural resource-based, with increases in food, fiber, and mineral exports, along with waste paper, our fastest-growing export to China by volume. Indeed, the fastest-growing U.S. exports to China from 2005 to 2015 were vegetables, tobacco, cereals, food residue and waste, beverages, explosives, and mineral fuels. At this rate, America can go back to being an economy made up of hewers of wood and drawers of water. Many defenders of the status quo argue that there is no real need to confront China because its policies have not materially harmed the U.S. economy and won't in the future. Status quo supporters further blame technology for destroying the lion's share of the 5.5 million U.S. manufacturing jobs lost in the 2000s. But, in fact, this nothing-to-see-here narrative is wrong. The reality is that U.S.-China trade imbalances have exerted significant deleterious impact on U.S. employment. As Bloomberg recently noted, studies examining the impact of China's entry to the WTO in late 2001 have made the case that between 1 million and more than 2 million of the 5 million American factory jobs lost since 2000 are traceable to low-cost imports. As MIT economists David Autor, David Dorn, and Gordon Hanson write about the effect of China's trade surpluses on U.S. labor markets. Amplifying China's potential impact on the U.S. labor market are sizable current account imbalances in the two countries. In the 2000s, China's average current account surplus was 5% of GDP, a figure equal to the contemporaneous average U.S. current account deficit. The authors estimate that the United States lost 982,000 manufacturing jobs between 2000 and 2007 because of Chinese import competition. In particular, they find that the U.S. regions most exposed to China tended not only to lose more manufacturing jobs, but also to see overall employment decline. Further, they calculate that the cost to the economy from increased government payments, e.g., unemployment compensation, worker retraining, etc., amounts to 1 to 2/3 of the consumer welfare gains from trade with China. Similarly, IDF has found that a growing trade deficit was responsible for almost 2/3 of jobs lost in the 2000s, i.e., approximately 3.8 million jobs. With a significant share of this the result of unbalanced trade with China. 27 elsewhere, Robert Scott of the Economic Policy Institute has estimated that the growing U.S. trade deficit with China cost 3.4 million American workers their jobs between 2001 and 2015, with nearly 3/4 or 2.6 million of those jobs lost in the manufacturing sector. To be sure, not all U.S. job loss due to trade with China since 2001 has been the result of mercantilist trade practices. Some is reflective of low-cost, labor-intensive industries, such as commodity apparel, where the United States and its workers are no longer cost-competitive, and where that type of work sensibly has been performed in low-wage nations such as China. 29 But had China not been running an export-led, government-directed economy, not only would some jobs not have been lost, but these kinds of natural losses would have been made up with an equal or even greater increase in higher value-added exports to China. They were not because China refused to allow that to happen. In short, the clear reality is that since China's entry into the WTO in 2001, whatever the perfectly exact number, far too many American jobs have been lost due to China's innovation mercantilist trade practices. Still, the last contest was about low and mid-tech manufacturing, in which Chinese policies hollowed out many sectors of traditional U.S. manufacturing, whereas the current contest revolves around who is going to lead in advanced industries. Nevertheless, one reason why so many in the Washington trade establishment have been and remain so sanguine about China's mercantilism is that they believe it simply accelerated a natural global division of labor, with China specializing in commodity, labor cost-based production and the United States in advanced, knowledge-based production. Of course, that view is misguided in part because it ignores how Chinese policy significantly distorted market forces to hasten that outcome without generating an accompanying significant increase in U.S. exports to China to match their increased exports. But regardless, the new challenge will be over advanced industries, in which many U.S. enterprises lead and where many believe their lead in global markets is dominant. As Schuman reiterates, the U.S.-China contest now is nothing less than a battle for the high-tech industries of tomorrow. 31 needs to look no further than China's 2014 National Guidelines for Development and Promotion of the IC Industry to see this battle for leadership in advanced industries unfolding. China's integrated circuit, IC strategy unabashedly calls for eliminating its trade deficit in integrated circuits by 2030 and making China the world's leader in IC manufacturing by then. This includes IC manufacturing, design, packaging, testing, materials, and equipment. As part of this plan, China wants 70% of the semiconductor chips used by companies operating in China to be domestically produced by the year 2025.32 between national and provincial government funds. The industry is expected to be supported with at least $160 billion of government-backed funds. China's government harbors similar goals for replacing foreign imports with domestic production, while still expecting unfettered access to global markets for exports and direct investment. In virtually all advanced sectors, from life sciences to high-speed rail to clean energy. As the 2016 report to the Congress of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission summarizes, China's renewed focus on indigenous innovation and creation of globally competitive firms in key emerging industries, such as integrated circuits, biomedicines, cloud computing, and e-commerce, target sectors in which the United States is a global leader. Continued preferential government treatment and financial support of state-owned enterprises and designated industries have lowered these firms' cost of capital and production, creating a competitive advantage over U.S. and other private firms both within China and abroad. Take, for example, commercial aviation, a natural oligopoly industry because of the massive costs of developing and producing the next generation of commercial jet airplanes. There are only two major producers, Airbus and Boeing, who are in intense, slug-it-out competition. Because of the incredible technological complexity of jet aircraft production, there is simply no way that market forces would generate a third competitor, especially from scratch. But that has not deterred the Chinese government from massively subsidizing its state-owned champion, the Aviation Industry Corporation of China, AVIC, and making foreign airplane sales into China contingent on transferring technology to AVIC. China's goal is to become self-sufficient in aviation, while also exporting to the world. Thus, it's no exaggeration to suggest that, without aggressive action, the United States may face a world within 15 years where U.S. jobs in industries as diverse as semiconductors, computers, biopharmaceuticals, aerospace, internet, digital media, and automobiles are significantly reduced due to Chinese policies unabashedly targeting domestic and global market share in those industries. This not only has potentially serious implications for America's future economic security, it has perhaps even more serious implications for America's national security and military superiority. Most conventional neoclassical economists hold that the same principles of economics apply to all economies across all times and in all places. Indeed, it is this conceit more than any other that explains the intellectual reluctance to confront Chinese innovation mercantilism. For if one believes that there is nothing fundamentally different between the Chinese economy and Western, market-based ones, and that any deviation from the Western model is suboptimal, then one will look at any problems from China as only limited and temporary. As one congressional subcommittee chairman dismissively noted, the Chinese only hurt themselves with their mercantilist actions. This macroeconomic view makes it seem as if Chinese market distortions are creating some ripples in an otherwise smooth market pond. Ripples that hurt both them and us, but ones that ideally resolve themselves as the two economies find a new equilibrium. But this view misses what's really at stake. For it's not just that Chinese government policies are distorting markets, it's that they represent a coherent array of measures designed to attack U.S. and other foreign companies with the goal of defeating them. As former Procter & Gamble CEO Alan Lafley wrote in his business strategy book, Playing to Win, how strategy really works, winning is what matters, and it is the ultimate criterion of a successful strategy. Indeed, business strategy doesn't concern itself with whether there's market distortion or not. Rather, it focuses on the ultimate goal, gaining competitive advantage, ideally by defeating one's competitors. But in the United States, most policymakers and experts worry about distorted markets while Chinese officials worry about attacking and defeating their business opponents, so their businesses can win and even dominate. The type of strategy with which China competes is reflected in a Harvard Business Review article titled, Hardball: 5 Killer Strategies for Trouncing the Competition. The authors use terms like relentless, uncompromising, ruthless, and playing rough. In describing companies that don't play by these rules, they write, softball players, by contrast, may look good. They may report decent earnings and even get favorable ink in the business press, but they aren't intensely serious about winning. They don't accept that you sometimes must hurt your rivals and risk being hurt yourself to get what you want. Instead of running smart and hard, they seem almost to be standing around and watching. They play to play, and though they may not end up out and out losers, they certainly don't win. In contrast, hardball players play to win. The authors write, in sports, after all, playing hardball means brushing back an aggressive batter with a 100-mile-an-hour pitch. It means bare-knuckle boxing, John L. Sullivan style. It means giving someone a head fake in a pickup basketball game on a city court littered with broken glass, and leaving him sitting on his rear. 37 When it comes to the economic competition between China and the United States is playing recreational softball to China's Major League Hardball. In fact, if U.S. policymakers are to effectively respond to Chinese mercantilism, they will need to understand that China is not like us, as most economists would contend, but rather that the country is unique in the history of the world economy. There are at least 7 factors that together make China fundamentally different from U.S. and other Western economies. 1. China's growth strategy is predicated on mercantilism, seeking to grow by cranking up exports and limiting imports. To be clear, this is not unique to China. Many Asian nations have relied on this strategy. But when combined with the other factors, China does become unique. 2. Chinese strategy is not just about mercantilism, limiting imports and boosting exports. It's about autarky, becoming self-sufficient. The Chinese government has proven that it seeks autarky in many traditional industries, such as steel and shipbuilding, and now wants it in emerging industries such as aerospace, computers, and semiconductors, placing itself counter to the fundamental tenet of comparative advantage that underlies liberalized trade in the global economy. 3. China seeks to achieve its mercantilist goals by moving far up the value chain to more complex, higher value-added industries. Again, other nations, particularly the Asian tigers, e.g. Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, have pursued such policies. But the big difference is that they did so when they were much closer to the leaders, especially in terms of per capita income. For a nation with a per capita GDP about 1/4 of the global leaders to seek to produce the same type of products as the leaders is unprecedented and can only be achieved by policies that seriously distort markets and harm U.S. enterprises, such as IP theft, forced technology transfer, government fixed prices for key inputs, investment incentives that cajole firms to take carrots or be less cost competitive than rivals, subsidies that can't be traced and therefore can't be disciplined. Through the WTO, etc. 4. It's not just that China's focus is to transform its industrial structure to higher value-added industries. It's also that this goal is to be achieved principally by Chinese firms. In contrast to some nations that sought to do this and relied at least in part on foreign firms, such as Singapore and Ireland, China has made clear through its indigenous innovation strategy that foreign firms in China serve a means, transferring technology to Chinese firms, and are not an end in themselves. 5. Unlike market-oriented democracies, China lacks separation between the state and the market. Not only are SOEs a major component of China's economy, but many private firms are not fully autonomous, subject to influence by the Chinese state. 6. While China is not the only nation lacking a rule of law, the lack thereof makes enforcing actions against China in venues such as the WTO difficult to say the least. For example, while the Chinese government is correct when it states that it does not have official rules mandating technology transfer in exchange for market access by foreign firms, the fact that these requirements are systematically enforced in informal ways makes them just as effective, but almost impossible to prosecute. 7. China's size. As the second largest economy by gross domestic product and largest in terms of population, China is unique. The size plays out in 2 ways. First, because its market is so large, no multinational firm can easily walk away from the Chinese market. As such, Chinese officials know that they have foreign firms over a barrel. Either comply with their discriminatory policies or lose market access. Second, the country's large size means that China's policies have an outsized effect on many nations. If a smaller nation such as Thailand did everything China does, it would be an irritant, but only that. When China uses these types of policies, it represents a fundamental threat to the very fabric of the global trading system. But won't confronting Chinese innovation mercantilism cause a trade war? In Davos, Chinese President Xi argued that pursuing protectionism is like locking oneself in a dark room in the hope of avoiding danger, but, in doing so, cutting off all light and air. He added that no one will emerge as a winner in a trade war. This is wonderful spin, worthy of the best New York public relations firm, but it overlooks that it is China that has started and continues the trade war through its actions. What President Xi means by a trade war is another nation challenging unbridled Chinese economic aggression. Indeed, Chinese officials threaten that any efforts to hold them to global trade norms will be met with overwhelming force in response. Mei Xinyu, a researcher with the Commerce Ministry, warned that if the United States played low, China could play lower, neglecting to mention that it is China that has been and continues to play low. We can expect more such threats as a way to cow the United States into submission, particularly if members of the Washington trade establishment weakly persist in calling action against foreign mercantilism protectionism. As this section explains, the United States has 5 strategic options it can choose from in confronting Chinese innovation mercantilism. 1. Be patient/wait for conversion to the Washington Consensus. 2. Harangue and implore. 3. Resign defeat. 4. Global isolation. And 5. Constructive, alliance-based confrontation. It should choose the last one. Constructive, alliance-based confrontation. In 1989, economist John Williamson coined the term Washington Consensus to describe the dominant logic of the prevailing global neoclassical economic and trade framework. His Washington Consensus consisted of 10 staple policy recommendations, such as fiscal discipline, openness to trade, liberalization of inward FDI, privatization of SOEs, deregulation, legal protection for property rights, and redirection of public spending from subsidies to investment, among others. Many persist in believing that the Washington Consensus represents the only logical and rational prescription for a country to pursue as it seeks economic growth, despite the fact that while components of the consensus are useful, it places too many limitations on legitimate government roles to spur innovation and competitiveness. Nevertheless, many persist in viewing the Washington Consensus as the high religion of economics as the only right and true path, and believe that it is only time before the heretics and unbelievers, especially China, will be forced to confront the error of their ways and repent. The job of the faithful, then, is to patiently encourage the unbelievers to find the true faith. One manifestation of this view is the argument made by some that China is just learning how to be a market economy and needs more time. They contend that China is still a developing country on a learning curve, trying to make things better. As one Chinese official stated to us, there are still some loopholes in IP laws, but it's not due to lack of trying. We are still learning. But it is not really a question of learning. There are a multitude of institutions, including the World Bank and the U.S. government, that have spent considerable time and effort, and in the case of the World Bank, considerable expense, helping Chinese officials learn the Washington Consensus approach to development. While it is true that many nations do learn and improve their economic development policies as they develop, China has actually become more mercantilist in recent years, not less, and shows no signs of improvement. As China scholar Dieter Ernst argues, China's evolving standard system provides little evidence that convergence to the American system is likely to materialize. Chinese economists and other scholars study Western economics, policy journals, and development policies. Chinese officials know how to make China a market-oriented, rather than mercantilist economy. They just do not want China to become one. Instead, China stands at the center of an increasingly widespread Beijing consensus, an economic approach that combines elements of state capitalism and innovation mercantilism, both undergirded by a government unconstrained by the courts and the rule of law, and which represents a direct challenge to the traditional Western model of capitalism supported by global organizations such as the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and WTO. The path of be patient, China will become like us shows no signs of coming to fruition, at least as long as China remains a one-party state. To be sure, there have been some modest improvements, including partial liberalization in financial markets, e.g., interest rates, deregulation of various prices, and some liberalization in China's investment regime, e.g., expanded free trade zones and negative lists. And there are some economic reformers in China that U.S. policy should seek to support and empower. But even the minor liberalizing reforms mentioned above are at best cosmetic in nature and moreover at odds with the vast panoply of innovation mercantilist policies China continues to introduce and employ. If the be patient and wait for them to convert to the true religion approach represents a false path, what else can we do? The other prevailing view can be described as the harangue and implore strategy. As it becomes clear that the patient strategy is a dead end, haranguing and imploring now appears to be the default strategy, to the extent the United States has had any coherent strategy regarding Chinese economic policy. In other words, through a combination of technical assistance, Informal exchanges between policymakers and formal institutional cooperation such as the Strategic and Economic Dialogue and Joint Commission on Commerce and Trade, JCCT. U.S. policymakers express their concerns to Chinese policymakers and hope that they will respond. Sometimes they do if the pressure is strong enough and the cost to China not very high, as was the case when Chinese officials promised to modify their Indigenous Innovation Product Catalog scheme after U.S. and European governments and businesses put their feet down. But most of the time, the best that can be achieved is a slight delay in mercantilist policies, as China's policymakers simply wait until the heat and publicity have died down. In addition, commitments on paper can mean very little in the real world, as the 2016 JCCT Outcomes Fact Sheet demonstrates. In 2011, after global expressions of concern and intensive U.S. engagement, China ordered subnational governments to abolish government procurement preferences for innovative products developed indigenously. While that action represented a key recognition by China, compliance with the measure proved to be incomplete, and new inconsistent measures continue to come into force. 46. So even here, China's government promised to reverse its indigenous innovation policies, but subsequently found new ways to get around the promises, including by moving much of the indigenous innovation product catalog activities to regional or provincial governments and by introducing new policies having substantially the same effect. This doesn't engender confidence that China respects its commitments. With it becoming increasingly clear that the harangue and implore strategy plays into China's hands and produces few real results, many appear to be defaulting to a third strategy of resigned defeat. According to this view, it is inevitable that China will become the largest economy in the world, and as part of that rise will inevitably dominate advanced industry global value chains. Accordingly, the view goes, America and Europe should accept defeat and focus on what they can still do economically and what China will let us do, e.g., exports of agricultural goods and other commodities. But capitulating to this approach is to accept the cognitive dissonance that accompanies the fact that China is a part of the WTO, which implies a rules-based restraint on innovation mercantilism but which in reality accepts it in most of its forms. A variant of this view largely argues that we shouldn't worry because the Chinese economy will collapse under its own weight, brought down by its deviations from the Washington Consensus, e.g., too many SOEs, too much corruption. It is a common view in Washington that the Chinese Communist Party is hanging on by its fingernails as China's economy continues to falter. In other words, we can avoid taking tough action because China is unlikely to succeed. But this ignores the fact that in many advanced industries, Chinese government-supported companies are already succeeding in gaining global market share, inflicting real harm upon U.S. and other foreign advanced enterprises and industries as well as innovation more broadly. The first two strategies will not prevent China from taking significant global market share in advanced industries from Europe and the United States, not to mention Pacific allies such as Japan and South Korea. The third strategy, resigned defeat, would be an abdication of responsibility for the economic well-being of future generations of Americans. That then leaves only two other strategies. Of these, the first is global isolation and an economic nationalist agenda, attempting to restore the kind of economic and trade regime that was prevalent before World War II, when groups like the American Protective Tariff League argued for tariffs so that the American people should not and will not submit to the low standard of wages prevailing in other countries. According to this view, globalization itself is suspect, and America should just turn inward and reduce trade and investment ties with lower-wage nations, including China. And if U.S. firms are foolish enough to invest in nations such as China and be taken to the cleaners, so to speak, that's their problem. But it's a quite misguided view to believe that what U.S. companies do in China is simply their own business and thus not a concern for the U.S. government, and that the U.S. government shouldn't have to confront mercantilist trade practices on behalf of U.S. companies. For the reality is that the well-paying U.S. jobs in U.S. multinationals are dependent on global markets, and if we cede both the Chinese and the rest of world market to China, we will be consigning millions of American workers with good middle-class jobs to the unemployment line. U.S. companies have a reasonable expectation that they should be able to sell to China without having to enter into China and to be able to enter China and play by a clear set of fair rules. It's the job of the U.S. government to back them up on this. For if America leaves the global playing field, or is just patient, or just harangues and implores, U.S. multinational jobs in the United States will shrink. Moreover, China will be assured of being the new global economic hegemon, and our allies will have no choice but to cut their own certainly flawed deals with China to get the best deal they can on their own. As a result, the only real choice is constructive, alliance-based confrontation. It is confrontation because that is the only tactic that the Chinese respond to. It is alliance-based because only a strong, united front by free trading nations, led by the United States, will have the force required to persuade China to roll back its mercantilist policies. It is constructive because, at the end of the day, the Chinese government demands respect, even when facing opposition. The following section lays out the contours of a constructive confrontation approach to addressing Chinese innovation mercantilism. To effectively confront the challenge posed by China's innovation mercantilism, the U.S. government needs to adopt a whole-of-government approach that pursues a results-oriented trade strategy and coordinate this with like-minded countries. To productively rebalance the U.S.-China trade and economic relationship, both strategic and tactical changes will be needed, as this section details. Addressing Chinese mercantilism needs to be translated into a framework that aligns an overarching strategy executed through agencies, resources, and actions, and then extended internationally through coordination with like-minded countries. The Trump administration needs to adopt a new strategic direction for trade. This should involve a number of steps. The United States needs to take a more assertive lead in defending, promoting, and building on the open and rules-based global trading system. It must lead determined efforts to contain and roll back Chinese mercantilism and enroll like-minded countries in that task. Our allies may follow, but they will not act without U.S. leadership. Successive U.S. administrations have trusted that heavily scripted and structured dialogue is the best way to address trade issues with China, yet experience consistently shows that this trust is misplaced. Year after year, the U.S.-China Joint Commission on Commerce and Trade, the main high-level forum addressing specific U.S.-China trade issues, has sought to raise and address a range of technology, IP, and market access issues. Yet year after year, this focus on individual measures proves ineffective. Where one is addressed, others appear, or worse, China commits to rectify problems with no intention of really doing so. A Government Accountability Office, GAO, report into JCCT commitments from 2004 to 2012 shows that the largest share of China's commitments were related to intellectual property, 62 commitments, or 34% of total commitments, along with many others in the ICT and other high-tech sectors. Yet, in each year's JCCT, new issues are added to the JCCT agenda in these same areas, although China consistently breaks even these commitments. For example, in November 2015, the 26th U.S.-China JCCT included commitments by China not to discriminate against foreign ICT products, including through new cybersecurity measures. Yet, by May 2016, President Xi pledged more support for Chinese technology firms, and in October 2016 she publicly stated that China is pursuing a foreign technology substitution policy, i.e., steal it or absorb it through technology transfer, and then replace it with Chinese-only owned technology firms. Indeed, the extensive range of localization measures in China's Made in China 2025 plan for key technology sectors, released in May 2015, shows the futility in focusing on individual measures without forcing China to change its overarching economic and trade strategy. China's unique economic system is at the heart of the challenge facing the United States and the international community's efforts to painstakingly set up and defend a market and rules-based trading system. As noted above, China is unique due to the interaction of several factors, but especially the Communist Party's central role in governing the economy, including many parts of the private sector, as well as the lack of transparency and rule of law. China's unique approach was neither fully appreciated nor accounted for by negotiators at the time of China's WTO accession. 53 since accession, China has not converged, as negotiators hoped, toward an economic model of the type which the WTO was built to accommodate. This mismatch is much clearer now that China has grown into a major player in the global economy, yet still unabashedly uses its unique system to manipulate loopholes in the system. It is becoming even clearer now that a special time-limited, non-market economy, WTO accession provision, which was supposed to provide time for an economic transition, has run out without China's transition to a market economy occurring. This clash of systems requires the United States and other major economies to confront head-on, and beyond mere WTO litigation, the challenge that China's actions pose to their individual trading relationships and to the trading system as a whole. China has shown how the WTO, and its dispute settlement system, has real limits when it comes to dealing with the anomaly that is China. As Robert Lighthizer noted in Senate confirmation hearings held on March 14, 2017 to become the United States Trade Representative for the Trump administration, the World Trade Organization is ill-equipped to deal with Beijing's industrial policy, and this will call for creative new U.S. approaches outside the WTO. As Lighthizer said, "I don't believe that the WTO was set up to deal effectively for a country like China and their industrial policy. Dialogue doesn't work with a nation that already knows what it wants and will do whatever it can to get it. Dispute resolution often does not work because the entire current WTO process is premised on adjudicating laws, rules, and regulations, not opaque administrative guidance. Although China's basic law, the law on legislation, does not recognize normative or regulatory documents, China's terms for administrative guidance, Chinese agencies adopt and enforce these normative/regulatory documents, frequently without publishing them in draft or final form, even though publication of all final trade-related measures is required by the WTO. America's FTAs and BITs sidestep this issue by requiring the publication of regulations, because regulations are binding in the United States, but do not require trading partners to publish all of their binding administrative measures. A further difference in China's system, as compared with the U.S. system, is that in China parties cannot challenge widely binding measures. The bottom line is that neither U.S. domestic law or our FTAs and BITs as currently configured, nor multilateral WTO approaches are working. China will not systematically ameliorate its mercantilist strategies and policies unless it is proactively compelled to do so by outside pressure that goes beyond the narrow, legalistic limits of the WTO. That means this contest will be won, first and foremost, not in the tribunals of Geneva, but in the court of global opinion. Accordingly, the Trump administration's first step should be to build an ironclad prosecutor's case that lays out the bill of particulars, in other words, enumerating the vast extent of Chinese innovation mercantilist policies in great detail. This is not about recycling the China chapter from the annual USTR National Trade Estimate Report. It is about comprehensively detailing the array of unfair, mercantilist practices China engages in, and concretely demonstrating how those practices harm the United States and the entire world economy, rich and poor nations alike. Second, once the administration has established an ironclad case, President Trump should assign Vice President Pence, Secretary Tillerson, Secretary Ross, and other top officials to travel the world lining up allies at the highest levels in an effort to develop a coordinated response to Chinese mercantilism, including countries in Europe and the European Commission itself, the Commonwealth nations, and Japan and South Korea. This could even include orchestrating a G19 meeting that excludes China, for the meeting's express purpose would be to discuss how the 18 nations and the European Union should respond to Chinese innovation mercantilism. Only the United States can do this, for it is uniquely placed to provide the political leadership necessary to save the global trading system, given its economic size, historical role, and enduring commitment to the underlying principles of global trade liberalization. Moreover, there is some precedent for this, as President Reagan showed when he orchestrated the Plaza Accord Agreement in 1985. At the same time, the U.S. Congress should step up efforts to coordinate with members of the European Parliament and the legislatures of major trading partners, including France, Germany, Japan, and the United Kingdom, to discuss common concerns and legislative solutions that could help to roll back Chinese mercantilism. Such an assertive response is further needed because too often Chinese bad behavior is rewarded with bland statements that, at best, result in minor revisions or rollbacks of the egregious policies. Also, broad bilateral engagement too easily bloats the structure such that it loses its central focus and ability to achieve outcomes on core interests. Once these two key steps are done, documenting the case and mobilizing our allies, the next step is to begin negotiations with a list of very specific performance-based demands. If after a reasonable but short period of time results are lacking, the United States and our partners should begin to ratchet up consequences, using the kinds of tools described below. Should results be forthcoming, measures can be reduced. Should they still be lacking, measures can be ratcheted up. Throughout this three-step process, it's also important to note that the United States must lead the defense of the global trading system, because other countries lack the ability to push back against China on their own for the very real fear of retaliation. China has repeatedly shown that it treats its trade relationships in an all-business fashion and that it is happy to dole out retribution where necessary, especially for nations that dare to challenge Chinese interests. In isolation, few countries have the ability or will to respond, but if provided the leadership, countries can find strength, given the collective concerns over the system and specific rules that are at stake. The Trump administration needs to provide the leadership to build this cooperation as a way to defend the system, to recommit key trading partners to the rules and principles that underpin the system, to obtain commitments to collective action against Chinese mercantilist practices, and to build new rules that not only add additional layers of protection but also address emergent trade and investment issues. It's important that U.S. allies understand that while their core industries may not be directly in China's sights now, or only coming into China's sights, many of their industries, especially non-consumer-facing ones, such as machine tools and dies, production equipment, robotics, and others are directly in the sights of Chinese policy. China clearly seeks leadership across virtually all advanced industries, whether the enterprises affected are American, European, Japanese, or Korean. Accordingly, the United States should do more industrial intelligence sharing on China's innovation mercantilist policies with allies. This could include helping them understand which Chinese entities, often government-backed, are truly behind Chinese FDI acquisition activity, coordinating on bringing potential cases before the WTO, and collectively pushing back against Chinese unfair trade practices. Such coordination efforts have borne fruit before, as when U.S. and European stakeholders exerted joint pressure to push back on China's indigenous innovation product catalogs. This also matters because the more the United States and its allies are able to hold firm and push back with a coordinated response, the more this diminishes China's ability to employ its divide-and-conquer game of playing companies off one another to get them to make the best offer, e.g. coerced transfers of technology or IP, to be granted access to Chinese markets that should already be open anyway. As Haut and Gemawatt write in China versus the World, whose technology is it? That story has played out in sector after sector, from high-speed rail to automotive to aerospace, and a better coordinated response from like-minded, rule-of-law nations could do a much better job of putting a stop to it. To be sure, China will respond. One of China's responses will be to portray itself as the victim and suggest that it is the United States that is being mercantilist, as President Xi did recently at Davos. Another response will be to claim that China is only doing what nations at its level of development need to do. Already China makes every effort to portray its mercantilist policies as enlightened and fair, even going so far as to produce a cartoon video with a happy song about the development of the 13th Five-Year Plan. 56. It will be incumbent on the Trump administration to forcefully, but respectfully counter every disingenuous claim. And it will be incumbent for the Washington trade community not to side with China out of the fear that prosecution will turn into protectionism. China has exposed significant gaps in the international trading system, in rules, decision-making, and enforcement, that the Trump administration should address in future agreements. 16 years after China joined the WTO, it's clear the country has not used its WTO accession to pursue the reforms that would have made it compatible with the WTO- rules-based trading system. Statements at China's accession, when compared with the situation outlined in this report, betray a stark contrast. For instance, Mike Moore, the WTO's Director General in 2001, gushed that China's decision to join the WTO is momentous. Committing itself to WTO rules will entrench market-based reform and strengthen the rule of law. China's opaque and arbitrary trade and investment rules will become transparent, stable, and more predictable. Moore assuaged those concerned China might not live up to its commitments, intoning that a more open China brings benefits for everybody. China knows it has to stick to its WTO commitments. If it doesn't, the U.S. or any other WTO member government can use the organization's dispute settlement procedures to ensure it does. For its part, the WTO itself stated, China has agreed to undertake a series of important commitments to open and liberalize its regime in order to better integrate into the world economy and offer a more predictable environment for trade and foreign investment in accordance with WTO rules. With this history as background, the Trump administration should take a realistic, pragmatic view of the extent to which it can contest Chinese actions through the WTO framework, and the extent to which unilateral or alternative measures will be needed. In some instances, the Trump administration should use the WTO's dispute settlement body more aggressively to adjudicate emergent issues that fall within WTO rules, such as those around subsides and public bodies. However, the WTO's usefulness is clearly limited in its current state. its consensus-based approach to negotiations has become untenable. The WTO's notification, surveillance, and review of existing and proposed trade-related regulations is weak and ineffectual. A critical lapse as use of non-tariff barriers become the protectionist tool of choice. The WTO's inability to get countries to update the rules to account for modern trade issues, such as investment, competition policy, data flows, e-commerce, intellectual property in the digital era, and currency manipulation, means the Trump administration may need to initially work outside the WTO to make progress. The fact that modern trade policy is not dependent on the WTO, but based on the variable geometry of bilateral, regional, and plurilateral deals, reflects the lamentable state of affairs at the WTO. It also reflects the fact that the United States and many free trading countries are already moving on from the WTO. There is no secret sauce to this. It's going to require new trade agreements and potentially new institutions. This will create some overlap with the WTO and cause some fragmentation in the global trading system. But given the prospect for changes at the WTO, this is the next best option forward. The reality may alarm some, but needs to be considered. That, left unchanged, China's rise, accompanied by its unremitting use of innovation mercantilist practices, may accelerate the WTO's undoing. One outcome should be new rules, transparency procedures, and enforcement mechanisms that make up for the WTO's failings, and that ultimately could lead to the creation of an alternative to the WTO. If the WTO cannot be reformed to effectively address the challenges China poses to the global trading system, it may be time to craft alternative instruments and organizations that, should China and other mercantilist nations want to join, would have the mechanisms to effectively discipline mercantilist behavior, similar to the scenario whereby China might eventually join a high-standard TPP agreement. To be clear, this should not be about exclusion. Any nation would be welcome to join, providing it generally obeys the rules. If it doesn't, it would be required to leave. Rather, this is about reestablishing a faithful and trustworthy commitment, backed up by better transparency and enforcement, to trade rules that have supported decades of growing prosperity. As an interim to that step, the Trump administration should use new and existing tools to form new global rules and norms with as many like-minded economies, those that have a vested interest in defending the rules and market-based trading system as possible. Renewed efforts to finalize agreements with the European Union about specific issues or as part of a broader trade deal will be critical to setting new norms. Moreover, updating existing bilateral free trade agreements, FTAs, will keep U.S. trade agreements relevant. Existing U.S. FTAs or new ones the Trump administration has proposed, such as with Japan or the United Kingdom, would benefit from including new rules established in the TPP, such as on the treatment of state-owned enterprises, intellectual property, e-commerce, and services. Wherever possible, these new agreements should reinforce existing core principles that China has undermined, those of an open, transparent, enforceable, rules and market-based trade and economic system. In this regard, there has been considerable effort by the United States to complete a U.S.-China bilateral investment treaty, believing it could be a powerful vehicle to get China to address outstanding trade issues. However, while a bit may have some merit, any clear-eyed view of it must recognize that it represents a two-edged sword. A strong investment treaty could make things better, especially if it included meaningful market access commitments, a non-discriminatory and participatory standards-making process that includes outside stakeholders, provisions that prohibit China from giving its state-owned and influenced enterprises and private companies an unfair advantage over foreign firms, and obligations to improve regulatory transparency. A review of the 2012 Model BIT, whose changes to the 2004 Model BIT were patently insufficient, is needed before proceeding. This review needs to be conducted specifically for the China BIT, based on the bill of particulars mentioned earlier, fully detailing the Chinese practices the Trump administration would like to see addressed, adequate time for public input, and full consultation with cleared advisors, e.g., perhaps a special set of cleared advisors with expertise in issues such as standards, state ownership/influence, subsidized investment, transparency, and competition. Also, very importantly, China would need to pre-agree prior to a U.S. willingness to move ahead with the BIT that it will limit its CFI U.S.-like instruments to true national security concerns and not use them for economic, trade, or competition purposes. The United States follows this standard, and so should China. There are numerous Chinese measures, including in the cybersecurity space, e.g., the 2016 cybersecurity law and related measures, where China is mixing commercial protectionism with the need to protect its national security. For instance, Chinese President Xi noted on March 12, 2017 that the Communist Party of China, CPC, Central Committee, had decided to establish a framework for the integration of military and civilian industries. As she stated to the CPC, civil technologies should better serve military purposes. 64 China should be required prior to any restart of BIT talks to reset its appetite for using national security as a catch-all for plain old protectionism. Moreover, the actual starting point for BIT negotiations should be China showing meaningful, verifiable progress toward fulfilling its existing commitments at the WTO. New commitments will not count for much if China is not held to account for its disregard for current commitments, as ITIF argues in False Promises. The yawning gap between China's WTO commitments and practices. 65 China is already obliged under existing WTO commitments to address many issues that a potential BIT would contemplate, such as those that prohibit forced technology transfers as a condition of market access, yet China has made extensive use of such policies in a variety of sectors. China needs to fundamentally recommit to the rules of the international trading system and abide by the letter and the spirit of the rules, lest the United States again allow China to benefit from international trade rules without having to abide by them. The bottom line is that the United States needs to be very clear-eyed here, as Germany, France, and Italy are proving. That's reflected by a recent letter those nations sent to the EU Commission requesting authority to establish investment reviews at the national level that would prevent or address foreign mercantilist investment practices. The reality is that it will be very hard for the United States to get a strong BIT treaty with China. There is a high risk that it wouldn't be enforced well, and it risks legitimizing China's practices that are not included in the BIT and setting a ceiling, e.g., a seal of approval. The United States should be careful not to repeat the WTO experience, with China sidestepping the letter and spirit of a treaty intended to open its relatively closed investment markets when our investment markets are much more open. This is one area where coordination with like-minded trading partners will be very important. The Trump administration should confront Chinese mercantilism through a federal government organizational structure that reflects the significant nature of the challenge. The organizational capacity of trade-focused agencies and bodies in the federal government will need to be expanded and strengthened. The United States largely continues to consider specific instances of Chinese innovation mercantilism, such as the challenge of Chinese acquisition of U.S. technology enterprises, on an ad hoc, case-by-case basis. There is no entity in government charged with considering the challenge from a holistic, strategic perspective across agencies to analyze, understand, anticipate, and respond. In particular, no entity analyzes China's capacity to absorb knowledge, to understand its determination to do something with it, or to understand the sources of its technology. A glaring example of this is that it took the U.S. government 4 years to recognize that China had articulated, and then to get translated into English, its national medium and long-term program for science and technology development, and begin to understand what its implications might be for U.S. industry. And it has been nearly 2 years since China announced its Manufacturing 2025 plan, and we've not seen concrete steps by the United States to effectively counter this development. To remedy this deficiency, the President should establish and staff a new National Industrial Intelligence Unit, which could be housed within the existing National Intelligence Council, charged with developing a better process and structure to understand the specifics and long-term implications of other nations' economic development strategies, particularly China's, so that the United States can respond more effectively. 68 in particular, this group would develop a better process and structure to understand the long-term implications of China's economic development strategy on U.S. competitiveness. It would also develop approaches to better leverage intelligence assets to boost the competitiveness of U.S. companies. This would not constitute industrial espionage, but rather sharing knowledge in the public domain, such as the MLP, about the competitiveness strategies of Chinese enterprises and industries, as well as developing better intelligence on the true source of Chinese government involvement in and financing of Chinese companies and the front organizations they set up in the United States, as was the case in the attempted Canyon Bridge acquisition of Lattice Semiconductor. And as part of the Council's mission, it should be charged with sharing commercial intelligence on China with our allies, particularly those in Europe, as they have much less developed capabilities vis-a-vis China. The National Industrial Intelligence Unit should also prepare a report examining the extent to which Chinese innovation mercantilist policies, such as forced joint ventures, forced tech and IP transfer, and completed or attempted Chinese acquisitions of U.S. advanced technology enterprises have contributed to the outsourcing of manufacturing and other activities to China and is leading to the hollowing out of the U.S. defense industrial base. As suggested in the U.S. China Economic and Security Review Commission's 2016 report to Congress, such a report should detail the national security implications of a diminished domestic industrial base, including assessing any impact on U.S. military readiness, compromised U.S. military supply chains, and reduced capability to manufacture state-of-the-art military systems and equipment. There are very few special assistants to the President, SAPs, or senior directors in the International Economics Directorate of the National Security Council, NSC, and none who are clearly charged with the development of strategy or execution of tactics related to combating foreign countries' innovation mercantilist practices. Competitiveness issues have historically tended to fall through the cracks at the NSC. Indeed, competitiveness has almost always been a second-order priority in U.S. policy compared with diplomacy and national security considerations. Yet America's national security increasingly depends on its technological leadership. To address this, President Trump should create within the NSC a subdirectorate consisting of a senior director or SAP, supported by 2 to 3 directors, which can be the liaison to the highest levels of the executive branch in conceiving and executing a whole-of-government approach to combating foreign innovation mercantilism. Congress should authorize and appropriate funds to adequately staff both the Subdirectorate and Industrial Intelligence Council unit. USTR is an agency staffed with hardworking experts, many of whom are lawyers and who can effectively work on negotiations and trade prosecution. But it is weaker when it comes to the ability to analyze strategic-level competitiveness issues. To remedy this, the Trump administration should establish within USTR a new Office of Competitiveness that would be charged with thinking systemically about the design of U.S. trade policy in the context of globalization and U.S. competitiveness. Too often, USTR isn't staffed to be able to do these analytics before marching into the next trade negotiation on the basis of the last agreed text, or is fighting, even if sometimes understandably, the trade wars of the past. It is not set up, either institutionally or philosophically, to fight the war that the country is engaged in today against rampant innovation mercantilism designed to capture U.S. advanced industry leadership. Similar to the State Department's Office of Policy Planning, this new USTR office would be charged with focusing on U.S. trade policy in the context of globalization and competitiveness. Toward that end, one of its roles would be to ensure strong interagency collaboration so that all relevant agencies and departments of government share a common understanding of both the threats posed by state-led capitalism and the innovation mercantilism it often entails, and how the United States should respond. Another task would be to work with offices, especially regional offices, within USTR and in other agencies across the federal government to ensure that there is constant coordination with like-minded trading partners with respect to China. To date, this type of coordination has been catch as catch can, but it is a vital part of the successful development and execution of a strategy that can successfully counter Chinese mercantilism. One of the assignments for this new Office of Competitiveness at USTR would be to develop an annual comprehensive ranking of nations' mercantilist policies. In other words, to create a global mercantilist index, as ITIF suggests in the Global Mercantilist Index, a new approach to ranking nations' trade policies. Such an index would both provide a comprehensive catalog of countries' trade barriers affecting the rights of U.S. intellectual property holders, as the National Trade Estimate Report on Foreign Trade Barriers, NTE, and Special 301 reports currently do, respectively, but join this with a ranking system that comprehensively ranks and identifies the most egregious offenders. Such a global mercantilist index should also be designed to pay particular attention to trade barriers that impact advanced industry sectors, recognizing that a foreign mercantilist policy targeting an industry that is less important to the U.S. economy, e.g., chicken processing, is less problematic than a policy targeting an industry that is more important, e.g., semiconductors. In essence, such a report would marry the comprehensiveness of the NTE report with the naming and shaming function the Special 301 report provides by unabashedly designating counties as watch list or priority watch list countries. A global mercantilist index would thus identify, assess, and rank those countries making the most extensive and damaging use of innovation mercantilist policies. As ITIF found in constructing a similar index in its The Global Mercantilist Index report, China would likely be found the most significant purveyor of innovation mercantilist practices. For countries that perpetually appear on such a global mercantilist index report, the United States Trade Representative's Office should require that the country develop an action plan for remediation. This would require a country to coordinate with U.S. Embassy trade personnel in country to develop an action plan for submission to USTR. The action plans would theoretically include proposed ideas and policies that indicate a commitment to a non-mercantilist strategy. Finally, not only should USTR begin to produce such a report, but USTR's proposed Office of Competitiveness should also push the WTO to issue a similar version of the report in order to provide an international lens on the issue. USTR needs more resources if it's to effectively meet the growing challenge of innovation mercantilism, even as it works to develop new trade agreements and expand market access for U.S. enterprises. USTR has fewer than 250 professionals to negotiate new agreements and enforce existing ones. For 2017, USTR requested a budget for $59 million and 248 staff. Yet this is not that different from USTR's 2008 budget request for $44 million and 225 staff. USTR's budget is mainly for people and travel. In both regards, USTR needs more funding to put people in Washington, China, and Geneva, in part to coordinate with and travel to like-minded trading partners to develop policies and actions to resolve China issues, to fund people to focus on trade enforcement, both in Washington and Geneva, and to fund more frequent travel for DC-based staff to China and Geneva, and to coordinate with like-minded trading partners to help address trade issues and build and execute enforcement cases involving China. As a comparison, USTR's budget is significantly less than the $86 million 2016 budget of the Department of Labor's International Labor Services Program to protect workers outside the United States. Put simply, USTR's budget is hardly commensurate with its role in shaping an issue of enormous consequence to the U.S. economy. Further, USTR's presence in China should be expanded, including new positions in secondary cities, such as Shanghai and Guangzhou. Beijing is one of the very few overseas postings maintained by USTR, the others being Brussels and Geneva. But the extent of U.S.-China trade issues suggests this presence needs to be substantially upgraded. The current USTR office at the U.S. Embassy in Beijing only has 2 USTR officials, a minister counselor and a deputy trade attaché, and 2 support staff. This is little changed from when USTR posted its first officer to Beijing nearly a decade ago, in 2007. USTR's budget for its office in Beijing has grown from $400,000 in 2008 to $1.2 million in 2017. But this is minuscule in comparison with the trade issues being handled, the range and complexity of the issues, and the fact that these issues won't be resolved anytime soon. USTR should also expand its presence in Europe to be able to coordinate better with European capitals in Berlin, Paris, Rome, London, etc. The one official in Brussels should be fully subscribed dealing with EU matters, including on building what is already a good, but still basic coordination pattern on China issues. USTR makes the case for extra resources clear in its latest budget. The development of disputes with respect to the trade policies of China, however, requires a very significant commitment of time and resources to conduct Chinese language research, translate uncovered legal measures, and analyze the WTO consistency of such measures. The non-transparent nature of China's trade regime makes these enforcement initiatives especially difficult, time-consuming, and resource-intensive. Accordingly, Congress should boost USTR's budget to at least $75 million, including providing resources to create an Office of Competitiveness within USTR. However, it's important to reiterate that increasing USTR's budget, while necessary, is not sufficient. USTR needs to better coordinate and leverage the capabilities of other key government agencies, which play important roles in contesting Chinese innovation mercantilism and avoid what sometimes appears to be a not developed here policy that sometimes may not give as much attention to policy initiatives not originated from USTR. The Trump administration should expand USTR's trade enforcement capacity. For instance, the ITEC team should be expanded, as its staff of 22 trade analysts would be stretched too thin to cover the full spectrum of current cases as well as a potentially bigger range of future cases. Further, the White House should publish a national trade enforcement strategy that reviews the adequacy of U.S. trade enforcement mechanisms with the goal of developing additional enforcement tools, focusing not just on China but also on the other worst offender countries, notably Brazil, India, Indonesia, Russia, and Vietnam. The first part of this trade enforcement strategy should be a concerted re-emphasis on trade enforcement at USTR, including to assess and seek to bring cases that are perhaps riskier, or where U.S. industry isn't requesting a case but a case is in the interest of the United States overall. Unfortunately, USTR has let the balance shift away from enforcement for a number of reasons. One reason why is that it is simply easier to work on policy matters in cooperation with trade officials from other nations, especially to develop new trade agreements. Taking aggressive action against mercantilist policies is much harder. It's a natural inclination to want to play the good cop instead of the bad cop, who is complaining, confronting, and pressing for change. Another is that creative and risky cases are hard to develop. It's easier when industry brings in all the facts and supporting information. This is why USTR needs to bolster the personnel and resources committed to enforcement. The U.S. Interagency Trade Enforcement Center, ITEC, mobilizes resources and expertise across the federal government to develop and pursue trade enforcement actions addressing unfair foreign trade practices. Yet, ITEC's budget of $9 million in 2015 was a pittance, and frankly, a bargain, compared with the value it produced for the American taxpayer. ITEC's annual funding should be increased to at least $15 million per year. Congress should also direct increased funding to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and Customs and Border Protection, CBP, for much stronger border enforcement, particularly against illegal Chinese imports. The goal should be zero tolerance for Chinese imports to the United States that are counterfeit or otherwise illegal. The Chinese should know that if they take the time and effort to produce counterfeit or otherwise illegal products for export to the United States, that they will not sell any in America. To further support USTR, the Trump administration should ensure that the Department of Commerce deploys more staff overseas. The Department of Commerce should expand and upgrade its network of digital economy and intellectual property attaché positions in China and in other U.S. embassies around the world. 83. Given the number of ongoing concerns regarding both intellectual property and digital trade in China, both programs should have a substantive team of staff to help USTR and U.S. companies at the embassy and in consulates in secondary cities. Here, more attention is needed to what is happening in the Beijing district itself, because current Beijing staff are mostly focused on federal-level policy issues, but this can mean activity at the Beijing district level is neglected, which matters because more than half of the foreign IP litigation occurs in Beijing municipal courts. It's important that these new attaches have the necessary skills and experiences, including the appropriate in-country language skills as well as a deep understanding of the IP, trade, and legal policies and issues, including U.S. and Chinese IP laws, at play. Furthermore, these staff need to be posted at suitably senior levels to ensure they have the status to access senior officials in a position to address relevant trade issues. For example, the highest rank an intellectual property attaché can go is First Secretary, which limits individuals' ability to participate in their own high-level routine meetings and while accompanying an ambassador or visiting senior officials. This may seem mundane, but when there are limited numbers of U.S. officials working on such trade issues, it is essential they are in the best position possible to assist U.S. businesses and assist in policy development. U.S. export promotion efforts do not fully account for a critical basis of U.S. competitive advantage, U.S. technology, and intellectual property. China's market conditions have changed considerably since its WTO accession, and it is highly capable of paying for foreign technology and IP, as opposed to stealing it. The Foreign Commercial Service should play a greater role in helping U.S. companies find and meet this demand, that is, to sell or license U.S. enterprises' technology or IP on fair, market-based terms. The Trump administration should task the Department of Commerce with recruiting, training, and deploying U.S. commercial service officers, who are deployed to embassies around the world to help U.S. companies do business overseas, who are specialized in technology and IP issues. As this is an area where U.S. firms excel, and where there is a large and growing demand for such goods and services, especially in China. The Foreign Commercial Service already has a good network of offices across China, in Beijing, Chengdu, Guangzhou, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Shenyang, and Wuhan, but would benefit from more resources focused on high-value-added technology and intellectual property. Similarly, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office should add a Deputy Director for International Affairs. PTO currently has only one Deputy Director responsible for all purposes. It should add another deputy director to focus on international innovation and intellectual property issues, similar to other offices that have an international affairs deputy director. Enhanced processes, particularly with regard to the trade enforcement activities of the federal government, will be needed to complement the suggested organizational changes. U.S. trade agencies are often unable to respond to cases where China has broken trade rules because other government agencies, many with their own engagement with Chinese counterparts and agency-specific interests, veto stronger action. The growing range of issues discussed in bilateral engagement and the intersection of trade with many of these interests means that there are many agencies involved in the bilateral relationship. Each agency has its own specific interests in China, which are often either ignorant of China's economic strategy or have a desire not to rock the boat. Those agencies devoted to engaging with foreign nations on diplomatic, security, and financial concerns, such as the Departments of State, Judiciary, and Treasury, should be relegated to an advisory capacity in the interagency trade process. Enforcement should be left to those agencies that are equipped to do it best and have the largest stake in a strong and globally competitive U.S. economy, in particular the Department of Commerce, USTR, and the new White House Trade Council. 84 For too long, trade enforcement has taken a back seat to other concerns. At the same time, the White House should make clear to cabinet secretaries in agencies such as Judiciary and Treasury that they should be spending more time and effort pushing back against Chinese mercantilism. A case in point is the DOJ Antitrust Division's singular lack of interest in speaking out and pressing China on abuse of the country's anti-monopoly law. The increasingly diverse set of bilateral issues the United States has with China means that many agencies and officials have been drawn into the framework over time, making it difficult to have a single and consistent message and approach on key issues. If the bilateral framework for managing the relationship is not focused on getting outcomes on core issues, China will continue to rely on the disorganization of the U.S. government to use the complexity of the bilateral relationship to obfuscate and make minor trade-offs, all the while failing to focus on or respond to core U.S. interests. The Trump administration should therefore prioritize issues, attention, and resources and weigh the value of each engagement based on progress toward outcomes. The ever-growing range of issues involved in the bilateral relationship is diluting and diverting attention from achieving outcomes on the most significant trade and economic issues at stake. The current bilateral framework for trade and economic issues, the U.S.-China Joint Commission on Commerce and Trade and the U.S.-China Strategic and Economic Dialogue, as well as the high-level cybersecurity dialogue, needs streamlining and strict management to ensure only core issues get addressed in the short periods in which senior officials are directly involved. Moreover, China all too often uses these forums as a way to play a rope-a-dope, delaying strategy that would make University of North Carolina coach Dean Smith's fabled four-corners slowdown strategy look downright frenetic. Either there is real tangible progress from the Chinese government from these dialogues, or the Trump administration should put them on hold until there is. And all agencies involved, from agriculture to Treasury, should receive strict marching orders from the White House on strategy and tactics, so they are all working toward common goals, just as is the case with Chinese government agencies when they are involved in these dialogues. Furthermore, the prevailing focus on presidential summits, though useful, threatens the ability to efficiently deal with the broad array of issues in the relationship. Too often, issues are passed up to respective leaders to resolve, as lower-level discussions prove unproductive. Such emphasis benefits the opaque Chinese system and China's strategy to delay and defer action, as the upward referral of issues is intended principally to stall and prevent progress. For the relationship to function, these lower-level dialogues should be expected to achieve results at a speed that reflects the maturity and capabilities of each side and which reflects the need for efficiency in addressing trade and economic issues that can have a significant impact during long, drawn-out processes that depend on the principles. Finally, U.S. officials must insist on meetings with Chinese interlocutors of equal rank and seniority. U.S. trade teams should walk out the door when Chinese negotiators of equal rank fail to appear, or when meeting requests are not answered in a timely fashion. The Trump administration should build on the previous administration's growing use of the WTO dispute settlement mechanism to bring more trade cases. In his 2 terms, President Obama initiated 16 cases against China. To be sure, China is increasingly the focus of U.S. trade enforcement. Since 2009, 11 of the 20 WTO complaints initiated by USTR were against China. Despite this, more can be done. As noted, many of China's policies violate the spirit, if not always the letter, of trade rules the country agreed to uphold in joining the WTO. In response, America often pushes back bilaterally rather than by initiating a trade dispute at the WTO. A contributing factor to the lack of more cases is that U.S. companies face the real threat of retaliation from the Chinese government if they provide evidence against it in a trade case. Nevertheless, USTR should bring more cases, whether industry supports them or not, assuming the facts can be adequately developed. In particular, USTR should be more aggressive in initiating trade disputes or using the threat of disputes to change China's behavior. USTR could also work to develop non-violation nullification and impairment cases. Given that many Chinese policies undercut the benefits and rights the United States thought it was getting when it allowed China to join the WTO, the administration could also launch more cases related to notifications and transparency. For example, China fails to adequately and timely notify its subsidies, and China also regularly fails to publish measures in English, French, or Spanish before it implements them. In addition, more thought needs to be given as to whether and how to bring riskier cases. For example, in the standards area, China frequently adopts design requirements that violate principles of technology neutrality embodied in the WTO's Technical Barriers to Trade Agreement. Another potential WTO case could concern China's continuing coerced technology transfer requirements. The prospects for such a case would be greatly improved if U.S. law required notification to the U.S. government on a confidential basis of technology licenses to China and of transactions in China in which the Chinese government or Chinese government-affiliated entities are involved. When China joined the WTO in 2001, it agreed that foreign firms would not be pressured by government entities to transfer technology to a Chinese partner as part of the cost of doing business in China. China denies such practices by pointing out that they are not in writing. But government action in China can and does occur by informal administrative guidance, and this is very much the case with coerced technology transfer. Not only does this continue to happen, it's actually getting worse, with Chinese officials insisting on transfers of more valuable technology. For instance, global auto brands are only allowed to manufacture cars domestically in China through joint ventures with local partners. For example, China made General Motors access to subsidies for electric vehicle purchases contingent on the company handing over the IP behind its electric hybrid car, the Volt. Ford was forced to do the same. In November 2016, Volkswagen was compelled to enter a joint venture, JV, if it was to be permitted to sell battery electric and plug-in hybrid cars in China. This is despite the fact that China promised to remove these types of measures at the JCCT in 2011. Yet, USTR annual reports to Congress on China's WTO compliance continue to highlight its use of such discriminatory practices. Unfortunately, this shouldn't be a surprise, as China has explicitly outlined aims for domestic production in this sector, including through forced JVs and tech transfer provisions, as part of its Made in China 2025 strategic plan. Despite agreeing to do so when China joined the WTO, the Chinese government has consistently failed to provide the WTO and its trading partners with required information, translated into English or another official WTO language, regarding policies related to trading goods, services, intellectual property, subsidies, and foreign investment. Such transparency requirements may appear mundane and bureaucratic, but they are critically important to judging whether a country is abiding by its WTO commitments and whether grounds exist for a trade dispute. As noted above, USTR should bring a WTO case regarding this enduring lack of transparency. Moreover, the lack of transparency is part of the reason why USTR needs more people on the ground to better monitor Chinese government actions. The lack of transparency is part of the reason why USTR needs more people on the ground to better monitor Chinese government actions. China's governance system is notoriously opaque, complex, and multi-layered with overlapping and often inconsistent national, provincial, and municipal government policies. While such an approach is unnecessary for most trade partners, there is, as noted, an ongoing need for more USTR officials in China, as USTR has repeatedly reported that many aspects of Chinese policy are hidden away in unpublished measures, including legally unrecognized normative or regulatory documents, oral directives, and Communist Party secret red letter documents. These transparency concerns extend to the provincial and municipal governments, which also regularly fail to publish their measures. Furthermore, China regularly fails to provide at least a 30-day period for public comment on drafts of trade, and economic-related regulations and rules as it agreed to at the U.S.-China Strategic and Economic Dialogue in 2008 and 2011. And Chinese agencies frequently adopt measures that take effect immediately when China's WTO obligations require it to allow comments by other agencies, and then to translate the measures into a WTO official language and officially publish them before implementation, except in certain cases, such as emergency. Multiple USTR reports show that China's repeated failures to be transparent are part of a consistent pattern to avoid scrutiny for discriminatory and trade-distorting regulations, rules, and other measures involving subsidies, preferences, anti-competitive government practices, etc. A specific example is China's extensive use of subsidies and its blatant disregard for WTO-required transparency regarding such measures, as well as its failure to release detailed information in the government's budget, the State Capital Operating Budget, SCOB. Despite WTO commitments to submit regular notifications on what subsidies it provides, China did not file its first notification after WTO accession in 2001 until 2006. 5 years later, in 2011, it submitted a second notification for subsidies provided during the period 2005 to 2008. In 2015, it provided a third notification for the period 2009 to 2014. Beyond the delay, all three notifications were significantly incomplete and excluded numerous subsidies that the United States knows the Chinese central government provides. And none of these notifications included any of the extensive subsidies provided by provincial or local governments. Since 2011, the United States has made formal requests, e.g., counter-notifications, for information from China regarding over 350 unreported Chinese subsidy measures. China has failed to provide a complete and comprehensive response. Furthermore, China fails to provide a period for public comment for new trade-related laws and regulations, as it agreed to as part of its WTO accession and, again, at the U.S.-China Strategic and Economic Dialogue in 2011. Multiple USTR reports show that this is part of a consistent pattern by China to avoid scrutiny for discriminatory and trade-distorting rules, regulations, and subsidies. Point 94. This speaks to the need for a strengthened and emboldened USTR that can quickly respond to China's failure to abide by WTO transparency obligations and bilateral commitments. A revamped and properly resourced USTR, supported by strong interagency and U.S. embassy and consulate teams, should have the capability to identify, analyze, and publicly respond each and every single time China fails to play by the rules it has agreed to uphold. USTR can play a role in increasing transparency regarding China's innovation mercantilism, which the country purposely tries to obscure through the use of unaccountable federal or provincial government bodies issuing administrative orders or policies, sometimes informally, to foreign companies on a whole host of issues. This transparency focus should form part of a broader effort to build support among like-minded countries for a tougher response. The objective should be to not just rely on naming and shaming, but on identifying actionable cases. Literally, USTR should put out a statement each and every time China fails to deliver proper notification. And as noted above, USTR should go even further by compiling a comprehensive bill of particulars listing all of the mercantilist actions China takes, including all the ways in which it is not complying with the letter or spirit of its WTO obligations, and then working to make U.S. allies, the media, and world aware of just how out of line Chinese policies are. To complement larger USTR and Department of Commerce teams in China, the U.S. government should increase funding specifically for English-language translations of relevant documents, including key Chinese industrial strategy publications. The language barrier adds another level of opacity around Chinese trade and economic policy. WTO reports on China's trade policy regime have repeatedly stated that it was not possible to explain a Chinese policy or to confirm a statement made by the Chinese authorities because the underlying documents were only available in the Chinese language. Point 95. Yet China has an obligation to publish in a WTO language, and such a translation undertaking is not unique. The European Union translates all of its official documents, including those related to trade, into 24 languages, and other countries also have similar translation burdens, e.g., Canada, Belgium, and Switzerland. Point 96. U.S. companies not only face the challenge of protecting their technology and intellectual property from Chinese theft and forced transfer, but also from Chinese firms using this same technology and IP against them both in third country, e.g., international markets, and even in their U.S. home market. The U.S. International Trade Commission applies Section 337 of the U.S. Tariff Act to fight these and other forms of unfair competition. Section 337 does not offer the ability to obtain monetary damages, but the ITC can issue exclusion orders that block a foreign product from entering the United States and a cease and desist order if the respondent continues to import the product in violation of the ITC's exclusion order. Section 337 has become an important tool for U.S. companies to impede the importation of goods that use stolen intellectual property, including of patents, copyrights, registered trademarks, or even mask work. Section 337 is a broad trade remedy, and while it does not specifically mention intellectual property, it has become an important tool for U.S. companies to impede the importation of goods that use stolen intellectual property. This flexibility is an asset in ensuring that ITC operations adapt to address ever-evolving unfair trade practices, such as IP cyber theft. The need for this tool is evident from the ITC's caseload. In 2000, there were 25 active investigations. By 2005, this had risen to 57 and then increased again to 88 in 2015. In 2016, there were at least 117 active investigations. This reflects the fact that the United States imports more and more technology-intensive products that rely on intellectual property. Section 337 has generally worked well, but could benefit from several enhancements in its application. First, the Trump administration and Congress should work to ensure that the ITC has the direction, resources, technical competence, and confidence to handle a broader range of IP-related cases, especially regarding trade secrets. As one complainant recently argued, Section 337 never contemplated the technological advancements over the past 50 years. Second, the Department of Commerce needs to broaden engagement with U.S. small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, and startups to ensure that a broader cross-section of companies is aware of Section 337. This matters because Chinese IP theft focuses on wherever the technology is based, whether in small or large companies. In line with this, the Department of Commerce should consider how the Section 337 process could be made easier for smaller firms to leverage. Finally, as suggested by the Commission on the Theft of American IP, the current 337 process could be made even faster to prevent goods containing or benefiting from stolen IP from entering the United States. A speedier process, managed by a strong interagency group led by the Secretary of Commerce, could both prevent counterfeit goods from entering the United States and serve as a deterrent to future offenders. The speedier process would impound imports suspected of containing or benefiting from IP theft based on probable cause. A subsequent investigation would allow the importing company to prove that the goods did not contain or benefit from stolen IP. As the Commission on the Theft of American Intellectual Property notes, in an era in which the profitable life cycles of some goods and processes can be measured in days and weeks, the existing Section 337 process is in desperate need of overhaul. Congress should empower the U.S. International Trade Commission to investigate and issue reports on allegations of trade violations that U.S. companies claim are happening with trading partners, such as China. 103 such ITC reports, in the form of a trade advisory opinion, would provide a valuable middle option along the spectrum, with bilateral talks at one end and WTO dispute cases at the other, thus shedding light on whether U.S. trade partners are violating trade rules and whether such a case is credible and worthy of a potential case at the WTO, e.g., for China, or under bilateral free trade agreements for trading partners. Congress could establish this process by expanding Section 332 of the Tariff Act of 1930, which allows Congress to ask the ITC to conduct general fact-finding investigations with respect to U.S. trade and competitiveness issues. The ITC has this responsibility, as it is an independent agency with a reputation for authoritative and objective assessments. Through this process, a U.S. company could file a detailed petition with the Senate Finance Committee and the House Ways and Means Committee requesting the ITC investigate whether a country is violating trade rules in a specific way and assess whether such violation generates a material economic effect in terms of jobs, investment, and exports, etc., on a company. If the committee leaders agreed, the ITC could review the claim, including by inviting the foreign government and other stakeholders, e.g., other companies in the sector, to comment. ITC would issue a determination within 120 days. The process would be transparent. The final report would only be an advisory opinion, and therefore would not obligate the administration to initiate a trade dispute case. A trade advisory opinion would prove a useful tool for several reasons. First, while USTR has consistently pressed other countries over alleged trade violations and brought a number of cases before the WTO, the sheer number of trade agreements and alleged trade violations makes it too overwhelming for USTR to respond to each allegation. ITC has the expertise to manage such investigations, and its reports could help USTR determine which allegations to pursue at the WTO or elsewhere. Second, it would provide U.S. companies with an avenue to obtain a timely and thorough assessment of their claim. This may be particularly valuable when there is internal disagreement within a sector about whether a country is violating trade rules. Those in favor would not be held back by others and could see whether they have a credible case. Third, USTR is in the awkward position of being responsible for both deciding whether a company's claim of a trade violation is credible and then prosecuting the claim. Fourth, it would provide Congress with an enhanced, but appropriately limited, role in trade enforcement. The ITC is an independent agency that would conduct its investigation in a transparent manner, thus testing whether the U.S. company was right in asking for an investigation. Finally, an ITC review that found that there was a reasonable basis for a trade violation would clear a potential threshold for credibility, thus pressuring USTR to take action. Even if the ITC found that there was no reasonable basis, it would still be useful, as it would help USTR identify what information gaps it would need to fill if it did wish to initiate a case in the future. Either way, the information discovery, debate, and transparency process would be useful to politicians and policymakers in assessing whether China and others are living up to their trade commitments. Another approach the Trump administration could take involves using Section 301(b) of the Trade Act of 1974, as amended, as leverage to either negotiate solutions to Chinese unfair practices that don't violate the WTO or to retaliate against China with WTO-consistent remedies, including, for example, to prohibit Chinese services investment in the United States not covered by U.S. WTO General Agreement on Trade and Services (GATS) commitments until China restores balance to the trade relationship. U.S. citizens can petition USTR to initiate an investigation, as United Steelworkers did in 2010 with regard to policies affecting trade and investment in green technologies in China, or it can start one itself. 104 if USTR determines that an act, policy, or practice of a foreign country is unreasonable or discriminatory and burdens or restricts United States commerce. Under 301(b), USTR can respond. 105 subject to presidential direction and approval. The act allows USTR to suspend, withdraw, or prevent the application of benefits of trade agreement concessions, and impose duties or other import restrictions on the goods of, and, notwithstanding any other provision of law, fees or restrictions on the services of, such foreign country for such time as the trade representative determines appropriate. As noted, many of China's actions clearly fall under the Act's consideration of what is unreasonable. A policy is unreasonable if the act is not necessarily in violation or inconsistent with international law, but is otherwise unfair and inequitable. Unreasonable acts include those which deny fair and equitable opportunities to set up an enterprise, fail to provide adequate and effective protection of intellectual property, systematically tolerate parties engaging in anti-competitive practices, or unfairly hampers trade in goods and services and cross-border data flows. The Act has a mandatory reciprocity provision whose aim is to achieve an overall balance in competitive opportunities in both markets. It does not demand strict equality in market access. As a Senate report on the Act noted, the requirement for achieving equivalence of competitive opportunities within sectors does not require equal tariff and non-tariff barriers for each narrowly defined product within a sector, but overall equal competitive opportunities within a sector. To achieve this, the Act allows USTR to enter into binding agreements with the offending country to eliminate or phase out such unfair and restrictive trade policies. If negotiations with the offending party fail to achieve an acceptable outcome, USTR may determine whether action is appropriate and if so, what action to take. Measures used under Section 301(b) need to be carefully designed to minimize the possibility of a tit-for-tat response from China. It is U.S. practice, under the U.S. Statement of Administration Action for the Uruguay Round Agreements Act, to take any potential cases to the WTO if the policy or practice is covered by WTO rules. However, the United States is free to act against policies or practices that are not covered by WTO agreements. One possible area for retaliatory measures is for services investment restrictions. But to help determine what actions would be possible, given U.S. WTO commitments, the Trump administration should require the Bill of Particulars to lay out which Chinese practices can be the subject of WTO disputes and which can be the subject of Section 301(b) actions. In the latter case, USTR, supported by the interagency process, needs to develop retaliatory actions that are WTO consistent. Many of these would lie within the purview and knowledge of other agencies, and their cooperation would be needed to develop ideas and assess them interagency. From reconceptualizing antitrust policy to rethinking policy toward Chinese investment in the United States, several key policy reforms will be needed to better contest Chinese innovation mercantilism. The United States will need a sophisticated rethink of its own antitrust policies, as well as a deeper understanding of how China has abused its antitrust policies to advantage its own enterprises if America and its advanced industry enterprises are going to compete successfully with Chinese players. This is especially important given that China is creating large national champions in mostly export-based industries, meaning that competing with the Chinese in advanced industries will require even greater scale on the part of U.S. enterprises. Further, antitrust authorities will need to be careful to ensure that their actions do not inadvertently provide opportunities for Chinese firms to acquire divisions of U.S. companies. We saw this with the U.S. Federal Trade Commission's recent requirement that semiconductor maker NXP divest its RF power business as a condition of its $11.8 billion acquisition of U.S.-based Freescale Semiconductor Ltd. This opened up the business for acquisition by the Chinese Jingguang Asset Management Company Limited, and just like that, U.S. technology capabilities went to China, courtesy directly of an action undertaken by the U.S. government. This was anything but pro-competition, and reflected a lack of understanding of the new nature of global competition in the technology industry. Likewise, it is ironic and troubling that U.S. chipmaker AMD created a joint venture with China's Nantong Fujitsu Microelectronics, when AMD owes its very existence to the requirement by U.S. antitrust officials for Intel to license its core technology to a U.S. competitor. These kinds of competition policy mistakes harken back to the 1950s and 1960s when U.S. antitrust authorities forced U.S. technology firms to compulsorily license between 40,000 and 50,000 patents. Many of these patents ended up going to Japanese firms that were at the time significantly lagging behind their U.S. competitors. But with this technology gift from the U.S. government, they rapidly caught up to and then exceeded U.S. firms, costing the U.S. economy hundreds of thousands of middle and high-wage jobs. We saw this again with AT&T, where transistor technology was licensed to Sony. The forced licensing of RCA's color TV patents was the single most important factor in the Japanese taking the color TV market away from its inventor, the United States. Similarly, Xerox was forced to license its technologies, again handing Japanese copier companies the crown technology jewels. This aggressive competition policy enforcement blithely ignored the threat of global competition to the U.S. economy. With global competition even more intense today, and U.S. leadership much weaker, we cannot afford to copy the mistakes of the 1950s and 1960s. Moreover, in antitrust circles, while there has long been more agreement with regard to applying national rules to extraterritorial conduct that harms consumers within national markets, there is no such consensus concerning the application of national antitrust rules to extraterritorial conduct that harms the access of exporters to foreign markets. Along these lines, in 1988, the Department of Justice issued guidelines indicating that it would not apply U.S. antitrust rules to overseas conduct that restrains U.S. exports, unless the conduct also harmed U.S. consumers. In other words, U.S. antitrust policy has long been more active at defending the interests of consumers against predation by enterprises than it has been at defending U.S. companies and their workers from antitrust abuses instigated by other nations that harm the interests of those enterprises. The Trump Department of Justice should take a more active interest in the latter and change these guidelines. This is made all the worse because China's use of antitrust law as an industrial policy weapon poses a significant threat to many U.S. firms operating in China, as it provides the Chinese government with a large and flexible tool to target foreign firms for almost any reason. Indeed, China's 2007 anti-monopoly law was designed to treat legitimately acquired intellectual property rights as a monopolistic abuse, with Article 55 stating, "This law is not applicable to undertakings conduct in exercise of intellectual property rights pursuant to provisions of laws and administrative regulations relating to intellectual property rights, but this law is applicable to undertakings' conduct that eliminates or restricts competition by abusing their intellectual property rights. And for the Chinese government, abuse means charging market-based IP licensing fees to Chinese companies. This provision has been used to take legal action against companies whose only crime is to be innovative and hold patents. Indeed, the Chinese law allows compulsory licensing of IP by a dominant company that refuses to license its IP if access to it is essential for others to effectively compete and innovate. And with Chinese courts largely rubber-stamping Communist Party dictates, foreign companies have little choice but to comply. And, all too often, complying means changing their terms of business so that they sell to the Chinese for less and or transfer even more IP and technology to Chinese-owned companies. Another challenge has been that China has abused the doctrine of foreign sovereign compulsion, along with principles of international comity, to justify anti-competitive behavior that has harmed U.S. interests, yet which U.S. courts have still upheld. For instance, in 2005, U.S. purchasers of vitamin C brought a case against Chinese manufacturers, alleging that the defendants conspired to fix prices and limit supplies of vitamin C sold on international markets from 2001 to 2005, allegedly resulting in tens of millions of dollars in damages to U.S. consumers. The Chinese manufacturers did not deny the allegations, but claimed the suits should be dropped because the Chinese government compelled their market-distorting conduct, citing the foreign sovereign compulsion defense. Essentially the notion that U.S. courts have to acknowledge the laws of other nations. Although the vitamin C manufacturers were located in China and sold vitamin C on international markets, they were subject to liability under U.S. antitrust laws pursuant to the Foreign Trade Antitrust Improvements Act of 1982, which permits the application of U.S. antitrust laws to conduct involving foreign trade and commerce where such conduct has a direct, substantial, and reasonably foreseeable effect on U.S. domestic or import commerce. 2013 jury trial found the companies liable for price fixing and awarded $147 million in damages, marking the first time a Chinese manufacturer had been found liable under U.S. antitrust laws. However, the case was appealed to the Second Court of Federal Appeals, and, as it had at the district court level, the Chinese government, specifically the Chinese Ministry of Commerce, made an amicus curiae submission, contending that the manufacturers were simply following Chinese government-mandated price fixing and that Chinese regulations required that they coordinate prices and limit supply. In September 2016, the Second Circuit threw out the jury's verdict, ruling that the Chinese vitamin C manufacturers weren't liable in U.S. courts for their anti-competitive behavior because they were acting under the direction of Chinese authorities. According to the Second Circuit, the companies were required by Chinese law to set prices and reduce quantities of vitamin C sold abroad, and doing so posed a true conflict between China's regulatory scheme and U.S. antitrust laws such that this conflict in defendants' legal obligations, balanced with other factors, mandates dismissal of plaintiff's suit on international comity grounds. In essence, the ruling concluded that foreign enterprises can't be found liable for their unfair trade practices if they are undertaken at the instruction of sovereign governments. Clearly, there are a number of problems with this. First, the ruling potentially provides a free pass for foreign companies to violate U.S. antitrust laws, as long as they can claim their conduct is lawful in their home territory and was directed by the company's government. Had the Justice Department pursued the case to begin with, or at least made an amicus filing in support of the U.S. plaintiffs, it is possible that they may have prevailed because U.S. courts accord great deference to the United States. The facts were not clear that the Chinese government really mandated the price-fixing behavior. This was a key dispute in the proceedings, in which case the Chinese companies had some freedom to make their own decisions about their U.S. prices. The second is that the courts considered and declined to credit the position expressed by the U.S. trade representative, which had complained to the World Trade Organization, WTO, that China has been fixing vitamin C export volumes and prices, the very position taken by the Chinese government in its submission and by the Chinese defendants. The U.S. Second Court of Appeals gave more deference to a foreign government committed to mercantilism than to an agency of the American government. The courts should have given more deference to the executive branch of the U.S. government, which has traditionally administered foreign policy. A third problem is the Second Circuit Appeals Court's contention that not extending deference in these circumstances disregards and unravels the tradition of according respect to a foreign government's explication of its own laws, the same respect and treatment that we would expect our government to receive in comparable matters before a foreign court. But this doctrine seems to presume that other nations' laws derive from democratically elected governments that follow open and transparent procedures for adopting the rules governments require companies to follow, akin to the U.S. Administrative Procedures Act, and so it would be useful for Congress to consider whether it's time to legislatively cabin in the ability of foreign governments to argue that ambiguous acts and policies are mandates under local law when they may well not have been. At the time, another possibility would be for the Justice Department's Antitrust Division in the Trump administration to pursue cases against Chinese defendants in which it argues that policies encouraging price fixing that affect U.S. commerce are not the same thing as requirements. Furthermore, if the vitamin C case is appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, as appears likely, the Trump administration may be asked for its views, and would then have first opportunity to draw the lines where they need to be, and in so doing correct this miscarriage of justice. It should also be pointed out that, while the legal principle of international comity is legitimate insofar as it goes, certainly U.S. courts should not be giving deference to anti-competitive Chinese laws if and when those very laws are in violation of the country's WTO commitments, which indeed are effectively legal commitments the government of China has made to the United States. The fourth and final problem is that American courts, like many neoclassical economists, may have a limited overall appreciation for the systemic threat of Chinese innovation mercantilism and recognize that China just might be intentionally abusing antitrust policies to serve mercantilist ends. But their job is to interpret the law, so again the burden lies with Congress and the administration. Another important Chinese government subsidies-related antitrust case is already on the Supreme Court's docket. On January 5, 2017, the trustee for a U.S. solar panel maker, now bankrupt, requested a writ of certiorari asking the Supreme Court to review the findings of the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals upholding the U.S. District Court which threw out the case. The U.S. plaintiff, an innovative but now bankrupt solar panel manufacturer, alleged that a predatory pricing cartel operating in the United States by Chinese solar panel companies, made possible by massive Chinese government subsidies, was not properly considered by the court because they didn't allege recoupment, meaning that the Chinese companies would recover their losses after driving the U.S. plaintiff out of the market. Normally, cartels are per se illegal, and in this case, the Chinese defendants are alleged to have been massively bankrolled by the Chinese government, so that they could sell at a loss in the United States without ever needing to worry about recovering their losses. But the district court found, without conducting a hearing or discovery, and the Sixth Circuit upheld, that a cartel that drops prices without intending to raise them subsequently does not cause harm that the antitrust laws were intended to address. This case lies at the heart of how the Chinese government is able to insert itself into U.S. commerce in questionable ways. There is international agreement that government subsidies, especially those explicitly promoting exports, are especially harmful. Yet in China, due to a lack of transparency as to where government money flows, it is near impossible to trace the monies to the Chinese companies and bring subsidy cases at the WTO or countervailing duty cases before the Commerce Department and the ITC. It is possible that the Supreme Court will ask the Solicitor General for the Trump administration's views about this case. If this occurs, antitrust, trade, and diplomatic agencies should provide their views to the Solicitor General. In addition, the Trump administration should establish an interagency coordination process that includes all the relevant agencies in developing the administration's decisions on filing amicus curiae and in providing input to the Solicitor General in court cases relating to trade and commerce. These matters are far too important, whether it comes to cases involving China or other countries, for there ought to be thorough reflection about what the interests of the United States are under existing law. Experts should also give consideration to domestic legislative changes that may be needed to address issues that fall in the gap between what U.S. law covers and what WTO disciplines address. Similarly, consideration is needed for how to ensure that America's FTAs and BITs, as well as WTO rules, have provisions that leave as few gaps as possible between trade, competition, investment coverage. Very recently, the International Competition Policy Expert Group made useful recommendations along these lines. Several other actions are needed with regard to U.S. antitrust policy vis-a-vis China. First, the Trump administration's Antitrust Division should abandon its view that foreign antitrust actions deserve little scrutiny from the United States. As such, DOJ should become much more active at pushing back against Chinese antitrust policies that are used to unfairly target U.S. import and export commerce, and which harm U.S. enterprises, and in bringing antitrust cases under U.S. law against Chinese defendants, including in cases in which the Chinese government may have had a role or might appear in court. the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, should do the same, and the FTC should also leverage Section 5 of the FTC Act against Chinese defendants, including its use of unfair methods of competition and unfair practices mechanisms. In addition, DOJ and FTC should revise their merger notification rules to ensure that foreign government entities, like Chinese state-owned enterprises, must notify their acquisitions. Point 127. Finally, Congress should pass legislation that allows firms to ask the Department of Justice for an exemption to coordinate actions regarding technology transfer and investment to other nations. This would be similar to the 1984 Cooperative R&D Act, which allowed firms to apply to form pre-competitive R&D consortia. One of the key levers China has is that it's a monopsonist. It is so large it can essentially compel foreign companies to hand over technology in order to sell their products in China. But if companies in a similar industry can agree that none of them will transfer technology to China in order to gain market access, then the Chinese government will have much less leverage over them. The same would be true if companies agreed that they would not invest in China until China improved its IP protections. Likewise, the United States needs a new regime to contest China's strict technology licensing laws. Under Chinese contract law and technology import-export regulations, or TIR, a foreign licensor into China is obligated to offer an indemnity against third-party infringement to the Chinese licensee. In other words, a foreign licensor licensing into China has to provide an insurance that practicing the licensed technology does not infringe any IP held by a third party. But under TIR, this legal obligation only attaches to technology import contracts. That is, this obligation only attaches to a foreigner licensing technologies into China. The Chinese licensor has no such obligation. This discriminates against foreign licensors. The foreign licensor is legally bound to offer something that the Chinese licensee is not, making it difficult for small companies which may experience high litigation risks in China's litigious environment, and companies engaged in collaborative research and development, such as cross-licensing, open-source licensing, and charitable activities, to arrive at mutually beneficial licensing agreements. TIR makes it almost impossible for small companies, such as startups, to license their breakthrough technologies in China, because no startups, due to their limited resources, would be able to conduct the complex analysis required by China's high litigation environment and industrial policies that limit the value of foreign IP in order to offer insurance against third-party infringement disputes. While large multinational companies could avoid this issue by licensing technology, e.g., through their China-based subsidiaries, startup companies cannot do so because they typically do not have subsidiaries in China. Consequently, the impact of the mandatory indemnification requirement on small and medium-sized companies, and especially startups, is particularly acute. Another provision in TIR mandates that in technology import contracts, improvements belong to the party making the improvements, which typically is the Chinese licensee. Thus, foreign licensors, including U.S. firms, cannot negotiate to own any improvements or share the improvements with Chinese licensees, even if both licensing parties desire for the improvements to be shared or owned by the foreign licensors. Moreover, TIR prohibits any technology import contracts to unreasonably restrict the export channels of the Chinese licensee, thereby impeding the ability of the two licensing parties to allocate markets as they see mutually beneficial. Put simply, U.S. companies are obligated under TIR to let Chinese firms own the improvements and cannot freely negotiate market allocation with Chinese companies. Overall, the relative disparity between China's production and exports of high-tech goods, as well as its low level of utilization of foreign IP, suggests that China is a severely under-licensed economy. Addressing the inequalities of TIR could help improve this by ensuring that China deregulates contracts regarding the acquisition of U.S. technology. Conversely, the United States is the largest technology exporter in the world. This could help increase the value of these exports to China, which has substantially underperformed in its potential as a technology export market. To address this discrimination, Congress should enact a regime whereby if Chinese entities seek licenses in the United States, then the Chinese enterprise must license on the same terms by which foreigners are required to license into China. Such legislation would specifically require the Chinese licensor to offer an indemnity against infringement by the U.S. licensee, and to stipulate that the U.S. licensees are entitled to own the improvements they make and receive a reasonable market allocation under the licenses. Another possible approach would be for Congress to pass legislation requiring that the U.S. company whose original technology was improved by the Chinese entity receives an automatic exclusive license to use that improved technology in the United States. such that the full potential of the original technology owned by the U.S. companies is not encumbered by improvements owned by the Chinese entity. Although technology licensing law is usually a matter of state contract law, the legislation would be enacted pursuant to Congress's power to legislate international commerce. In addition, the provision should be drafted to be consistent with Article 40 of the Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property (TRIPS) agreement as an effort to control abusive Chinese practices in licensing. Finally, another way to protect and retain U.S. comparative advantage in advanced technology industries would entail passing legislation requiring notification to the U.S. government on a confidential basis of technology licenses to China and of transactions in China in which the Chinese government or Chinese government-affiliated entities are involved. A core component of liberalized trade is liberalized foreign direct investment, yet it is clear that U.S. FDI into China faces significantly different conditions than Chinese FDI faces in the United States. As noted, in many cases, U.S. firms seeking market access in China, particularly ones with sophisticated technology, must engage in a joint venture with a Chinese firm. As one industry article advising U.S. companies wrote, to participate in China's industry ecosystem, it is essential to establish connections with the stakeholders in China, such as government, customers, suppliers, and even competitors, and to seek opportunities in cooperation and development through mutual understanding and engagement. With regard to the life sciences market in China, an industry analyst writes that, to enter the Chinese market, you may come in by licensing an asset, which we have done, or you can create a joint venture, which we have also done. But you cannot go in by yourself. And as the U.S. Congressional Research Service reports, the OECD's 2014 FDI Regulatory Restrictiveness Index, which measures statutory restrictions on foreign direct investment in 57 countries, including all OECD and G20 countries, and covering 22 sectors, ranked China's FDI regime as the most restrictive based on foreign equity limitations, screening or approval mechanisms, restrictions on the employment of foreigners as key personnel, and operational restrictions, such as restrictions on branching, capital repatriation, and land ownership. Chinese investment in the United States faces vastly fewer restrictions. Because of this steep divergence, Congress and the Trump administration should insist on a level playing field, and mutual access should be a core principle. As a report on Chinese acquisitions of German firms noted, the EU should emphasize the need for mutuality. If Chinese firms are given free access to more and more crown 7 jewels of German industry, China would have to further open up their FDI regime and the possibilities for M&A in their territories. In other words, as long as China restricts U.S. investment in China, largely to take technology, the federal government should feel few constraints to use stricter investment review as a tool to insist upon better behavior from the Chinese government. Meanwhile, Chinese efforts to intentionally target U.S. advanced industry enterprises across a range of high value-added sectors only continues to intensify, meaning that the procedures of the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFI-US, need to be strengthened to ensure that Chinese entities, particularly those guided or backed by Chinese government influence or funding, are not able to acquire U.S. companies or technology that could damage America's economic or national security. According to the Foreign Investment and National Security Act, FINSA, of 2007, PL 110-149, CFI-US may conduct an investigation on the effect of an investment transaction on national security if the covered transaction is a foreign government-controlled transaction, in addition to if the transaction threatens to impair national security or results in the control of a critical piece of U.S. infrastructure by a foreign person. CFI-US has worked fairly effectively in some technology areas, especially semiconductors, as attempted acquisitions of Fairchild, Micron, GCS, Lumileds, Western Digital, and Aixtron have been stopped either formally or informally. However, it has not prevented all acquisitions. For example, a Chinese investor group bought Silicon Valley semiconductor firm ISSI in 2015. Moreover, Chinese firms are getting more sophisticated about attempted acquisitions, including hiring the best U.S. legal, financial, and public relations talent to advocate for their U.S. technology acquisitions and obscuring their involvement in U.S. shell companies, as they did with the attempted acquisition of Lattice Semiconductor. As such, there is a need for CFI-US reform. Congress should, at a minimum, update the charter of CFI-US to address the realities of modern-age state capitalism. Other nations, and particularly China, have put in place coordinated strategies to systemically target key defense and industrial technologies resident in U.S. enterprises and attempt to acquire them by having state-owned or financed enterprises purchase the U.S. entity, using the veneer that these are market-based transactions. Because the threat to both the U.S. defense industrial base and the U.S. industrial base is systemic, the charter of CFI US needs to be updated to allow reviewers to move beyond case-by-case examinations to assess and gauge systemic threats and examine covered transactions in a broader context. They have arguably done this with semiconductors, but they should expand that scope. CFI US also needs greater capacity to review attempted acquisitions by Chinese firms of small and young U.S. technology firms that might reflect promising future technology capabilities for the nation. Moreover, CFI US reviewers often do not have adequate time to complete a serious analysis, having only 30 calendar days to approve transactions or move them to a second-stage investigation, although there is an ability to extend an investigation for 45 days on top of the original 30. Therefore, Congress should increase the time period permitted for the initial CFI US review and also better equip CFI US with additional personnel and financial resources to support more thorough reviews. Congress should also require mandatory notification for deals involving state-owned or state-financed entities by countries of concern such as China and Russia. Attempted acquisitions made by Chinese state-owned enterprises should be blocked outright, as recommended by the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission. It's also important that as CFI US committees consider whether the entity in question will come under foreign control, that they consider non-traditional forms of control, such as joint ventures or novel licensing transactions that seek to achieve the same effect as the outright acquisition of a U.S. company. For instance, Chinese acquirers may be exploiting a loophole in CFI US by designing licensing transactions that, when combined with the associated follow-on agreements that utilize U.S.-based assets to operationalize the licensed intellectual property, are substantively the same outcome as if the Chinese company had simply purchased the U.S. business that holds the intellectual property. CFI US reform should make clear that these types of deals are covered transactions that could be investigated. Finally, the CFI US chair should be transferred from the Treasury Department to another department, perhaps the Department of Commerce. Treasury has an important role in tracking investment and other financial flows, but Treasury largely hews closely to the lines of the Washington Trade Consensus, seeing all or most inward FDI as an unalloyed good. Commerce is better suited to focus on the implications of a given foreign investment on the industrial economy and America's innovation system. But while CFI US reform is a minimum, Congress should move beyond the relatively narrow CFI US process to create a more comprehensive foreign investment review process, as many other nations, including Australia, Canada, and the United Kingdom, have instituted. Indeed, a number of other nations have taken much more proactive measures to prevent the hollowing out of their key industries. For example, both South Korea and Taiwan have essentially banned Chinese acquisition of their domestic semiconductor firms. Under current law, CFI US can only restrict investments that could adversely affect the United States' national security. As the civilian industrial base has become an ever more central part of the defense industrial base, however, the current limitations on CFI US need to be re-examined and a broader national interest standard established. To be clear, the goal of any foreign investment review scheme should not be to give in to domestic protectionist interests, but to effectively differentiate between foreign direct investment that operates according to market-driven principles and that which operates according to state-directed, mercantilist principles. In other words, when a Chinese company, backed and directed by the Chinese government, attempts to buy an American technology company with the main goal of expropriating its intellectual property and moving it, or the company's operations, to China, that is clearly not in the interest of the United States. It would be important for any such expanded regime not to apply to investments from allies who are designated by the U.S. government as operating largely according to market principles, e.g., nations such as Canada, Germany, Mexico, etc. Those would continue to operate under the current criteria of effect on national security. Rather, the more stringent review regime would be for nations that operate according to mercantilist principles. To govern such a differentiated regime, USTR could leverage a global mercantilist index report, as suggested above, along the lines of ITF's template report, which identified a number of variables, e.g., tariffs, IP protection, foreign equity restrictions, and ranked nations accordingly. Not surprisingly, China was one of 2 nations out of 55 that ranked in the high category. In these cases, all inward FDI would at least be reviewed and potentially rejected if deemed harmful to U.S. innovation and competitiveness. If such a regime had been in place, for example, CFI US would not have approved the Apex acquisition of the U.S. printer company Lexmark, given that Apex was accused of IP theft by U.S. printer companies and was backed by Chinese government money. Some will argue that instituting such a regime would just be emulating the Chinese and thereby closing our economy. On the contrary, it's doing exactly the opposite. It is about working to ensure that China rolls back its mercantilist policies. Indeed, if implemented properly, it would be a measure to improve the integrity of the global trade and investment climate. Others might object that this will lead to overreach, perhaps blocking acquisitions of assets such as hotels because of false concerns about knowledge transfer. But clearly the current CFI US review process has proven itself highly sophisticated and mostly capable of effectively analyzing knowledge transfer risks. There is no reason to assume that a more encompassing review process would not also be of equal sophistication. But even if it were not, it would be better to make a few Type 1 errors, rejecting a hotel deal, than to make a large number of Type 2 errors, not rejecting acquisition deals that take U.S. technology to China. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, commits member countries to avoid manipulating exchange rates or the international monetary system in order to prevent effective balance of payments adjustment or to gain an unfair competitive advantage over other members. Particularly notable are Articles 8 and 4 of the IMF, which address members' exchange rate obligations. Article 8 states that members shall not impose restrictions on the making of payments and transfers for account transactions, nor engage in any discriminatory currency arrangements or multiple currency practices. Article 4 prohibits currency manipulation, which, since the 1970s, has been defined as protracted, large-scale official purchases of foreign exchange to gain an unfair competitive advantage in trade. But as the Mappy Foundation's Ernest Prieg notes, China has heavily engaged in such prohibited manipulation on a continued basis, making more than $3 trillion of official purchases over the past dozen years, which is protracted and large-scale by any conceivable definition of the term. As Prieg notes, China has been in gross violation of both Article 8, through a tightly managed, undervalued peg to the dollar, and Article 4, currency manipulation through protracted large-scale official purchases of foreign exchange. Similarly, the Peterson Institute for International Economics named China one of the world's 20 most egregious currency manipulators from 2001 to 2012. This extent of currency manipulation can have a significant impact in bolstering a nation's exports by helping to effectively lower their price on international markets, while making the exports of partner trade nations more expensive. It's why the IMF estimates that a 10% real depreciation in a country's currency is associated with a rise in real net exports of 1.5% of GDP. There's little doubt that Chinese currency manipulation on a sustained and long-term basis has played a significant role in driving U.S.-China trade imbalances. While China appears to have stopped keeping its currency artificially low since 2012, if China were to return to using such practices in the future, the United States should consider linking full compliance with IMF Article 8 exchange rate and Article 4 currency manipulation obligations to Chinese access U.S. markets. In such a case, the United States should be prepared to call for a WTO dispute panel under GATT Article 15, which obliges members not to use exchange rate policy in a way that diminishes reciprocal access to markets for trade, in the process explaining how violations of IMF exchange rate obligations simultaneously constitute an unfair import barrier and export subsidy. Further, if and when the Trump administration takes up the TPP, it should ensure the agreement includes strong and enforceable prohibitions against currency manipulation. There are a number of additional actions various agencies of the federal government could take to better contest Chinese innovation mercantilism, including the following. The Trump administration should ask the United States International Trade Commission, under Section 332 of U.S. trade law, to provide new and updated reports on major trade and economic issues that pertain to China, such as the effects of IP infringement and indigenous innovation policies, data localization, and restrictive services and investment requirements on the U.S. economy. The ITC should consider using its subpoena power as necessary to compel production of information due to fears that U.S. companies may have of retaliation if they cooperate with the ITC. The Trump administration should task the U.S. Department of Commerce with undertaking a comprehensive review of and preparing a report on China's Made in China 2025 and Internet Plus initiatives, including their forced localization of R&D and manufacturing requirements, to determine their potential impact on domestic U.S. production and market access for U.S. firms. As recommended by the Commission on the Theft of American Intellectual Property, the Secretary of the Treasury, upon the recommendation of the Secretary of Commerce, should deny use of the American banking system to foreign companies that repeatedly use or benefit from the theft of U.S. intellectual property. Access to the American market is a principal interest of firms desiring to become global industrial leaders. Protecting American IP should be a precondition for operating in the American market. Failure to do so ought to result in sanctions on firms' ability to access U.S. financial markets. Whether or not the United States recognizes China as a market-based economy or a non-market-based economy has significant implications, including in making key economic calculations of prices and costs estimated in anti-dumping and countervailing duty cases. The United States should continue to recognize China as a non-market economy. Moreover, Congress should enact legislation requiring its approval before China, either the country as a whole or individual sectors or entities, is granted status as a market economy by the United States, as recommended by the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission. China's continuing use of production and export subsidies, provision of below-market cost inputs such as financing and access to land, continuing prevalence of state-owned or state-directed enterprises, and state-influenced procurement decision-making of SOEs and private sector firms alike, among other factors, as well as state planning around technology and intellectual property means the United States should continue to recognize China as a non-market economy. The issue pertains to Article 15 of China's Protocol of Accession to the WTO, which allowed WTO members to disregard Chinese prices and costs in anti-dumping cases, and instead base the calculation of dumping margins using external benchmarks. Specifically, Article 15(a)(2) states, the importing WTO member may use a methodology that is not based on a strict comparison with domestic prices or costs in China if the producers under investigation cannot clearly show that market conditions prevail. Chinese officials have argued that this practice should no longer be permitted after December 2016, pursuant to Article 15(d) of the Protocol, which states, in any event, the provisions of subparagraph A(2) shall expire 15 years after the date of accession. But, as Hufbauer and Chimino-Isaacs point out, Article 15(a), which informs Article 15(d), only really disappears once China has established, under the national law of the importing WTO member, that it is a market economy. They also argue that there need not only be a binary choice between market and non-market economy. Regardless, as this report has documented, China continues not to behave like a market-based economy and should not be recognized as such. The United States should cease scientific and other cooperation with China until its use of innovation mercantilist practices dramatically declines. The U.S. government engages in extensive cooperation with China to help share valuable technology in areas such as energy, health, and agriculture. If the United States is serious about pressuring China to roll back its innovation mercantilism, these kinds of cooperative efforts send exactly the wrong message. You can engage in mercantilist practices with impunity, and we will still cooperate with you scientifically. At a minimum, the standard U.S. Science and Technology Agreement with China should address the problem that China's technology import regulations mandate that the Chinese party owns improvements to the technology and that these provisions are non-negotiable. For instance, the U.S.-China Clean Energy Research Centers, CERC, technology management plans state that participants shall negotiate in good faith to provide non-exclusive licenses for IP developed on joint projects with participants in the other country, as well as with third parties who are not participants. Yet, according to agency officials, this has not been the case in previous science and technology agreements between the United States and other countries. It has become too often the case that when Chinese officials speak of international cooperation to spur innovation, it is code for the transfer of U.S. scientific and engineering know-how to China at free or subsidized rates. Yet the expectation from the Chinese side is that this should happen regardless of China's ongoing innovation mercantilism and discriminatory approach to foreign technology and trade. China's aggressive and unrelenting innovation mercantilist policies pose a serious and growing threat to both the U.S. and global economy, as well as to advanced technology enterprises from the United States and other nations competing on rules and market-based terms. Even if China fails to achieve its robust ambitions for significantly greater global share in advanced technology sectors, To the extent it seeks to reach that goal through mercantilist practices, those policies inflict significant harm on the global innovation system and advanced technology enterprises. So it's not even a question of whether China succeeds or not. Although too many pundits too readily dismiss China's likelihood of doing so, it's a question of whether China is playing by the rules it has agreed to. China's continued use of these discriminatory and restrictive policies will only recede in the face of a concerted response led by America, but including its allies, insisting that this behavior is not consonant with the international commitments China made in joining the WTO and IMF. These countries should let China know it risks serious consequences by persisting down this path. Defenders of the status quo or apologists for China will raise a host of objections to any policy regime that means getting tougher with China. One objection will be China may no longer work with us on climate change. But why should America sacrifice its economic prospects to get China to do what it should do and is also in its own interests? Fighting climate change. Likewise, some will say that we don't want to start a trade war. After all, U.S. companies could be hurt. But it's clear what inaction means in the current one-sided trade war. U.S. companies and their U.S. workers will be hurt, not just now, but in a decade or more as Chinese firms dominate global markets and put U.S. companies out of business, as they did with U.S. solar panel companies over the last decade. Moreover, as we stress, the goal should be constructive, alliance-based confrontation, not vitriolic punishment sure to produce a similar reaction from China. A corollary to this fear is that we shouldn't fight back if it entails a risk that consumers might no longer get cheap goods from China. But this is essentially saying that there should be no near-term sacrifice by Americans to help preserve the global trading system. Yet when John F. Kennedy promised that Americans would pay any price, bear any burden, to assure the survival and the success of liberty, pundits didn't complain that this would mean higher taxes and less consumer spending. Today, as the United States pushes for more market-based trade from China, it's no different. Besides, if the United States does not act now, consumers will pay a price, just not now, but in a couple of decades when the US dollar will have to fall dramatically in order to have any chance at being competitive with the dominant Chinese economy. A variant is that if we engage in constructive confrontation, our exporters will be hurt and that US firms need the Chinese export market. But the reality is that we would be exporting hundreds of billions of dollars more of goods and services to China if the country rolled back its mercantilist policies. Economist Larry Summers once stated, "The laws of economics are like the laws of engineering. One set of laws works everywhere." It is this widely held notion that has led many experts and policymakers to dismiss the threat from Chinese techno-economic policies. For them, since there is only one law of economics, China must be like us, or at least working to become so, especially if we teach them, and so China will eventually structure its economic policy to focus on consumer welfare generated through free markets. To the extent China now violates those universal laws, it's China's economy that suffers, not ours. Because the Chinese economic and innovation system does not comport to the US system, it's easy for so many to dismiss the China challenge. Experts endlessly repeat such statements as China is wasting money, China's growth is not sustainable, and, of course, China is not innovative. The first two are irrelevant, and the last is false. If China were trying to achieve the Western economics goal of allocation efficiency, the market-based allocation of goods, services, and investments, Western economies would have little to worry about, because as a rising economy, its innovation capabilities would be limited. Chinese leaders and experts do understand the Western economic model and know that, according to it, China should accept developing nation status. China's economists have read The Wealth of Nations. They attend conferences where neoclassical economists tout the importance of free markets and consumer welfare. But they don't care because the CCP wants something completely different. Chinese leaders are not seeking to maximize short-term consumer welfare or even to provide good jobs for Chinese workers. The CCP, especially under President Xi Jinping's leadership, is focused first and foremost on maximizing global techno-economic power, including through an array of predatory mercantilist policies whose principal focus is on growing China's advanced economy at the expense of the rest of the global economy, especially Western technology leaders. As the China Institutes of Contemporary International Relations, a branch of the Ministry of State Security, stated, "Economic growth is a prerequisite to and a necessary foundation for the rise of a great power. But it is not just any kind of economic growth China is seeking. It is advanced manufacturing. As a Chinese report titled General Laws of the Rise of Great Power states, manufacturing can rejuvenate a nation. For a modern economy to be prosperous and strong, it requires a powerful, diversified, and creative manufacturing industry. Becoming a major manufacturing power provides crucial security for the goal of realizing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Similarly, Wen Yi, a professor at Tsinghua University, has argued, so long as a nation steps out onto the road of industrial revolution and becomes the factory of the world, it has the possibility of becoming the world leader in technological innovation. But if an industrialized nation abandons its manufacturing industry, it will very likely come by degrees to lose its technological advantage and capacity for innovation. Similarly, the China Institutes of Contemporary International Relations wrote, "The state that esteems industry will increase in wisdom day by day. The opposite is also true, as we see in the United States. The state that is indifferent to or even dismissive of industry will decrease in wisdom day by day." As Tanner Greer and Nancy Yu wrote, she explained the logic behind this to a gathering of Chinese scientists held in 2016. He argued that historical experience shows that these technological revolutions profoundly change the global development pattern. Some states seize this rare opportunity. Others do not. Those who recognize the revolution before them and actively take advantage of it rapidly increase their economic strength, scientific and technological strength, and defense capabilities, thereby quickly enhancing their composite national strength. As such, China's economic, trade, and technology policy is all about gaining relative global power through advanced industry leadership. Chinese economic policy, unlike American, does not privilege consumer welfare. And it is okay with wasting money. Efficiency is not its top goal. Likewise, Chinese leaders do not care about distorting the market. In fact, the only way China can become the global leader is to distort the market, because otherwise market forces would suggest that China remain a low-wage manufacturer for many decades to come. Consider the term domination. For China, domination does not come from cooperation or global market specialization along Ricardian lines, i.e., nations prospering by leveraging their distinct comparative advantages. It comes from battle. As such, Yi Chongliang, a leading official of China's NDRC, wrote, "At a time when this new round of techno-scientific revolution and industrial transformation has not yet gained its full momentum, there are grand expectations for artificial intelligence, big data, and cloud computing, and these areas have become the main battlefield for innovation." In other words, the CCP sees economics, trade, and technology as a battlefield on which to fight for dominance. This is so vastly far from how Western economics views international economics that very few economists, policymakers, or elected officials understand it or take it seriously. After all, they believe what Larry Summers believes. And as China advances, the CCP sees and hopes that America is retreating. As Xie Tao, Dean of the School of International Relations and Diplomacy at Beijing Foreign Studies University, wrote, "All tides that rise must fall. All living men must age, sicken, and die. Therefore, the United States must accept that the day will come where it too will fall into decline." Likewise, the China Institutes of Contemporary International Relations wrote about the United States turning its back on globalization. The reversal of the open-door policy is another step down the road to America losing its status as a great power. China is engaged in a battle to win the war for global techno-economic power. An article by Sue Hodolsky, Harrison, Hayden talks about innovation warfare. Improving the living conditions of one's citizens is a justifiable and laudable goal. However, especially savvy nation-states, such as China, also pursue such ends as a mechanism to influence or diminish the national security and geopolitical power of the United States. These actions also threaten the post-World War II liberal economic order and worldwide peace and security. There is no need to inflict upon the world the carnage of war if geopolitical aims can be achieved via alternative competitive means. 255. Finally, it's important to come back to the Chinese term Great Rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, which President Xi Jinping regularly touts. Is this just increasing per capita income growth or something more? As the Center for Strategic Translation has argued, one aim associated with China's national rejuvenation is for China's return to national greatness as a process of advancing toward the center for the world stage. They quoted an official Xinhua commentary on the 19th Congress of what this advance entails. China has stood up, grown rich, and become strong. It will advance toward center stage and make greater contributions for mankind. By 2050, 2 centuries after the Opium Wars, which plunged the Middle Kingdom into a period of hurt and shame, China is set to regain its might and reascend to the top of the world. China's success proves that socialism can prevail and be a path for other developing countries to emulate and achieve modernization. China is now strong enough, willing, and able to contribute more for mankind. The New World Order cannot be just dominated by capitalism and the West, and the time will come for a change. At the very least, Western policymakers should take seriously the possibility that China is seeking not just growth, not just gradual development, and not just technological advancement according to Ricardian principles, but rather global dominance in advanced industries which it sees as a source of power. Unfortunately, few in America recognize that the United States is even in such a competition. To the extent U.S. leaders pay attention, they myopically focus on limiting Chinese military capabilities, thinking that is the main threat to American global leadership, and go out of their way to assure CCP leaders that export controls and other limitations are only for weapons systems. Even worse, many leaders in Europe selfishly portray this as a trade war between China and the United States, which the United States instigated to keep its power, not a conflict between China and the West that China instigated. This way, EU governments hope their firms can sweep in and take U.S. market share as it kowtows to Beijing. One reason for this lassitude is most U.S. and EU economists and international trade think tanks see economic interchange as a win-win, based on Ricardian comparative advantage and specialization generated by market forces. Not China. It sees this as a war wherein there will be winners and losers, and they intend to be the winner and make the West into the loser. To be sure, this framing as techno-economic war is seen as extremist in the West because of just how deeply ingrained the 200-year-old economics of trade and market-based allocation focus has become. Indeed, U.S. economic pundits have long scoffed at the very notion that America even competes with other nations. For them, only economic illiterates believe this. Indeed, as one DOC official stated during the Obama administration when talking to an expert group to advise DOC on developing a national competitiveness strategy, it seems wrong for us to try to compete with other nations. After all, we don't want to hurt them. To paraphrase Trotsky, you may not be interested in techno-econ war, but techno-econ war is interested in you. Imagine going to war when thinking that the enemy is both fighting and wanting to cooperate, and to the extent they are not cooperating, you think that it is they who will suffer. That is the idea that dominates too much of American and European thinking. Even if some recognize that China has a different set of goals than Western nations do, many fail to take China seriously because they have bought into the increasingly fashionable claim that China's techno-economic policies are now simply to achieve self-sufficiency in the face of U.S. export controls and other measures to restrict China's access to technology. Of course, China is seeking to reduce dependence in the short run, but its goal for many years before export controls has been to reverse dependence and make the Western nations dependent on China. It is the failure to recognize that Summers is wrong and there are two very different economic systems with different rules that is the core problem for the West. The West sees national economies as not in conflict, but rather with specialization based on comparative advantage generating win-win outcomes. China sees competition as akin to war. As Xi Jinping stated, technological innovation has become the main battleground of the global playing field, and competition for tech dominance will grow unprecedentedly fierce. Thus, the key issue is not about whether the Chinese system fits the Western system or even if the Western system can be improved within its intellectual confines. The key issue is whether the Western or Chinese system is superior. Surprisingly, Xi Jinping admitted as much when he stated to a CCP gathering, "Institutional/system advantage is a country's greatest advantage. Institutional/system competition is the most fundamental competition between countries." We should take him at his word. When Chinese officials talk to the West about win-win, moving to consumer-led growth, how the United States is trying to hold back China, or how it was the United States that started the trade war, we should not take them seriously. And it is amazing that so many outside China do. They are spinning propaganda. But when she talks about system competition, we do need to take him deadly seriously. He means it. He is arguing that the very techno-economic system China has constructed is their main advantage against the West. And in many ways he is correct. rather than reflectively dismiss the Chinese system as ineffective or even harmful, or to judge it on the basis of U.S. goals, allocation efficiency. The real question to ask is, what system is superior when it comes to winning the global techno-economic war? In China's conception, there are winners and losers, and the CCP wants to be the winner. And the way to win is to build up weapons, globally leading firms, and use them to destroy one's enemies, Western nations' advanced industry firms. At minimum, it is time for Western nations' experts and policymakers to open their minds and at least have a considered dialogue and debate about this point, rather than hide their heads in the sand and ignore China's aims and fall back on the inherent superiority of Adam Smith's and David Ricardo's classical economics model for free markets and free trade, especially the notion of all countries gaining from trade based on their comparative advantage. As such, the US and Western systems and China's are fundamentally different. See Table 1. Most Western nations' comparative advantage is based on market forces. If the United States loses an industry such as telecom equipment, it's because we no longer have natural comparative advantage and have moved on to other, inherently superior activities. Indeed, no loss of technologies and industries can be problematic, because, by definition, their loss is always ordained by market forces and replaced by something superior. In contrast, China, as noted, seeks to win the global war for advanced technology leadership by supporting key firms in key industries, while attempting to reduce the market share of foreign competitors. For most Western nations, especially outside Asia, the goal is consumer and taxpayer welfare. For example, tariffs are decried because they raise prices for consumers, a cardinal sin. For China, closed markets are a key industrial policy tool. In the United States, because they might waste taxpayer dollars, subsidies are decried unless they are for green industries. For China, they are just a cost of doing business. American experts favor a strong dollar because it is good for U.S. consumers, but bad for producers. The CCP favors a weak RMB because it's good for their producers and bad for foreign producers. In China, large firms are supported because they can win the global battle, even if higher prices domestically might result. In the United States, competition and now anti-monopoly, a reflective anti-corporate doctrine, is privileged because today's consumers and workers might benefit. Because most U.S. economists and pundits look at China through the American free market lens, they fail to see what China is actually doing. They look at China's overcapacity, producing more than a short-term, profit-maximizing firm would produce, as a failure of Chinese economic policy, something Chinese policymakers would fix if only they better understood economics. As former director of President Biden's National Economic Council, Brian Dees wrote, China confronts an economic dilemma of lagging growth, low consumption, and an elevated savings rate. This is partly the result of its highly unequal economy, in which workers are paid a smaller share of what they produce than in most maturing economies. A shift toward policies that support domestic demand, such as expanding the social safety net or even direct payments to households alongside more progressive taxation, could reduce inequality, increase consumption, and support more sustainable economic growth. But instead, Beijing announced at its National Party Congress last month that it would ramp up investment in advanced manufacturing to export products overseas. Dees, like so many, is judging China's economic policies through a Western lens. China sees greater domestic demand and consumer spending as reducing needed investment. It sees increased exports as an important weapon for having its firms lead the world. Exported overcapacity is a weapon equivalent to a cruise missile launch to destroy an enemy installation. For the West, free trade is ideal and any deviation from it is a problem. It is ideal because it is only through market processes that optimal exchanges can take place, which by definition benefit buyer and seller. In contrast, China practices power trade, wherein it uses trade policy to strengthen its own producers and weaken foreign ones, and thereby create foreign dependencies on China. When it comes to advancing technological innovation, the West's model is a linear one, in which the only appropriate role for government is investing in basic research that academics are interested in, an area economists argue the private sector will largely neglect. But this is the kind of research that has the most global spillovers, including to China. The Chinese model is to fund whatever research will help Chinese firms gain competitive advantage, especially applied R&D, which is more easily retained in China. As Yi Chongliang noted, We must guide scientific research institutions and universities to focus closely on the major scientific research tasks prioritized by the government and effectively integrate and optimize scientific research resources. The West's economic system is built around consumption, perhaps because of the almost permanent legacy of the trauma of the Great Depression and the embedded, but faulty Keynesian thinking that economies naturally gravitate to underconsumption. This is why almost all government spending and tax cuts are justified by claiming they will boost jobs, even when the economy is at full employment, and why automation is opposed by so many. U.S. policy is focused on jobs. Chinese policy is focused on creating globally powerful firms. But Macroeconomics 101 teaches that more spending does not create jobs unless the economy is in recession, which it usually is not. China doesn't care about consumption. It cares about investment, spending that generates a larger economy a decade from when it is made. For China, the fact that consumer spending constitutes a much smaller share of its GDP is seen as a sacrifice that Chinese consumers must make to ensure that the economy grows and becomes powerful. In the United States, there is alarm and finger-pointing if the share of GDP going to consumers drops even 1 percentage point, because all that matters is short-term individual welfare, not the greater good of the nation in the medium and long term. Moreover, there is no direction for Western economies, with perhaps the exception of getting larger or smaller if you listen to the growing number of climate activists who tout degrowth. The very idea that the state would have interest in moving the economy in a certain direction is scoffed at. What could a bunch of pointy-headed bureaucrats know about the economy compared with the tens of millions of consumers and businesses making decisions on a minute-by-minute basis on what to buy and sell? Whatever structure of the economy emerges from this almost magical and holy process is the optimal one, albeit nowadays with the one exception now of climate pollution. But even for this, their answer is carbon taxes, so economic actors' decisions take carbon pollution into account. In contrast, the CCP knows the direction it wants its economy to move in. It wants to be more innovative, and it wants a greater global share of advanced technology production in key industries, e.g., AI, aerospace, robotics, etc., even if this is inefficient. Building aircraft carriers and fighter jets is also inefficient, but Western nations do it because they know they need to for national power. This relates to the issue of industrial policy and picking winners. In the West, and especially in Anglo-American countries, it is verboten to argue that an industry is more important than any other, except perhaps nowadays with green tech industries and computer chips, the latter only because China might invade Taiwan. This is why the notion of computers chips, potato chips, what's the difference, is still held by most economists. And this is why when the former head of a leading international trade think tank was asked how much manufacturing America could lose and still be okay, he said, all of it. No reason to have manufacturing. Services are fine. Yet, in China, power comes not only from the end of a gun but from the end of an assembly line. The last thing China would want is to evolve into a services economy, even if doing so somehow led to higher living standards. The two systems also differ in their orientation to capital investment. The Western model is to not invest unless the net present value return of an investment equals or exceeds the cost of capital, especially in the short term. In this model, the risk of overinvestment is as serious as the risk of underinvestment. 266. There are some exceptions to this, particularly spending for national defense. Yet, few, if any, judge military weapons spending on the basis of overall economic rate of return. Rather, policymakers invest in weapons based on the amount needed to keep the nation secure. China looks at investing in advanced technology industries the way the West looks at investing in military weapons systems. Economic returns are not the goal. Power and security are. Finally, politics. The U.S. political system has always been, since its founding, one in which various interests and factions press to advance their interests. But it has also always been a system in which factions, under determined and visionary leadership, can and do regularly coalesce around the national interest, suppressing at least to some extent and some degree parochial interests. America did that most recently throughout the Cold War. Alas, those days appear to be long gone. With the threat of Soviet domination long in the rearview mirror, replaced with a triumphalist end-of-history view, America now appears to be nothing more than warring factions and tribes, each one proclaiming their goodness and others' villainy, and with neither side focused on international advanced industry competitiveness. In the United States, individual interests vie for benefit. Unions want better jobs and more worker voice. Consumer groups want cheaper prices today. Small business wants lower taxes and fewer regulations. Wall Street wants a strong dollar and an even more financialized economy. Civil society groups want more followers and foundation money. The legal profession wants more litigation. Environmental groups want less pollution. Who wants a strong nation, especially if that requires giving up something? Can you imagine a president stating that U.S. trade policy will de-emphasize industries not related to U.S. strategic interests, such as agriculture, financial services, low-wage manufacturing, and natural resources, and instead give priority to advanced industries? Hard to imagine. Not only would the economics pundits scream that potato chips are equal to computer chips, but Congress would immediately intervene to defend local industry interests. In China, parochial interests are relegated to the CCP's overall goal of advancing technologically and winning the techno-economic war. The July 2024 resolution of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on further deepening of reform to comprehensively advance Chinese modernization states that it will establish mechanisms for major industrial investment funds to be challenged to our country's strategic needs. Emphasis added. Imagine during World War II if the United States had put consumer interests first and not imposed gas or tire rationing because consumers complained. Or if Ford and GM lobbied successfully to not convert to weapons production. Or if unions were told they could engage in unlimited strikes. America's leaders did not do that, and most interests accepted that because they understood that the national interest to defeat the Axis powers trumped self-interest. That is the spirit we need to have today in America to win the techno-economic war with China. Business used to be able to speak with one voice in the 1960s and 1970s, with groups such as the Business Roundtable and business statesmen such as Irving Shapiro of DuPont and Reg Jones of GE speaking not only for their own companies but for the U.S. capitalist system and the overall nation. We seldom see that anymore. In his book Doing Capitalism in the Innovation Economy, Bill Janeway discussed how America had national missions from its founding. The Hamiltonian mission of building the country to be independent of England, the mission from Lincoln to FDR to become a great world power and tie the country together, and the post-World War II Soviet containment mission Point 268. But today, America no longer has a unifying national mission that interests can rally around other than freedom for the right, equity, and redistribution for the left and the so-called new right, and fighting climate change for many. Self-interest not only runs amok, but has become the new civic religion. China has a national mission to make China the most powerful country in the world. The CCP works to align most activities to make that happen. And that gives China an advantage in catching up. Before we hear the cries that ITIF wants to turn the United States into an authoritarian dictatorship. No, we do not. But we do believe that there is a middle ground between the CCP's authoritarianism and the every person for themselves principle that now characterizes U.S. politics and society. We used to be able to attain that balance, but we have lost it. To be sure, the U.S. government has moved somewhat in this direction, particularly with the passage of the CHIPS Act. But that is best seen as a one-off effort, largely justified on national security grounds. It does not appear that this is a precursor to a more robust national industrial strategy to ensure continued U.S. global power, given both the unwillingness to cut spending and raise taxes to support true investment, and because of the failure of U.S. leadership to embrace a new, producerist economic policy doctrine. To achieve its goal of techno-economic power, China has built a different kind of innovation system, perhaps the first of its kind in the world. Most in the West, particularly the Anglo-American sphere, remain in denial of this reality, holding on to a historically unique conception of innovation, one which, when paired against the new Chinese model, is now seriously deficient. Just as the United States put in place a new innovation model beginning in the late 1940s and adapted it in the 1980s and early 1990s to respond to the Japanese challenge, it is time to do this again, adopting what we call a national power capitalism model of innovation and production, wherein the role of the state is much more active and supportive of winning the techno-economic war with China. The U.S. archetypal model of innovation, first articulated in 1945 by MIT engineer and President Vannevar Bush, is the following. Government invests in basic science at universities and government labs, with the research projects selected by principal investigators following their own interests or by agencies pursuing national interests such as defense, space exploration, health, or energy. At some point, through some undescribed process, the knowledge generated is used by entrepreneurs located in the United States. These entrepreneurs, while not plentiful, constitute a core part of the American system because U.S. culture, education, and immigration policy support individuals who think outside the box and want to take risks to disrupt industries. These heroic and creative individuals, such as Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Jeff Bezos, Larry Page, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, blend scientific results with other ingredients to develop something brand new: the PC operating system, the smartphone, e-commerce, the search engine, social networks, EVs, etc. And because of our free markets, limited taxation, and robust IP protection system, they can reap the rewards of their innovations while their products are able to compete fairly in the marketplace. For over at least 75 years, that has been the story Americans have told themselves about the U.S. innovation system. And because the United States has largely succeeded, at least until the last couple decades, few question that mythic narrative. Indeed, it is still held by most to be the archetypal innovation system, with all others being pale substitutes at best. As we will discuss, it is that intellectual commitment to the current U.S. national innovation system that is one of the biggest barriers that need to change. To be clear, the above, including robust IP protections, are a strength, but they are no longer enough. In fact, this is a very appealing and comforting story, and one that plays to America's strengths. We do have the best research universities in the world, even if funding levels have stagnated and China is gaining. We do have perhaps the most entrepreneurial workforce, and a high level of creativity and individuality. And compared with most economies, we do have free markets, light touch regulation, at least until recently, and not onerously high business taxes. Given that we have the best innovation system in the world, or at least we tell ourselves that we do, America should be dominating other nations on innovation, especially a communist, Confucian, conformist nation such as China, whose basic science is relatively weak although improving. China squashes rather than supports free thinking, and it does not let markets alone drive development. Yet, we are not dominating, at least not as much as we did. As noted, in 2020, China had a higher share of advanced industry output as a share of GDP in 7 of 10 industries than the United States did, with the United States leading in only biopharmaceuticals, other transportation, e.g. aerospace, and software and information services. And China runs a trade surplus in advanced technology products, while the United States runs a large trade deficit. And as this report shows, China leads or is on par with the United States in innovation in a few industries, including EVs and nuclear power, is making significantly faster progress in a host of other industries, including robotics, chemicals, and biotechnology, and is making progress in AI, quantum, and semiconductors. In many industries, we can expect China to catch up in innovation within just a decade or so. According to the U.S. conception of innovation, this should not be possible. At best, China should be a copier, regularly a generation or two behind the Western leaders, copying products and services, and gaining market share on the basis of lower prices. To be sure, that was the Chinese model for decades, but what most fail to realize is that this has not been the stated model for China since 2006, when China set its sights on becoming a robust innovator, first on par with the Western nations and then ultimately to lead. Given that, according to the Western Innovation Playbook, America should be leading and China lagging behind, how can its system succeed when it is not structured like ours? Perhaps a better question is, how can our system succeed given the strengths of the Chinese model, as enumerated ahead? The U.S. system is based on generating scientific discoveries, but those are a public good that now are relatively easily copied and incorporated around the world. A half-century ago, U.S. science was of almost no value to China because it had few scientists and engineers who could use such knowledge. Almost all the value went to the United States. But today, China has many more scientists than America does. Moreover, before the internet, scientific information was hard to access. Today, it is easy. Our system is based on inventions by heroic entrepreneurs, but invention is also easily copied. Once an original, even radical idea is in the marketplace, it can be copied and reverse-engineered, especially by a system that does not respect IP rights. Take nuclear power. Virtually every system the Chinese are building and improving on is based on inventions the United States made in the 1950s and 1960s but abandoned because of the lack of will to invest in building nuclear power plants. And these technologies were relatively easy to learn. Chinese nuclear scientists could read U.S. government reports from the era. They could and did visit our labs. Indeed, Remarkably, Chinese researchers formed the largest category of international visitors to Oak Ridge National Lab from 2007 to 2015. This was something the U.S. Department of Energy astonishingly encouraged because they wanted the Chinese to have commercial nuclear power. What the U.S. model fails to fully incorporate is just how much work, improvement, and innovation must be achieved to take an invention to full production. It's a bit like an iceberg. 90% of the work is underwater and comes after the headline-making invention. The United States excels at the 10% of invention, but often lags behind at the 90% of innovation and production. The reality is that much innovation is about iterative experimenting and tweaking. Edison understood this when he said, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." James Besson wrote in Learning by Doing that knowledge and a long string of improvements follow for decades after the invention, continually altering the technology and skills needed. In this sense, the U.S. model focuses on invention, the Chinese on continuous innovation and production. The U.S. system is based on incentives for entrepreneurs and free markets in which they can sell their products. But incentives to make money cut both ways. The strongest incentives in the U.S. system are for the best and brightest to become glorified casino operators. Financial traders who make a fortune manipulating markets and getting a millisecond edge on other traders, all the while adding virtually no value to the economy. And even when the incentives align to create something of real value, the incentives are often for discovery, not production. Witness the number of U.S. tech entrepreneurs more than happy to cash out by selling their companies to deep-pocketed Chinese companies. Moreover, there is plenty of money to be made in tech areas only tangentially related to national power and strength, such as cryptocurrency. The incentives for investing in deep tech, high-tech innovation in engineering or significant scientific advances, or hard-tech innovations in atom-based industries, are much weaker. This is one of the reasons for the establishment by the Pentagon of the Defense Innovation Unit to support entrepreneurial companies working in areas beyond software. Finally, the U.S. system is based on a linear model based on the following: discover, invent, innovate, produce, go offshore, go bankrupt, or hopefully continue until broken up by trustbusters. New discovery, new invention, invent, etc. Scientists discover knowledge, which can sometimes lead to something being invented if the knowledge is actually usable and transferred over the first valley of death to a domestic entrepreneur or business. That company must be able to move from prototype to full production, getting over the second valley of death. Once it does that, it hopefully expands production in the United States. But all too often, if these technologies make it over the valleys of death, they are produced overseas. Or if they do enter production in the United States, they often fail to achieve commercial success, either because of foreign competition, often unfair in nature, or because of equity market pressures for companies to go asset-light and achieve short-term returns that limit adequate capitalization to achieve globally competitive scale and cost competitiveness. Or, as has been the regular practice for over 75 years, overly zealous U.S. antitrust officials bludgeon successful companies into small bits, later to die from lack of scale vis-a-vis foreign competitors, as they did with RCA, Xerox, AT&T, and IBM, and now are trying to do with leading tech companies such as Google. But not to worry, we are told. The new cycle repeats itself. In fact, for some, such as Federal Trade Commission FTC Chair Lina Khan, the faster we get rid of the large innovators, the faster U.S. innovation will be. If this were not such a tragic framing, it would be laughable. Fundamentally, the U.S. innovation system is a process-based one. Support antitrust enforcement and privilege competition. Support research funding. Support light-touch regulation. Support high-skill immigration. Build more infrastructure. If these processes are robust, the results will be robust. While this is no longer true, even if it were, the results do not guarantee that the United States will maintain the needed strengths in the key areas China is targeting for dominance, such as semiconductors, biotech, and aerospace. Moreover, this ingrained belief in the superiority of the U.S. system is why most U.S. technology policy proposals focus not on changing this linear process, but rather on optimizing it. Not enough discovery. Fund more science. But scientists and engineers in many countries now attend international academic conferences at which U.S. scientists appear and read the scientific journals they publish in. Science is now a much more public, i.e. international, good than it was when Vannevar Bush advised President Truman to establish the National Science Foundation, NSF. Not enough transfer of discoveries over the first valley of death. Provide more incentives to universities and federal labs to transfer and commercialize the results of their research while making it easier for entrepreneurs to utilize this research, e.g., provide R&D tax credits for startups, support seed and venture capital, etc. And while you are at it, train more science, technology, education, and mathematics, STEM workers, and let more foreign STEM workers live in the United States. Support more entrepreneurs, including non-traditional ones. Ensure that entrepreneurs are free to commercialize and are not squashed by unfair competition from large companies. All good ideas, but none really address the issue of scale-up and economically sustainable production globally in the key industries China is targeting. The U.S. innovation system has also evolved over the last 30 to 40 years into an overwhelmingly top-down system, focused on the end product and the customer experience/demand, long ago abandoning many lower levels of the value chain. To be sure, in many tech areas, the end customer is the most profitable value chain segment. However, a robust national innovation system requires competencies up and down the value chain, and it is far more difficult for the United States to move down the value chain than for China to move up. China engaged in a classic Clay Christensen attack from below, and too many American companies succumbed by ignoring the bottom only for the top. Indeed, this is the essence of America's strategic dilemma, since innovation must occur at every level of the value chain, not just cutting-edge science and high-value customer-facing segments. To be sure, if invention is the goal, then it very well could be true that entrepreneurial market capitalism is the superior system. But if innovation at scale in key industries is the goal, then national power capitalism appears to be superior. The current model of U.S. invents China produces at scale is no longer sustainable if America does not want a technologically hollowed-out economy. While the post-war U.S. national innovation model was never optimal, it was mostly effective, until it came head-to-head with the new Chinese innovation model. China's model is fundamentally different than the U.S. model because it is based on a different goal, gaining advantage while at the same time degrading the advantage of competitors, leading to a virtuous cycle for its companies and a vicious cycle for their competitors. In particular, the advantage it seeks is not principally higher GDP per capita. It is relative national techno-economic strength. As China tech analyst Bill Wyman wrote, China is most focused on hard technology with national security implications. Similarly, UC San Diego Chinese tech policy experts Naughton, Xiao, and Su wrote, Chinese economic policy under Xi Jinping shifts the ultimate objective of technology and industry policies from economics to security. An article in Shoushur, the website of the CCP Central Commitment Bi-Monthly, states, by seizing the rare opportunities offered by technological revolution and industrial transformation, some countries were able to rapidly build up their composite national strength and become world powers in one leap. At present, a new round of technological revolution and industrial transformation is gathering momentum, with key disruptive technological innovations giving rise to new industries and new forms of business. China seeks to attain that goal with a fundamentally different innovation model. Rather than being linear from birth to death, and then a new birth, China's model is more circular. It starts with an injection of an innovation from an established source. For China, this can involve direct stealing of foreign plans and data, either by cyber or physical spying, copying and reverse engineering foreign technology, forced technology transfer from companies seeking Chinese market access, and sometimes licensing of technology from the leaders. Once that technology enters the Chinese system, a positive cycle begins. Chinese companies, often many more companies than will end up surviving, start to produce the innovation, usually at a lower level of quality and lower price point. But because of robust levels of state support, as well as an often protected domestic market, at least some firms expand production. As they do, the more successful firms usually engage in rigorous, continuous incremental product improvement. This is often coupled with deep process innovation, changes in how the product is made, again often supported by government. As sales expand and weaker firms go out of business, in part because of reduction in government support and a tougher economic environment, economies of scale increase, leading to a virtuous cycle of reduced costs and more R&D. At the same time, the large Chinese market enables more customer feedback, which leads to more changes, leading to more sales and more profits, etc. Profits are then reinvested in R&D, product and process, to help the companies attack more market segments where Western companies lead. All the while, the Chinese entrants erode sales of their foreign competitors, often the most profitable incremental sales where product development and production costs are fully amortized, leading the latter to often cut back on R&D or simply exit some segments, telling themselves that these are mature and dogs, in the vernacular of the Boston Consulting Group matrix. No need to slog it out in this production war. Just exit and move to high-value-added services and branding. Even better, sell out to the Chinese at a hefty premium, e.g., G Appliances and Haier, Ingram Micro and H&A Group, Motorola Mobility and Huawei, IBM PCs and Lenovo, and Lexmark and Apex Technology. The short-term focus on U.S. equity markets, coupled with the intense pressure to only be in high-margin businesses, makes the Chinese strategy of buying foreign advanced tech firms at a price premium particularly effective. While this model of innovation might not get to radical Schumpeterian inventions, it can get to industry leadership in innovation and continuous improvement and increased global market share, which often weakens more innovative competitors. In contrast, the American/Western linear model of innovation depends largely on good science, risk-taking entrepreneurs, and global market access. This is why both large and small countries can be successful with it. But even with all the spending on research, there are not really all that many fundamental breakthroughs such as gene editing, quantum computing, or deep learning AI models. Breakthroughs are rare. Scaling up and incremental innovation are not. Moreover, breakthrough leaders do not always end up being the ultimate leaders. There is a long history of the market winners being the second and third entrants. The Chinese circular model of innovation involves factors of success that are different from the US model. These can be called the 10 SS. 1. Science and engineering capabilities. 2. Head start. 3. Market size. 4. Speed. 5. Local suppliers. 6. Subsidies. 7. Firm size. 8. Specialization. 9. Space. 10. Strategy. Let's examine each one in the context of China. 1. Science and engineering capabilities. Without strong science and engineering talent, it would be very difficult for China to absorb and redigest foreign innovations. Having a massive number of scientists and engineers lets Chinese companies throw talent at the problem of continuous improvement. Unlike the United States, which focuses on producing PhD talent to generate new discoveries, China focuses on producing a large share of bachelor's and master's degree science and engineering talent, which can work in companies to help incrementally improve innovation. As Chinese scholar Wang Xiaodong wrote, the key variable for determining the course of China's future development is thus the massive number of talented technical and scientific workers. One reason for this is the cost of Chinese technical talent is significantly lower than in the United States, allowing Chinese companies to put many more researchers and engineers on problems than US companies can. In this case, quantity has its own quality. Using EU R&D 2500 data, we can see that the number of R&D workers per $1 million of R&D spend is much higher in China than in the United States. For example, in a random sample of 16 Chinese and US firms, the R&D to sales ratio is about the same, but the R&D to employee ratio is 2.3 times higher for Chinese firms than for US firms. In other words, for every US R&D worker supported by $100,000 of R&D spend, a Chinese firm spending $100,000 on R&D can throw 2.3 workers at the problem. Even as China has built up its own domestic capabilities, it continues to seek R&D capabilities from overseas, especially by attracting advanced industry and R&D facilities to China. The Chinese Ministry of Science and Technology recently wrote, "Whether innovative resources can be efficiently allocated is an important consideration for foreign investors to set up R&D centers in China. Several measures are proposed to actively absorb qualified foreign R&D center science and technology experts into the National Science and Technology Expert Database and relevant local science and technology expert databases. Improve the relevant work system for the transfer of intellectual property rights. Provide quarantine approval facilitation arrangements. Encourage overseas talents to apply for professional titles, etc." The key word here is absorb, as China sees foreign investment through only one lens: whether it can absorb into the broader Chinese innovation ecosystem the capabilities and knowledge foreign firms can provide. 2. Head start. China has achieved a head start in certain industries, And because of this, it has been able to tip the balance decisively in favor of its companies that are far down industry learning curves and have achieved decisive scale economies, enabling them to produce products, if not as innovative as Western ones, then at a much lower price point. This is related to the traditional infant industries argument, where it can be difficult for countries to enter industries with declining marginal costs if the leader has a head start. In cases where China has been able to get out in front, its comparative advantage can be almost insurmountable. We see the potential for going forward in drones and nuclear power, where China is at least 10 years ahead of the United States. And now with EVs, where because of government policy, demand for EVs in China was at least a decade ahead of other nations. We may see it in the future with industries such as humanoid robots and potentially quantum computing. 3. Market size. Related to getting a head start, which vaults the Chinese companies ahead of their competitors. In many industries, China either has caught up, telecom equipment, batteries, and EVs, or is rapidly catching up, robotics and chemicals, by achieving significant economies of scale and learning. Economies of scale mean that the marginal cost of every additional unit is lower than the prior unit. Learning or experience curves mean that companies learn how to produce better products and produce the same product better as they produce more. As the China Institutes of Contemporary International Relations wrote, once a population of 1.3 billion people has grown wealthy, the result will be a supersized marketplace. China understands this, which is why it usually shuts its markets to foreign companies when it has its own capabilities, and why it has put so many resources into its Belt and Road Initiative. China's strategy seeks to achieve scale by ensuring a large market. China does this through a variety of means. As the second largest economy in terms of GDP and the second largest in population, China's market size is enormous, and that size advantage will only continue to grow since Chinese labor productivity as a less productive economy will also certainly grow faster than U.S. productivity for the next 30 or 40 years. Not only is China's market size enormous, but in many key industries, foreign companies are effectively precluded from gaining any significant market access. For example, Chinese telecom services firms have to buy a small amount of equipment from Ericsson and Nokia in order to give the impression of an open market. But the reality is that their market share is essentially allocated by the government, with most of the market reserved for Chinese firms. China imposes this managed market access through a variety of means, including tax incentives, directions to SOEs, and informal pressures on other firms to buy domestic. On top of that, China's Belt and Road Initiative, coupled with massive export financing programs to much of the rest of the developing world, means that China is aggressively fighting for and gaining market share outside China, especially outside Western nations. Also, once Chinese firms enter new markets, consumers get comfortable with them and they are in the pipeline, including having distribution networks. These become self-reinforcing. China also uses government policies to expand market demand for innovative products and services, knowing that robust domestic demand for these products gives their companies a leg up. One of the keys in Michael Porter's National Competitiveness Diamond framework is demanding customers who want innovative products. China has those companies. For example, the government provides massive subsidies for robotic adoption, which in turn helps its robotics producers gain scale. China has at least 25 nuclear reactors under construction, far more than any other country. It is driving smart industry transformation, in part to provide a market to companies providing these services. It enables the rapid deployment of drone deliveries. Its policies to pressure and incent Chinese drivers to buy EVs is why China leads the world in EV development and production. It makes it easy for AV makers to field cars. It has some of the most advanced infrastructure projects in the world that incorporate advanced technologies. This societal risk-taking and seeding of new markets through government policy gives China an advantage over many other nations where stasis and market-dominated development have become the norm. Companies seeking to develop and sell innovative products can be more assured of sales when the government helps drive technology transformation and adoption. It is striking that China now far exceeds the United States in terms of policies to expand adoption of advanced technologies. If anything, U.S. policy is now decidedly neutral or even negative toward societal technology transformation. 4. Speed. The Chinese innovation system is centered not so much in laboratories, but in production systems. As such, there is a requirement for speed. Constant feedback and learning from the market are incorporated as quickly into the product design and production system as possible. Like scale, this enables competitors to constantly bring market improvements, with the core imperative of gaining market share and getting scale before their competitors can, hoping for a virtuous cycle of growth. This is especially true for private Chinese companies, particularly newer ones. In contrast, many of the foreign companies they are competing against are large, bureaucratic multinationals whose complex processes get in the way of speed. Local, provincial, and national governments more often than not want to get out of the way of companies moving fast, unlike the United States, where slowing things down is now standard fare. 5. Local suppliers. Henry Ford's River Rouge factory in Detroit was a model of vertical integration. In the last half-century, production systems have become more spatially distributed with multiple tiers of suppliers. However, speed and innovation often require close linkages with suppliers. When most suppliers are in close geographic proximity of the large original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, the process of sending requirements to suppliers and learning from suppliers and getting back new products is much faster. Most companies in the West have chosen globally distributed supply chains, in large part to cut costs by locating some or most of their production in lower-cost places. But that has come at the cost of speed and innovation. As Professors Joshua Murray and Michael Swartz argued in Wrecked, How the American Automobile Industry Destroyed Its Capacity to Compete, one reason for the relative decline of the U.S. auto industry is the big three producers' geographically separated production and R&D systems by moving so much of the former to low-cost regions. In contrast, since China is still largely a low-cost production system, most Chinese suppliers are still in China, often in the same region as the OEM. In addition, because China specializes so much in manufacturing, and particularly in certain kinds of industries, it is able to enjoy rich and deep local production agglomerations. 6. Subsidies and other protections. Firms often have to compete in unfair markets, if only because many factors affect the value of currency. Hence, firms can find themselves with an uncompetitive cost structure in global markets even though they are doing everything right. But leaving this aside, firm competition plays out through several key factors, with price and quality being the most important. If one firm is provided subsidies, including a devalued currency, it has, all else equal, a competitive advantage over its foreign competitors that receive limited subsidies. The firm can use that advantage to cut prices and gain market share. It can boost its scale and learning economies. Or it can invest those subsidies in R&D and other areas to boost quality and innovation, again taking market share from its competitors. While a number of nations have relied on many forms of subsidies, low corporate taxes, tax incentives, grants, subsidized costs of inputs such as energy, and a suppressed value of their currency, by and large, the scale of the subsidies is usually limited, often by domestic political pressures from voters demanding lower taxes or higher spending to directly benefit them. At the same time, many Western nations implement various subsidy limitation measures because they want competition to be on a level playing field. But China is exempt from all of those limitations. China's subsidies are on steroids, in part because of the intense competition for industry between its cities and provinces, which shell out massive funds to support local champions. And China flouts the flaccid World Trade Organization, WTO, disciplines on subsidies. The magnitude and extent of Chinese subsidies has been widely documented. Though dated, Haley and Haley's book Chinese Industrial Subsidies documents just how sizable these were and the role they played in enabling China to gain global market share in the 2000s. More recently, Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, found, even using a conservative methodology, China's industrial policy spending is enormous, totaling at least 1.73% of GDP in 2019. This is equivalent to more than $248 billion at nominal exchange rates and $407 billion at purchasing power parity exchange rates. A new study from a German institute estimates, overall, industrial subsidies in China are several times higher than those in large EU and OECD countries. The size of the estimated difference ranges from a ratio of at least 3 to 4 in conservative estimates to a ratio of as high as 9 in more encompassing studies. In 2022, 99% of listed firms in China received direct government subsidies. For example, the German study finds that Chinese EV maker BYD has received over $3.7 billion in subsidies. Overall, in 2019, Chinese industrial subsidies were 4.5 times greater than the United States as a share of GDP, and that is accounting for the U.S. subsidies related to national defense. Hand in hand with subsidies are market access restrictions. The first directly helps a domestic company gain market share. The second helps indirectly by reducing the market share of a foreign competitor and increasing that domestic firm's share. For example, when the Chinese government tells its state-owned telecom providers to stop using American computer chips in their systems, this weakens companies such as Intel and AMD, while strengthening Chinese companies such as SMIC. While other Asian tigers used subsidies and sometimes closed markets to develop industrially, they were limited in what they could do. At the end of the day, the Japanese and South Korean markets were just not that big to really make a dent in Western company global sales if they were cut off from market access. Moreover, as allies were dependent on the United States, they faced political limitations to what they could. China is different. Losing access to the Chinese market while allowing Chinese firms to have access to all of it structurally weakens non-Chinese firms while structurally strengthening Chinese firms. And of course, the United States has no real leverage over the Chinese government. The West's model is different. The predominant conception of economic and business competition is akin to an ecosystem that should be kept in balance, or more accurately, should not be put out of balance by government interventions. In this model, markets achieve allocation efficiency, the preeminent goal in neoclassical economics, where there is a Goldilocks allocation of production, not too much of X and not too little of X. This same self-adjusting model works across borders too, through the magic of Ricardian comparative advantage. In this model, the country that has the inherent comparative advantage in making a good, textiles in England, trades with other countries for something they have an advantage in, wine in Portugal. All is in balance. In this naturalistic conception, everything moves toward harmony, as long as government has open markets, limited protectionism, and free markets, limited subsidies and regulations. Heaven on earth allocation efficiency, the maximum long-run production curve. That almost utopian model is fundamentally counter to China's conception of economic competition. And as such, it is no longer fit as a valid model for operating an economy, unless the other nations could find a way to completely isolate the Chinese economy. In this case, China would boost its own champions and keep Western firms out, but it would not destroy the latter. The rest of the world could have free markets with no subsidies and all would be mostly well. But even with talk of decoupling, that solution will not happen because the fastest growing markets in the world, those in the developing world, will not choose this path. Many are already tightly linked to China, in large part because of the massive amounts of foreign investment and aid China receives in these countries, and because these nations are loath to choose sides between China and the US-led West. And even if Western nations could find the political will to completely decouple, they won't because some countries, especially in Europe, refuse, seeking their own short-term gains in China at the expense of the collective good of the West. The resulting share of the global economy would be modest in size and gradually shrinking, given the much faster expected growth rates of the non-Western world over the next multiple decades. Finally, some will argue that the United States has joined the subsidy race and that all is on par. But while the CHIPS Act was long overdue, it's important to note that its grant funding of $49 billion is dwarfed by Chinese semiconductor subsidies of over $81 billion. 7. Firm size with competition. Firm size matters in international competition. This is even more crucial given the increasing share of knowledge-based industries, with high fixed costs and low marginal costs, including telecommunications equipment, aerospace, semiconductors, drugs, and software. More sales means continual lower marginal costs and increased revenues to reinvest. And the size of a firm also matters because, for some industries, e.g. jet airplanes, jet engines, high-speed rail, logic chips, etc., the high fixed costs of production means the global market can only support a few players. China understands this and has adopted a strategy of industrial consolidation. Often, in part because of competition between provincial governments, but also because the central government does not know what firms will ultimately emerge as winners, Chinese governments support more firms than makes economic sense. However, at some point, the central government institutes policies to separate the wheat from the chaff and winnow down the number of competitors. In many cases, this can take the form of forced mergers, as we saw with the creation of the China Railway Construction Corporation, its national rail champion. In 2023, China began a massive consolidation of its steel industry that will result in just 10 producers holding 60 to 70% of industry capacity by 2025. In other cases, such as Huawei, It supports companies to be full solution providers to telecom providers around the world, allowing it to bring to bear turnkey solutions that are much harder for more narrowly focused Western telecom equipment firms to emulate. Again, this is very different from the West, where antitrust officials are on constant vigil to prevent firms from getting too large, worrying that they will harm allocation efficiency, resulting in what economists call deadweight economic losses. That is why antitrust is much more aggressive in the West than in China. However, as long as these massive Chinese firms are acting in the interest of the state, China not only tolerates them, but also encourages them to get even bigger. Like so many Chinese policy areas, antitrust is used as a competitiveness tool, encouraging scale in domestic firms and attacking foreign firms, either by limiting global mergers of firms that, because they need to do business in China, must get Chinese government approval, or prosecuting foreign firms in China on bogus charges such as price fixing, as a way to reduce their revenue and provide low-cost inputs to Chinese firms. China knows that international techno-economic competition is like sumo wrestling. Bulking up makes a big difference. It is also important to note that Chinese policy is often to encourage hyper-competition for new industries, with vastly too many firms entering into markets. The central government lets these firms compete and eventually limits support so that many go out of business, leaving only the toughest and most efficient. In this case, hypermarket competition weeds out the weak. This is very different than certain regions such as Europe, where antitrust and other policy keep less than fully competitive firms alive for long periods of time. In contrast, the U.S. system, not only in antitrust but also in economic policy more broadly, has historically been oriented around maximizing consumer welfare. As discussed ahead, the anti-capitalists on the left and the worker capitalists on the right reject even that and want to maximize worker and small business welfare, who they see as no different than oppressed workers. In contrast, the Chinese system is oriented around one goal: boosting national techno-economic power. Consumers be damned. Workers? Who cares? Optimally, economic systems should be about boosting productivity, not consumer or worker welfare directly. But given that the Chinese system is about national economic power and supporting competitively strong internationally traded firms, unless the United States also makes this a priority, it will continue to lose. 8. Specialization. China goes deep, and that makes innovation easier. For example, unlike the United States, where a research university may have just a few professors working on a particular area, China has established research institutes where 100 researchers are working on the same topic. For example, China has close to 50 graduate programs that focus on either battery chemistry or the closely related subject of battery metallurgy. By contrast, only a handful of professors in the United States are working on batteries. This is similar to other Asian tiger nations that have large specialized industrial research labs, such as ITRI in Taiwan focused largely on electronics and South Korea's Electrotechnology Research Institute. In China, we see this with its State Key Laboratories (SKL) program, which, according to one report, is a method of teaming researchers and developers as a strategy to tackle hard problems, and which has long been hailed as a successful model, as was seen with Bell Labs in the United States. The over 500 SKLs are usually located at universities, although in the last decade, the Chinese government has funded private companies to form SKLs, akin to Bell Labs. We also see this focus on specialization in Chinese government efforts to form advanced technology regional clusters. A Center for Security and Emerging Technology, CSET, report on SKLs notes that, to streamline the innovation process from basic to applied research, Beijing has co-located enterprises, universities, research institutions, and SKLs to form industry clusters. One participant told ITIF that there are universities in China that only focus on battery research. For example, China's SKL for Physical Chemistry of Solid Surfaces employs over 100 researchers at Xiamen University. In contrast, NSF funds 19 engineering research centers, ERCs, and a total of 79 since the program's inception, and only about half of these are focused on technologies that could be used in globally traded industries. A typical one, such as the Center for Innovative and Strategic Transformation of Alkane Resources, has only about 30 researchers, and few of them work full-time at the center. Another example is China's system of manufacturing institutes, copied from the Manufacturing USA system. But one big difference is that in China, Activities are co-located with institutes, companies, and R&D labs. For example, the Dongguan Robot City is a government-supported robotics research institute anchored by over 400 Chinese nearby robotics companies. These Chinese institutes are funded usually at least more than 10 times the amount of the U.S. centers. 9. Space. By space, we mean the space given for innovators to take risks and test technologies, or what Adam Thierer calls permissionless innovation. 300. For the most part, China's innovators not only face few barriers compared with what Western innovators face, but they are also often encouraged and supported by the government to take these risks. We see this, for example, with Chinese policy toward AVs they support. Likewise, China is supporting futuristic smart cities, drone deliveries, smart agriculture, and more. Given the importance of first-mover advantages and large markets, such an orientation is a key edge for Chinese firms. Because the Chinese government is so desirous of innovation leadership, it has largely refrained from imposing restrictions on technology firms, except in a few industries wherein it does not see their interests as aligned with state interests. It may sound strange to argue that innovators in a communist society experience more freedom to innovate than those in a democratic capitalist system, but that is in fact the case. Europe has long placed regulation ahead of innovation, even convincing itself that regulation and limiting technology and U.S. technology firms actually spurs innovation by boosting consumer trust. And in the last decade, the United States and Commonwealth nations have begun to embrace the same view, seeing a wide variety of innovations, including AI, big data, facial recognition, AVs, drones, and more as requiring strict regulation in order to ensure that they are human-centered. Moreover, another factor giving Chinese companies space and permission appears to be what Columbia professor Amar Bide has also called venturesome consumption. The eagerness of a nation's consumers to be early adopters of and experiment with new products and technologies. The United States used to be strong in that, but it appears that Chinese consumers are more risk-tolerant now and are seeking out the newest and most innovative products. 10. Strategy. Finally, what underpins the Chinese innovation model is strategy for achieving its goal of gaining advanced technology advantage over its adversaries. By strategy, we do not necessarily mean a formal document or process laying out steps. Often, Chinese tech policy is more akin to crossing the river by touching the stones. An incremental process, sometimes involving mistakes and reversals, but always in the service of crossing the river. Innovation leadership. And unlike the United States, where multiple, often warring factions competing in the interagency process related to tech, trade, and industrial policy make all of government solutions all but impossible, those kinds of solutions are the norm in China. Coupled with that is China's deep and wide expertise in government and academia in science and technology policy, a discipline that is largely ignored in America. In China, they study global science and technology policy, are deeply familiar with the literature, especially of that in the West, and use that expertise to effectively shape policy. In addition, Chinese science and technology policy for competitiveness is very intergovernmental, where not only does Beijing drive science and technology policy, but so too do the 23 provinces and the multiple large cities. Finally, China is not a democracy, and that brings benefits and costs, although at this stage of its development, this may bring more benefits. The CCP's control means that it has more leeway to ignore vested interests and focus on its overall mission to lead innovation. There is one other important aspect of the Chinese innovation system, and that is it has largely been built from the bottom up. In other words, China was long a laggard and a copier and competed in sectors and parts of businesses that were more commodity-like and lower value added. The West, and especially the United States, was more than willing to shed many of these segments, content in the belief that it was shedding dogs and embracing stars. China used that and moved up the value chain, creating what Clay Christensen has termed low-end disruption. Li and Zhang refer to this as late development advantage, where these nations can copy and build on the leader's technology, but only if they embrace a development state. To be sure, moving up to original and high-end disruption is hard, but that strategy does have advantages in that it builds on itself, as we have seen the same strategy used successfully by the other Asian tigers. This bottom-up, supply-side approach is why Chinese innovation and dependencies, the processing of rare earths, every part of a battery, process know-how, etc., now occur at every level of the value chain. As discussed ahead, the United States shed too much, and the lack of deep competencies along the supply chain now serves as a hindrance to success. While the Chinese innovation model is similar to what Japan and the Asian tigers relied on to become innovation leaders, it is different in fundamental ways, the most important being the size of the Chinese economy, the level of control by the government, and the level of commitment to dominate in innovation across most advanced industries. What does this Asian tiger on steroids model mean for Western economies? If the latter were a completely closed economy with no trade with China and had no need for their largest companies to sell much outside the West, there would be no negative impacts on Western industry from this Chinese innovation system. Their companies and workers could thrive in such a bifurcated economy. This is what both progressives and the New Right seek as a solution to the China challenge. The progressives, including the Biden administration, seek a more closed U.S. economy immune from global competition. Former President Trump appears to want the same. But the reality is that the United States must do battle for foreign economic territory and cannot cede these markets to Chinese firms. The U.S. market, as large as it is too small to support healthy rates of innovation and production in most advanced industries. That leaves the question of what the United States and other Western nations should do. To date, most are in denial, arguing that China is a paper tiger, and even that its economy is stagnating, if not declining. This is wishful thinking at best. Others deny that we are even in competition with other countries. They subscribe to the Paul Krugman notion that competitiveness is a dangerous illusion. Still others have an ideological commitment to the view that the Western model of innovation, especially America's, is so superior to China's state-directed capitalism that we should just stay the course and that China will eventually crash and burn, as they wrongly believe that Japan's economy did. Others argue that the challenge is principally militarily, with China seeking to invade and to take over Taiwan. In this case, China could gain control of key parts of the supply chain, particularly semiconductors. This was the principal rationale for the passage of the CHIPS Act. But the threat from China goes beyond its possible takeover of Taiwan. There are a host of advanced industries China is seeking to gain dominance in. Related to this is the concept of de-risking, something EU officials have focused on to ensure that they are not like the Americans who supposedly focus on decoupling. De-risking is designed to identify some key products, such as rare earths, that China could control and ensure that there is adequate production in either home of allied markets. De-risking is important, but the very concept implies that only a modest share of materials is at risk of Chinese control, rather than the entire advanced industrial base. To the extent elected officials, experts, and pundits worry about the ability of the United States to effectively compete with China, the dictate is to do what we have been doing, only more and better. In an article about what the new conservative movement should do to address the China challenge, David Goldman wrote that Congress should massively increase federal basic research funding to revive the system of public-private partnerships that allowed the federal government to subsidize basic research while leaving the risk of commercialization to private entrepreneurs. 307. The Liberal Center for American Progress agrees, writing that we should be capitalizing on our existing strengths, including our unique innovation ecosystem. 308. The RAND Corporation tells the Department of Defense, DoD, that features inherent to the U.S. innovation system, robust IP protection, the prospect of high returns to innovation and strong government-university industry linkages, stimulate creativity, encourage innovation, and foster entrepreneurship. The Atlantic Council proposes a number of steps to effectively compete with China, including boosting government R&D funding, improving STEM, and GRAFT and a more diverse tech sector, and allowing more high-skill immigration. Thomas Mankin, president of the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessments, summed up the conventional view best when he said recently, "The U.S. system is superior to the Chinese system overall, so we're not going to enjoy success by trying to out-authoritarian the authoritarians. We're going to enjoy success by bolstering our system, and I actually say in a number of cases becoming more true to the nature of our system." This has become the new Washington Consensus. If the old Washington Consensus was about market capitalism, fiscal policy discipline, no subsidies, a neutral tax code, and trade liberalization, the new consensus is about support capitalism, more R&D, more skills, and deregulation, but all the while staying true to the U.S. model. These kinds of solutions might have worked 30 years ago when the global scientific research circulation system was more limited and many countries did not have the capabilities to absorb that research. But today, it is a recipe for giving the Chinese a massive amount of knowledge. This is even more true given China's development of a vast artificial intelligence, AI, powered platform dubbed Supermind to track millions of scientists and researchers around the world. If the West generally, and the United States specifically, is to not lose the global innovation production race to China, it will need to more than simply double down on what has worked in the past. Tweaking or even making significant improvements to our system is no longer enough. To be fair, that is at least better than ignoring the challenge, either through massive spending on redistribution or budget cuts and tax cuts on individuals, or attacking U.S. technology leaders, e.g., aggressive antitrust actions against tech leaders and even more restrictive technology regulation. But incremental reform, it is not enough. If the United States is to avoid becoming a second-rate technology economy dependent on China, it's time to break glass and craft a completely new national innovation system. There are 5 competing visions for U.S. capitalism in the age of China competition, and each supports a fundamentally different approach to competing with the Chinese. As we argue ahead, only one, national power capitalism, has any chance of succeeding against China. The first vision is market capitalism, the traditional doctrine in the United States, at least since the 1980s and on the right and center-right. In this view, proselytized by think tanks such as the Peterson Institute and the Cato Institute, free markets and unfettered globalization are the best way to drive growth, and any alterations impose costs. Moreover, price-mediated markets are ideally global in nature. For free market capitalists, the ideal economy is a giant, globally integrated market wherein capital, goods and services, and people should be able to move anywhere, anytime with no barriers or limitations. In this world, there are no winners that take all, we are all winners. In other words, there is simply no way that Chinese policies can hurt us, because it's free trade and free trade is welfare maximizing for all parties. This is why the worst thing we can do is respond with protectionism. And because they privilege consumer welfare, if the Chinese want to sell Americans products below their production cost, that's great for us. Cheap goods. As a result, they see a government that doesn't imbibe the drink of market capitalism as a barrier to this nirvana. A key component of the market capitalism doctrine is that market failures are few and government failures rampant. In only a very limited number of cases, government intervention is required, but it's a bit like drinking, only in moderation. As such, for them, there are 2 key mortal sins: 1, anything that limits unfettered globalization, what they disparagingly call protectionism, and 2, industrial policy, which, for them, is pretty much any and all government actions to alter market-based outcomes for particular industries. It's important to realize that the free market capitalist believers base their argument on one key factor. It doesn't matter what a nation's industrial structure is. Car rental, car production. What's the difference? In fact, whatever industries a nation has are optimal, unless a government is stupid or craven enough to try to alter industrial composition through industrial policy. After all, the market knows best, and Chinese investment and trade are part of the market. The reality is that even if market capitalism produced optimal results in a world without China, it fails in a world with China. The reason is simple. Because of Chinese state capitalism, Chinese companies overinvest in certain industries China desires leadership in. By definition, that lowers capital returns, not only in China but also in other countries competing in the same industries. Thus, firms in market capitalist nations rationally cut investment in these sectors because they cannot earn market-based returns. As such, Chinese policy reduces U.S. capital investment in the sectors China wants to dominate, not only distorting allocation efficiency, but also weakening U.S. key sectors. The doctrine of market capitalism never conceived of such a system, and as such is incapable of coping with this reality. As hard as it may be for many people to believe that the market capitalists actually believe the doctrine, they indeed do. When one head of a leading international trade think tank was asked how much manufacturing the U.S. could lose and still be okay, he said, all of it. Likewise, Adam Posen, president of the Peterson Institute, recently stated wrongly that trying to revive manufacturing is sexist and racist because manufacturing largely employs white males. If the market capitalists were to acknowledge that America's prosperity and power depended on technologically advanced traded sectors, the entire edifice of their ideological framework would come tumbling down. They would have to acknowledge that their belief in global free markets could be problematic. This is why they regularly and so vigorously try to claim that all is well with U.S. manufacturing, even though the evidence says otherwise. And for most of them, data, evidence, and logic will not change their core religious views. The only thing to change this is their retirement and, hopefully, replacement by pragmatists. If you don't have to worry about industrial structure, you're pretty much free to just do nothing, and your main task is to be on the constant vigil of identifying inappropriate market interventions such as trade restrictions, the CHIPS Act, and other nefarious things that distort free markets. This is why they deny that China is a problem. Who cares whether China gets all the manufacturing and other high-tech sectors such as software, because financial services and tourism is just as good, and likely even better since these are likely where America's natural comparative advantage is. At heart, they are Panglossians. Whatever world America is in is the optimal one, unless it is a world where the voting know-nothings have pressed for market-distorting policies, especially protectionism. Over the last decade, some market capitalists have made two concessions to reality. First, many now feel compelled to talk about distribution and fairness. After all, even they are not blind to the costs of Chinese industrial predation. But their solutions are not to address U.S. competitiveness vis-a-vis China, but to help the losers, many of whom should just get a degree in finance or computer science. And their solutions are market-supporting, such as an earned income tax credit, rather than market-distorting, such as supporting manufacturing or a higher minimum wage. Second, some now give lip service to the need to restructure our economy around the green transition, but again, only with market-based solutions such as a carbon tax or second-best solutions, such as the tax credits for green production in the Inflation Reduction Act, IRA. Many oppose other kinds of industrial policy, including the CHIPS Act, because they not only remain agnostic about the nation's industrial mix, but they also see any help for industry as simply boosting profits at the expense of the proletariat. One leading former Obama administration official noted at an off-the-record dinner that he opposed the CHIPS Act because it would by definition raise profits of semiconductor firms, ignoring the reality that the act was designed to reduce the delta between costs of production in the United States and other nations, especially Asian ones. For him and others, the key is to identify limiting factors that can keep industrial policy from spreading like some kind of out-of-control virus. Green transition policies are acceptable. Income redistribution is acceptable, but pretty much nothing else is. But there is really no limiting factor to defense spending other than to maintain superiority over our adversaries. That should be the sole limiting factor for U.S. industrial policy. Overall, free market globalists scoff at the notion that China could win and the United States lose in advanced industry competition. They see it as not only highly unlikely but also completely irrelevant because there is no winning and losing in international trade. Finally, the global free market camp sees the optimal system as one of unfettered trade barriers, even if the trade of one country is based on massive subsidies and stolen IP. The greatest sin is to erect any barriers to free trade. As WTO Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala said, "We are certainly concerned. We don't want to see a further escalation of these kinds of measures between the two big powers in the world. We would not want the world to fragment into two trading blocs, one with the US and one with China, because that will be a big loss to the world. When we do these studies of such a break, it shows everyone would lose. The US would lose. China would lose. And developing countries would lose more if we broke into two geopolitical blocs along those lines. So we are very concerned. In other words, the better system would be for the United States to erect no barriers to trade with China while allowing China to manipulate its currency, provide massive subsidies, tie market access to tech transfer, and limit market access for foreign firms. Market capitalism still guides much of the elite narrative on what the United States should do. A recent article in Foreign Affairs states, by offering large incentives to companies that invest in critical sectors in the United States, Washington could replicate some of the same problems that are plaguing China's economy. A reliance on debt-fueled investment, unproductive resource allocation, and, potentially, a speculative bubble in tech company stocks that could destabilize the market if it suddenly burst. If the goal is to outcompete Beijing, Washington should concentrate on what the American system is already better at: innovation, market disruption, and the intensive use of private capital, with investors choosing the most promising areas to support and taking the risks along with the rewards. By fixating on strategies to limit China's economic advantages, the United States risks neglecting its own strengths. In a game that has been fundamentally transformed, the stubborn adherence to free market globalization is a weakness, akin to the French belief in the Maginot Line before the emergence of mobile warfare in World War II. Finally, one argument defenders of market capitalism make is that it helps keep individuals free from government, with many on the right worrying that any expansion of government leads to a kind of totalitarianism Hayek warned against. But in 1944, when Hayek wrote The Road to Serfdom, the Soviets were allies, so America could afford to imagine that we could survive with small government. But soon after the Soviet Union gave the green light to North Korea to invade South Korea in 1950, it became clear that the much more significant threat to Americans' freedom was not Washington, but Moscow. So both parties built the national security state, and under President Reagan's leadership, America defeated the Soviets. Today, we need a national power capitalist state to keep American freedoms intact from Beijing. As the limitations of market capitalism have become clearer, particularly as an adequate response to Chinese state capitalism, a new, slightly more interventionist form of market capitalism has gained adherents, what can be termed support capitalism. In this framing, global free trade is still the model, but now the government plays a stronger role in supporting R&D, boosting education and skills, supporting entrepreneurship, and of course, helping workers who have been hurt by globalization to adjust. A seminal article by Kurt Campbell and Jake Sullivan, warning of the decline of the United States vis-a-vis China, discusses the notion of support capitalism. Washington must dramatically increase funds for basic science research and invest in clean energy, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and computing power. At the same time, the federal government should scale up its investments in education at all levels and in infrastructure, and it should adopt immigration policies that continue to enhance the United States demographic and skills advantage. Point 320. While support capitalism is undoubtedly superior to market capitalism, it remains structurally deficient to enable America to compete with China. It is based on the notion of ingredientism, the belief that a nation can succeed principally by having robust quantities of the right ingredients. These can include more trade agreements, good universities, the rule of law, educated workers, good broadband, more basic science, etc. If government can just provide adequate ingredients and framework conditions, firms will prosper and effectively compete with China. But when competing with China, it's not just the quantity of the ingredients, it is also having the right ingredients to make the right dishes. If China is seeking to dominate particular key industries, a policy that does not respond with recipes that focus on these industries will lose. Moreover, ingredients are not enough to build regional technology hubs, startups, and high-productivity firms. Policy needs to be focused on getting firms to take the kinds of steps that will lead to long-term success against Chinese firms. As the flaws of market capitalism have become more widely accepted, progressives have used them to advance a counter-doctrine of anti-corporate capitalism. For them, corporate capitalism is the source of climate disaster, racial and gender oppression, inequality, the breakdown of democracy, worker victimization, and every other ill that can be imagined. They want small and mid-sized enterprises to dominate, or in industries where scale economies or technological complexity makes that impossible, heavy regulation or government ownership. They oppose investing in advanced industries because the money goes to corporations, something to be avoided at all costs, and instead call for massive government spending or tax breaks for childcare, housing, education, mass transit, distributed energy, universal basic income, and retirement security, all of which they portray as investment and even industrial policy. For them, the China challenge is irrelevant, and to the extent people call it out, they are racists. Anti-corporate capitalism paves the road not only to the United States losing to China, but to U.S. detechnologicalization. If market capitalists want the government to do nothing, anti-corporate capitalists want it to do everything, including replacing large business. It is ironic and troubling that at the very moment America is in desperate need of an all-of-society, all-of-government approach to not losing to China in advanced industries, the left has coalesced around an anti-big business doctrine and agenda. Like free market capitalists, they deny the importance of any particular industry over another, with the exception of green industries and social care industries, both of which are elevated to a privileged status, the green care economy. For them, the most important aspect of the CHIPS Act was not building fabs, but rather requiring day care centers at fabs and compliance with Davis-Bacon construction labor requirements. This gets to why both the libertarian right and the anti-capitalist left deny the China challenge so vociferously. They know that if policymakers take China seriously, it destroys both the anti-monopoly movement and the free market movement. Libertarianism becomes thrown on the scrap heap of history because the state is needed to keep American industry strong. And for the anti-corporatists, it means supporting large corporations. Lina Khan threw her weight into this revisionist effort with a recent speech at the Carnegie Endowment and an article in Foreign Policy, in which she declared, "To stay ahead globally, we don't need to protect our monopolies from innovation, we need to protect innovation from our monopolies." In other words, it's okay to break up big companies. It will even help us compete with China. However, unlike the free market capitalists, the anti-corporatists reject globalization. For them, globalization brings competition, something they abhor, in part because it limits the extent to which government can impose taxes and restrictions on business. Anti-corporatism is economic isolationism and autarky, disengaging from competition with other nations, thereby allowing the government to impose any and all anti-corporate policies with no impact on competitiveness, and not only ending trade expansion but reversing it. This is why we hear almost nothing from U.S. Trade Representative, USTR, Katherine Tai. Her job is not trade expansion. It is trade contraction. The anti-corporatists deny America is in competition with other nations, not only because of their desire for global wealth redistribution, even at costs to the U.S. economy, but because they know global competition makes it harder to put in place a raft of needed policies they disdain, such as lower business taxes and limited regulations. If the United States is relatively autarkic, such as before the 1970s, tax and regulate to your heart's content, we won't lose any jobs to nations that don't follow this path. Moreover, most anti-corporatists see not only the U.S. proletariat as a victim of U.S. capitalist greed but also the great masses in developing nations, including China. They advocate for policies to support the global proletariat over U.S. companies, denying both the very idea of the U.S. national interest and the deep link between U.S. company interests and U.S. national and worker interests. Finally, their goal is not competitiveness, as that is something they fear might help American capitalists instead of the global proletariat, especially people of color. As bizarre as it sounds, most anti-capitalists side more with the Chinese and Third World proletariat than with U.S. companies. Economist Joe Stiglitz, who pushes for weak IP protection in the United States so that developing countries can pay less for U.S. IP, is a case in point. This is why they want to do everything possible to avoid techno-economic competition with China, advocating instead for cooperation. There is another contender to replace market capitalism as the dominant doctrine, and that is what could be called worker and climate capitalism. Indeed, there is one form of industrial and trade policy that is now at least somewhat acceptable across the political spectrum: using government policy, including trade and industrial policy, to support noble goals, which include using manufacturing policy as social policy to create more blue-collar jobs and industrial policy as green policy. Many on the new right attack market fundamentalism for ignoring blue-collar workers and advocate for a robust focus on manufacturing. New right pundit Sohrab Ahmari writes that dismantling the neoliberal order requires a labor market in which most sectors are unionized and a higher minimum wage for all workers, giving labor the security needed to mount countervailing power in the absence of labor organization. Bob Lighthizer book No Trade is Free Trade is emblematic of this, as he wants to reorient trade policy to focus first and foremost on helping American workers, particularly blue-collar workers. In this doctrine, high tariffs on all manufactured goods are a positive because it will help manufacturing workers. Leaving aside that high tariffs on imported goods might actually hurt many U.S. manufacturers, the problem with worker capitalism is that it is not strategic vis-a-vis Chinese industrial competition. Making either jets and jars employs blue-collar workers, but only the former is strategic relative to China. The Biden administration's worker-oriented trade policy is of the same making. USTR Tai recently stated, "The Biden-Harris administration's approach to trade has been to democratize economic opportunity. We are breaking out of the technocrats' bubble to meet working people where they are, redesigning the incentive structure so that communities are not pitted against each other. For example, for a long time, workers in Ohio or Pennsylvania or Arizona have been set against workers in Mexico, where rights have been unfairly suppressed. This is what happens when we blindly believe that liberalizing trade rules leads to a gradual improvement in labor standards as countries grow wealthier through trade flows. We are flipping this narrative on its head, using a trade agreement. This doctrine privileges workers, rather than the nation. For example, it often leads to opposition to automation on the grounds that it hurts workers. It also leads to an all-is-good approach to trade policy, where low-skill jobs are as good as high-skill ones. As such, it is largely a social policy doctrine, helping particular kinds of workers and the environment, that has the political benefit of appealing to voters in many presidential swing states. Some on the left and center argue for the same goal, but will often add in green jobs and the green transition as the lodestar of a new kind of climate capitalism, wherein all policies are oriented around decarbonizing the global energy system. Their agenda is not just about supporting clean energy production. For some on the left, it is much more ambitious and calls for reforming capitalism itself, often involving degrowth. Others, such as former Biden economic official Brian Deese, argue that the United States can regain competitiveness by leading the green economy. However, the green economy simply cannot be the focus of an industrial policy designed to prevent China from winning, because energy sectors are too small. 329 more problematic. The green industrial agenda diverts needed attention from the China competition agenda. The fifth model, one that is barely developed in the United States, can be called national power capitalism. It is time to copy key elements of the China model and transform the American system to national power capitalism, or as Michael Lind and I have written elsewhere, a system of national developmentalism. National power capitalism is a subset of national developmentalism, the idea that the state plays a strong and conscious role to drive economic development. The former is more focused on policies that retain and gain techno-economic power over China. National power capitalism is premised on the reality of states competing with each other, not in some kind of Ricardian win-win, but in a more existential competition for power. Market-based economics and even support capitalism deny this reality and still believe in the win-win, Ricardian utopian vision. These doctrines are not adequate for a situation that is akin to a win-lose techno-economic war. Just as winning a kinetic war requires national defense policy, winning a techno-economic war requires a national advanced technology policy, grounded in national power capitalism. If economists were in charge of defense policy, they would say, don't fund aircraft carriers or advanced jets because the cost-benefit is negative and there is no market failure. But we fund national defense because not doing so means giving up U.S. sovereignty. The same should be true for funding national advanced technology capabilities. This is not about market failures or narrow cost-benefit analysis. It's about not losing national power. It is goal-oriented just as defense policy is goal-oriented. U.S. weapons policy is not process-oriented. It's not as if officials say, let's make sure procurement is streamlined and see what weapons get developed. Rather, the various defense forces identify their needs, and the system works to achieve those goals. That's what national power capitalism needs to do. We need a robust biotech industry, chip industry, aerospace industry, AI industry, etc., and then to design and implement policies to achieve that. Immediately, we can hear the cries of, we don't want to be like China. Some pro-market advocates invoke the incantation to object to what we are already doing, such as passing the CHIPS and Science Act. But for most who say this, it has become some general phrase that is required as part of the discourse about U.S. advanced industry policy, although seldom are any specific reasons given. It's as if we all know that we shouldn't be like China, yet we should embrace the Chinese model, but with American characteristics. As the Chinese say, they have capitalism with Chinese characteristics. We need a similar kind of system but with American characteristics. One can hear the accusations now. You want the United States to limit democratic freedom? To not have the rule of law? To have heavy-handed government? Clearly there are many components of China the West should not copy. First and foremost, its Marxist-Leninist government with its authoritarianism, its rejection of human rights, high levels of corruption, lack of the rule of law, immiseration of the working class, government manipulation of technical standards, weak IP protection, and support of firms with massive subsidies that have no chance of survival without Chinese cash. Just as winning a kinetic war requires national defense policy, winning a techno-economic war requires a national advanced technology policy, grounded in national power capitalism. However, we can walk and chew gum at the same time and emulate the many parts of the Chinese innovation system that would benefit us. China's high levels of investment rather than spending. Its overarching focus on winning in selected advanced industries. It's building up strong levels of domestic agglomeration. It's becoming much faster and limiting the regulatory morass that in the United States has become reflexively no. The widespread support for innovation and progress. the Chinese government's relatively deep understanding and embrace of science and technology policy for competitiveness. As such, it's time for an open and honest debate about whether doubling down on the U.S. system is enough to address the unprecedented China techno-economic challenge, or the U.S. government needs to adopt a new form of national power capitalism, a system that relies on private companies, many of them very large, to fight our global techno-economic war, and also provides them with significantly more support, tax and direct spending, focused on significantly expanding techno-economic R&D and production in the United States in critical industries, a system that is more activist than support capitalism, but less directive than China's state capitalism. What would a U.S. national innovation system that were modeled after China's 10SS look like? 1. Science and engineering talent. The U.S. science system, like so many other U.S. systems, is no longer purpose-fit for a world in which China is the pacing competitor. In the current model, researchers pick the areas of research. In a new model, the federal government and industry would prioritize key areas where China is a threat. In the current model, the federal government provides the lion's share of funding. In a new world, industry funding, incentivized by the federal government, would play a key role, including in the production of industry-oriented PhDs. In the current model, publications are the key goal. In a new model, transferring knowledge to the domestic private sector would be the key goal. In the current model, science is seen as global, so cooperation with Chinese scientists and university students is an unalloyed good. In a new model, science cooperation with China would be seen as fraught with risks and largely stopped, and more focus placed on applied research. To emulate China, the United States needs more and stronger scientific and engineering talent, but that talent should be 1. Oriented to industry more than academia, and 2. Aligned with the key technologies and industries the United States must be competitive in. In contrast, the U.S. system is now focused on generating university researchers in whatever fields the researchers are interested in. Instead, the college and graduate school system should be providing incentives for students to major in science, particularly fields related to competitiveness such as materials science, biology, engineering, and computer science. It is time to stop doubling down on science and hoping NSF will effectively support commercialization and innovation. It is not likely to. And instead establish a national advanced industry and technology agency that supports technology development in the United States instead of science for the world. This means the federal government, especially NSF and the Department of Energy, cease science cooperation with China. Just one of many examples. NSF is working with the National Natural Science Foundation of China and Beihang University, which is on the entities list to fund quantum computing research. In addition, the federal government should not provide funding to any university that allows Chinese STEM postdoctorates, because they are unlikely to stay in the United States. Finally, U.S. research support has become risk-averse. In contrast, the Chinese government appears more willing to fund things that have a higher chance of failure. Our research system needs to take bigger risks and more swings for the fences. 2. Head start. With the exception of a few certain technologies, such as AI and biotech, it has been decades since the United States had a head start, not just in invention and early-stage innovation, but also in production. The United States needs to regain that in a number of industries, such as weapons systems, automation technology, autonomous systems, synthetic biology, and other advanced biotechnologies, and quantum computing. This will mean selecting key technologies and industries America can obtain a head start in, massively funding R&D, and then providing incentives to establish U.S. production facilities. 3. Market size. For many industries, adequate scale is not possible without global markets. This means the recent policy of retreating from global expansion must be reversed. This does not mean reverting to the prior era of globalization, which sought the creation of the one true global market and engaged in one-sided trade deals. The China challenge makes that an ill-advised and impossible strategy. But the opposite of trying to win as a largely national economy is just as ill-advised. Instead, we need to create a new democratic, market-based trading bloc, ideally governed by a new organization separate from the WTO, which is now compromised in pushing back effectively against Chinese unfair economic practices. It's time to create an alternative to the WTO that only accepts as members countries committed to fair trade and the rule of law. Policymakers also need to ensure that the U.S. market is large enough and U.S. companies can adequately achieve scale globally. This requires three key things. First, a policy toward the dollar that lets it decline to a level where the trade deficit disappears. Regardless of macroeconomists claiming that the trade deficit is a result of a lack of savings, the reality is that the US dollar's status as the reserve currency and China's commitment to keeping the RMB low is the principal cause of the US trade deficit. It's time for the Treasury to take determined steps to devalue the dollar. Second, we need to limit Chinese access to our and other allied markets when its firms are benefiting from unfair policies and practices. This should be simple. It is not protectionism. Protectionism would be limiting Chinese firm access even if the firm were completely market-based. As such, the United States and its core allies, especially Europe, should identify Chinese firms that systematically benefit from more than to minimize unfair trade practices and block their market access. Third, U.S. policy needs to make fighting for market access in unaligned nations a key priority. This means steps such as Export-Import Bank expansion and aligning of U.S. aid policy with U.S. international economic imperatives. China sees market entry and expansion in the unaligned nations as critical to its plans to dominate industries. Through its massively funded export finance and development banks, China has been bribing the way for its industries to capture contracts and influence around the world. For them, it is a battlefield. For American policymakers, it is something that is nice to have but not critical. U.S. and allied policies need to make contesting unaligned markets a top priority. Fourth, policymakers should not succumb to the many forces that want to decouple from China, especially those voices saying that U.S. companies should not sell or invest in China. Selling to China is a way to make our market larger and they're smaller. Investing can do the same. 4. Speed. When Calvin Coolidge said that the business of America is business, America had speed. Innovators and builders could get things done in rapid time. It took just 410 days to build the Empire State Building, the tallest building in the world then. Today, it takes decades to build big things if they can ever get built at all. Congress and the next administration need to tear down many of the massive speed bumps, if not outright roadblocks, that keep enterprises from acting with speed. Maybe America could afford those in the pre-China competition days. Cannot today. This should start with Congress repealing most or all of the National Environmental Protection Act, NEPA, with it only applying to projects on federally owned lands. States and local governments can manage their own local environments. This means regaining the mindset the federal government had when Operation Warp Speed was implemented in record time, although even then, there were unnecessary delays. Point 333 mass producing a vaccine for COVID-19 could have gotten America motivated to break through the nonsense. Not losing to China should be equally as compelling a motivation. This means not banning technologies. It means massive testbeds for new technologies, such as AVs. We have only one track in Michigan for testing. It means ending the paranoid narratives around AI and instead focusing national efforts and energy on speeding up AI development and deployment. It means that when Congress creates programs such as the Broadband Economic and Development BEAD program and the CHIPS Act, that the administration agencies don't take years to finally get the programs rolled out. Any program Congress creates should be fully funded in no more than 12 months. As one working group participant said, "It's like America's hand and feet are bound, while China is sprinting away. Time to unleash our entrepreneurial energies." 5. Local suppliers. Ever since Northern and Midwestern manufacturers started shifting production to the lower-cost South and Southeast in the 1950s and 1960s, local agglomeration of suppliers has weakened. That process only accelerated in the 1970s through 1990s to places such as Southeast Asia and to Mexico and China since then. To be sure, some global division of labor is required when labor cost differentials are so high. But too much production dispersion hollows out productive supplier agglomerations, limiting innovation. A much weaker dollar would help this, as would instituting a border-adjustable value-added tax, with the revenue being used to pay down the debt and reduce the business tax rate. An investment tax credit in new buildings and equipment would also help. Not since Henry Ford's River Rouge factory have companies been as vertically integrated. Now production systems are distributed with multiple tiers of suppliers. Speed requires close linkages with suppliers. When most suppliers are in close geographic proximity to an OEM, the process of sending requirements to suppliers and learning from suppliers and getting back new product is much faster. Most companies in the West have chosen globally distributed supply chains, in large part to cut costs by locating some or most of their production in lower-cost places. Since China is still largely a low-cost place, most of its suppliers are in China. In addition, because China specializes so much in manufacturing, and particularly in certain kinds of industries, it is able to enjoy rich production agglomerations. As noted, American companies have gone too far down the top-down route, letting less profitable segments go, usually to Chinese competitors. America needs to rebuild a much deeper and robust supply chain, including in intermediate segments. 6. Investment, subsidies, and other protections. No legitimate economist would believe that, over time, a firm that is subsidized by the government could outcompete a firm that is not. And yet most economists turn a blind eye to Chinese subsidies, or even disparage China for being so dumb for misallocating capital. The stark reality is that the United States will not be able to be competitive in a range of advanced industries if the federal government does not significantly boost industrial subsidies, via either direct spending or tax incentives. The short answer is we need vastly more real investment in the U.S. economy. Figure 24 compares national investment in the United States and China, public and private. For decades, as a poor nation, China invested a lower share of its GDP in investment. But by 2003, the lines crossed, and now China invests about 75% more than the United States does. Congress took a step in that direction with the CHIPS Act and the IRA tax incentives for clean energy industries. It should be clear to any unbiased observer that absent the CHIPS Act, U.S. fab production would continue its long, steady decline. With the Act, the United States has a real chance to significantly boost its global share of semiconductor production. But why only for semiconductors? While it is a critical industry, so are many others. While it is unlikely Congress can match the scale of Chinese industrial subsidies, including tax measures, Congress and the administration should set a goal to triple U.S. industrial subsidies annually. There has been some gradual recognition of this reality. Recently, Brad Seltzer argued that the federal government needs to provide launch aid subsidies for Boeing to bring to market at least 2 new airlines. To those who say that we cannot afford it, there are plenty of revenue streams to pay for this, including a border-adjustable value-add tax, a carbon tax, or taxing dividends as normal income. Most policymakers support a strong national defense budget, not because they believe it generates economic returns, although defense spending does create technology spillovers, but because it keeps our nation strong and secure. It's time for more policymakers to view techno-economic investments in the same light. Key investments to keep our nation powerful. Moreover, if Congress took the China challenge truly seriously, it would have done something quite different and far bolder than the CHIPS and Science Act, as important as that was. Congress would have created a National Advanced Industry and Technology Agency dedicated to working closely with Industry. 336. It would have appropriated far more money and required that most of the money be spent in university-industry research partnerships to support industries and technologies threatened by China. 7. Firm size. China knows that size matters. The CCP knows that only very large firms can marshal the capital needed for R&D investment, capital investment, and the overseas market expansion needed to better outlast foreign companies in battles of capital attrition, the kind of battle Chinese firms enjoy the most. In contrast, the United States' approach to firm size and scale is undecided at best and hostile at worst. From the emergence of the large corporation, something the United States pioneered and which was the single most important factor in vaulting the United States to global leadership, there have always been skeptics arguing that either the benefit of bigness was not worth it or that there were few or no net benefits. Today, that view has devolved to outright anti-capitalist antagonism toward large corporations, which the neo-Brandesians see as their last big barrier to fundamental American transformation to a socialist economy. It's time for policymakers to call out the neo-Brandesian movement for what it is: a radical, anti-American movement that will undercut our abilities to compete with China. In its place, we need an antitrust movement that moves beyond the consumer welfare principle to embrace the national strength principle, wherein all antitrust actions directed at firms in globally traded sectors will be evaluated on the principle of, does this help or hurt America's ability to be a global leader in the particular industry involved? America used to do more of this, especially when we were competing with the Soviet Union. For example, in the 1950s, when antitrust authorities went after their big tech of the day, AT&T, Eisenhower's DoD Secretary Engine Charlie Wilson, the former CEO of GM, wrote the Attorney General a letter expressing serious concern, saying a breakup would destroy the company's usefulness for the future. And the Department of Justice, DOJ, backed off. Once again in the 1980s, when DOJ was at it again, DoD was opposed to breakup, with DoD Secretary Caspar Weinberger coming out against it on national security grounds. In addition, Commerce Secretary Malcolm Baldrige argued that the suit was putting American leadership in telecommunications in jeopardy, as did a Reagan administration cabinet task force on telecommunications. But this time, DOJ prevailed, and Bell Labs was all but decimated. Moving forward, Congress should strip FTC of antitrust authority and have DOJ be the sole arbiter. However, for all investigations involving companies in trade sector industries, DOJ should be required to get the public input of DOC and DOD. 8. Specialization. As noted, China has built very specialized research institutes that concentrate talent and resources in one place. It's time for the United States to do the same. For example, Congress should fund NSF to create 30 to 50 ERCs that are 10 to 20 times larger than current centers. Current ERCs provide a maximum of $6 million per year. This is a pittance. We need a super ERC program that provides at least $60 million a year, with a requirement that industry match it with at least 15% of the funding. In addition, Congress should provide funding for the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, to create at least 5 to 10 national laboratories focused on key commercial technologies, modeled after what China, South Korea, and Taiwan have done. China is also supporting regional innovation hubs built around incredibly well-funded advanced manufacturing institutes. Congress took one step in this direction with its passage of the Regional Innovation Hubs program, an ITIF proposal. But it remains massively underfunded and dispersed across government, with NSF, DoD, and DOC all having their own duplicative regional innovation hub programs. 9. Space. America needs to return to its roots of permissionless innovation, where for the most part innovators could innovate and didn't need government approval to do so. And in cases where government did intervene, the interventions were as light touch as possible. With the rising anti-technology narratives that have taken over the United States, as spelled out in Technology Fears and Scapegoats, 40 Myths About Privacy, Jobs, AI, and Today's Innovation Economy, that revival is likely to prove difficult. 339, but without it, it will be harder to effectively compete with China. 10. Strategy. Emulating the best of Chinese policy means embracing an overarching goal, at minimum, not losing the techno-economy lead to China, and that means all areas of policy should be guided by this goal. If it sounds simple, that is because it is. The main reason the United States is losing ground vis-a-vis China on advanced industries and innovation is that this is not its overriding priority, the way countering the Soviet Union in the Cold War was. While the CCP puts technological advances front and center, this issue is virtually absent from our politics. Where is the science and technology China agenda for either presidential candidate this year? It doesn't exist. Indeed, there is no real strategy in the United States other than perhaps to just get more innovation. To be sure, the United States now has a strategy to ensure chip production, but that is only for one industry. More often than not, the strategy appears to be to get less innovation through heavy-handed and aggressive regulation. If this is the approach Congress and the administration takes, it means that all major areas of policy need to be guided by the doctrine of national power capitalism, including education, a focus on STEM, trade, a focus on advanced industries, not all industries, antitrust, a focus supporting large firms that can compete with Chinese state-backed companies, tax, a business tax system that supports R&D, capital investment, worker training, and exports, finance policy, a treasury policy that no longer defends the dollar, a science policy focused not on principal investigator discovery, but on supporting the U.S. advanced industry capabilities, and regulatory policy, regulations designed in ways to enable speed and scale for key traded firms. In addition, while the discipline of science and technology policy is prominent in China, perhaps even more important than the discipline of economics, that is not the case in the United States. Science and technology policy is at best an insignificant sideline, with few in Washington focused on it, and those that are consigned to the sidelines, e.g. the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, not the center, e.g. the National Security Council, the Treasury Department. Moreover, it is almost completely ignored by the dominant economics and foreign policy disciplines, which know almost nothing about the discipline and practice of science and technology policy for competitiveness. Perhaps one reason is that the United States became a global innovation leader without much of an explicit science and technology policy, unless one wants to classify defense spending on tech as one. But now that the United States is declining in science and technology relative to China, science and technology policy for competitiveness needs to be elevated to a much higher position. Vastly more needs to be done to educate local, state, and federal staff involved in economic policy in what science and technology policy for competitiveness is, and how a government or set of governments should craft and implement effective science and technology strategy. Of course, many will argue that it is apostasy for the United States to emulate the Chinese model. As one study argues, the United States holds a lead in all the dynamically evolving fields examined in this study. The best way to sustain this leadership is to adopt a strategy that builds on America's asymmetric advantages, including our superior ability to operate and attract talent in an open global knowledge economy. Permitting the global technology system to bifurcate into hostile camps led by the United States and China would be self-defeating and impracticable. Engaging in a race to the bottom with China by emulating its statist and protectionist policies is a recipe for a weaker and less secure America. Rather than admitting that there is anything to learn from China, the comfortable narrative is to double down on the distinctive U.S. model of commercial innovation. Stay the course, but perhaps swim a bit faster. This is perhaps the most important question. Double down on the current U.S. system, which means support capitalism, or develop a new model of national power capitalism. The 10S aspects of the Chinese innovation system form a powerful engine for dominating globally advanced industries. But China's ultimate victory is not assured. There are a number of ways it could come up short. First, China's fiscal challenges may limit the government's ability to continue to subsidize its exporting industries to the extent it already has. This is especially true given the demographic challenges China faces. But it's important to note that China has significantly more fiscal policy headroom than many nations do because it is running huge trade surpluses and has greater ability to raise taxes and cut spending than do democratic nations. Second, China's Achilles heel is Schumpeterian innovation. This is what hurt Japan, at least in ICT industries, as it was not able to quickly adapt to what was first Wintellism, Windows and Intel, and then the Internet and TCP/IP standards. However, unlike leaders in Japan, Chinese leaders are much more aware of the need for Schumpeterian innovation, which is why China is investing so much in next-generation leading-edge technologies. Third, efforts by the Western nations could significantly slow Chinese efforts, especially if they limit Chinese firm market access, fight more vigorously in third-country markets for market share, and cooperate on advanced technology development. But to date, while there are embryonic steps being taken, there is not much evidence that either America or its trading partners, especially the EU, are truly serious. Europe in particular continues to want to undercut allied nation interests by expanding business and investment in China, while advancing the truly astounding claim that the United States and China are both equal competitors to the EU. The reality is that without the EU waking up and seeing China as its principal threat and America as its ally, China will likely ultimately prevail. Moreover, it appears that the hope of export controls being the magic ingredient for restraining China is vastly overstated. A report by Georgetown CSET highlights the relationship between export controls and innovation with a historical case study exploring past U.S. efforts to decouple its satellite technology supply chain from China. Although export controls were able to delay China's advancement, today, the report notes, China has caught up and even exceeded U.S. capabilities in some respects in spite of these restrictions on technology transfer. Similar concerns have been expressed about the recent expansion of export controls placed on advanced semiconductors and semiconductor manufacturing equipment by the Biden administration. Moreover, by definition, export controls reduce U.S. sales, thereby weakening U.S. firms in their ability to continue to innovate. Fourth, a military invasion of Taiwan, should such a catastrophic event occur, could potentially change things dramatically for China, leading more countries to start to restrict trade and other exchange with China. However, given that many nations continue to trade with Russia after its invasion of Ukraine, it's not clear if the global response would be much different. Europe, in particular, would likely issue some strongly worded declaration and even restrict trade and investment for a while, but they could very well return to business as usual at the conclusion of armed conflict, especially if China promised more European FDI. Fifth, once the Asian tigers reached a certain level of technological capabilities, their original top-down industrial strategies gave way to more collaborative, industry-led strategies, more suited to their country's new innovation system. It's not clear that the CCP will be able to show similar levels of flexibility, because in all the Asian tigers' cases, democratic reforms accompanied and enabled industry policy reform. Sixth, a coalition of leading nations/regions in the West, including the United States, Japan, and the European Union, could collaborate to jointly develop technology advancement programs while putting in place policies to limit China's advantage, especially when it comes from unfair practices. While all these and other challenges are certainly possible, it would be folly for U.S. policymakers to put their head in the sand and hope for the best. Even if these Chinese challenges do emerge, the amount of damage that China and its firms could do to the U.S. economy in the interim is still massive. Moreover, if China follows the Japanese model of becoming a technology leader and then somewhat stalling out at a per capita income level of about 80% of U.S. levels, it would mean that Chinese GDP is 3 times greater than that of the United States, with more R&D spending, more global technology leaders, and probably 5 times more manufacturing. Not a pretty world for American or Western interests. Clearly, the relative position of the United States vis-a-vis China on innovation production will depend in part on what China does. But it mostly depends on what the United States does. There are at least 3 possible scenarios for that. First, our politics don't respond. The United States may continue to stumble along, never really making not losing to China a top priority. In this scenario, other issues, climate change, income inequality, social justice, breaking up large businesses, dominate American politics. On top of that, divided government precludes any real reform from happening. Should this happen, we should not delude ourselves. The results would be bleak in terms of America's ability to not lose further techno-economic ground to China. Indeed, many on the left view any efforts to compete with China as stimulating a new Cold War bad and spurring Asian racism. The Liberal Center for American Progress's main goal for competing with China is redistribution. Our policy should advance the interests of ordinary Americans by improving their opportunities, wages, and working conditions. And it goes on to argue that fighting climate change and racism are more important. In other words, the left doesn't care. Related to continuing to stumble along, a traditional Republican right would try to resurrect its old free market toolkit, believing that lower taxes, reduced regulation, less public investment, and more free trade would do the trick. It would not do the trick of keeping America from losing. A Trumpian agenda would certainly put China economic competition more front and center. The problem is that it would likely not prioritize computer chips over potato chips. Tariffs on everything is not a strategy. It is a social policy. And there is little evidence that a Trump administration would pursue a China tech-focused tax or investment policy, e.g., a much higher R&D tax credit or much higher spending on R&D and advanced production. At the same time, we are likely to see core allies, such as Europe, continue to deepen their protectionism and anti-US policies, making it more difficult to form a true alliance against Chinese techno-economic dominance. Second, if we are lucky, U.S. politics will embrace supporting capitalism and the policies that would entail. But doing so would mean significantly higher investments, e.g., tax and spending, in U.S. advanced technology capabilities, and given the massive U.S. national debt, this would have to be accompanied by tax increases, not on companies and spending cuts. Let's be honest. Neither are likely until U.S. finances are so dire that default is imminent. Third, another scenario is that, because of inherent U.S. strengths, the United States takes the lead and keeps it for at least a couple decades in an array of transformative technologies. New kinds of semiconductors, AI, quantum computing, and biotech. To be sure, such a scenario is possible, especially given the strength of the U.S. science and entrepreneurial ecosystem. But it would be harder than it might have been in the past because of Chinese capabilities. Finally, that leaves national power capitalism. Absent an invasion of Taiwan by China, the best hope for that is the U.S. national security establishment awakening from its stupor and raising the alarm of the structural weakness of the United States in advanced industries. While there have been some voices attempting to do that, by and large, the U.S. national security establishment has been quiescent. As troubling as it is to say, that suggests that only the invasion of Taiwan by China would be enough to shake America out of its stupor. After World War II, even though there were prescient voices warning U.S. leaders that the Soviet Union represented a generational threat to American interests and the free world, America largely let its military shrink. Time to come home was the view. It was only after the Soviet-backed invasion of South Korea that U.S. politics coalesced around significantly increased military and R&D spending. Indeed, inflation-adjusted federal R&D spending increased from $8.6 billion in 1950 to $55 billion in 1962. But that was then, and this is now. Back then, the U.S. economy was growing much faster. Entitlement spending was limited. Tax rates were higher. The national ethos was to ask not what your country can do for you. That is all different now. It's not clear if Americans have the stomach for another fight, and if our leaders have the courage and integrity to call for what it takes to win that fight. What to do? 1. Triple the research and experimentation tax credit. The Chinese R&D credit is already likely at least 3 times more generous than America's. Its R&D labor costs are less than half, and its R&D personnel costs are likely at least half of costs in the United States. One of the simplest and easy-to-administer steps Congress could take would be to triple the R&D tax credit for the alternative simplified credit from 14% to 42% and allow expenditures on global standards setting to qualify. 2. Establish 5 national industrial research institutes focused on key dual-use industries and technologies, modeled after Taiwan's Industrial Technology Research Institute, an industry government advanced technology lab focused largely on IT technologies, with a long track record of working on technologies in what is referred to as the middle technology readiness levels beyond what universities work on and earlier than most companies work on. 3. Establish a Competitiveness Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA-C, to co-invest with industry on research and application of key technologies needed for dual-use national security leadership in the commercial sector. Funded by year 5 with at least $20 billion per year, such an entity could be administered by NIST. 4. Establish a National Industrial Development Bank to provide low-interest patient capital for new domestic manufacturing investment. 5. Institute a 7-year, 25% investment tax credit for all new machinery and capital equipment. America is capital equipment light. China is not. Unless U.S. techno-economic policy changes to embrace national power capitalism, it is less likely that the United States will be able to maintain competitive position in a broad array of advanced industries against not only China but also other nations that play more by the rules but are still competing for global market share. There are 4 main challenges to making this intellectual transition. First, the world has never been confronted with a model such as China's. A massive country dead set on practicing power trade to win in advanced industries. Too many American policymakers, experts, and pundits simply refuse to believe what is right before their eyes. Second, the lion's share of policy experts focused on China come from a national security or foreign policy background, not a techno-economic one. As such, the narrative and agenda are colored by these concerns. Case in point, the dominant argument for limiting Chinese imports is almost always about security, not preserving U.S. techno-economic capabilities. Third, the strong commitment still by many to free market capitalism, coupled with the emerging commitment to worker and climate capitalism, is likely to drown out voices and forces advocating for national power capitalism. Vastly more pundits, experts, and policymakers see climate change and reducing inequality, not China, as the existential challenges of the day. Moreover, even those who recognize a China threat default to doubling down on support capitalism and the American system. We need to understand that this system has failed to address the China challenge. It is time to accept the reality that we need to construct a new national innovation system. Finally, America has never been able to be on a war footing unless war came to America first, e.g. the American Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, the Civil War, World War I and World War II, and the Cold War with the Soviet Union fought in a series of proxy hot wars, e.g. South Korea and Vietnam. But each time war came, America responded with overwhelming productive force. But this time is different. At least in the last century, America never faced an adversary that could outproduce it. Now it does. Unfortunately, the odds are that America will not be able to get on techno-economic war footing absent a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. This is problematic because the results of this study suggest that China has for the most part not caught up to the world's innovation leaders, but that it is making extremely rapid strides and, absent some kind of external or internal shocks, is likely to be at or very close to the global innovation frontier in most advanced industries in the next 10 to 20 years. There are several implications for this, and the outcome depends in large part on Western nations' responses. Scenario 1. China as innovation leader. One outcome, what we term China as the center, sees a decline in global market share of technology value added in the leading Western nations, with China becoming dominant. The United States would still have some innovative companies, just as the United Kingdom, for example, has companies such as Rolls-Royce and GlaxoSmithKline. But many U.S. companies would have been forced into bankruptcy, others purchased by Chinese firms, and still others downsized and moved to less intensely competitive parts of the market, e.g., services. The odds of this scenario increase if the current U.S. political economy of anti-corporate and anti-tech animus, fiscal crisis, and political polarization continue. Such a geographic shift in the center of global innovation production is not unprecedented. In fact, that has been the nature of industrial transformations since the first industrial revolution the United Kingdom led starting in the 1790s. As the second transformation starting in the 1840s involving exiles, rail, and handcrafted metalworks emerged, the center of gravity became less diffuse, with parts of Western Europe and America becoming active players. With the third transformation starting in the 1890s and powered by steel, precision machine tools, electricity, and the internal combustion engine, the United Kingdom was displaced, with Germany and the United States becoming the leaders. With the fourth wave of innovation starting in the late 1940s, and powered by electronics, chemicals, and mass production of consumer goods, the United States cemented its lead, with Germany weakened by the war and the Soviet Union constrained by communist central planning. It was only by the end of this period in the late 1970s and early 1980s that followers began to catch up, including Germany and Japan. With the fifth transformation starting in the late 1980s and powered by information technology, including computing and software, the United States still led, although the center of gravity for U.S. innovation shifted from the East Coast and Midwest to the West Coast. As we enter into the sixth wave of innovation, powered it appears by AI, autonomous systems, and materials innovation, it seems likely that China will gain the mantle of the world's innovation center. It is impossible to overstate the implications of this potential development, as it would entail a massive switch in the center of global economic power and innovation from a geopoint somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean to somewhere in China. To be sure, just as the United Kingdom still has some tech capabilities and firms after its half-century of industrial decline, the West will not become, as Alexander Hamilton warned, a complete hewer of wood and drawer of water, dependent on the innovation leader of the time, the United Kingdom. But if China can move to the frontier of global innovation, a destination all forces in China are pulling toward, the world economy and relative national power will be fundamentally transformed. If China gains significant capabilities, the limits of U.S., or even allied, export controls will significantly decline. Export controls work when one side has something the other side does not. When both are at parity, they are ineffective. Who knows? Within a few decades, we could be in a world where it is China that is imposing export controls on the United States. Scenario 2. Strategic parity. Here China succeeds in a number of industries, such as robotics, chemicals, EVs, nuclear power, and consumer electronics, putting major competitive pressures on Western firms in these industries. But it cannot achieve innovation parity in more engineering or scientifically complex sectors such as biotech, aerospace, software, or semiconductors. This scenario is more likely if the Western nations, and the United States in particular, are able to overcome their significant political economy challenges and put in place world-class national innovation systems, including with significantly more funding for industrial technology development. This would require the United States to move from a science-based innovation system, with the view that scientific research is the foundation of national innovation success, to an industrial production capabilities view that sees utilizing knowledge in products and service at scale as the key. Scenario 3. Japanification. In this scenario, like the Japan challenge of the 1980s and early 1990s, China loses steam and its companies fail to make the needed transitions to new technology systems. This is certainly possible, but its probability is greater if the United States can accelerate the speed of innovation in a variety of technologies, including semiconductors, biotechnology, AI, and others, while slowing China down, including by joint action to increase the value of the yuan and limiting Chinese exports. Regardless of which scenario plays out, The best strategy from the US and other Western nation perspective is to embrace national power capitalism designed to maintain the lead over China on most advanced technology industries. China has been moving along three roads to fully integrating Taiwan into the People's Republic of China, PRC, and extinguishing Taiwan's autonomy: persuasion, coercion, and compellence. American policy has focused increasingly on preventing China from seizing Taiwan by force, blocking the compellence road. But China can still secure its goals through persuasion and coercion. General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, Xi Jinping likely prefers those roads to the much riskier path of overt military attack on the island. Blocking the Chinese roads through persuasion and coercion is not a marginal task, nor is it inherent in the effort to deter or defeat a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. The current U.S. approach to blocking the compellence road may in fact increase the likelihood that Xi will reach his objectives by these other two paths. The U.S. must urgently rethink its approach to the problem of defending Taiwan's autonomy so that it blocks all three roads to PRC victory rather than focusing on only one, at the expense or to the detriment of defending Taiwan against ongoing persuasion and coercion campaigns. Persuasion 1 can easily overstate the Chinese preference for winning without fighting, or ascribe to Chinese military thought an intellectual patent on an idea that other societies and cultures value and share. Frequent and facile references to Sun Tzu's aphorism that those who render others' armies helpless without fighting are the best of all contribute to this danger. The fact that repetition of this aphorism has made it seem trite, however, does not strip it of its force in Chinese thought. The concept of Buzhan Ershing, Buzhan Ersung, to subdue the enemy without fighting, has been a cornerstone of Chinese strategic thinking for centuries. The People's Liberation Army, PLA, has pursued a massive military reform and modernization program since 19934 in preparation for modern, great power warfare, even as Beijing has intensified a coercion campaign that uses real and threatened power to achieve its aims. But China has not abandoned the psychological strategies that helped the CCP successfully topple the Republic of China, ROC, during the Chinese Civil War and take over mainland China. The aim of so shaping an adversary's understanding of the world that it voluntarily chooses one's own preferred course of action is a highly evolved part of Chinese strategic thought and practice. The idea of causing the enemy to perceive its own benefit in choosing the path most favorable to oneself is heavily discussed in Sun Tzu, encapsulated in the observation that what causes opponents to come of their own accord is the prospect of gain. Mao Zedong translated that aphorism into an accessible analogy, describing three ways to make a cat eat a hot pepper: stuff it down the cat's throat, disguise the pepper by wrapping it in cheese, or grind the pepper up and spread it on the cat's back. In the latter case, the cat will lick itself, thinking it is doing something for itself when it is actually doing what you want. This is the essence of strategy. Soviet theorists expanded on this idea in considerable and meticulous detail under the rubric of reflexive control. Soviet writer Vladimir Lefebvre described reflexive control in the following manner. In making his decision, the adversary uses information about the area of conflict, about his own troops and ours, about their ability to fight, etc. We can influence his channels of information and send messages, which shift the flow of information in a way favorable for us. The adversary uses the most contemporary method of optimization and finds the optimal decision. However, it will not be a true optimum, but a decision predetermined by us. Reflexive control is at the heart of Russian information operations and hybrid war theories. The CCP has long studied and learned from Russian thought and experiences. Mao's theory of how to prevail in war was based on what he called the three magic weapons. The CCP, or politics, is in the lead. It wields armed force together with the United Front to storm and shatter the enemy's positions. Armed force is calibrated to support the ongoing work of political struggle to defeat an enemy. The PLA has always had robust political warfare units alongside its conventional units. Its General Political Department, GPD, was devoted to undermining enemy morale and building international support. The GPD helped build the United Front with the Kuomintang, KMT, against the Japanese, while subverting the KMT military to further its aims in the Chinese Civil War. The GPD was reorganized in 2015 into the Central Military Commission's Political Work Department. Its responsibilities are to conduct the three warfares: public opinion warfare, legal warfare, and psychological warfare. This department, along with the new Strategic Support Force, where the PLA's cyber, space, electronic warfare, and information warfare units reside, is responsible for conducting political warfare in peace and war, including the ongoing coercive campaign against Taiwan. Beijing's theory of victory rests on the destruction of Taiwan's morale. If Taiwan believes that the U.S. will not or cannot help undermine China's escalating threats, it will have to accede to Beijing's demands. Taiwan is a small, isolated island with little acceptance as an independent state. It is sui generis in international relations. Absent U.S. support, it is not difficult to imagine morale on the island collapsing. China's persuasion campaign is thus aimed at not only Taiwan but also the U.S. and its key allies and partners. Beijing continues to use all the tools at its disposal to drive general acceptance of the reality it desires to instantiate, that Taiwan is part of China, not an independent country, and that all other states agree with that premise. Its goal in doing so is to achieve preemptive recognition of its objectives, and thereby collapse Taipei's will to resist by demonstrating that Taiwan is fully isolated and alone. This objective is the primary motivation behind the CCP's constant efforts to rewrite history and current events in what often appears to be a ham-fisted way. The CCP has thus continually portrayed itself as the victim and the U.S. and Taiwan as the aggressors in the cross-strait dispute, despite enormous concessions and diplomatic generosity by Washington and Taipei. This argument resonates in parts of the non-aligned world and among potential U.S. partners who would rather stay neutral in a conflict over Taiwan and more broadly in the U.S.-China global competition. Even as the CCP engages in highly destabilizing shows of force, it accuses the U.S. and Taiwan of violating an agreement that was never made, in which the U.S. supposedly recognized Beijing's right to control Taiwan's affairs. A brief excursion into the actual history of PRC-ROC relations and America's relations with both is necessary to understand the scope and scale of Beijing's revisionism as part of its persuasion campaign to isolate Taiwan. The ROC, not the PRC, was China's sovereign government after the fall of the Qing dynasty. Though the ROC never controlled all the lands it claimed, it had all the trappings and juridical elements of a state for most of the period in which it ruled mainland China. The ROC conducted all official diplomatic business for China before the CCP's victory in 1949. The ROC was part of the Grand Alliance in World War II and a charter member of the United Nations Security Council. Consistent with the prominent role it was to have after the war, the ROC, not the CCP, accepted the surrender of the Japanese on Taiwan. The CCP came to power only after its violent rebellion against the duly constituted ROC government run by the KMT. The CCP prevailed on the mainland, but the ROC survived and retreated to Taiwan. The CCP governed, had sovereignty, and was the legitimate ruler over only the mainland of China, while the KMT had sovereignty and legitimate rule over the island of Taiwan and the offshore Matsu, Pescadores, and Quemoy Islands. The CCP consistently denies and attempts to persuade others to deny the historical and geopolitical reality that there have been two Chinas since 1949. An ROC on Taiwan and a PRC on the mainland. The U.S. recognized the ROC, including its claims to rule all of China, from 1949 to 1979, and the PRC, which also claims to rule all of China, from 1979 onward. The shift in U.S. recognition did not change the reality of the two Chinas. The U.S. made a policy choice to accommodate the PRC, a decision that had no bearing on the continued reality that the ROC legitimately governed Taiwan. Though the U.S. made an enormous concession to its erstwhile enemy by switching its official recognition from the ROC to the PRC and abrogating its treaty with the island, the ROC still ruled Taiwan and had sovereignty over its people. The shift in U.S. recognition was not accompanied by a formal agreement that the CCP was the legitimate ruler of Taiwan and that the ROC was therefore illegitimate. Beijing demanded such an agreement, but it received only an acknowledgement from Washington of the CCP's position that Taiwan was a sovereign part of China. Even when the U.S. broke formal ties with Taipei, but still refused to recognize the CCP's formal claims, the U.S. Congress protested and enacted with bipartisan support the Taiwan Relations Act, TRA, which provides the legal basis for strong if unofficial relations with Taiwan today. The U.S. thus never officially recognized China's claim of sovereignty over Taiwan. Washington's robust political, commercial, cultural, and educational ties with Taiwan are required by law. The PRC knows this yet insists that the U.S. can somehow stop supporting Taiwan. Further, the U.S. has a legal requirement to help Taiwan resist coercion. The TRA was passed in 1979, yet China continued with the process of diplomatic normalization. It thus implicitly acknowledged that U.S. unofficial relations with Taiwan are part of what Washington calls our One China policy. The CCP not only denies this reality but also portrays itself as an aggrieved party. Despite the concessions the U.S. has made to its demands, the U.S. shifted its recognition from the ROC to the PRC at a time when China was especially weak. Ravaged by Mao's Cultural Revolution, threatened by the Soviets with nuclear war, and readying for war with a Vietnam that was becoming hegemonic and hostile. It has still not acknowledged this tremendous U.S. concession, but rather continues trying to force more change. To understand Beijing's persuasion campaign, it is useful to understand what the U.S. did not agree to in its One China policy and what Congress insisted on through the TRA and associated actions. First, the U.S. does not take a position on Taiwan's sovereignty. It insists that the dispute over sovereignty between Taipei and Beijing is to be worked out peacefully, without preconditions. That is why the TRA's language requiring the U.S. to resist Chinese coercion of Taiwan is so crucial. Washington has always maintained that Taiwan should not have to negotiate with a gun pointed at its head. That the U.S. does not take a position on sovereignty does not negate Taiwan's sovereignty. Under international law, Taiwan is a sovereign entity. The U.S. is making a reversible policy concession to the PRC in not officially recognizing the ROC, and it certainly never agreed to the One China principle as opposed to America's One China policy, which Beijing tries to persuade countries to accept. The supposed principle is that Taiwan has always been part of the PRC. The principle is a lie. Taiwan has never been part of the People's Republic of China. It has been part of past Chinese empires, as well as Dutch, Portuguese, and Japanese empires, but it has never been part of the political entity that is the PRC. Second, the U.S. never agreed to cut off unofficial ties with Taiwan or limit the seniority of officials who conduct the operations of this unofficial relationship. Indeed, the presidents of Taiwan and the U.S. can meet if they so choose. Such meetings cannot have the trappings of official state meetings because treating the Taiwanese leader as the president of Taiwan would violate America's definition of its One China policy. Not because it would violate international law or any promise to Beijing. Yet the PRC protests meetings between lower levels of the U.S. government and Taiwanese officials, increasingly through demonstrations of force. Third, while the U.S. stated in a 1982 diplomatic communique that it would cap arms sales to Taiwan, it made abundantly clear that this cap was contingent on China's commitment to peace as manifested in China's military posture. But China's military posture has grown more menacing. Given Washington's historic position that it will calibrate its Taiwan policy based on the threat China poses to Taiwan, the U.S. has no formal obligation to limit its military relationship with Taiwan. It has limited this relationship as a concession to China, but it can exercise with and train the ROC armed forces, and it can sell any military equipment it deems necessary to keep the peace across the strait. Fourth, the U.S. never agreed to limit Taiwan's international political and economic identity. Washington can push for Taiwan's participation in any international organization for which statehood is not a requirement. China has in the past acquiesced to Taiwan's participation as a separate legal entity in the World Trade Organization. China, not the U.S., has changed policy. Beijing is trying to persuade the U.S. and its allies that the One China principle governs cross-strait relations, that Taiwan is part of the PRC, and that the U.S. is abrogating promises to China to this effect. The U.S. must undermine this persuasion campaign and provide its allies with the political cover to develop the kind of relations with Taiwan that they want, free from Chinese intimidation. There is simply nothing provocative about this policy. The U.S. promised not to unilaterally confer diplomatic recognition on the ROC, and it is abiding by that promise. On the other hand, the PRC is not abiding by its promise of peacefully resolving its differences with Taiwan. The CCP has not been content to rely on persuasion to secure final control of Taiwan, of course. It has long accompanied its persuasion campaign with an expanding coercion effort. This effort fits with Thomas Schelling's definition of coercion as a kind of violent communications about intentions and commitment. Schelling's insight was that the power to hurt gives states tremendous bargaining power. Expounding on his work, scholar Tammy Davis Biddle evokes one of the most memorable scenes in modern cinematic history to explain how coercion works. In The Godfather, Don Corleone tells his consigliera that he will make a non-compliant movie producer an offer he cannot refuse to get him to do something he otherwise would not do. Following a famous scene involving a decapitated horse's head, the producer subsequently hires the Don's friend for an important role in an upcoming movie. The movie producer felt he had to comply or face more harm. This cinematic example helps illustrate the PRC's coercion tactics toward the US and Taiwan. No serious analyst doubts that Beijing is willing and able to inflict harm against Taiwan and the US if they do not comply with its demands. The act of being coerced is thus a psychological process. The coercer must manipulate the mind of the coerced. As Schelling says, the power to hurt is a bargaining power. The willingness to use it is diplomacy, vicious diplomacy, but diplomacy. This strategy is an exploitation of fear. Arguably, a state's leverage over another is at its greatest when its adversary believes it has not yet used all its power, that any display of force is a restrained one. The PLA's theory of coercion. The PLA has been interested in U.S. theories of coercion since the first Gulf War. Coercive strategies fit well with a CCP strategic culture that emphasizes the ability to manipulate an adversary's psyche through stratagems. According to Mark Stokes, in the late 1990s, the PLA began to theorize that U.S. aerospace coercion was related to China's own concepts of stratagem, which it calls Mulyu, Moli. Military force could be used to attack an opponent's cognitive processes. Military strategies of this kind require specific calculations of where pressure or manipulation can be applied to achieve political objectives. The PLA theorizing about coercive tactics closely resembled Mao's writing about the so-called magic weapons of warfare. Force and political manipulation were tightly sewn into strategies that manipulate the enemy and make them concede before all-out warfare is needed. PLA theorists wrote about the coercion of Taiwan in the context of achieving limited political objectives, short of what could be achieved through an invasion and occupation of the island. Force would be modulated based on the objective and level of resistance to it. Deterring de jure independence requires a certain level of force. Forcing agreement with different forms of unification requires more force. These PLA writings coincided with the onset of the PLA modernization program in 1993. By the beginning of the 21st century, the PLA was deploying a lethal, precision-guided missile force positioned across the Taiwan Strait, enabled by a modernizing comprehensive command, control, communications and computers and intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, known as C4ISR program. Indeed, the PLA Aerospace Force was the leading edge of the modernization program. At the same time, the PLA was developing anti-access and area denial A2AD capabilities that raised the costs of U.S. intervention on Taiwan's behalf. The political message to Taiwan was clear. The PLA could inflict great harm on the island, and the U.S. would not want to risk making a costly defense of it. As the PLA acquired new capabilities, it developed new options to deter Taipei's moves to formalize its de facto independent status, co-opt Washington to contain such perceived moves by Taiwan, and set conditions for intensification of the use of force across the strait. PLA authors stressed that the threat or actual application of force is necessary to ensure its goals regarding Taiwan, and Washington understood the consequences of crossing Beijing's ever-changing political thresholds. The PLA continues to debate the efficacy of demonstrations of power to affect political dynamics. The 2020 version of the Science of Military Strategy describes Weishi Weisura, often translated as deterrence, as a method of military conflict to achieve a political goal based on military strength and determination to use strength that makes the other side face unworthy or even unbearable consequences. The intended political outcome of this method of military conflict is to make the adversary give in, compromise, or surrender, ideally without having to engage in large-scale fighting. The PLA may use military conflict at a low level to achieve a political goal. The Science of Military Strategy identifies warning military strikes as part of strategies to both forestall adversary actions and coerce compliance. Indeed, limited uses of military strikes against precise and specific targets can showcase the ability and determination to achieve military and political objectives, and may obviate the need for larger military campaigns and operations. The PLA does not see itself as moving through distinct phases of war, from shaping and influence operations to kinetic use of force operations. Rather, it intertwines shaping and influence operations with kinetic operations. All militaries are instruments of politics, but in the PRC the relationship has historically been more direct. The PLA is the party's armed wing, not China's professional military. The PLA's foundational purpose is to help the party win political struggles and develop new political realities. In turn, the CCP's main purpose is to expand its power over territory and peoples. The party's history as an insurgency engaged in People's War informs its current conduct as it expands its writ over Hong Kong, Tibet, and Xinjiang. In Taiwan's case, the CCP seeks to expand its political power over new territory and 24 million additional people that it has never ruled. This is difficult to do and would require much more force than any of the other populations and territories it now controls. The PLA is thus a crucial tool and intensifying applications of actual, rather than only demonstrations of force may be necessary. The coercive campaign offers the PRC distinct advantages over a campaign to invade and occupy Taiwan. It also provides Beijing flexibility to continually redefine what it considers the bounds of acceptable political behavior by Taipei and Washington. First, unlike a campaign of brute force annihilation, Beijing can redefine success if it needs to. Second, Beijing's negotiating leverage keeps increasing as the PLA grows stronger. The CCP's coercion campaign has expanded even as Taipei has made concessions. The ROC abandoned its claim to be the sole legitimate ruler of all of China in 1991. In effect, Taiwan declared peace, abandoning its stated policy of unification through force, and aligned its polity with geopolitical realities. The overwhelming majority of Taiwanese residents did not come to Taiwan during the KMT retreat, and they had no say and little interest in perpetuating the Chinese Civil War. They disagree with Washington's One China policy and never had a say in its foundational 1972 statement that all Chinese on either side of the Taiwan Strait maintain there is but one China, yet they have accepted it. A substantial group of voters now supports Taiwan's newer Democratic Progressive Party, DPP, an erstwhile opposition party that rose to power as part of the independence movement in Taiwan. But the once suppressed DPP voters made an enormous concession by accepting that they were citizens of the ROC, not of a new state called Taiwan. The ROC is a pre-existing political entity whose existence the CCP recognizes in practice even while denying its right to rule over anything. Any declaration of the existence of a new Republic of Taiwan would seem to Beijing a declaration of independence and therefore an escalation rather than a concession. But the U.S. does not support such a political escalation, and thus this option is all but impossible. Rather, the U.S. supports the political status quo, which means that the ROC rules Taiwan and the PRC rules mainland China. Taipei also suspended martial law in 1987, which had been put in place to fight communist subversion and infiltration. It made political changes to better reflect the reality that its government only has sovereignty over the people and territory of Taiwan, though it did not formally amend its constitution to relinquish its claims to mainland China, which ironically would have angered the PRC. The ROC thus set the conditions for a diplomatic breakthrough across the strait. Officials from each side of the strait met to work out practical matters of cooperation, from the governance of postal services to consular services. The two sides implicitly agreed to compromise on a political formulation, now referred to as the 1992 Consensus. They agreed to disagree on the meaning of One China. The ROC's unilateral abandonment of the threat of force and the forfeiture of claims of jurisdiction over the mainland should have been the basis for a lasting peace. But Beijing's response to Taipei's cessation of a state of hostilities was an escalation of its coercion campaign. Before Taiwan's first democratic election in June 1995, Taiwan's president, Lee Teng-hui, made a high-profile visit to his alma mater, Cornell University. The PRC then conducted a series of missile tests in the waters surrounding Taiwan and other military maneuvers in response to what CCP leaders called Lee's attempts to split the motherland. The U.S. and Taiwan had never formally agreed to limit the visits of Taiwan presidents, and the U.S. does not agree that there is a motherland that Taiwan is trying to split. There has never been a single political CCP-run entity that included Taiwan. This was a provocative escalation by Beijing. The PRC initiated another set of missile tests in the run-up to Taiwan's first presidential election in 1996 in an attempt to frighten Taiwan's electorate into voting against Lee and compel the U.S. to rein in what China called Taiwan's pro-independence forces. In 1999, Lee suggested the two sides negotiate on a special state-to-state basis in an effort to break Taipei and Beijing out of a diplomatic stalemate, just 7 years after its partial breakthrough. The response from Beijing was a stepped-up rhetorical assault with escalating military maneuvers. Beijing focused on Li's use of the term state-to-state, despite Li's use of the modifier special, to connote something less than official country-to-country relations. His creative formulation was meant to co-opt independence-minded Taiwanese while providing Beijing with a face-saving way to conduct relations with Taiwan. Taiwan's efforts to normalize relations based on a reasonable diplomatic formula that recognized CCP rule over the mainland while avoiding declaring Taiwanese independence were seen in Beijing as dangerous splitism, the term the CCP uses for political separatism. Beijing pocketed Taiwanese concessions as it had previous American concessions, but it failed to make any concessions of its own. Moreover, the PRC treated these concessions as provocations justifying further demands and coercion. This response was delivered by the Chinese General Secretary Jiang Zemin at the height of the U.S. effort to integrate China into the global economy and establish warm commercial relations with Beijing. It occurred as the U.S. dramatically downsized its military following the end of the Cold War. There was certainly cause for Beijing to worry about the military balance with the U.S. after America's thumping of Saddam Hussein's military in 1991, and the pro-democratic rhetoric of both the George H.W. Bush and Clinton administrations. But U.S. actions indicated that the threat to the PRC was receding rather than growing. The Chinese coercion campaign thus began during a time of peace and prosperity for Beijing, when it enjoyed friendly relations with the West. Countries and companies had rushed into China to explore commercial opportunities, while the PRC embraced foreign expertise and know-how. The Soviet Union had collapsed, removing a long-standing threat to Beijing's north. Beijing's ideological problem remained, however. Democracy in Taiwan undermines the CCP's core tenet that democracy is unsuitable for the Chinese cultural context. The existence of a legitimate constitutional government actually ruling Taiwan, moreover, discredited the CCP's claim to speak for all Chinese people. Having received U.S. and Taiwanese concessions as if they were acts of escalation, the CCP learned during this period of peace and Western outreach and engagement that threats of force could push the U.S. to pressure Taipei. The U.S. sent ships to the Taiwan Strait in response to Chinese missile tests in 1995 and 1996, to be sure. But the PRC convinced then-President Clinton to publicly affirm China's position on Taiwan, rather than Taipei's or Washington's, while speaking on Chinese soil in Shanghai. Beijing demanded that President Clinton repeat the so-called three no's: that the U.S. would not support 1. Taiwan independence, 2. Two Chinas or one China, one Taiwan, or 3. Taiwan's efforts to participate in international organizations in which statehood is a requirement. The events of 1995 to 97 also exposed the PRC's relative military impotence at that time, as the PLA had no military answer to the arrival of U.S. warships in the strait. But Beijing accomplished the political outcome it sought, despite its military weakness, through an apparent escalation that was not backed by actual capability. It made a political demand of Washington based on a military bluff, and Washington complied. A DPP government under Chen Shui-bian was elected in 2000, partially in reaction to China's military intimidation. As the CCP's pressure grew on the Chen government, Taipei pushed for greater recognition of Taiwan's independence. Yet Beijing convinced President George W. Bush to publicly rebuke Taiwan's president in the company of PRC Premier Wen Jiabao, humiliating Chen in the process. When she became General Secretary of the CCP in 2012, his initial approach to Taiwan was relatively moderate. Taiwan was governed by a KMT leader, Ma Ying-jeou, who sought more conciliation with Beijing. She and Ma met in Singapore in 2015, the first meeting between the leaders of Taiwan and China and a notable Chinese diplomatic olive branch to Taiwan. Moreover, she did not protest when Ma took the public position that the two sides had agreed to disagree about the meaning of one China, another apparent PRC concession. The formula of one China, different interpretations was apparently back on the table. This formulation was in essence the same as Li's special state-to-state relations comment in 1999, as the leaders of the government of Taiwan and China met as co-equals. This history is not merely of academic interest. To counter CCP revisionism, U.S. policymakers need to understand it. And, as a matter of policy, the U.S. should insist that Beijing does not get to choose which elected leaders of the ROC it deals with. To date, the U.S. has not called on the PRC to return to the negotiating table with the current Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen based on this precedent. Xi's relatively conciliatory approach to Taiwan did not survive Ma's presidency. However, when Tsai succeeded Ma in 2016, Xi reverted to the previous CCP posture of threats and demands. During his meeting with Ma, Xi said that, as long as the 1992 consensus and its core values are acknowledged, we stand ready to have contact. Tsai did not explicitly accept the language of the 1992 consensus, charting a different course from an agreement made by her political opponent's party. This is, of course, the prerogative of any new government. China's Taiwan Affairs Office criticized her and demanded that she recognize the PRC's One China principle. Tsai nevertheless went as far toward conciliation as Taiwan's new politics would allow. By 2016, the electorate in Taiwan had little connection to mainland China. The grandchildren of the old KMT were voters who had grown up in a democratic Taiwan. Ties with China were akin to those of Canadians with the U.S. A shared culture, history, and language, but little else, despite the CCP's insistence otherwise. While Beijing was warning Washington about Tsai's separatist and independence proclivities, Tsai conceded in her May 2016 inauguration speech that the new government will conduct cross-strait affairs in accordance with the Republic of China Constitution, the act governing relations between the people of Taiwan area and the mainland area, and other relevant legislation. This statement was another major concession by a Taiwanese leader. That Tsai represented the native Taiwanese DPP yet accepted that the ROC and Taiwan were the same entity was a difficult internal political maneuver. Crucially, she embraced the reality that the PRC governs the mainland and the ROC on Taiwan does not. She thereby opened the door to diplomatic solutions similar to those of her predecessors. But for Tsai, the meaning of One China was to be negotiated, not simply conceded to the PRC. Washington encouraged Tsai's concession, but it never insisted that the CCP make any similar compromise or live up to Xi's implicit acceptance of the different interpretations. She has years of experience dealing with Taiwan as a former party secretary of Fujian province, directly across the strait from Taiwan. He is versed in Taiwanese politics and knows that Tsai went as far as she could go on the issue of One China. Yet he chose to escalate the coercion campaign, blaming Tsai for recalcitrance. The U.S. and its allies should have made a more concerted effort, beginning then to call on Xi to return to the negotiating table and not escalate his disagreements with Taiwan's new government through force and diplomatic pressure. Soon after Tsai was elected, Beijing pressured Panama and São Tomé and Príncipe to shift diplomatic relations from the ROC to the PRC. Beijing shut Taiwan out of international organizations, such as the International Civil Aviation Organization and the International Criminal Police Organization, 46 among others. During Tsai's presidency, the CCP has pressured companies ranging from United Airlines to Snickers to call Taiwan a province of China or face economic penalty. Beijing also accelerated its campaign of military coercion following Tsai's accession. The PLA increased the frequency of bomber circumnavigations of Taiwan in late 2016 and made such circumnavigations an enduring reality for the Tsai administration. By late 2017, PLA bombers and support aircraft circumnavigated the island. Beijing modified a civil aviation route near the centerline of the Taiwan Strait in January 2018 to allow commercial airlines to fly over open ocean in the strait, severely taxing Taiwan's air defense system and air traffic controls. Since February 2018, the People's Liberation Army Air Force, PLAAF, intensified a pattern of flights through the Miyako Strait, off the east coast of Taiwan in the Philippine Sea, and the Bashi Channel. These flights demonstrate the PLAAF's ability to break the first island chain and establish air dominance over key lifelines for Taiwan and its geographical connection to the outside world. In March 2019, 2 PLAAF fighters crossed into Taiwan's side of the median line, an unofficial boundary between Taiwan and the PRC not challenged by the Chinese military since 1999. The military maneuvers were accompanied by statements from China's Taiwan Affairs Office and the PLA's Eastern Theater Command about their necessity to guard against separatists, as if the PLA were conducting legitimate counter-terror operations. In September 2020, a Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman stated, "There is no so-called median line in the strait. This line had been another means of keeping peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait." The CCP's violation and rejection of it was an incremental move to claim the waters and air around Taiwan as its own. The PRC continued this coercive campaign by increasing air incursions into the Taiwanese Air Defense Identification Zone, ADIZ. Taiwan recorded 969 incursions by Chinese warplanes into its ADIZ in 2021, more than double the roughly 380 carried out in 2020. In 2022, total Chinese air incursions into the ADIZ were 1,115. The PLA continually issues threatening messages in native Taiwanese dialects and allows military commentators to describe the ability of their jets to decapitate the Taiwanese leadership. These PLA operations are part of Chinese cognitive warfare, what Taiwan calls cognitive domain warfare, or Renji Yuzuozhan, Renji Yuzuozhan. A Taiwan defense analyst has captured the purpose of this aerospace campaign. PLA exercises first create an environment of fear, and then the responsibility of causing tension is blamed on Taiwan's ambitious politicians. The CCP aims to influence Taiwanese and American politics through the tension it creates. In manipulating the information space through demonstrations of force, its goal is to get important audiences in Taipei, Washington, and allied capitals to believe more pliant Taiwanese leaders could make this threat go away. The CCP has thus put the Taiwanese under the constant threat of ever-escalating violence and political pressure. One purpose of these shows of force across the strait is to coerce the U.S. to change its policy, curtail its relations with Taiwan, come closer to the CCP's definition of what one China means, and force Taipei to come with it on that journey of concessions. The second purpose is to wear down Taiwan's resistance, undermine DPP rule, and persuade the Taiwanese of their own accord to elect and follow leaders who will concede to China's demands. The PRC can fully secure its objectives vis-a-vis Taiwan if it achieves either aim. Taiwan cannot continue to resist growing PRC pressure without the active support of Washington and its allies in and beyond the region. If Beijing can reduce or break that support, Taiwan will have no option but to give the PRC what it desires. The CCP can succeed even more fully if it can actually break the will of Taiwanese supporters of policies of autonomy and resistance and elevate compliant Taiwanese politicians to power. U.S. policy risks making a grave error by seeing China's expanding military operations around Taiwan only through the prism of preparations for an invasion. Those operations may be part of such preparations and may help with them in various ways, but they are also strategic undertakings in their own right and are directly aimed at accomplishing Beijing's goals. Developing strategies to deter or defeat a Chinese invasion of Taiwan may be ineffective or even counterproductive in preventing the PRC from subjugating Taiwan through a combination of these coercion efforts and the continuing persuasion efforts that accompany them, as we consider below. A strategy to protect Taiwan's autonomy and freedom from Chinese control requires blocking the persuasion and coercion roads to PRC domination of the island and deterring or defeating the compellence road. A U.S. counterpersuasion and coercion strategy should be focused, tightly sequenced and phased, and deliberate. Chinese political and economic moves to undermine Taiwan's isolation should be coordinated with demonstrations of U.S. and allied force that can ensure open strategic lines of communication and resupply around Taiwan. The increasingly myopic focus on the supposedly imminent Chinese invasion threat can seriously hinder or prevent entirely the development and implementation of such a strategy. This outcome may be in part what China seeks. The PRC has unquestionably been developing the capability to compel Taiwanese capitulation by force if coercion and persuasion fail, but Xi's determination to move to compellence and the imminence of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan both require more rigorous interrogation than either is currently receiving. It would be more strategically apposite for the U.S. to approach concerns about an impending Chinese invasion in the context of ongoing Chinese persuasion and coercion approaches. An invasion or other compel-lent strategies are possible, but such scenarios would be escalations of current campaigns carrying significant risks and downsides for Beijing. The narrow focus on the threat of Chinese invasion, moreover, marginalizes an alternative compellent strategy that would flow far more naturally from China's persuasion and coercion efforts, a strategy of isolation. The U.S. would do well, therefore, to take a step back from the increasingly frantic discussion of ways and means to deter or stop a cross-strait invasion, and instead reconsider the PRC strategic context from which any such decision and operation would emerge. China did not begin its military modernization with the express purpose of invading Taiwan. As we have stated, the PLA modernization campaign started in the early 1990s, when the PRC observed America's military modernization demonstrated in the deserts of Iraq and Kuwait. The Gulf War shocked the world's major militaries by demonstrating that a highly trained, professional, all-volunteer force equipped with precision strike and stealth capabilities could humiliate the world's fourth-largest army rapidly and with extremely low casualties. Russian military theorists were seized by this phenomenon and pushed for the modernization and professionalization of the Russian military in the following decades. Many other countries began abandoning long-held conscription practices and turning to professional volunteer militaries equipped with more advanced technology. The Chinese did the same, and for the same reasons. Defense analysts have grown increasingly concerned that the PLA has a set goal of 2027 to invade Taiwan, based on comments by outgoing commander of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command Admiral Phil Davidson, RET. But the primary importance of 2027 is that it is the 100-year anniversary of the PLA's founding and is thus likely a deadline for it to reach new modernization milestones. The PLA can likely already conduct an invasion if ordered, albeit with high risk. As the modernization process continues, and in every year that passes, the PLA will have more capability to do so. The PLA's modernization effort is general purpose, rather than narrowly optimized for a cross-strait invasion. It began at a time when the PRC was pocketing U.S. and Taiwanese concessions and increasing its demands. It continued through periods of apparent Taiwanese and American conciliation of Beijing, and through periods of easing of tensions between Beijing and Taipei. She may have accelerated the expected date of completion of this decades-long general military buildup, shifting it into a specific preparation for a particular invasion scenario, but there is no direct and publicly available evidence of this assessment. U.S. policymakers would do well to question the notion that this program's date of completion represents some kind of specified invasion date. The modernization program naturally enhances the PRC's military abilities to invade Taiwan even against U.S. resistance, but it also enhances the PLA's abilities to pursue another form of compellence: isolation. A strategy of isolating Taiwan by air and sea flows naturally from China's ongoing persuasion and coercion efforts. Those efforts explicitly aim to get the last few states that diplomatically recognize Taiwan to shift their recognition to Beijing. They aim to cajole states and businesses to accept and promulgate the Chinese version of the Beijing-Taipei relationship, rather than Taiwan's, a form of informational isolation. That aim includes efforts to prevent other heads and senior leaders of foreign states from visiting Taipei or receiving Taiwanese officials in their capitals. It is thus, in part, also a strategy of diplomatic isolation. And Beijing constantly presses other countries to refrain from providing Taiwan with military equipment, a form of military cooperation isolation. One set of aims of the current coercion and persuasion efforts is thus to use means short of the actual use of force to cut Taipei's connections to the outside world, other than those that might run through Beijing. The natural next escalation in these efforts is not invasion, but rather adding the overt use of force to complete the isolation. Beijing could declare a quarantine or blockade of Taiwan on some pretext and deploy its maritime power and air power to enforce such a policy. The blockade need not be total from the start. The PRC could begin by deploying ships covered by aircraft around the island to inspect all vessels entering and leaving Taiwan's ports for some claimed contraband. Advanced weapons systems, perhaps. Beijing could similarly insist on inspecting aircraft, although attempting to enforce such a demand without actually shooting down civilian aircraft would be challenging. How many civilian aircraft, on the other hand, would continue operating through skies full of PLAF aircraft threatening to down them? If such initial efforts failed to bring Taipei to a position satisfactory to Beijing, the PRC could escalate further to an actual blockade. Taiwan is unalterably dependent on external resources to survive, so it is almost impossible to imagine that a protracted blockade could fail to secure Taipei's surrender on almost any terms Beijing might dictate. Moreover, given its unique lack of official status in international affairs, it may be especially vulnerable to demonstrations that it can be isolated. It would be difficult to muster the kind of defiance that Britain did under attack from Nazi Germany. Taiwan lacks Britain's long history and strategic traditions, general cohesion, and unbreakable morale. This form of compellence not only is the most natural and obvious progression from the current PRC campaigns, but also seems to present a far more attractive balance of risk and reward to Beijing. It does not, in principle, require the PLA to engage in combat. If Taiwan's supporters make clear they will not challenge such a blockade, then Taiwan might surrender without fighting. If either Taiwan or its supporters decide to challenge it, moreover, they run the risk of appearing to have fired the first shot, provided the PRC has arranged matters such that running the blockade requires shooting at ships or aircraft blocking routes to ports or airfields. If the PRC has not managed such an arrangement, then the PLA might need to shoot first, but it might begin by hitting a civilian plane or ship. Such an action would obviously incur outrage and opprobrium on the one hand, but it would also place Taiwan and its partners in the position of having to decide how to respond. That position would likely be uncomfortable, as competing pressures to respond to the Chinese action and support Taiwan would be offset by fears that the pro-Taiwan coalition would be initiating a war. To see this dynamic at work, we have only to look at the extensive Western discourse about the fears of prompting Russian escalation by providing defensive systems to Ukraine following Moscow's unprovoked and illegal invasion. The West's early wavering about supporting Ukraine against a blatantly illegal and unjust invasion requires considerably more attention than it has received, since it offers Beijing encouragement as it considers escalation toward Taiwan. This isolation strategy has some downsides for Beijing, to be sure. It would be an obvious escalation to the use of force and could trigger the US and regional states to mobilize for war, thereby depriving the PRC of the element of surprise it might otherwise hope to achieve at some level in a no-notice invasion scenario. If the US and its partners responded to the isolation rapidly and in force, Beijing could find it has made the prospects of a successful invasion much worse by bringing its adversaries' advanced military capabilities into the vicinity of Taiwan without interdicting them. The PRC would thus need to be prepared to choose either of the two most plausible actions in response to the deployment of considerable US and allied firepower toward Taiwan: de-escalate and await another moment, or escalate to regional war. If the strength and determination of the US and partner response seemed to Beijing too high to challenge, then the PRC could back away, accept a temporary defeat, and develop alternative approaches for another try later on. Beijing could prepare in advance to mitigate the unpleasantness of having to climb down by defining a lesser political objective that it could be reasonably sure to accomplish, or plausibly claim to have accomplished, before it had to back away. The PRC could alternatively ensure that its initial preparations for the isolation campaign include preparations to escalate to major conflict if a US-led coalition challenged it seriously. This approach might not be easily distinguishable from preparations for a full-scale invasion in that it would likely include putting in place all the capabilities needed to exclude US-led forces from the vicinity of Taiwan and drive off or destroy any already near the island. It might include the preparation of an invasion force, depending on whether Beijing believed it could achieve its aims by the escalatory application of the isolation approach. The PLA would face a potentially much worse military position at the start of such an escalation than it could hope to face in a surprise invasion scenario, but Beijing might also calculate that the threat of invasion could reduce the willingness of the US-led coalition to push matters to full-scale war. Time-space relationships could also be central to any PRC isolation approach. The PRC appears to believe it is developing a strong network of collaborators and fellow travelers in Taiwan, and that its own political warfare elements on the island may be able to paralyze initial Taiwanese responses and quickly sap the island's will to resist. An isolation strategy would almost certainly begin with the successful isolation of the island by air and sea. Any response to break blockades or quarantines would likely take days or weeks to negotiate and then bring into effect. The initial shock of isolation could engender strong psychological effects, especially if China manages to cut Taiwan's internet connectivity and other means of communicating with the outside world. Beijing might calculate that its efforts and agents could bring Taiwan to surrender before the US is able to break through Taiwan's isolation. The PRC leadership is moderately likely to be wrong in such a calculation. Overestimating one's ability to break the will of an adversary is one of the most common mistakes in coercion and compellence strategies. But miscalculation would change the outcome, not the decision to make the attempt. If Beijing pursued an isolation strategy, it would undermine the prospects of an immediate escalation to full-scale attack. But this approach is still attractive as it offers the possibility of achieving Beijing's aims without having to engage in a complicated amphibious invasion. An isolation strategy poses a potentially higher risk that the PRC might have to back down in an embarrassing fashion, but it offsets that risk by offering a climb down before major hostilities break out and therefore before China suffers significant combat losses. It also flows most naturally from the long-standing persuasion and coercion campaigns China has been pursuing. Invasion. She might nevertheless decide not to bother with isolation efforts, instead driving straight toward his final objective via invasion. The Chinese idealized version of this strategy would of course be attractive to Beijing. A brief period of increased tension covers the execution of well-planned and rehearsed PLA mobilization for an invasion. A short air missile campaign shatters Taiwan's defense and government structures while Chinese political warfare agents on the island become active, wrecking any hope of coherent Taiwanese preparations for defense. The massive Chinese fleet sweeps quickly across the strait and begins disembarking troops and vehicles onto Taiwanese beaches almost before Taipei knows what's happening. And Chinese troops raise the PRC flag over government buildings in Taipei while policymakers in Washington and Tokyo debate what to do. She makes a speech from the presidential office in Taipei, and Splitism is forever defeated. It is unlikely that even she seriously entertains this fantasy. The statements and actions of American and Japanese leaders and officials offer no reason for Xi to be confident that the US and Japan or Australia would stand idly by and watch this spectacle. On the contrary, from the PRC's perspective, President Joe Biden has been setting informational and military conditions to prepare to defend Taiwan against an invasion. She has clearly also been observing the disastrous Russian invasion of Ukraine that highlighted additional factors of concern. The Russians thought they had thoroughly penetrated Ukrainian society and government with their own agents and fellow travelers and built a campaign on the assumption that Ukrainians would not fight. They were wrong on all counts. The Russians also wildly overestimated their own military capabilities and competence and underestimated the inevitable effects of battlefield friction. The PLA is almost certainly more competent and able to handle friction than the Potemkin army with which Russia invaded, but friction is real in any war and the more so in complex large-scale amphibious invasions. Chinese military leaders and Xi himself must therefore take seriously the possibilities that Taiwan will fight and that the political warfare efforts on the island will be only partially successful, that the US and its allies will respond with force rapidly and determinately, that the PLA will not perform optimally, and, even if nothing else does, that the friction inherent in war will lead to setbacks and losses. None of these observations are groundbreaking. They serve only to say that Xi must recognize the high risks associated with invading Taiwan, unless he is a thoroughgoing fool, which he does not in any way appear to be. It is clear enough that an island of 24 million people cannot hope to defeat the massed forces of a country of 1.4 billion. The best that Taiwan on its own could hope would be to inflict painful losses on an invading Chinese force. Properly equipped and determined to fight, Taiwan might be able to do so. We shall set aside further consideration of this aspect of the scenario, however, to focus on those that are more dangerous to Beijing. Debate roils the U.S. national security establishment about America's capacity to stop a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Some argue that the PLA's ballistic, cruise, and now hypersonic missiles render America's aircraft carriers hopelessly vulnerable and that China's air and missile arsenal and A-2AD systems force the U.S. to rely on bases far from Taiwan and on long-range standoff missiles alone, ultimately dooming any chance the U.S. might have to stop the attack. Much hinges in these scenarios on when and whether Beijing would attack U.S. bases at Guam and Okinawa, at least, and on assumptions about America's ability to use bases in South Korea and the Japanese home islands. If the U.S. retains the ability to use Guam and Okinawa, so the reasoning often goes, then it might be able to challenge the PLA's ability to cross the strait or at least to impose losses that Beijing would find unbearable. These discussions are important for considerations of invasion scenarios. One struggles to recall a successful amphibious invasion in the era of combat aircraft conducted without at least localized air supremacy. Amphibious ships are large, vulnerable targets whose sinking entails the deaths of hundreds or thousands of soldiers and the loss of large amounts of vehicles and supplies. Few, if any, militaries have been willing to risk sailing them to shore in the face of enemy aircraft or an enemy's ability to concentrate volumes of high-payload munitions on them. China cannot deprive the U.S. of all ability to strike a PLA landing force. Long-range stealth bombers can refuel out of the A-2AD bubble and fire missiles, some of which will almost surely hit and destroy their targets. U.S. attack submarines and other platforms can fire volleys of cruise missiles that PLA air defenses will not completely shoot down. If China invades and the U.S. is determined to defend Taiwan, the PLA will take losses. The scale and consequences of those losses depend heavily, however, on whether the U.S. can use its carriers and regional bases. The more of those assets the American military can use, the more severe the damage it can impose on the invasion force, possibly up to and including its destruction. That is one of the reasons many discussions of a Chinese invasion scenario assume that the PLA would attack U.S. bases on Guam and Okinawa, at least, and possibly on the Japanese home islands. They often assume that South Korea would not allow the U.S. to use its bases on the Korean peninsula in a war that, in principle, interests Seoul very little. Chinese military technocrats would likely prefer to begin the attack in this fashion and deprive the U.S. of as much regional capacity as possible. The geostrategic advisability of doing so, however, rests on political rather than military considerations. Would the U.S. absorb an attack on Guam and not thereafter regard itself as at war with China? Would Tokyo regard attacks on U.S. bases on Japanese territory as bilateral U.S.-China affairs that do not constitute acts of war against Japan? Would the U.S., having lost immediate use of its other regional bases, not activate the U.S. Republic of Korea Mutual Defense Treaty, which, unlike the U.S. treaty with Japan, actually is mutual and obliges Seoul to come to the aid of the U.S. if the U.S. is attacked in the region? Would Seoul refuse that activation, thereby risking the loss of its most important ally? As both Russia and the Allies have learned, no pre-war assumption holds after a war begins. Ukraine's fighting will is beyond what analysts imagined before the conflict. The US and NATO are equipping Ukraine far beyond what was thought possible. Washington has reinforced NATO forces on the eastern flank, and there are now 2 new NATO members under consideration. Turning back to Asia, it is hard to imagine South Korea wanting to remain neutral once Australia, Japan, and the US and possibly some other NATO countries are in the fight. In a scenario in which US ships, territory, and allies are struck, the U.S. will likely pay whatever price its allies Thailand and the Philippines demand for the use of their airspace and bases in their territory. The issue of South Korean sympathy for Taiwan, or lack thereof, is a red herring. Seoul will have to make decisions in the context of the viability of its long-term reliance on the U.S. and America's allies, and the possible impact of refusing U.S. requests for help on that reliance. Surely Xi and his lieutenants have considered the geopolitical consequences of trying to succeed operationally. If not, the China problem may be bigger than most analysts realize. In that case, either Xi is as isolated and delusional as Putin was before invading Ukraine, and therefore is undeterrable, or his grand strategic objectives have changed. From building up comprehensive national power and making incremental gains to undermine U.S. alliances and reshape the world order, Xi would have transformed his grand strategy into one of forcefully obtaining hegemony in Asia. If Xi's objectives have changed in such a fashion, then the U.S. should not be preparing to counter only an invasion of Taiwan but rather a series of Chinese campaigns for hegemony. The assumption of this report is that China's strategy toward Taiwan is part of a unification campaign, a close cousin of the successful Hong Kong, Tibet, and Xinjiang campaigns, and that any other gains she thinks he can secure from successful unification are secondary and opportunistic. One might restate these considerations more straightforwardly. A PRC invasion plan that relies on attacking Guam and U.S. positions in Japan early in the conflict would immediately bring China into open war with the U.S., Japan, and possibly South Korea. U.S. policy analysts might broodingly fear that the U.S. and its regional allies would allow even such attacks to glance off them from a geopolitical standpoint and work to treat the war as a Taiwan crisis with no larger ramifications. We needn't get into that argument ourselves to observe that she would, again, be a complete fool to be confident of such a response. Serious political and military leaders in Beijing must thus consider that a decision to invade Taiwan immediately confronts them with a second extremely thorny decision. Either she accepts the much greater risks to the success of the military operation if China does not attack U.S. bases at once, or he must accept the real possibility that the limited invasion of Taiwan could rapidly become a full-scale regional or even global war with the U.S. and its allies. We do not by any means intend to suggest that she might not decide that either risk is acceptable. He might. We certainly do not mean to say that strong and prompt U.S. responses or U.S. and American allied escalations are certain or would be successful. Those arguing that, as things stand today, China could invade Taiwan and the U.S. couldn't stop the invasion might be right. Calls for increasing America's military capabilities to defeat such a Chinese attack at acceptable costs to the U.S. and its allies are surely cogent and should be heeded. But even this cursory examination of some of the invasion scenario implications suggests that it would be an extraordinarily risky undertaking to any Chinese leader not besotted with his own power and deluded by stupid or dishonest generals and political advisors. Most leaders would prefer less risky approaches that offer the promise of securing the same outcome at lower cost. U.S. policy therefore cannot accept as a given that Xi is simply preparing to invade and that, when the PLA is ready, he will. We must instead reopen the aperture to see other plausible roads she could take to seizing Taiwan and develop strategies to block all of them rather than focusing on only one. This discussion would be of merely academic interest if preparations to defeat the cross-strait invasion also included blocking the persuasion, coercion, and isolation compellence roads. Unfortunately, though, the approaches generally advocated to stop the invasion actively undermine efforts to block Xi's other roads. If the invasion scenario is the only one the US and its allies plan to block, the temptation will grow to pull back from the Chinese A2AD bubble, abandon reliance on Guam and Okinawa, and focus on increasing America's long-range strike capabilities. Maximizing perceived operational effectiveness would override geopolitical necessity. Such a move would potentiate the PRC's persuasion, coercion, and isolation efforts. It could be the case that these efforts actually enhance America's ability to defend Taiwan and therefore increase the likelihood the US would come to Taiwan's defense, although we question both assumptions. But would it seem that way to the Taiwanese? The actual optics of that strategy involve withdrawing visible US presence from the near vicinity of Taiwan. After all, the more imminent war becomes under this approach, the faster US carrier battle groups steam away from the island, the more US strike aircraft fly north and west from Okinawa and Guam, and the more American military bases throughout the region move into defensive rather than offensive postures. The Taiwanese would be remarkable people indeed to observe those phenomena, see the growing concentration of Chinese military assets around their island, and conclude that they should be ready to fight to the death, confident that America will be with them. Openly accepting the premise that US carriers cannot survive Chinese attacks also means openly stating that moving carriers toward Taiwan, Japan, or through the Strait is always an American bluff and should not be seen as a serious demonstration of Washington's willingness or ability to fight. The utility of such freedom of navigation operations could be questioned in any event, but accepting the widely held premises about the poor US prospects for defeating a cross-strait invasion today makes them worse than meaningless. These discussions all tend to undermine the likely effectiveness of any strategies the US and its partners might develop to try to block the persuasion and coercion roads to the conquest of Taiwan, but they don't preclude the construction and implementation of such strategies. Even advocates of the standoff approach to defending Taiwan against invasion, after all, generally agree that the US should develop such counter-strategies, even if they also generally dismiss the significance of Chinese persuasion and coercion campaigns through their confidence that invasion is inevitable and even imminent. The most serious problem with focusing narrowly on preventing the cross-strait invasion from standoff ranges is that it almost invites Xi to try the isolation strategy. Breaking blockades requires presence. The US certainly could use long-range precision weapons to sink Chinese ships blocking or interfering with merchant vessels trying to move into and out of Taiwan's ports, until those Chinese ships move too close to those merchant vessels to permit their safe destruction. And driving PLAF aircraft out of Taiwan's skies is not likely a task that can be undertaken from far over the horizon bases except by destroying all the PLAF bases on the mainland from which such operations are conducted. Even assuming that that is a feasible military undertaking, it nevertheless would move the US rapidly toward the tremendously escalatory step of conducting a large-scale air attack on the Chinese homeland. Any approach to breaking the blockade with standoff munitions, finally, requires the US to use an immediate lethal approach to respond to a Chinese effort conducted possibly with less than lethal force. It could put the responsibility for escalating to a shooting war on the US, even though China created the crisis. The main problem with approaches seeking to break a blockade from standoff distances is not that doing so is impossible, but rather that promising to do so is insufficiently credible. It is almost impossible to imagine a scenario in which the Chinese begin to interfere with Taiwan's communications and trade with the rest of the world, whereafter the US instantly responds by sinking Chinese ships. Beijing's isolation strategy would almost inevitably have some time to work before a serious US response along these lines even started, let alone before it succeeded, if it could. She might miscalculate the odds of securing Taiwan's concession in that interval, as we have observed above, but the relatively low risks he would run compared with those entailed in a full-scale invasion make it more plausible that he would accept the risk of miscalculation here. There is a solution to the conundrum these challenges pose to the US. Design a counter-invasion strategy that includes a counter-isolation strategy. The far-over-the-horizon counter-invasion strategy is a problem only if it precludes or excludes counter-isolation efforts. The US should, and, indeed, must have far-over-the-horizon capabilities in any scenario. But it must also develop ways to operate within China's A2AD zone, including within the range of China's hypersonic missiles. It must be able to meet a Chinese blockade effort centered on non-lethal force with a non-lethal counter-isolation effort of its own. It must avoid the optics of withdrawing its military power from the theater as the threat of Chinese attack grows and instead, ideally, create the object of credible military power flowing toward Taiwan. We recognize that these demands are easy to make and hard to meet. We have no specific suggestions about how to do so technically or tactically. Our purpose in this report, rather, is to say that actually keeping Taiwan free is even harder than it seems to many. We cannot reduce the problem to one specific scenario, and we actually must focus on solving extraordinarily hard military problems to enable strategies that can defeat not only the most dangerous courses of action Beijing might pursue but also the most likely. With Taiwan in chaos after a years-long coercion campaign, all that remains for the PRC to achieve its objectives is to reach an agreement with the ROC government to restructure and formalize cross-strait relations to the PRC's advantage. The following scenarios represent branched possibilities for reaching such an agreement. 3 main scenarios flow from the 4 pulses. One separate, alternative scenario reflects the possibility of a highly accelerated timeline of the COA's key events. Endgame 1: Electoral victory. A pro-peace consensus has emerged in Taiwan as the 2028 presidential election approaches. The DPP, able to promise only continued, unbroken sovereignty with no compelling solutions for easing the pain caused by PRC coercion, has been sidelined. The KMT wins the presidency and a supermajority in the LY on a platform of making peace with the PRC and ending the slide into state failure. The new KMT president, who has established a reputation as a defender of Taiwan's interests and who is adept at dealing with the PRC, counts many former DPP voters among his or her supporters. The president pledges to initiate talks with the PRC to forge a new status quo, adopting a conciliatory approach on symbolic matters like One China and eventual unification, while promising that the actual autonomy that Taiwan has enjoyed for so long will continue. The president signs the Cross-Strait Peace Agreement, followed shortly by the passage of a Cross-Strait Peace Commission in the LY, with support from the Taiwanese public. Endgame 2: Elite pressure. While the DPP retains the presidency in the 2028 election, the CCP's coercive activities and influence operations have convinced a slight majority of LY members that significant concessions are necessary to prevent war. As a result, the LY passes legislation creating a National Peace Commission, a new administrative body to be responsible for developing cross-strait policies to resolve tensions. The premier, the head of Taiwan's executive yuan, refuses to abide by the LY's request to staff the commission, citing its potential to infringe on Taiwan's sovereignty. While some LY members are not in favor of the initial legislation, they nonetheless find the premier's action in clear violation of law. A vote of no confidence against the premier passes, forcing him or her to step down. The president appoints a new premier. The president and vice president hold a press conference condemning the LY's intervention and stating their intention to oppose any concessions to the PRC. In response, the CCP, through the TAO, calls on the president to respect the legislative process and the will of the Taiwan compatriots. The LY, viewing the president and vice president's actions as violating democratic principles, initiates a motion of impeachment. The impeachment motion is passed in the LY with a 2/3 majority, drawing support from the KMT, the TPP, and even a few DPP members. When the case is then taken up by the Constitutional Court, more than 2/3 of the high justices find the president and vice president guilty, and both are summarily removed from office. The newly appointed premier assumes the presidency in an acting capacity. He or she follows through on the LY's initiative, establishing the National Peace Commission. Meanwhile, a special election is held, and a charismatic candidate who promises to end Taiwan's period of suffering receives wide support from the electorate, winning the election. Under his or her administration, the Cross-Strait Peace Agreement is signed, followed shortly by the LY passing the Cross-Strait Peace Commission. Endgame 3: Grassroots movement. The DPP and KMT leadership and legislative caucuses remain committed to resisting the PRC coercion campaign, though an insurgent, pro-peace faction has now won political control of the TPP and is mounting a serious challenge to the two main parties. While a pro-resistance KMT candidate narrowly wins the presidency in 2028, the pro-peace TPP surges to win a plurality of seats in the LY. The TPP presidential candidate, the previously mentioned charismatic business leader who established a reputation as an able interlocutor with the PRC and whose rise to prominence was aided by CCP influence operations, has become increasingly concerned about the plight of Taiwan citizens and the hopelessness of international intervention. he or she introduces a ballot measure to compel the president to seek a peace agreement with the PRC. The measure quickly gathers the roughly 2,000 signers and 300,000 co-signers required, and a vote on the measure is scheduled. A pro-initiative movement draws support from the TPP base and a significant portion of the KMT Old Guard, who had been reluctant to vote against their own party's candidate in the election. CCP proxy media outlets in Taiwan lend positive coverage to the grassroots movement, and United Front elements promote the movement heavily on social media and in private message groups. The new class of TPP members of the LY, as well as a handful of converts from the other major parties, rallies in support of the ballot measure. The TPP makes a compelling argument that the US and other countries will not save Taiwan, and that delaying an agreement will doom Taiwan to a longer and more intense period of pain. Ultimately, the pro-peace contingent's conviction to save Taiwan, coupled with disillusionment among even stalwart defenders of Taiwan's autonomy, proves to be enough for a decisive majority in support of the ballot initiative. Despite the result, the president refuses to carry out the required negotiations with the PRC, seeing them as tantamount to capitulation. In response, the pro-peace movement, increasingly energized and organized, quickly shifts to pushing for a recall of the president. Even many opponents of the ballot initiative now see the president as derelict in his or her duty to respect the legitimately expressed will of the people. The movement pressures the LY to initiate a recall, which proceeds smoothly amid increasing defections from the two major parties. The recall passes, and the vice president, convinced that any effort to oppose a peace agreement is futile, decides to resign, thereby elevating the premier to the role of acting president. In the subsequent special presidential election, which is mandated by law following the recall of both the president and vice president, the TPP candidate emerges victorious after consolidating support from a majority of Taiwanese voters, who were united by dissatisfaction with the previous administration's blind resistance and failure to relieve their suffering. The president signs the Cross-Strait Peace Agreement, followed shortly by the passage of the Cross-Strait Peace Commission in the LY. Alternative endgame: treason scandal. The CCP launches a rapid coercive assault in the months following Lai's election victory. Coercive actions include those outlined in Pulses 1 to 4, but they are done on a condensed timeline, presenting Lai with a series of crises to deal with as soon as he takes office: maritime disruptions, cyber attacks, terrorism, and missile harassment roil the first few months of the Lai Xiao administration. Fabricated news reports start to emerge that Lai, as vice president, began secret collusion with the US to launch a biological weapons program. The Americans, these fabricated reports allege, had reportedly insisted that Taiwan develop such weapons as part of an asymmetric defense strategy, but then President Tsai Ing-wen had refused. According to these fabricated reports, Vice President Lai, however, had been in favor of the program and began backchannel communication with the US to oversee its launch. The Taiwan High Prosecutor's Office begins an investigation into Lai and associated officials in the former Tsai administration. Prosecutors uncover fabricated evidence of the collusion in the form of leaked, fabricated communication between the American Institute in Taiwan and the presidential office discussing the plans for bioweapons, which were later terminated by Tsai. Separate, fabricated, private communications between an American institute in Taiwan staffer and Xiao Baikim, Lai's then running mate, indicate Lai secretly continued the program, contrary to the president's orders. The High Prosecutor's Office decides it has enough evidence to bring treason charges against Lai, on the basis that he conspired with a foreign power against the orders of the ROC president. Former President Tsai is initially silent on the allegations as her team reviews the fabricated evidence. President Lai, via his premier, instructs the Ministry of Justice to drop the charges, and he is not arrested. Tsai then clarifies that the leaked, fabricated communications are fake, but the public takes little notice. Lai's perceived obstruction of justice leads to outrage in the LY, and Pan-Blue legislators swiftly pass a recall motion against Lai and Xiao. The electorate turns against him, and the recall motion succeeds. The premier assumes power and a special presidential election is scheduled. A charismatic pragmatist wins the election on pledges to restore clean government and end the chaos. After inauguration, he or she immediately declares emergency powers, having convinced the LY that such measures are temporarily needed to restore life to normal. The new president signs a cross-strait peace agreement with a high-level PRC official and is rewarded with a break in the PRC's coercive activity targeting Taiwan. The LY is caught off guard by the sudden movement away from the status quo, yet the president's actions earn significant popular support as Taiwan returns to normal. The president cites the potential for the PRC to renege on the agreement if the LY does not follow up by ratifying a cross-strait peace commission. Some members of the LY oppose the cross-strait peace commission, claiming it will forfeit Taiwan's sovereignty. The president calls for the recall of these legislators, and opposition to the cross-strait peace commission falters. The LY finally passes the cross-strait peace commission. The notional mechanism for reconciliation between the two sides of the strait has two elements: a bilateral agreement between the two governments and subsequent legislation in the PRC National People's Congress and Taiwanese LY establishing a commission with binding authority to manage cross-strait affairs. A cross-strait peace agreement stipulates that the ROC government cease its defense relationships and political contact with foreign forces, including foreign military purchases, stationing of foreign military personnel or weapons in Taiwan, and visits of foreign officials to Taiwan without the PRC's consent. The PRC reduces some of its military deterrence activity in accordance with the spirit of cross-strait reconciliation. The PRC also reiterates its pledge to not station officials or military personnel in Taiwan or interfere with Taiwan's autonomy in local or trade affairs. The agreement is signed by Taiwan's president and a representative authority of the Central People's Government. The subsequent Cross-Strait Peace Commission is established to direct the future of cross-strait relations and resolve all disputes between the two sides with binding authority. The commission consists of 8 members, 4 from each side of the strait. It acts only by consensus. Any member can veto any proposition. Further, either side can reject the admission of any member to the commission. All proposals initiated by any member receive prompt consideration. The commission implicitly allows for the formal, legal integration of Taiwan under PRC jurisdiction at some point in the future, since its authority supersedes that of the governments of either side of the strait in the realm of cross-strait affairs. To pack the commission with China-friendly representatives, paving the way for formal unification, the PRC could employ its veto power over an ever broader range of candidates from Taiwan, eventually allowing only compliant candidates to gain admission. Should the ROC government fail to comply with a unanimous ruling of the commission, the PLA is authorized to use military action to enforce the commission's will. This COA could have extreme consequences for Taiwan and is more plausible than observers and analysts might imagine. It demonstrates the viability of crippling disruption and manipulation of a functional political system by an adversary in ways that avoid the outbreak of a larger war. Taiwan's unique geopolitical situation, sense of isolation, lack of diplomatic recognition by the US or any other major power, and absence of a security guarantee make it uniquely vulnerable to an SOWC COA. The ambiguities inherent in Washington's One China policy leave ample opportunity for intense PRC manipulation, which would leave Taipei more isolated and Washington more paralyzed. Successfully framing responses to aggression as provocations is perhaps the most effective PRC manipulative stratagem. Furthermore, coercive campaigns using elements of the COA that target other states, including the US, can be imagined. Washington is still recovering from the unexpectedly potent political warfare inflicted against its political system by Russia in 2016, which resulted in greater political polarization and accentuated societal divisions. The US and its many allies and partners therefore have a vested interest in developing the means to adequately respond to and prevent PRC coercive strategies. Developing these counter-coercive strategies would allow the US and its allies to protect their interest in not only maintaining a free and democratic Taiwan, but also defending their own governance models against coercion, subversion, and manipulation by authoritarian states. This SOWC COA would pose a particular challenge to the US government. Gradual intensification of information warfare and narrative campaigns makes them difficult to detect until the cognitive overload on US leadership is significant, which may diminish or preclude an effective response. By cognitive overload, we mean the potential paralysis of a governing system as it unsuccessfully attempts to ingest, uncover, and respond to multidimensional kinetic and non-kinetic assaults directed at its brain. For instance, the PRC campaign that threatened the safety of then-Speaker Nancy Pelosi before she traveled to Taiwan in August 2022, which insinuated that the visit would cause a major war in the Western Pacific, was arguably meant to affect Washington's collective psychology and engender a change in its behavior. Such an effort aims to degrade the ability of high-level decision-makers to think clearly and respond with deliberation and efficacy. This report's COA designed campaigns of this sort to run with varying degrees of intensity for roughly 4 years. Without pre-existing defenses in place, it can be incredibly difficult to halt the momentum of an intensive cognitive warfare campaign and seize back the initiative such that a system's brains are neither simply reacting to provocations nor dissuaded from acting outright. This COA is specifically designed to take advantage of the political structure and ideology of liberal democratic states, whose governing and decision-making processes are intentionally diffuse, slow, and prone to fits of passionate reactivity alongside processes of deliberation. Information warfare and narrative campaigns are difficult for the U.S. and other democracies to combat because of their commitment to protecting individual political rights and freedoms. The most effective way to prevent or disrupt a COA like the one in this report is to form a coalition of like-minded states attuned to such PRC stratagems and practiced in responding to them. A coalition that can immediately identify PRC cognitive warfare efforts and frame its reactions as responses thereto would be deadly for the PRC, which will work relentlessly to ensure no such grouping coalesces. It is crucial that the U.S. respond comprehensively and effectively to PRC coercive efforts like those in this report's COA. If the PRC successfully executes the SOWC COA, allowing it to take control of Taiwan without U.S. interference, the U.S. will have set a precedent that it can be successfully coerced and manipulated by its chief geopolitical rivals. Despite the ambiguities in U.S. policy toward Taiwan, U.S. allies still view the U.S. as Taiwan's security guarantor, responsible for its defense against PRC assaults of any kind. A capitulation by Taiwan to coercion would therefore profoundly affect U.S. alliance relationships, leading to doubts about the sincerity of U.S. backing and security promises. The fact that war does not break out in this scenario will not be a defense against charges that the U.S. failed to prevent the subversion of a democratic ally and its ultimate control by the PRC. While it is certainly not easier or less risky to prepare for a full-scale war with the PRC over Taiwan and defeat decisive PRC force, it may be more complicated to defend against a COA like this from a psychological and political point of view. The PRC in this scenario never crosses the threshold that would force the U.S. to respond with kinetic force against the PRC. The U.S. must therefore set new lines for itself regarding the types of political manipulation, cognitive warfare, and intimidation that merit a full-scale defense of Taiwan's political system. The United States' foundational strategic interest in Taiwan is the full functioning and continued development of Taiwan's democratic political system. The system's destruction would result in the highly detrimental effects to U.S. national security that this report has identified. This COA is full of risks for the PRC. Possibly the most significant risk is the loss of escalation control. Taiwanese and U.S. resistance to PRC actions may be stronger than anticipated, even when taking care to limit the use of force. Several key COA objectives and activities may require the PLA and CCG to employ kinetic military force directly against Taiwanese or U.S. military personnel at a time or place not of the PRC's choosing and in ways not intended within the COA. The COA assumes that Taiwan and the U.S. will continue to favor de-escalation to preserve the status quo. However, if the COA activities are not executed carefully or if Taiwan and the U.S. feel substantially threatened, then the leaders of these states may decide to respond more forcefully than accounted for by the COA's assumptions. Such is the fog and friction of even low-intensity conflict. One need only to examine Russia's assumptions about the expected fall of Ukraine's government after a quick decapitation strike to see the dangers of relying on assumptions about how the adversary will react. The COA mitigates this risk primarily through careful campaign planning accompanied by extensive research to develop accurate conceptions of how Taiwan and the U.S. would likely respond to the COA activities. The PRC would also use realistic and thorough training to instruct PLA personnel on proper responses to various contingencies. Additionally, the PRC is likely to disincentivize strong Taiwanese, U.S., or coalition resistance by portraying these states as hyper-aggressive and overly militaristic through the COA's information campaigns. The key to mitigating the risk of a stronger U.S. reaction is persuading both the U.S. decision-making elite and public that an overreaction would lead to a major war, at a time when the U.S. is engaged in supporting allies in regional wars, while communicating that peace and prosperity are the alternatives. PRC efforts at striking economic deals in this report's COA accomplish the latter. The more the PRC can convince elite stakeholders that the tensions over Taiwan are complicated and not worth a major war, the more likely the COA is to succeed. A second and very significant risk the PRC would face in executing this COA is that of triggering a substantial U.S. or coalition response, resulting in rapid and meaningful support to Taiwan. The COA's success depends on a crisis of confidence in U.S.-Taiwan relations and the emergence of a consensus in Taiwan that the U.S. will not help it in the face of a PRC onslaught. A key COG of the COA is the bilateral relationship between the two democracies. If Taiwanese political elites and the Taiwanese public conclude that the relationship is beyond repair or useless, the political options laid out by the COA may appear both attractive and realistic. Taiwan simply cannot resist PRC pressure indefinitely without the U.S. Absent confidence in the U.S.-Taiwan relationship, politics in Taiwan would change dramatically. The COA leaders heightened U.S. support of Taiwan by repeatedly blaming escalations on the U.S. presence in Asia and portraying increased U.S. aid to Taiwan as aggression toward the PRC. Amplifying this perception would maximize U.S. self-deterrence and incentivize Taiwan to be more conservative in requesting U.S. aid, perhaps by seeking aid that would be less visible to both countries' populations, which in turn would reinforce the public perception of Taiwan's growing isolation. The COA's main diplomatic and informational elements must remain consistent and rest on two pillars. The U.S. will provoke World War III if it intervenes forcefully, and focusing on peace and economic prosperity is the best option for the U.S. as disputes across the strait will be worked out peacefully. A third risk of this COA relates to the way the PRC is currently perceived and the actions regional states are already taking to push back against its aggression. More aggressive action could lead to greater pushback from states not directly targeted by a Taiwan COA. Specifically, key states like Japan and Australia, perhaps joined by the Philippines and South Korea, could consolidate a counter-PRC coalition to oppose any or all PRC coercion efforts. The U.S. has recently secured closer bilateral and multilateral cooperation between many of its regional allies and partners based on common concerns over the PRC's growing assertiveness. The COA mitigates these risks by leveraging bilateral and multilateral political, economic, military, and societal divisions among regional countries to stoke public opposition and controversy, with the goal of impeding coalition building. United Front and MSS networks can further disrupt coalition formation by obstructing bureaucratic processes in regional states, fueling domestic political discord in those states, and encouraging public calls for policies that avoid provoking China. As the COA unfolds, the CCP will work to portray Taiwan's government as an aggressor and the U.S. as a provocateur that seeks to change the status quo. Doubtless, the CCP will play into fears that further provocation will lead to a second Ukraine, this time in Asia, which could be avoided if the U.S. and Taiwan do not provoke the PRC. The CCP will take advantage of the fact that until present, none of the putative coalition members have done much to support Taiwan, neither in the international political arena nor in the security domain. No country besides the U.S. has anything like the Taiwan Relations Act or any legal basis to support Taiwan in a crisis. Most have not spoken up during the PRC's years of provocative behavior, from missile tests and ADIZ violations to creeping encroachment on digital and maritime sovereignty. The COA assumes that this passivity will more or less continue if the crisis does not seem likely to lead to major conflict. The PRC will also take measures to continue to arrest the development of a coalition that might have the resolve to undermine a coercion campaign. A fourth risk for PRC planners arises from the COA's intention to generate significant disruptive effects in Taiwan through cyber warfare, electronic warfare, and infrastructure sabotage. These tools may be much less effective than intended and could fail to sufficiently disrupt both internal Taiwanese and external U.S.-Taiwan communications. Such failures risk allowing Taiwan to preserve its vital information connectivity among military units and with its international partners. The PRC further risks revealing its most potent cyber warfare, electronic warfare, and sabotage capabilities in ways that could enable its adversaries to identify and exploit weaknesses and develop effective countermeasures. The PRC is thus likely to focus intelligence collection on U.S. and coalition electronic warfare and counter-electronic warfare systems ahead of initiating the COA to better understand coalition defensive capabilities and to design more precise electronic warfare campaigns against Taiwan. The PLA is also likely to use the minimum level of electronic warfare capabilities necessary to damage Taiwanese internal and external communications while preserving the PLA's most capable systems and tactics for a potential large-scale conflict. A fifth risk of the COA is that activities that directly or indirectly threaten U.S. security and economic interests in the Indo-Pacific may consolidate U.S. political support for significantly expanding the U.S. military's regional force posture. This development could threaten the COA's success by providing U.S. leadership with a wider range of options to resist COA activities and embolden Taiwan and the U.S. to embrace greater risk when confronting the PRC's actions. The PRC would seek to impede an expanded U.S. force posture by targeting key political constituencies affected by the current U.S. force posture to provoke greater public resistance to increased troop deployments, expanded bases, and the associated environmental damage. The PRC may further engage in information campaigns in the U.S. that highlight America's global interests and commitments, which could be undermined by a more comprehensive and costly focus on Asia. PRC information campaigns would stress the risk of another major war, which could be avoided by U.S. restraint. A sixth risk is that the COA relies on cultivating PRC agents in Taiwan for clandestine activity. Such activity risks these agents being compromised, potentially leading Taiwan, the U.S., and coalition states to jointly implement thorough and damaging counterintelligence campaigns before the desired COA effects are achieved. Taiwan, the U.S., and coalition governments have recently conducted public press conferences to identify alleged PRC agents and warn against similar future behavior. The PRC may preempt these counterintelligence campaigns by reinforcing narratives that any Taiwanese or U.S. government-led efforts to expose PRC agents aim simply to play up fears of the PRC for political reasons. Moreover, the CCP could play on fears that Taiwan is undermining its own system's protection of free speech and individual rights by unfairly targeting individuals who merely hold different views about Taiwan's future with the PRC. PRC officials could also privately threaten Taiwan, the U.S., and coalition governments with retaliation by detaining suspected foreign agents within the PRC. A seventh risk is that the COA requires the PRC's international diplomatic efforts to remain disciplined and closely aligned, with precise language used across many spokespeople and audiences, to generate the intended information narrative effects. This level of coordination would be difficult to achieve, especially across the COA's multiple years, and PRC diplomatic personnel may prove unable to maintain a coherent narrative to justify the wide-ranging COA actions across many domains. The PRC can mitigate risks of incoherence by directing its diplomatic staff to default to blaming Taiwan, the U.S., and coalition states as being responsible for any escalation. Public-facing PRC diplomats and media personnel would also likely receive extensive training to refer to statements from Xi and his most trusted subordinates. An eighth risk is that the COA is designed to induce severe negative economic effects in Taiwan that are unlikely to remain contained to the Taiwanese economy. Downstream effects will be felt acutely in the EU, Japan, South Korea, and the US, which will be greatly concerned with the damage these effects may cause to their own economies due to Taiwan's important role in high-tech supply chains. These COA effects may thus widely reinforce narratives of the PRC's aggressive economic warfare tactics in ways that accelerate more comprehensive decoupling from the PRC economy while retaining investments in Taiwan as an alternative. The PRC may mitigate this criticism and the risks of decoupling by providing economic incentives to foreign companies, such as generous subsidies, relaxed regulations, and expanded market access to the PRC economy. Using incentives in this manner would further reinforce efforts to isolate Taiwan economically while helping offset international companies' perception of the PRC economy as high risk. Moreover, as economic pain is felt across coalition countries, the PRC can deploy the argument that such pain will dissipate if Taiwan merely makes some political concessions and stops its provocative behavior. Lastly, the COA's activities run the risk that the ROC government and public rally to overcome domestic political divisions and harden resistance to COA activities, rather than urgently seek concessions to de-escalate the crisis. PRC kinetic actions against ROCM personnel and civilians in particular risk causing the ROC government and population to rapidly mobilize to resist further PRC activities. The scope of political manipulation in Taiwan necessary for the COA to achieve its objectives should not be underestimated. The The COA assumes that major changes can be effectuated in Taiwanese political sentiment such that once unthinkable concessions become palatable when compared to the continuation of the pain the Taiwanese society is feeling and the risk that more is in store for its citizens. The COA seeks to mitigate any potentially rallying effects by conducting widespread disinformation campaigns in Taiwanese media to discredit prominent public figures who promote continued staunch resistance to the PRC. The PRC will likely also promote narratives in Taiwanese media highlighting the consequences of continued support for separatist groups. These consequences will likely be heavily contrasted with the benefits of deeper integration with the PRC to highlight the immense costs of de facto independence. The credibility of such information and of disinformation campaigns will grow as the COA unfolds over several years, and the ROC governmental system is subject to serious degradation and disruption. If they maintain the will to do so, Taiwan, the US, and coalition governments can resist the PRC's actions by targeting identified COGs of the COA itself, thereby preemptively disrupting and degrading key effects the PRC must generate. Attacking these COGs does not eliminate all COA effects, but it can significantly mitigate the primary means of coercion against Taiwan. To do this, the US should 1. Successfully portray the PRC as the true aggressor, 2. Impede the PRC's ability to achieve blockade effects without implementing a blockade, 3. Publicly identify the COA's actions as a campaign explicitly intended to capture Taiwan, and 4. Harden the ROC government against PRC efforts to disrupt its ability to govern effectively. The COA heavily emphasizes information campaigns to justify the PRC's actions as purely defensive, incentivize Taiwanese and US self-deterrence to avoid escalation, and undermine international public support for Taiwan. Taiwan, the US, and coalition states can severely disrupt the PRC's desired information effects by proactively discrediting PRC attempts to frame counter-COA actions as escalatory or provocative, while sustaining broad public support to resist the COA's effects. Taiwan and the US government especially must avoid self-deterrence and maintain effective bilateral cooperation to both undermine the COA's attempts at isolating Taiwan and promote US public support for continued engagement with Taiwan. Such reciprocal support and engagement are crucial to convincing the American public that Taiwan remains willing to vigorously defend its independence, thus reinforcing arguments that significant support for Taiwan is a worthwhile investment. Countering the PRC's widespread, coordinated information campaigns is also essential to disrupting many PRC efforts to gain influence globally beyond those in the COA and thus should be a consistent primary focus for Taiwan, the US, and coalition states. The PRC's ability to establish and maintain blockade-like effects on Taiwan is an essential element of the COA's success, and thus represents a key point of failure that Taiwan, the US, and the coalition can target. The COA intends to generate these blockade-like effects by leveraging the PRC's massive quantitative advantage in maritime vessels, both military and law enforcement, to directly impede Taiwan's sea lines of communication while deterring third-party intervention. The PRC seeks to wield its threat of overwhelming force to dissuade any state from using its naval forces or law enforcement units to forcibly maintain Taiwan's global access. The COA also intends to leverage a variety of legal, military, and economic means to disincentivize commercial air travel and cargo routes into Taiwan. Taiwan, the US, and coalition states must signal their clear willingness to actively maintain Taiwan's air and sea lines of communications while developing regional capabilities to effectively respond to the COA's actions. This must include efforts to counter the full range of lawfare, informational, and economic COA activities, while deploying sufficient forces to defeat the COA's attempted isolation of Taiwan. The COA attempts to obfuscate the true intentions of the PRC's collective actions to prevent Taiwan, the US, and coalition states from recognizing these actions as a coherent campaign to capture Taiwan. The COA seeks to exploit US susceptibility to distraction with global crises to preclude America's full focus on developing an effective response to PRC actions. The COA intends to provoke or take advantage of such distracting crises, sometimes in concert with the PRC's partners, to incentivize US global allies and partners to request urgent assistance in response to regional conflicts and crises, thereby greatly overstretching US national resources and strategic focus. The US and its allies must collectively maintain a coherent focus on preventing Taiwan's isolation and deterring the COA's most consequential actions throughout the entirety of the COA's timeline. This further requires the U.S. to build a broad consensus among a coalition of states to defend Taiwan in order to maintain strategic discipline and reorient focus back to Taiwan whenever global events draw attention away. The COA attempts, through the quasi-blockade and other impediments to commerce and through cyber attacks and other attacks on Taiwan's governmental infrastructure, to severely degrade the ROC government's ability to function. The U.S. and Taiwan can defeat this effort by working in advance to make Taiwan's government more resilient under severe stress. This requires wargaming and evaluating the ways the PRC can disrupt and undermine Taiwan's effective governance through its own agents, local sympathizers, and cyber and cognitive means. It will require an educational effort within Taiwan to alert the Taiwanese population to the dangers of the PRC's cognitive warfare efforts, and it will require efforts to unmask PRC agents preemptively and, sometimes, publicly. The ROC government must engage aggressively with Taiwanese businesses to harden their infrastructure against cyber attacks, including those enabled by insider threats and physical attacks. Taiwan and the U.S. should develop plans in advance to mitigate a wide array of potential supply chain disruptions caused by PRC lawfare and other activities, as previously described. Above all, the U.S. and Taiwan must prepare to identify PRC-directed clandestine operations rapidly and respond coherently and effectively in public and private. Taiwan, the U.S., and regional allies and partners should rehearse such responses. Here, the CDOT team provides specific policy recommendations for the ROC government to deter further PRC coercion and prepare to counteract targeted elements of the SOWC-COA. Several of these recommendations pinpoint opportunities for the ROC government to bolster national security, beyond just the context of preparing to counter the SOWC-COA. Overhaul mariner training and develop a security-oriented Taiwanese merchant marine. The Taiwanese Ministry of Transportation and Communications Maritime and Port Bureau should expand the security-oriented content of the current certification regime for ROC national commercial mariners to include training to avoid, resist, document, and report foreign harassment or inspection. The training should pay special attention to boarding and inspection contingencies, mariners' rights under international maritime law, and best practices for interacting with PRC vessels claiming law enforcement authority. The ROC government should offer this training to crews of all types of domestic vessels, including private vessels and small commercial vessels, such as the kind boarded by the CCG off the coast of Kinmen in February 2024. Programs like the Seafarer Rising Star Training Program offer existing avenues to implement this recommendation. The ROC government should stand up a reserve merchant marine consisting of ROC-flagged vessels and their crews that, once activated, could be used to transport critical goods in a blockade scenario, during which private shipping companies could be unwilling to maintain their normal operations. Given that the intensity of a blockade could change throughout a campaign, relevant government ministries should draft full and partial mobilization plans for this fleet for a variety of scenarios. The merchant marine fleet should receive training in activities such as the counter-blockade resupply of outlying islands. The ROC government should increase the size of the fleet of ROC-flagged commercial vessels by providing subsidies for ship construction or ship purchases by Taiwanese carriers that agree to register these vessels in Taiwan. While the total vessels controlled by Taiwanese companies could theoretically supply the country with most of its food and energy needs, those that are ROC-flagged would be unable to do so by a wide margin. Unlike foreign-flagged ships, ROC-flagged ships can be requisitioned by the state and crewed by the merchant marine to take certain actions for national security, which makes them critical in a blockade scenario. In addition, the ROC government should ensure Taiwanese carriers inform their ship captains, of any nationality, who service Taiwanese ports of their rights under international law and issue contingency guidelines in line with the updated training standards for ROC nationals. These requirements should be coupled with assurances to carriers and captains regarding the availability of CGA assistance in the event of maritime harassment. More broadly, the Ministry of Transportation and Communications should begin a dialogue with carriers to identify and address carrier concerns such as crew safety, damage to vessels, and heightened insurance rates during a contingency. Push for joint maritime operations with partners. In addition to continuing to lobby for an invitation to the Rim of the Pacific exercises, the ROC government should also request invitations to the Pacific Indian Ocean Shipping Working Group and its Bell Buoy exercises. Initiating regular international shipping escort exercises, law enforcement patrols, and island resupply exercises could improve the CGA's capacity to track and respond to incursion, inspection, and outlying island or main island blockade attempts. This cooperation could be further supported by improving CGA ships' command, control, communications, computers, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance interoperability with partner forces. Regular exercises of this sort can also complicate the PRC's efforts to conduct surprise provocations without risking initiating hostilities. Increase public awareness of a short-of-war contingency. Increasing public awareness of the possibility for a short-of-war campaign against Taiwan would diminish the deniability of PRC coercion and strengthen the ROC government's mandate to respond. The new messaging could be diffused into public discourse through standardized official statements, public service announcements, and military basic training sessions that emphasize this contingency. This concept could also be integrated into existing all-out defense education efforts. 95 Enhance Taiwan's civil preparedness. The ROC government should build out the existing national civil defense framework to develop a robust network of local groups prepared to respond to a variety of material and informational contingencies. Local groups should preempt and counter cognitive warfare by disseminating accurate, reliable information to the public, spreading a message of unity and confidence, and visibly displaying a high degree of public participation and preparedness. These groups should also serve as a backstop to government in the event of essential service disruptions due to cyber attacks, physical sabotage, or resource strain. They should also investigate potential cooperation with law enforcement on neighborhood watch programs, both the physical and virtual neighborhood, and counterterrorism efforts. The network should be decentralized and have a local focus, but missions and training should follow national standards, and recruitment should be a nationwide priority. The government-affiliated network should also investigate partnerships with extant non-governmental civil defense or preparedness organizations to scale up training, recruitment, and scope of activity. Reforming the substitute military service system to include civil defense participation as a form of service should also be investigated. Note that the above recommendations focus on the role civil defense groups can play in preparing for an SOWC contingency specifically, though these groups should also prepare for more traditional invasion and disaster scenarios. Prepare to mitigate the effects of a blockade. The ROC government should also consider making a sustained case to the public for stockpiling additional fuel, food, emergency aid, medicine, and industrial inputs to counter high-intensity coercion that could last for months. Transparency and professionalism should be at the core of these preparations. Periodic and regularized disclosures of stockpile levels, expansions of storage facilities, and cold chain storage upgrades would demonstrate the government's competence and resilience to the public. Stockpiling should be paired with rigorous preparation for the distribution of essential supplies in a degraded environment to mitigate the negative effects of cyber attacks, sabotage, and shipping disruptions. Formally document and expose PRC coercive action. International reporters could be invited by the CGA, ROC Air Force, and ROCN for ride-alongs, during which they can assist in collecting and publicizing photo and video evidence of CCG attempts to use harassment and intimidation to enforce a coercive customs regime. Official daily press conferences in the style of the Central Epidemic Command Center could flag PRC coercive activities and present visual evidence to the public and international community. During periods of intense coercion, external messaging should emphasize the suffering of Taiwanese who are not politically active and those who support or supported conciliatory policies toward Beijing, highlighting the hypocrisy of Beijing's claims to target only separatists. Develop additional legal mechanisms to reduce CCP influence in the media. Taiwan should pass legislation to reduce CCP influence in the Taiwanese media industry. First, the LY should reconsider the proposed Foreign Influence Transparency Act of 2019.10. The foreign agent reporting and disclosure provisions in that law would bring Taiwan to the global standard for countering foreign influence. The US and Australia are robust democracies that have similar laws in place. Second, the LY should consider drafting legislation to establish cross-ownership restrictions that would bar industrial conglomerates, especially those with major business interests in the PRC, from becoming the dominant owners of major media outlets. Separating industrial businesses from the media would insulate media companies from PRC economic and political pressure. The LY should also consider expanding the budgets and personnel at government offices that track, investigate, and debunk disinformation, such as the National Security Bureau Operations Center, the Ministry of Justice Information Security Workstation, and other public-facing units across the whole of government. Prepare financial and economic contingency plans. Relevant ROC government ministries should formulate a financial and economic strategy for mitigating the inflationary effects of supply chain disruptions and the potential flight of foreign capital in an SOWC contingency. Energy costs are particularly vulnerable to inflation in the case of a blockade because Taiwan imports nearly all its energy supply. Thus, the ROC government should focus its near-term efforts on accelerating the expansion of energy storage facilities for oil, coal, and especially natural gas, as Taiwan's liquefied natural gas reserves were reported to be enough for just 11 days in April 2023. Maintaining the ability to restart Taiwan's 2 decommissioned nuclear reactors at Jinshan and Kuching on short notice should also be a top priority, as this would unlock a significant amount of additional reliable electricity supply. Nuclear fuel's longevity and much greater energy density than fossil fuel make it suitable for stockpiling. Renewables, while theoretically useful at improving long-term energy security, will likely be unable to make a meaningful difference in the time frame of a near-future coercion and blockade campaign. A rise in shipping costs due to a quasi-blockade would likely lead to broad-based inflation, which may be mitigated by shipping insurance subsidies, the development of alternative routes for the speedy diversion of shipping, and additional capacity at ports on Taiwan's eastern shores, which would make alternative routes possible. Lastly, targeted fiscal support for Taiwan's most vulnerable low-income populations should also be considered to mitigate popular unrest. Although state funding would have inevitable limits, Taiwan should also have a strategy to continue capital investment flows for capital-intensive industries as long as possible. Government loans will likely be the most feasible strategy, but close coordination with the U.S. on cross-border capital flow regulatory standards and contingency planning with relevant U.S. officials could increase investor confidence and create opportunities for financial support from the U.S. government. Improve internal government security processes. The LY should consider enacting landmark legislation to reform security clearance and counter-influence efforts in coordination with the U.S. Congress. Sentences for espionage, whether involving violent activities or the illicit sharing of state secrets, should also be lengthened to reflect the serious threat that espionage poses to Taiwanese national security and deter potential collaborators. Once passed, relevant U.S. officials could be invited for a high-profile signing ceremony in Taiwan that would include joint pledges to significantly deepen intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance collaboration. Selective defense cooperation disclosures. Disclosures of previously unknown elements of joint Taiwan-U.S. or other international defense cooperation activities could provide powerful counterarguments to narratives of isolation. Concrete examples of the international community's investments in Taiwan's defense will challenge arguments that Taiwan's allies are abandoning it and will strengthen the public's perception of the nation's capability to resist. This must be done carefully, without exposing sensitive cooperation programs. Publicizing little-known facts like the small U.S. military presence in Taiwan could be a low-cost tactic. Disclosing them on terms favorable to the U.S. and Taiwan can reduce the PRC's ability to weaponize their disclosure as part of this or another COA. Recommendations for allies. Here, the CDOT team provides specific policy recommendations for a notional counter-COA coalition, made up of U.S. allies and Taiwan's international partners, to cooperate to deter PRC coercion and prepare strategies to counteract key elements of an SOWC COA. Joint intelligence disclosures. Allied governments should consider pursuing selective, joint disclosures of intelligence on specific acts of PRC coercion and the PRC state organs responsible, as the U.S. government did in the run-up to Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Non-military asymmetric responses. Instead of relying solely on Taiwan's symmetrical responses to PRC coercion, such as scrambling aircraft to confront a median line crossing, Taiwan's partners could asymmetrically respond by attacking other LOEs in the PRC's campaign. The U.S. could tie Taiwan into regional alliance structures by inviting Taiwan to a named military exercise, beginning to jointly produce ships or munitions, or selling interoperable weapons systems. Taiwan's partners could also take advantage of PRC political sensitivities by using rhetoric, political visits, and other actions to set back PRC domestic and international information campaigns as responses to intensified military coercion. Increased military coercion should be met with political consequences unfavorable to the PRC. Develop warning indicators for a coercive campaign. The U.S. and its allies should consider developing a shared set of indicators to identify a PRC SOWC campaign. These shared indicators could also be used to coordinate responses and messaging. This joint monitoring would further encourage Taiwan to develop more secure and resilient communications with its partners that could mitigate the impacts of COA activities to cut off Taiwan's external communications. Defend the integrity of Taiwanese airspace. Japan, Taiwan, and the U.S. should hold joint aerial exercises and patrols in Taiwanese and Japanese territorial airspace to reaffirm the exclusive sovereignty that states have in the airspace above their territory, according to the Convention on International Civil Aviation. Taiwan's partners should continue to publicly support the recognition and respect of other significant air boundaries, such as the Taipei Flight Information Region. Canadian lawmakers wrote a letter to the International Civil Aviation Organization in February to protest the PRC's unilateral adjustment of the M503 flight route so that it would be closer to the Taiwan Strait Median Line and the Taipei Flight Information Region. Taiwan's partners should consider expanding and deepening this model by making multilateral statements in support of Taiwan's aerial interests, push for Taipei's invitation to International Civil Aviation Organization assembly sessions, and negotiate on behalf of Taiwan should it remain excluded. Should legal efforts fail to deter coercion, additional defensive exercises and patrols could be held in the Taiwanese and Japanese ADIZes. Reaffirm Taiwan's rights. Allied governments should prepare legal arguments to defend Taiwan's rights under international law. These include Taiwan's jurisdiction of its air and sea domains and its right to defend itself against an aggressive coercion campaign. First, the U.S. and its partners should clearly define the legal status quo, which is favorable to Taiwanese sovereignty. This includes specific rights that Taiwan has in the economic, maritime, aerial, cyber, and other domains, the same as any other country. It is imperative that the U.S. and allies emphasize, whenever possible, that non-recognition by the U.S. does not change Taiwan's international legal status. Second, the U.S. and its partners should prepare joint statements of support to be released in various international forums, including the G7, the Quad, and NATO, in the case of a coercion campaign against Taiwan. As the coercion campaign's severity increases, international statements affirming Taiwan's rights should increasingly refer to specific rights and become less country-agnostic, for example. Rather than referring to just peace and security across the Taiwan Strait, the statements would specify Taiwan's maritime security and maritime rights under international law. The language should be designed to politically punish the PRC for using coercion against Taiwan. The calculation Beijing must be forced to consider is that the more it infringes on Taiwan's rights, the more likely it is for the international community to recognize those rights explicitly. This strategy at heart acknowledges that even though the U.S. does not recognize Taiwan diplomatically, Taiwan in fact enjoys all the rights of statehood under international law. The PRC's efforts to erase such rights should result in the opposite political outcomes from those Beijing intends. There is another benefit to such a response. The democracies will need a legal basis to defend encroachment on Taiwan's sovereignty if and as the PRC escalates. Facilitate Taiwan's acquisition of advanced air and missile defense systems. Developing a U.S.-Japan-Taiwan common operating picture in addition to accelerating Taiwan's acquisition of advanced air and missile defense systems would allow for improved air incursion tracking and targeting of intruding PRC aircraft. Shared data between the three partners, who all operate the U.S.-made Patriot surface-to-air missile system, could further illuminate the aggressive and interconnected nature of PRC posturing against both Japan and Taiwan. The effectiveness of new systems and joint operations could be demonstrated through inviting the ROCM to participate in large-scale, U.S.-hosted air defense exercises in its Pacific territories. Coordinate a counter-PRC sanctions plan with global allies and partners. This effort could begin with the creation of an economic deterrence working group composed of finance, commerce, and other relevant economic ministers from allied countries. The working group should draft a set of multilateral sanctions for the participating government's consideration. These draft sanctions should be designed to prevent the PRC's vast market size from pressuring multinational corporations to pull out of Taiwan or other states that the PRC wishes to coerce. Increase the U.S. military's presence in the Taiwan Strait. The U.S. military should establish a higher baseline aerial and maritime activity level around Taiwan and increase its footprint on the island as soon as possible. The U.S. will face an international perception of militarizing the Taiwan Strait regardless of timing, but waiting until a conflict occurs is even riskier. Priority should be given to those U.S. forces able to increase Taiwan's economic, including cyber, resilience, and the ROC government's ability to function when under attack. The U.S. must also refocus its force structure in the vicinity of the Taiwan Strait to better prepare for blockades, whether full-on blockades or the leaky blockades described in this report. The U.S. government should fully leverage the provisions of the Taiwan Travel Act of 2018 to dispatch relevant U.S. military officers to Taiwan, where they can engage in joint strategic and operational planning for contingencies ranging from large-scale regional war to an SOWC and blockade campaign. Develop warning indicators for a coercive campaign. The U.S. should unilaterally develop a set of indicators to identify a PRC coercion scenario similar to the possible SOWC COA presented in this report. This initial set of indicators could be the basis for initial consultations between Taiwan and INDOPACOM to coordinate responses to observed PRC coercion. The indicators could incentivize the hardening of the communications networks between the U.S. and Taiwan to facilitate joint awareness of PRC coercive activities. The U.S. could share these revised indicators with its allies and partners as it seeks to build an international coalition to defend Taiwan, which could then be included in a wider intelligence sharing network. Participate in escort, resupply, and civil defense exercises with Taiwan. The U.S. should consider sending teams of relevant disaster response and military experts to advise and participate in Taiwan's annual civil defense and critical infrastructure protection exercises. The U.S. Navy could also leverage its role as a leader in humanitarian aid missions and natural disaster relief to begin holding annual U.S.-Taiwan joint naval escort exercises for commercial vessels in the Taiwan Strait and resupply exercises for Taiwan's outlying islands. Exercises could be expanded to include sustained humanitarian resupply from Japan to Taiwan. To develop blockade-breaking capabilities, future exercises in and around the strait could include protecting cargo ships from simultaneous threats, clearing mines, and other related efforts. Lastly, the U.S. should consider formally inviting Taiwan to participate in pre-existing U.S.-hosted multinational exercises such as Rim of the Pacific and Belle Buoy. The ROCM should also be invited to join the Pacific Indian Ocean Shipping Working Group due to its key role in regional trade flows and the risk that it faces as a potential target of a PRC-imposed blockade. Grow the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard and transfer vessels to Taiwan. The expansion of joint U.S.-Taiwan patrol, escort, and humanitarian exercises would likely require an increased number of U.S. Navy and U.S. Coast Guard vessels to accommodate additional deployments and a higher tempo of patrols and exercises. Higher numbers of U.S. Navy and U.S. Coast Guard ships would enhance deterrence of the PRC's non-war military activities at sea and provide the U.S. with greater options to respond effectively to a wide range of COA activities. The transfer or sale of suitable decommissioned U.S. Coast Guard vessels to Taiwan's CGA would accelerate current CGA expansion efforts and improve the CGA's capacity to resist ongoing or future PRC maritime coercion. Reaffirm the Taiwan Relations Act's applicability in a coercion scenario. The Taiwan Relations Act explicitly states that it is U.S. policy to maintain the capacity of the United States to resist any resort to force or other forms of coercion that would jeopardize the security or the social or economic system of the people on Taiwan. U.S. officials should publicly reiterate this policy when the previously mentioned coercion indicators identify a discontinuous acceleration of PRC coercive efforts against Taiwan. This action would provide a solid legal basis to justify the U.S. responses to the American public and international community by showing that the U.S. is committed by law to countering the PRC's coercive actions against the Taiwanese people. Accelerate the passage of legislation to counter economic coercion. Proposed legislation such as the Countering Economic Coercion Act of 2023 would enable the U.S. president to support the Taiwanese economy if the PRC greatly intensifies its economic coercion campaign. In the meantime, the U.S. can take several significant steps, such as reducing tariffs on Taiwanese imports, providing sovereign loan guarantees, and offering increased foreign aid. Ultimately, the U.S. may have to resort to a comprehensive sanctions plan that would inflict severe economic pain on the PRC while using incentives and sanctions to pressure multinational corporations to choose the U.S.-Taiwan market over the PRC market. Hold a high-level briefing on global PRC media influence and disinformation. The U.S. President, accompanied by the Secretary of State or representatives from the intelligence community, could hold a high-level public briefing to deliberately call global attention to the PRC's malign influence over global media environments, especially in the U.S. and Taiwan. In addition to identifying and explicitly naming media outlets subject to PRC or CCP financial influence, the briefing should focus on how PRC-influenced media uses content sourced from prestigious foreign outlets, particularly in the U.S., to promote false narratives and conspiracies and inflame societal divisions. The U.S. should consider tasking the State Department's Global Engagement Center, supported by relevant U.S. intelligence community components, with issuing periodic reports and holding press conferences to discuss the evolving content and narratives of PRC media influence campaigns. The center already publishes reports on disinformation trends, but because information operations will likely evolve rapidly in response to specific events, as we outline in this report, the U.S. must work faster to keep pace with China's malign activities and information operations. This effort can build public awareness of PRC media influence and help the U.S. domestic media avoid unintentionally publishing imprecise or misleading information that the PRC would use for malign purposes, such as increasing anti-American sentiment in Taiwan. Establish joint law enforcement task forces to address United Front work. The U.S. should expand and deepen day-to-day law enforcement cooperation by setting up joint counterintelligence and law enforcement task forces with the relevant Taiwanese authorities to discover and remove United Front networks in Taiwan. In an environment of greater U.S.-Taiwan intelligence sharing and military networking, this effort would be a natural outgrowth of the deepening bilateral partnership and a demonstration of a shared commitment to countering PRC espionage and subversion. Cooperation between the FBI and the ROC Ministry of Justice Investigation Bureau has already grown in recent years, as illustrated by the existence of an FBI legal attaché office in Taipei, training exchanges at the FBI's National Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and a publicized meeting between the directors of the FBI and Ministry of Justice Investigation Bureau in 2022. The ambiguities inherent in U.S. policy toward Taiwan, once necessary to consummate an opening and détente with the PRC over a period of decades while not abandoning Taiwan, have now opened avenues for serious strategic manipulation by the PRC that could lead to calamitous consequences for U.S. interests in the Western Pacific. Put simply, Taiwan is uniquely susceptible to coercion, subversion, and strategic manipulation. There is ample academic literature arguing that coercion rarely works, to be sure, and this body of work leads naturally to the conclusion that the PRC will have to use decisive force to secure unification with Taiwan. But coercion of the kind described in this report has not been tried in a serious and sustained manner against Taiwan, a country that is sui generis in international politics. Taiwan may not be able to survive the short-of-war equivalent of the Battle of Britain in World War II, because Taiwan is not Imperial Britain. It is a young and isolated democracy. Taiwan is not recognized by any major power, has no official diplomatic relations with the U.S., nor a security guarantee, and is often criticized for being provocative if it asserts its rights, even defensively. Taiwan's sense of isolation is thus profound, and its dependence on the U.S. is unique in international affairs. The PRC relentlessly plays on Taiwan's fear of abandonment in its efforts to wipe Taiwan off the map of international politics, pressuring international organizations to disallow Taiwanese participation, pressuring multinational companies to change Taiwan's name in their official documents to reflect the CCP's insistence that Taiwan is a province of the PRC, pressuring the U.S. to dial down relations, and threatening the U.S. and Taiwan if certain types of high-level dialogues are held. The PRC has already successfully coerced the U.S. into not holding the kind of alliance dialogues needed with Taiwan for fear that meetings between the U.S. and ROC military and defense leaderships would be seen as too provocative. Moreover, the PLA and CCP leaderships have well-thought-out concepts for how to use force below the threshold of war to achieve strategic effects. These concepts include non-war military activities, peacetime employment of military force, strategic deterrence, and cognitive warfare. These concepts share the common idea that force, together with other instruments of national power, can advance PRC interests and be carefully calibrated and linked closely to specific psychological and political outcomes. This report takes seriously PRC writings on this type of warfare and the PRC's current actions consistent with these writings. It reflects a year of Planex imagining a 4-year PRC campaign to inflict enough pain on Taiwan that political sentiments on the island change dramatically. It would take a campaign of this sort for politicians and civilians on Taiwan to accept a PRC peace offering, which would be a Trojan horse leading to eventual unification. This report recognizes the political fact that the Taiwanese will no longer choose unification voluntarily, as consistent polling has revealed the emergence of and widespread coalescence around a distinct Taiwanese identity and an overwhelming opposition to unification under the PRC. Instead, The COA described here focuses on destroying the link between the US and Taiwan and the social contract between the ROC government and its people, such that a significant percentage of the populace is open to discussing peace with the PRC, seeing no plausible alternative. Once a peace commission is impaneled and empowered, the PRC will manipulate it to bring the situation in Taiwan close enough to the PRC's definition of unification, essentially ending Taiwan's ability to conduct independent foreign and military affairs. It is important to reiterate that the PRC's campaign of pain envisaged here is unlike anything Taiwan has ever faced. The PRC would put Taiwan through 4 years of ever-increasing military pressure, physical and cyber warfare attacks degrading essential services, a quasi-blockade through ship inspections, isolation through cyber warfare and internet cable cutting, cognitive warfare, and kinetic operations on Taiwan's offshore islands. This constant pressure would be compounded when the US makes an economic deal with the PRC, cementing serious doubts that Taiwan can rely on the US to come to its aid. The revealed penetration of Taiwanese society and government by many hundreds of agents of influence actively working to undermine the ROC government's functionality is another frightening but entirely plausible stratagem. Economic hardship would ensue, both the result of the quasi-blockade and expansive economic boycotts and sanctions. The Taiwanese populace would lose faith in its military, which would have no good answers to the pressure facing it. The US response would be inadequate. Public opinion would be divided, with many influential Americans desirous of peace during an era of warfare and reluctant to engage in another war, which the PRC would repeatedly threaten. The PRC would woo the international community with economic inducements while demonstrating its power to spread any potential war over Taiwan to other parts of the world, such as the Korean Peninsula. The rest of the world, having no Taiwan Relations Act or other political and legal basis to support Taiwan in a crisis, would follow the United States' lead. It is hard, even painful, to imagine a democracy as robust and impressive as Taiwan's succumbing to PRC pressure. But as this report points out, before 2016 it would have been hard to imagine the Russians successfully running a political warfare campaign, one that was nowhere near the scope and intensity of what we have described the PRC doing here, against the US that would lead to real and enduring damage to US society. So we must imagine a PRC campaign against Taiwan in all its detail. The SOWC campaign can be defeated, however. The first task for policymakers and the strategic community is to take seriously the possibility that the PRC would pursue a COA like this. While decisive force that would eventually lead to an invasion and occupation of the island is a real possibility, Beijing has time to first attempt another road to Taipei, such as the one described in this COA. The key to defeating the scenarios described here is maintaining the crucial bond between the US and Taiwan despite facing intense pressure, manipulation, and misinformation and disinformation campaigns. The two sides must also practice defeating short-of-war campaigns together. Preventive measures will necessarily include actions that look provocative today, but are essential to maintaining Taiwan's status. These actions include statements, together with allies, about the rights Taiwan enjoys under international law and what the international community will do to defend those rights. Put another way, the information war needs to be engaged more forcefully, and it is time to describe in more detail what the status quo means for Taiwan's legal position. Taiwan enjoys the same sovereign rights over its maritime territory and its air and digital space as any other democratic country. This is neither an academic exercise nor an attempt to score rhetorical points against the PRC, but rather the beginning of an effort to provide the political basis to defend Taiwan's current status. The US and Taiwan need to take a greater risk of provoking the PRC today in order to insulate themselves from the PRC's manipulation in the future. The two governments must focus their efforts today on enforcing sovereign rights, preparing to break blockades, ensuring high levels of societal and governmental resilience under pressure, and countering massive information campaigns. The key to success in a cognitive war is having the ability to identify that one is being perpetrated and then maintaining the capability to think clearly and continue the high-level functioning of one's government. For decades, the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, has been conducting anti-US Cold War actions that our government has consistently downplayed and ignored. The Xi Jinping regime's dramatic military buildup, its threats and aggressive actions, its global efforts at strategic influence, and its dishonesty concerning the COVID virus have finally forced greater realism about the CCP's nature and strategic intentions. The result has been the gradual strengthening of US defenses against CCP actions. What is missing, however, is a sustained offensive strategy, particularly in the spheres of political ideological warfare, information operations, and psychological strategy instruments heavily concentrated in our public diplomacy and intelligence communities, that will bring us closer to eliminating the source of tensions between the U.S. and the CCP. A review of some salient CCP actions against us is a prerequisite of any new strategy. Preparing to fight us, it has conducted the world's largest military buildup for years. It leads us in deploying hypersonic missiles against which we have no defenses. It may lead us in the weaponization of artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and in fields where we refrain from weapons development, such as bioweapons that target individuals with specific genetic characteristics and neurostrike weapons to attack the brain. Its agents established an illegal biological laboratory replete with dangerous pathogens in California's Central Valley. It has developed space weapons and conducted laser tests to blind U.S. satellites. Its armed forces, the so-called People's Liberation Army, PLA, attempted to export AK-47s and shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles to Los Angeles criminal gangs' arms, which were intercepted by U.S. Customs. Its armed forces have taken many aggressive actions against U.S. and allied aircraft and naval vessels. It has made constant threats to Taiwan, including invasion dress rehearsals. It has threatened Japan, the Philippines, and others in the region. It propagandizes its people and armed forces that the U.S. is the main enemy. It pursues a global strategy to establish a presence at the world's major naval choke points and build port facilities and bases as part of its Belt and Road Initiative. Its massive espionage targets are national security secrets and intellectual property, using cyber espionage and thousands of human intelligence collectors, e.g., according to a senior U.S. counterintelligence official, 25,000 such collectors in Silicon Valley alone. It conducts many forms of economic warfare against us. Since our gross strategic error of giving Beijing permanent normal trade relations status and admitting it to the World Trade Organization, it has conducted predatory trade practices incurring enormous damage to U.S. business while we have become dependent on Chinese supply chains for countless products vital to our national well-being. With a history of using narcotics as a weapon since the Korean War, Communist China exports fentanyl and its chemical components to the U.S. and to Mexican drug cartels for re-export to the U.S., killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. The Orwellian surveillance regime very well knows who manufactures the fentanyl components and mails them abroad. Combined with its economic warfare and espionage, its narcotics warfare makes its economic activity indistinguishable from that of the most notorious organized crime syndicates. A CCP intelligence, the MSS, through the United Front Work Department, operates some 600 front organizations in the U.S. Among their activities is support for movements and groups such as the self-described Marxist Black Lives Matter organization, designed to aggravate racial divisions within our country. CCP agents and fronts conduct surveillance of Chinese Americans, operate covert police stations in our cities to enforce CCP law, and threaten those who oppose the regime by threatening their relatives in China. The CCP conducts massive influence operations, targeting our media, federal, state, and local politicians, former cabinet members and intelligence agency directors, current and retired flag officers, business leaders, Hollywood, the computer gaming industry, the Chinese American community, academic leaders, sinologists, and students at all levels, with special attention to graduate students of international affairs, law students, and students at historically black colleges and universities. CCP intelligence conducts massive personal data collection, including the theft of 21 million Office of Personnel Management background dossiers of holders of security clearances, the medical records of 80 million Americans stolen from the Anthem Medical Insurance Company, millions more personal records stolen from the Equifax credit rating agency, the DNA acquired from Chinese-owned ancestry companies, etc. Much of this information can be used to establish a CCP-style social credit system here in the United States. A CCP-controlled TikTok not only collects the personal data of millions of Americans, but propagandizes us with narratives advancing regime interests, glamorizes narcotics usage, and promotes pornography among American teenagers in increasingly extreme doses. CCP leaders have given us an avalanche of lies, deceptions, and broken promises in their diplomacy. The failure of successive U.S. administrations to share most of these facts with the American people and the world is one of the greatest failures of leadership in the modern era. The result is that so many Americans, including corporate leaders thirsting to do business with China, still harbor enormous illusions about the CCP and its intentions. The one exception was the last administration, with such notable departures from previous practice as Vice President Mike Pence's 2018 Hudson Institute address, which was compared to Churchill's Iron Curtain speech, the production of a coherent Indo-Pacific strategy by the National Security Council, the inclusion of a section on information policy in the 2017 National Security Strategy, Deputy National Security Advisor Matthew Pottinger's 2020 speech in Mandarin to the Chinese people, stressing a democratic tradition in recent Chinese history, and the consistent policies of Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, including his practice of distinguishing between the CCP and the Chinese people, and the policy planning staff's seminal paper of December 2020, Elements of the China Challenge, a document likened to George Kennan's long telegram. Unfortunately, while the Biden administration has made progress in strengthening regional alliances in East Asia and retaining selective sanctions, it has slid back to the engagement diplomacy of previous administrations, effectively abandoning the previous administration's inchoate efforts to cut to the heart of the sources of US CCP tensions. Hence, Biden polices perpetuate illusions about the CCP in three ways. 1. By failing to make the distinction between the Chinese people and the communist regime. 2. By treating that regime as if it is a permanent fixture that legitimately represents the nation. And 3. By constantly attempting to create the atmospherics of peace rather than the substance of genuine peace. They target symptoms rather than causes of tension and fail to realize a cardinal principle of diplomacy: that one can never achieve a reduction of tensions without a reduction of concerns. The concerns we have are the totalitarian nature of the Chinese Communist regime, its crimes against humanity, and its Cold War actions against us. At the root of all these regime policies is the source of tensions. The very nature of CCP, its genetic code, its DNA. That nature is defined by the regime's ideological foundation, which produces the profound political incompatibility between the CCP and the US. The failure of so many of our foreign policymakers to understand this ideological dimension reflects a foreign policy culture that minimizes the importance of ideology and belief systems. Early in the Cold War, George Kennan observed that the Soviet Communist Party hated us not for what we do, but for who we are, a democratic republic whose very existence was a source of ideological contagion and a repudiation of the validity of Marxism-Leninism. The same principle holds true for the CCP and the threat it perceives to its only enduring legitimizing principle of party-state authority. Marxism-Leninism with Chinese characteristics whose current incarnation is Xi Jinping thought. For decades, our leaders believed that if we traded with China and helped it with our technology, we would entice the CCP to loosen its grip on tyrannical monopolistic power. So, with the onset of Deng Xiaoping's economic reforms, a policy indistinguishable in principle from Lenin's new economic policy, it was assumed that China had ceased being communist. This illusion was born of ignorance about communism, an ideology and political system which too many people believed no longer existed, even in the last 2 decades of the Cold War. As David Satter entitled one of his books about Soviet communism, it was a long time ago, and it never happened anyway. The resultant policies of engagement with the regime, a repetition of the Cold War policy of détente, have inevitably proved to be counterproductive. They serve the CCP's interests by psychologically disarming America, eroding our vigilance and defense preparedness. Senior administration officials regularly attempt to downplay and ignore the reality of CCP Cold War actions against us. A representative example is Secretary of State Antony Blinken's statement: "China is not going away. We're not going away. So in the first instance, we have to find a way to coexist and coexist peacefully. We know we're in an intense competition. We talked about the competition to try to shape the post-Cold War era. At the same time, we are determined that that competition not veer into conflict." These officials either ignore reality or deliberately mischaracterize it in hopes that, by treating the CCP as a competitor rather than an adversary, we can encourage it to keep the relationship at the level of competition rather than conflict. This is a typical feature of the historically discredited pedagogical foreign policies that attempt to teach adversaries to be good citizens by treating them as if they are good citizens. Secretary Blinken's statement also applies to China, the prominent Cold War assumption that the USSR was a permanent feature of the global landscape. That assumption, which was the basis of the policy of détente, was disproven by the historic collapse of the Soviet Empire. If the USSR proved not to be permanent, why should we believe that the CCP regime is permanent? There are 5 categories of people who advocate engagement policies and the lack of realism underlying them. The proponents of diplomatism, who place priority on diplomatic process over diplomatic substance and tend to dismiss concerns that are the source of tensions, are those who have been influenced or deceived by CCP propaganda, disinformation, or other perceptions management and influence operations, are those who indulge in wishful thinking or willful blindness about CCP intentions and behavior, are the business executives, academic leaders, sinologists, scientists, cultural organization leaders, and others who personally profit from engagement with China, are the people and institutions who have been corrupted, co-opted, or recruited by the CCP, including former secretaries of state and defense who open doors in China to U.S. corporations and who censor themselves regarding the CCP threat, newspapers like the Washington Post and the New York Times that have received large sums to publish CCP propaganda and then similarly censor themselves, and agents of influence such the former Defense Intelligence Agency officer and National Defense University professor who passed classified information to Chinese agents and INF-luenced intelligence analysis, policy, and national defense education about Chinese affairs. The policy of engagement, however, has proven to be a manifest failure as Beijing's Cold War policies continue with ever greater intensity. Engagement policy almost never includes efforts to establish reciprocity and a level playing field or impose serious costs upon the CCP. Insofar as U.S. policies do resist CCP Cold War actions, they are defensive and reactive and inordinately tolerate or ignore the CCP's depredations, especially in the spheres of political warfare. A new strategy is necessary, and it must surely address defensive measures. The most salient of these measures involves reviving our military, preventing the theft of our technology, and restricting the regime's access to our capital markets, its participation in high-tech joint ventures, and its consequent ability to exploit such access for its own technology development. There is considerable literature that already covers such defensive policies. What is missing, however, are not only policies of reciprocity but an offensive strategy that would put the CCP on the defensive. Herewith are a few suggestions for such a strategy. A new strategy should be based on a double-pronged approach toward China. A Cold War policy, essentially a policy of reciprocity, toward the illegitimate and aggressive Communist Party state, and a warm policy toward the peoples of China. The first requirement of a new strategy is a coherent goal, which should be to eliminate the source of tensions between the CCP and the U.S., the DNA of the communist regime. This means ending the CCP's totalitarian monopoly of power. Since Secretary Blinken has said that this is not our goal, this administration will not do what is necessary, namely to help the Chinese people demand and realize political change. And this necessitates exploiting the regime's vulnerabilities and identifying others through better opportunities intelligence. One potential vulnerability is in Beijing's military economy. The CCP has thus far avoided Soviet-style economic vulnerabilities, first by having enjoyed decades of espionage, intellectual property theft, and massive overt and covert U.S. scientific technological assistance. Meanwhile, its effort to educate legions of scientists and engineers will likely yield innovations that can challenge the U.S. in several sectors. Despite all this, the communist system constrains its people's freedom of intellectual intercourse and entrepreneurship, e.g., censorship of published material limiting the full development of artificial intelligence. The CCP therefore continues to depend on espionage to secure new technologies. Only when we severely restrict the CCP's intellectual property theft will we be able to exploit a military-industrial vulnerability. But this requires serious technology security policies and two components of counterintelligence: counterespionage and offensive counterintelligence operations. China has so many spies with such unlimited access, and we have so few agents to follow them, that counterespionage will not solve the problem until we restrict Chinese entry into the U.S. the way we restricted Soviet visitors. This will require a greater decoupling of our two economies and less dependence on Chinese supply chains. This must be complemented by the much more cost-effective policy of reviving a serious offensive counterintelligence strategy designed to insert misleading information into CCP intelligence channels that would diminish the value of its intelligence collection and distort the CCP's decision-making. Another CCP vulnerability is the ongoing crisis of corruption. According to good Leninist principles, the party must be like medieval monasteries, separate from society while having a decisive influence over it. Its cadres must be disciplined and have party-mindedness. Over time, however, that discipline has eroded. Marxism-Leninism, of course, is not only a theory of knowledge, history, economy, politics, and society, it is also a handbook of how to seize and wield power. A key element of CCP power is its rigorous system of enforced conformity that identifies deviations of many types. Excessive cynicism, characterized by cadres who use their party membership as an opportunity for self-advancement, is one of those deviations. And the CCP is replete with such cynics. In the USSR, the party was full of cynics and communists of convenience who were susceptible to corruption. They took bribes from the mafia, invested in underground enterprises, and developed forms of self-interest that were at variance with the party's interest. In their corruption, they became members of society, ceasing to be separated from it, and lost their party-mindedness. They ceased being good ideological robots and became human beings, even in their corruption. Andropov and Gorbachev fought this corruption with ideological purification campaigns, with the latter cracking down on the most corrupting influence, the underground economy. Having studied how this factor contributed to the Soviet collapse, the CCP attempted to avoid it by co-opting self-interest and making it compatible with being a good party member. This policy, however, has not worked out so well. She has had to conduct massive anti-corruption campaigns, precisely because of the breakdown of party discipline. He sends deviationist journalists to re-education programs using ideology to compel conformity. He purges senior CCP officials. He knows what Lenin, Stalin, Gorbachev, and Mao all knew, that ideology is key to the internal security system. It establishes semantic, speech, and thought control, and ultimately behavior control. The party has internal divisions that can be exacerbated. Just as Boris Yeltsin made a genuine break with the party, figures within the CCP have done so and may do so again. China needs defectors from party orthodoxy who, like Yeltsin, can call on the police and armed forces not to shoot at fellow citizens. Moral and ideological support for those figures can encourage them. This brings us to the main vulnerability. The central fact of Chinese political life is the regime's illegitimacy, its rule without the consent of the governed. Consequently, the party has a mortal fear of the people and of ideological threats to its legitimacy, particularly democratic ideas that could inspire the people to reject it. When Taiwan holds elections, the CCP goes ballistic, shooting missiles over the Taiwan Strait. When dissidents wrote manifestos on Democracy Wall, they were sent to the Laogai. The degree of the party's fear can be measured by the size of its internal security system that has created an Orwellian surveillance state. The CCP's monopoly of information and communications, specifically its control over the internet, its censorship via the Great Firewall, its massive internet police force, and its jamming of foreign broadcasts. Its control over education, publishing, cinema, gaming, and other entertainment. Its control of capital and the priorities to which it is allocated. Its CCP prefects who supervise all economic and social activities to ensure conformity with party norms. Its revival of Mao-style mass mobilization for social control and to reform behavior. Its secret police informants who prevent all organizations within society from becoming opposition cells. Its prisons and slave labor camps, the Laogai, and its system of lesser punishments for nonconformism. Its propaganda and revisionist history designed to co-opt the people through nationalistic appeals. Its political psychological manipulation. Specifically, inducing the Chinese people fatalistically to accept CCP rule as life's inescapable reality, or coercing them into submission to the CCP's big lie, its false legitimacy. In war, including Cold War, offense necessitates targeting the enemy's center of gravity, which is that without which the enemy cannot make war, that without which the enemy cannot survive. The center of gravity in China is that internal security system. That system enables the CCP to suppress internal resistance by atomizing society, keeping the people paralyzed by fear and mistrust and thus separated from one another, making it impossible to organize cells of resistance. So, to combat the fear, isolation, and hopelessness suffered by those who dissent from CCP orthodoxy, we must give them hope and help build up their courage. This calls for a psychological strategy. But in contrast to Defense Department PSYOPs, which are tactical, this requires PSYOPs at the national strategic level, an art of statecraft utterly neglected in our government. A strategy to achieve peace with China cannot simply be defensive, reactive, and anti-communist. It must help the Chinese people overcome the structures of the internal security system accentuate the rift between the nation and the CCP, and present the people with a positive alternative. It is a moral, political, ideological, cultural, psychological strategy, non-military instruments of conflict that are the essence of Cold War. Crucial ingredients of this strategy are to reinforce in the people's minds the illegitimacy of the regime, to discredit features of the regime and its ideology, and to offer alternative ideas and ideals that can inspire the people to resist. During the Cold War, the human rights activist and inventor of the Soviet H-bomb, Andrei Sakharov, told the Kremlin bosses that they would never have peace with the West until they achieved peace with their own people. That meant respecting the people's civil rights. This was a central insight that led to American success in the ideological war against the USSR. We offered the Soviet peoples a vision of human rights, political and economic freedom, the rule of law, and the consent of the governed. A similar ideological strategy must target the CCP and support the peoples of China. Accentuating the people's alienation from the party requires informing them about communist crimes with which they do not want to be associated. The murder of tens of millions of citizens, slave labor, forced organ harvesting, forced abortions, intellectual property theft, economic coercion, reckless environmental despoliation, official corruption, the Tiananmen Square massacre, and more. It means exposing the ill-gotten wealth of CCP officials, who did little or nothing to create it. So many of these facts are hidden from most people in China or obscured by official propaganda. Telling such truths means ending the default diplomatic practice of self-censorship. Once our leaders start telling such truths about the CCP, the way President Reagan told them about the Soviet Empire, we will also send Beijing one of the strongest possible signals of strength, an expression of the will to defend ourselves that enhances deterrence. In doing so, it will merely reciprocate the CCP's demonization of the U.S. Abandoning self-censorship tells the Chinese peoples that American leaders are willing to stand up to the CCP and are no longer so fearful of its power or of losing business opportunities. If free American leaders cannot resist Beijing by telling the truth, how will the Chinese people think they can? When President Reagan's words "evil empire" reverberated into the depths of the Gulag archipelago, they immeasurably raised the spirits of dissidents like Anatoly, now Natan Sharansky, who testified to their dramatic effect. As Alexander Solzhenitsyn declared, "One word of truth outweighs the world." Reinforcing in the people's minds the regime's illegitimacy necessitates understanding the arguments communists use to create the illusion of legitimacy. It then requires both positive and negative strategic ingredients. The positive dimension, offering an alternative to communist rule, requires arguing the superiority of democratic republicanism. The negative dimension involves exposing the falsehoods and inadequacies of the legitimizing vehicles. Both dimensions necessitate overt policy and covert political action. Marxism-Leninism with Chinese characteristics is the party's indispensable legitimizing instrument. Its argument, translated into simplest terms, is that the party knows the laws of history better than everyone else, and that it can therefore help steer history in the direction of the radiant future. As that argument wore thin, the party resorted to an auxiliary principle, arguing that history bestowed its favor on the party by giving it its victory in the 1949 revolution. Thus, the CCP claims to have been the unique force that could unite China and end its century of foreign humiliation. But this variant of the original Marxist principle has also ceased to be compelling. So, the party had to try another method to help justify its rule, its oversight of a rising economy. But the growth rate of recent years has drastically declined, and, in any event, huge swaths of the Chinese population have not benefited from the economic gains that were realized. Of course, the opacity of the system means that we cannot be sure about the CCP's economic statistics, which are full of deceptive numbers. But given Xi's policies, the previous era of productivity is unlikely to continue. This is due largely to three factors. 1. The socialist economy's inevitable dislocations, e.g., the state allocation of capital creates asset bubbles such as in real estate, which could cause a financial crisis. 2. The shrinking population, which has historically correlated with economic decline. 3. The prospect of a decreasing ability of the CCP to steal our technology, as it dawns on our leaders that it is not in our national interest to invest billions in research and development R&D, only to hand our intellectual property over to the CCP. This realization will inevitably produce the gradual decoupling of our economy from China's, forcing the CCP to increase its R&D investments. So, the CCP's auxiliary legitimizing principle will continue to erode. Consequently, Xi and his party will continue to rely on the ideology to maintain party discipline, combat corruption, and as a bonus, eliminate rivals for power. Even if the cadres cease to believe in some or all of it, it can never be abandoned, not only because of its legitimizing role, but because it sets the standard against which deviationism is measured. All concerned, both CCP cadres and the people, must submit to the standard either out of loyalty, self-preservation, or fear, or else suffer consequences. So, acceptance of the ideology and living in the pervasive atmosphere of the official lie inevitably produces anomie, despair, and the psychological feeling of futile resignation. It amounts to recognition that the CCP is all-powerful and cannot be resisted. Meanwhile, the CCP's aggressive foreign policy complements this psychological strategy by taking actions that show the regime's invincible power. As the theoretician of Marxism, Leszek Kolakowski, has noted, the ideology reminds everyone of who has got the gun. Western elites who engage with China rarely see this psychological profile of most Chinese, Uyghur, Tibetan, and Mongolian people. They interact with the heads of officially approved organizations and businesses controlled by CCP members, leaders of the armed forces, or executives sufficiently in conformity with the party's strictures that they have access to necessary capital, licenses, and permits. Discrediting the ideology requires renewed education about Marxism-Leninism. As in certain periods of the Cold War, arguments exposing the falsehoods of the ideology will have to be resurrected. The cult of Mao is celebrating a strange renaissance in China, especially since Xi Jinping became General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party in 2012. This renaissance is strange because both the party leadership and those protesting against it like to refer to Mao again. If the party attaches importance to recalling Mao, who demanded military discipline and absolute devotion of the individual to the collective, it is wielding a double-edged sword. For in doing so, it also evokes memories of the egalitarianism preached by Mao, of how he castigated Western decadence and called for an uprising against a new exploiting class in China in the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, even though, at its core, this class was merely Mao's rivals in the apparatus. The CCP's domestic propaganda of the 21st century tries to circumvent this problem by keeping this very era of the Cultural Revolution from around 1965 to 1978, the year in which the so-called Gang of Four around Mao's widow Jiang Qing was put on trial, as silent as the CPSU kept the Stalin era after the XX Party Congress in 1956. Even China's archives keep documents from the decades of the Cultural Revolution as hermetically sealed as if they were part of a secret weapons program. But it doesn't help. Time and again, the unemployed protest by marching through the streets waving Mao Bibles, as the Red Guards once did. Again and again, the disenfranchised migrant workers demanded a return to the iron rice bowl, which Mao had guaranteed all Chinese in response to the famine he himself had provoked during the Great Leap Forward, the forced industrialization at the expense of the peasants. And the rural population, whose standard of living lags as far behind that of those living legally in the cities as ever, likes to remember the esteem in which Mao's propaganda held the peasant masses, even if he starved them to death when necessary, and reenacts the former People's War against large landowners, village empires and city dwellers when they take on corrupt officials with sickles and axes. It was Mao and his growing band of loyalists the condition from which revolutionary morality would emerge and bourgeois decadence and inertia would be eradicated, for the enemy lurked everywhere, not just on the opposite side. Everything that, and everyone who, opposed revolutionary morality and thus the complete militarization of society had to be eradicated in the ongoing People's War that is, in a kind of permanent organized civil war. This People's War was intended to be global from the outset, with China as the center of a worldwide revolutionary purgatory. A revolutionary war is an antidote that not only destroys the poison of the enemy, but also cleanses away our own dross, wrote Mao in 1938. The land reforms, which had made peasant subsistence possible again, and to which the CP owed its rural base and thus its victory in the Civil War in 1949, were soon scrapped by the party. It now pursued an industrialization strategy that even surpassed Stalin's model in terms of the millions of deaths from starvation. For the peasants, the Great Leap Forward, from 1958, was mostly a leap into the grave, and yet Mao remained in power. He profited from his reputation as the nemesis of the eternally humiliated, because Mao had promoted and intensified the already cruel revenge that the peasants took on landowners for decades. People in the countryside were used to constant campaigns of terror. Only through the revolutionary development of the peasant's strength can the millions be set in motion so that they become a gigantic force, Mao had formulated programmatically in 1927. And this is also how he led the party. He already knew how to channel the anger at privilege in the first rectification campaigns after the devastating Long March, 1934–1935. Bigwigs and unruly people alike were dealt with in one go, the former as an example, the latter as a matter of principle. Mao's method of linking unbridled rebellion with extreme tyranny consisted not least in rechristening what in the Soviet Union was still rightly regarded as the party line laid down from above as the mass line, in which the party, i.e. its leadership, appears merely as a catalyst of popular sentiment, and thus allowing widespread discontent to run riot on the chosen object. Mao's famous theory of contradiction, as the constant struggle of opposites, is evidence of this. Mao also repeated this pattern in the so-called Cultural Revolution. He once again channeled the dissatisfaction in his favor and with the usual furor, it must be said, as an uprising of the masses against the new exploiting class in the form of a revolution that captures the souls. What it brought out of the souls of those animated to revolt was similar to what had already been seen in the campaigns for the class struggle in the countryside, or in the Civil War. Angry masses degraded, humiliated, tortured, and massacred those they were allowed to shoot. Where serious social demands were made, workers' control, wage increases, development in the countryside, the army intervened. In China, the party finally suspended the campaign after Mao's death in 1976. Elsewhere it continued to have an effect, but the result always remained the same. The socialist experiment in Nyerere's Tanzania, which was exorbitantly promoted by China, ended in famine, as did the land reform in Mugabe's Zimbabwe, but the respective Maoist-oriented unity parties are still in power there today. The harnessing of unbridled rage, diverted from objective circumstances to enemy subjects by a voluntarist avant-garde to this or that bloodthirsty social grand experiment, such as Mao's or that of Pol Pot, who was ennobled by the aged party leader as his successor in spirit, may no longer seem up to date, but Mao's ruling technique of combining insurrection and tyranny in a process of constant mobilization has endured, in other words, far too many imitators. The 20th National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, marked Xi Jinping's absolute seizure of power in modern China. Xi's rise to autocracy first became apparent in 2018 when the presidential term limit was removed from the Chinese constitution. The removal of the two-term limit, a norm in place since the late 1970s following the end of the Mao Zedong era, opened the door for Xi to be China's president for the next 20 years. Observers noted that Xi, born in 1953, thus became the president of everything in the CCP and effectively the country's director general. In the style of Mao's former omnipotence, Xi also relied on the fight against corruption in order to eliminate political rivals as he rose to leadership, a strategy to which hundreds of ministers and millions of party cadres, as well as the former Minister of National Security Zhou Yongkang, fell victim. This purge was accompanied by a nationwide crackdown on civil rights lawyers, activists, and minorities, increased internet and press censorship, the inclusion of Xi's persona in the Chinese constitution, and the drafting of his eponymous Xi Jinping thought, which includes the Chinese dream. All these measures were accompanied by an elaborate cult of personality in the style of Mao. Other echoes of the Mao period can also be seen in Xi's apparent abandonment of several stabilizing principles that have shaped the CCP's organization since the late 1970s. Critical conceptions of collective leadership that avoided excessive concentration of power in one individual and viewed each CCP leader as only a temporary guardian of power. The concepts of minority protection, in turn, aimed to create an atmosphere in which all opinions were represented and expressed so that decisions could be made by group consensus. This was particularly the case at the highest levels of the CCP in the Politburo Standing Committee, which acts as an inner cabinet and makes all important decisions followed by the party. Following this line, the CCP had actively diversified its membership in recent years to better represent the myriad different backgrounds of its 90 million-plus members. This included a number of factions based on age, geographical affiliation, foreign, education, and the extent of interpersonal relationships, guanxi. Since 2001, the party has also embraced large-scale entrepreneurs, reflecting China's fiscal liberalization since 1978 and the centrality of economic growth to the party's current legitimacy. Diversification emphasized the need for continuous political consensus building, and was intended to prevent power from resting in the hands of a single leader. She circumvented these Chinese checks and balances by placing his most loyal allies in the most important political positions in China. In this way, he has also removed all other factions from the most important decision-making bodies. Instead of respecting existing norms and the compromises that come with dealing with so many different factions, only Xi and his supporters matter. Over the past decade, the composition of the new Politburo Standing Committee has further reinforced this heavily Xi-centered form of power and his control over the CCP. Xi now controls the selection of personnel in the entire Chinese military as well as in the security agencies or in the CCP's organizational and propaganda system. This power and the fact that he is defying previously accepted protocols is also underlined by the fact that the candidate for Chinese Prime Minister Li Qiang has no experience as vice premier, something that was previously a prerequisite for such an office. The promoted loyalists also include Xi's chief of staff Ding Xuexiang, Beijing Party Secretary Kai Chi, and Guangdong Party Secretary Li Shi. Kai is head of the Central Secretariat and Ding as executive vice premier. Both are central to the functioning of the Chinese government. And Li is head of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, which is responsible for anti-corruption among other important internal party disciplinary matters, now occupy positions that ensure Xi's control. To also strengthen his control over national and international reporting, in 2013 Xi unveiled a project to develop 50 to 100 new state-affiliated and internationally respected think tanks with Chinese characteristics. The construction of the social credit system, which aims to create a peaceful society of socially harmonized and politically compliant subjects, has in turn also promoted broader themes of control and subjugation. After its beginnings in Xinjiang, it now extends to the whole of China and is a pervasive surveillance system supported by billions of dollars of state investment. Control of the CCP and modern China by a single all-powerful leader and Xi's chosen loyalists and factions stirs the darkest ghosts of the Mao era, especially since the CCP's highly centralized and, in extreme cases, totalitarian style of government at the time led to several major crises. These included the Great Leap of 1958 to 62, an economic and social campaign aimed at reshaping the Chinese economy through the rapid development of the country's agricultural and industrial capabilities. It aimed to overcome the capitalist stage of development and create a socialist society. However, it failed due to bad weather, poor communication, and misplaced ideological fervor, which stunted economic growth, led to extreme shortages of food, goods and products, and exacerbated a famine that killed between 20 and 45 million people. The Cultural Revolution of 1966 to 76, on the other hand, aimed to purify and preserve the CCP's ideology in the form of hyper-Maoism, while at the same time eliminating all elements associated with Imperial China. The unconditional and often blind loyalty to Mao led to widespread violence and instability throughout China. Millions of people were persecuted, imprisoned, and executed. At least 1 million people died unnatural deaths while the economy remained dysfunctional. The rise of the dangerous and potentially catastrophic Xi thought must be interpreted in the context of these historical precedents. Surrounded by unquestioning loyalists, yes-men and opportunists, the fate of China and far beyond now depends on Xi himself. His ego, his personality, and his emotional impulses are becoming the most important parameters of Chinese politics. In other words, the rational pragmatic approach of previous generations can no longer be relied upon. Xi's insistence on an unworkable zero-COVID policy is also evidence of a deep stubbornness that prevents a balanced degree of strategic flexibility in times of crisis. This new conditioned reality will be severely tested on critical foreign policy issues, such as the CCP's historic mission to reclaim Taiwan or the South China Sea, or in the wake of increasing great power competition with the United States. The danger of a tough foreign policy stance on the Taiwan issue is growing due to an economic downturn, which is becoming increasingly likely in view of the collapsing Chinese real estate market and growing youth unemployment. In order to channel the increasing domestic pressure, Xi could be forced to pursue a nationalist foreign policy. In such a scenario, military action against Taiwan would be more likely. This and the expected backlash from the US and its key regional allies such as Japan and South Korea would have a devastating impact on the global economy and the stability of other countries in the region. In addition, the various political factions in China that have been sidelined by Xi's recent seizure of power are just waiting to overthrow him. But even in the long term, the reshaped CCP will face a succession crisis and bitter battles for absolute power. The dynamics of this constellation could trigger another Great Leap, a cultural revolution or worse. For these reasons, the world, China, and the CCP would be well advised to remember Mao's adage. A single spark can light a fire on the prairie. That spark could be Xi Jinping. When Marx writes in the second volume of Capital, the more the circulation metamorphoses of capital are only ideal, i.e. the more the circulation time equals zero or approaches zero, the more capital functions, the greater its productivity and self-utilization becomes. One would think that he already had the financial centers of today and the rise of Amazon, Google, or Facebook in mind, all of which are phenomena close to the zero time of capital. Joachim Brun. They have come so close that many believe that the question of space no longer plays a role at all, which also means that the location of a given national society, Marx, no longer matters. But why then is there a demand in Europe for a digital tax on American internet companies? And why is the US president siding with these companies, which he otherwise does not particularly appreciate? Such questions are now gaining more dramatic significance in Hong Kong. The former Crown Colony formally belongs to a regime that is in the process of developing an explicitly political relationship with the zero time of capital. As we know, after Mao's departure, the People's Republic of China, or rather its state party, began to privatize a certain part of state property, if not definitively, then at least to lease it out as if it were now private property. In the course of this ambiguous economic policy, the rule of law was repeatedly demanded as a consequence of quasi-privatization, for example, 2 decades after the Tiananmen massacre by the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. In other words, what Franz Neumann calls the limited, formal, and negative generality of the law, which, together with capitalist predictability, guarantees a minimum of freedom. But instead of introducing it, which would not have survived the rule of the party, the new party leaders, for whom Xi Jinping stands, came up with a different idea, so to speak. Socialism in a country only survives if the party is able to appropriate this very tendency towards orbital period equals zero, to a certain extent through the state, and to preserve totalitarian party communist unity through this tendency. This is, so to speak, its lesson from the failure of the Soviet Union, where political unity was based solely on production regulated by command structures analogous to the military. In other words, where the bureaucratic apparatus had simply and clumsily taken over the functions of circulation. The prerequisite is, of course, that China under Deng Xiaoping was prepared to offer itself as the workbench of the world, as we nostalgically say today, and participated in the world market to a growing extent. The lesson of the People's Republic is that the party itself must become the driving force to reduce the circulation time to zero, and that everything must always be checked to see whether it also serves to ensure this reduction as a whole. The exchange of goods should always become the path of state control, both inside and outside the state. Outside, this can be seen in the credit agreements that have long been offered along the New Silk Road and propagated with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO. Inside, it can be seen in the development of the so-called credit rating system, which is probably no coincidence that it is being developed under the aegis of the central bank and in close cooperation with digital companies, such as the Alibaba Group. Although money is disappearing into circulation at an ever-increasing rate, just as in Western societies, and the Chinese central bank has recently had to lower its key interest rate and loosen its monetary policy, the state that guarantees it is gaining new, immediate power over foreign territories and its own subjects to the same extent. As the contemporary ideologues from China themselves emphasize, this is the party communist alternative to the rule of law. No independent judiciary has to decide on the basis of legal principles who has violated the law in order to safeguard the preconditions of circulation. Instead, there should be no violation of rules in the first place, because every subject and money owner or every company and every ego corporation knows that this automatically and infallibly restricts their own participation in circulation and only hinders their own access to the market. Thus, for the first time, the old concept of the new man actually seems to be close to realization, and it is as terrible as expected and as long prophesied by critical theory in the concept of the administered world. Those who do not contribute to the smoothest possible acceleration of circulation will, for their part, find it equally difficult to enter circulation. For example, as a now well-known example goes, he can no longer get a ticket for a fast train. He has to take the slower train not because he lacks the money, but because he lacks the number of points in the social credit account set up for him by the state and companies such as Alibaba. And he lacks this because he has not behaved in accordance with the required acceleration of circulation. For example, he has not cared for his sick parents so that the state has had to take over this care. He consumes too much of a certain commodity, for example computer games or porn, which means that he neglects his social contacts, which are important in order to save time in the remaining circulation of goods and unnecessary additional costs for the state in his individual reproduction. However, he can compensate for this by, for example, having as many children as he deems economically useful or taking on various honorary posts, etc., etc. What in the legal forms of bourgeois society is immediately limited to the question of the creditworthiness of the individual market participant is now put in place of the law as mediation. In this way, the judicial apparatus is also saved or reserved for more serious cases, which in turn are also accompanied by the credit rating system. Anyone who receives a prison sentence naturally suffers a particularly high loss of points. Once the party bureaucracy has determined the allocation of points to the respective consumer and social behavior, thanks to digitalization everything is done by itself, without any personnel effort. The lean communist state is born. The question remains, however, as to whether such a highly centralized body, as the party's racket is, can actually succeed in using such a credit rating system to stick to the trend of bringing the turnaround time closer to zero, or whether it will not suffer the fate of its Soviet brother party in this respect. In any case, it is highly characteristic of the uncritical attitude towards such developments, particularly in Europe, that they are blamed on digitalization itself, and in this sense no distinction is made between it and the conditions in which Amazon, Google, and Facebook thrive. Anyone who names the specifically authoritarian and anti-Western aspects of Chinese measures, which are directed against the mediating forms of bourgeois society, is immediately accused of digital Orientalism, in reference to Edward Said. For example, at the Republika Digital Conference in May 2019 and in the Süddeutsche Zeitung, May 11, 2019, Surveillance, China, Orwell, and the Fear of the West. Experts contradict the image that the international public has of China's scoring system for its citizens. The system is less draconian than assumed, at least so far, and is welcomed by many Chinese. Moreover, similar systems have long been in place in Europe. End quote. This is precisely the attitude with which solidarity is being denied to the courageously rebellious in Hong Kong. They attach the greatest importance to this difference because they must expect mainland China to soon cross it out in Hong Kong. The difference, and the protesters obviously know this very well, is that with Alibaba, Baidu, and Tencent, as with the Chinese hardware competitors of Apple and Microsoft called Huawei and Xiaomi, the state is involved in the flow of data everywhere, whereas under the rule of law, such access can only take place in cases where there is reasonable suspicion of a breach of the law. The exception, which is of course intelligence activities, becomes the rule, so to speak, but it should be comprehensible to everyone. Everyone is their own intelligence agent. This rules out the possibility of a separation between state and market, sovereignty and circulation ever being enforced, also as a prerequisite for publicity and privacy being possible at all. Only the law forms such a separation, which corresponds to the unity of the capital relation, even if it can ultimately only ever be, as Otto Kirchheimer once called it, a useful fiction, according to whose standards people act as long as circulation and the valorization process function. Whatever one may say against the ideology of the data protectionists, their demands form something like the touchstone of the useful fiction, according to which the government is bound by law to the same rules as the individual who defends himself against their orders. All the more distasteful is the current development in China, where immense growth can be achieved without granting individual freedom, as proof of a tendency of globalized capital that is only too happy to discard the liberal ballast from the Western 19th century. In this way, what is being done in Beijing is being blamed on a bogeyman, namely globalized capital, in order to cheaply extract from it the enemy image of postmodern globalizers that is needed for one's own identity. However, taking the critique of political economy at its word, there is no globalized capital, but only a globalized capital relationship and, on its basis, companies competing with each other not immediately but via their respective national locations. China's much-vaunted growth, which gave the Communist Party the means to fight hunger and poverty, also resulted from the fact that capital competes on the world market in this specific way. Marx speaks of the modified application of the law of value. It is particularly grotesque to speak of globalized capital in the case of the People's Republic of China, as the claim to political control is still based on state-owned companies and financial institutions, which are closely linked to the party and government through management personnel and ownership rights. Even the truly private companies such as Alibaba, Xiaomi, or Geely run on the long leash of the state financial sector, as it were. This also applies to the stock exchanges. The original decision to use the stock exchanges primarily for the financing and restructuring of state-owned companies still characterizes the functions of China's stock markets to this day. It is true that a growing number of private companies have gone public since the mid-2000s, particularly in Shenzhen. However, China's stock markets remain dominated by state-owned companies. The development of share prices is influenced less by the concrete successes or failures of individual companies than by regulatory interventions and signals from the government. The USA has long acted as its guardian, insofar as its hegemony involves securing the conditions for the exploitation of value in the largest possible geopolitical space, i.e., ensuring right and wrong that a minimum of freedom enables the exploitation of value. This also includes the compromise of integrating an entire people's republic via special administrative and special economic zones as that extended workbench of the world, a modification of the law of value of its own kind. Hong Kong played a key role here. The increasing outsourcing of production facilities to the mainland created several million jobs there and led to the deindustrialization of Hong Kong, more than 93% of whose added value is now generated in the service sector. After the change of sovereignty in 1997, economic relations intensified. The Hong Kong government and business community campaigned vigorously for the creation of a free trade zone with the mainland. The Closer Economic Partnership Arrangement, CEPA, adopted in 2003, granted Hong Kong-based companies, including non-Chinese transnational corporations, advantages in accessing the Chinese market. This agreement was extended to many service industries in June 2007. Hong Kong investments contributed significantly to the development of mainland China's export economy. Hong Kong also remained by far the most important source of direct investment in mainland China, with a share of 63%, 2013, and played an important role in international IPOs of Chinese companies. In addition to its close ties with the mainland, Hong Kong's economy is also closely integrated into international markets. For a long time, this gave Hong Kong a function as the most important intermediary between the PRC and the global economy, and thus many advantages over other financial and trading centers in East Asia. Hong Kong's particular advantages as a location have traditionally included very moderate state regulation and taxation, as well as the independent court system established under British sovereignty. Since 1997, government agencies from Beijing have made extensive use of the expertise they found in Hong Kong in matters of capital market regulation, insurance, and foreign exchange markets. Hong Kong served as the first offshore financial center for the use of the Chinese currency in international trade settlement. What freedom is granted depends on this integration. Instead of being generalized, as the democracy movement demanded, the minimum is found confined to the special administrative region. However, if, as a result of the crises of exploitation, the counter-hegemony that Chinese politics is in the process of establishing with its trade agreements, and of which the Hong Kong Treaty with the former colonial power had already given a foretaste, were to prevail, capital would no longer accumulate, but only the number of points on the social accounts, which would then also turn out to be a digital form of those ration cards that are common in times of disaster. In fact, with the new social credit system, the Chinese Communist Party is simultaneously preparing itself for the further expansion of the domestic economy in order to make the legalization of relationships superfluous, and for the effects of an approaching domestic crisis, the harbingers of which are not only the falling growth rates. The accompanying propaganda slogan is Gong Tong Fuyu, people's community prosperity. Quote, according to the Institute of International Finance, the Global Association of Financial Institutions, the total debt of the state, companies, and households in China now amounts to more than 300% of economic output. Before the financial crisis, it was half as high. The current level is only marginally lower than in the USA, which, however, has a much higher level of economic development and a far more mature financial system. According to the data, a particularly high proportion of debt in China is financed on a short-term basis. This poses considerable risks should problems arise on the financial market. Many companies could then quickly run out of money and become insolvent. Whichever way you look at it, the massive credit expansion in China in recent years should set alarm bells ringing, says Paul Smiley, analyst at the investment company Columbia Threadneedle. Key credit growth metrics are signaling that this pace of growth is not only unsustainable, but will lead to a significant increase in non-performing loans, says Smiley. If this happens, however, it is likely to have far-reaching consequences, possibly well beyond China. 5 years ago, we believed that a strong credit expansion in China could have been managed with minimal market disruption, says Smiley. Today, we see it differently. End quote. It is precisely here that one must ask oneself how this new policy under Xi Jinping relates to the disaster policy of the 20th century. Not least because the People's Republic has long been prepared to cover the development of the nuclear power of the Islamic Republic of Iran as resolutely as only Russia, but with greater economic ambitions, Iran also has observer status in the aforementioned Shanghai Cooperation Organization. On September 7, 2019, Middle East Monitor reported, China is planning to invest $280 billion in Iran's oil, gas, and petrochemical sectors that are being affected by U.S. sanctions, according to Petroleum Economist magazine. A few weeks later, on September 21, 2019, the South China Morning Post reported that Iran was planning a joint naval maneuver with China. The move could send a signal that China will support Iran in the event of a military confrontation. The self-sufficiency option, which in itself is propagated during the crisis and is characteristic of that disaster policy as a starting point, is only chosen very stealthily by the Chinese Communist Party, quite unlike in the 1950s, when it led to the greatest famine under the name Great Leap Forward, while posing on the world stage as a champion of free trade as soon as the USA tries to use tariffs, i.e. barely adequate means, to combat the racket methods, forcing joint ventures and technology transfer, infringement of copyrights, etc., through which China is trying to impose tariffs that favor Chinese companies. In certain historical situations, it may be part of the necessarily false consciousness within the U.S. hegemony when such attempts to force another nation to comply with the rules of the world market are made under a slogan such as America First, and this globalization is even presented as a fight against globalists. Think of Donald Trump's speech to the UN General Assembly in September 2019. However, the special, completely unnecessary stupidity of the incumbent president includes the view that European or other nationalists are somehow in the same position in their relationship to the global market, and the complete independence of this stupidity could be seen in the form of his former advisor Steve Bannon. Even if the economic conditions of the second-largest international trading power today are as far removed from the possibilities of a real policy of self-sufficiency as global trade relations as a whole were from the collapse of the world market in the 1930s, it is a kind of digital self-sufficiency to which its successes are now owed. This can be seen, for example, in the history of the most important Chinese internet company. Alibaba only won the competition against eBay and pushed this otherwise globally successful company out of the mainland Chinese market because, on the one hand, this state made it massively more difficult to access international websites and, on the other, was able to force the American company into a joint venture with the Chinese internet portal Tom Online. For these reasons, Hong Kong is more exposed than any other metropolis. As important as it has been for China as an interface for its trade on the global market, the Chinese Party is now apparently working flat out to change this through the New Silk Road and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, through the development of a counter-Hong Kong like Shenzhen. However, Hong Kong's traditional key role as the primary interface between the PRC and the global economy became less important in the course of the 2010s. And this was partly due to strong competition from up-and-coming Chinese port, service, and industrial locations. In the same way, it is working at full speed to ensure that all forces pushing for the introduction of the rule of law in any way and only in the broadest sense, as required by the development of the circulation of goods within the country, especially if the country is not to become a rentier state, which might be possible in China due to its rare earth resources, but remain a state that relies entirely on productivity, are, so to speak, rendered useless or nullified by the development of the credit rating or social credit system. Allegedly, there is a great deal of support for the introduction of this system among large sections of the population in mainland China, often with the argument that it will make it easier and quicker to obtain a loan, and in fact, despite privatization, the corresponding companies limited by the rule of law, such as Schufa Holding AG in Germany, are still lacking to check so-called creditworthiness in individual cases, meaning that lending is widely and still considered to be arbitrary and unpredictable. Overall, the question arises as to whether the new policy of the Chinese Communist Party has already progressed to the point where it can be understood in terms of Alfred Sohn-Riethel's analysis of National Socialist economic policy, that is, as a form of rupture that addresses the most serious flaws of world capitalism, i.e., the large-scale industries developed beyond the limits of their productive capacity. As such a form of rupture, it seeks to restart capitalist production in its sphere of rule by starting from the ever-widening gap between absolute and relative surplus value production, which incidentally distinguishes it from the initial situation of National Socialism in Germany. detaching the creation of profit from the conditions of economic value creation and from the law of equilibrium. As an aside, it is strangely ironic that Sonrithel himself showed certain sympathies for Mao's China in later years. He obviously projected onto the Cultural Revolution the interest in abolishing the separation of physical and mental labor, which was of such great importance to him at the time, and for these conditions Sonrithel assumes inhibitions of accumulation especially in the old industries, which had long practiced relative surplus value production. However, this only brings the other question to a head, namely how this policy under Xi Jinping relates to the catastrophe policy of the 20th century. It acts, to take up a formulation by Carl Schmitt and turn it against him, as a willful accelerator in the imperialist attempt to destroy the world market from within the treaties, and to push the U.S. hegemon aside by means of a greater space policy. But as an accelerator against its will as far as the threat to Israel is concerned, as the relationship to Islam in general and to Iran in particular shows, whereby the special feature here is the almost achieved capacity to wipe out the state of the Shoah survivors in the gross realm of the Middle East claimed for Islam. In this context, it seemed grotesque that U.S. President Biden justified the withdrawal from Afghanistan in the summer of 2021, which had already been initiated under Trump and was presumably based on the opinion of the majority of U.S. voters, politically and economically, with the challenge that China poses to the USA and the world today, in order to promptly give the Chinese rulers the opportunity to present themselves as the beneficiaries of all this through its disastrous implementation. However much pure propaganda was involved here on the part of China, and however much of it would have been heard even without the concrete disaster, and not least, however great the difficulties will be in profiting from the re-established Taliban rule on the new Silk Road, there is in any case much to suggest that economic and military cooperation with Iran will become even closer. For example, precisely in connection with the advance of the neighboring Taliban, this Holocaust-denying regime has already been all but promised full membership in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, in which it already had observer status, an organization that, alongside the BRI and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank AIIB, can be considered the largest attempt to date to break a gross realm out of the global market. However, in contrast to the success of strike and protest movements in other countries, whether the citizens of Hong Kong, who are so impressively resisting the introduction of total control, can continue to count on the state being dependent on their work at the interface to the world market cannot, in principle, be decided locally. This is because their sovereign, and this is the perfidious aspect of the situation, is located outside Hong Kong on the basis of a treaty. He resides in Beijing. This is why the extradition law was the bone of contention. If short-term victories are possible, such as against this law for the time being, in the long term the protests can only hope for support and defense from the U.S. hegemon and its allies, who would ultimately have to go so far as to break this international treaty. The protesters know this quite well and are therefore turning to the USA or the West for immediate support. It is no coincidence that the extradition law was only really withdrawn when it was a question of not jeopardizing the good business climate for the German Chancellor's latest visit to China. As is the case almost every year, Merkel arrived with a large business delegation. In fact, neither the ongoing Hong Kong protests nor the planned measures of the social credit system disturbed the friendly atmosphere in which the many contracts between the companies of the two world export champions were concluded. In his speech at the 42nd Collective Study of the Politburo of the 18th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in December 2013, ruler Xi Jinping made it clear that China's continued rise as a world power would have to be accompanied by a thorough image makeover in the coming years. It is important to model our country's image. Above all, the image of a great cultural country with a long history should be portrayed. A unified multi-ethnic state in which different cultures live together in harmony. A great power in Asia with just politics and integrity. A relatively developed economy. A thriving culture. A stable society. A population living in harmony and beautiful landscapes. A great responsible country that emphasizes peaceful development, promotes common development, upholds international justice and fairness, and makes contributions to humanity. And last but not least, the image of a great socialist country full of sympathy, hopes, and vitality that is increasingly opening up to the outside world. End quote. It is not least Xi himself who, since coming to power in November 2012, has endeavored in countless speeches and lectures to paint the Chinese dream of the great national renaissance and make it palatable to an international audience as a win-win situation for all of humanity. In what are now 3 volumes called Governing China. The party is disseminating Xi's statements on Chinese-style socialism via its publishing house for foreign language literature. Iconically emblazoned on the German edition of the first 2 volumes, the third is currently still being translated, is the softly drawn portrait of the outstanding leader. A page of transparent paper protects the portrait on the inside. Other photos show Xi in his youth, on inspection trips to remote villages, tackling the groundbreaking ceremony for a dam and surrounded by other heads of state at international summits. In September 2020, the bookstore chain Thalia came under fire for prominently advertising Xi's propaganda writings on specially designed bookshelves in stores in Berlin, Hamburg, and Vienna, without making it clear that this was done on the direct order of the foreign subsidiary of the Chinese state publishing house. While the appearance of his predecessor, Hu Jintao, was rather staid and technocratic, the propaganda machinery is running at full speed under Xi's reign. Xi, who has created a cult of personality around himself that was previously only celebrated under Mao, presents himself as a hands-on, modest leader with close ties to the people, who is resolutely combating old party silos and any form of decadence. Right at the beginning of his term of office, he made a name for himself with a large-scale anti-corruption campaign, the usual code word for political purges in the jargon of party communism. The eager study and memorization of speeches and lectures by the supreme leader is now once again compulsory reading for all 90 million party members who are invited to seminars. The volumes Governing China and Governing China II, which are over 1,000 pages long in German translation, contain mostly empty phrases and mantra-like repeated political slogans that are intended to emphasize the superiority of the Chinese development model. Here and there, however, the reader is told surprisingly openly how the peace-loving Xi, who is concerned about the welfare of humanity, envisions the healing of political dissenters. Apparently emulating Mao's always poetic style, Xi muses to his party comrades, "We are exposed to dust every day, so we should take a bath regularly. Take some soap, scrub well with a sponge, and then give yourself a good shower. You will feel clean and reborn." Similarly, our thoughts and actions can also become dusty, contaminated by political microbes, so here too we should take a bath to rid ourselves of dust and dirt, refresh our body and mind, open clogged pores, and boost our metabolism so that we can sincerely fulfill our duties and maintain our personal integrity. Some prefer to cover up the dust in their thoughts and actions and are water-shy. In such cases, our colleagues and our party should reach under their arms. End quote. She likes to quote from ancient writings, here a poem from the Tang dynasty, to illustrate how to deal with cadres who do not adhere to political discipline. Young innocent pines should grow 1,000 feet high, while rotten bamboos should be cut down blow by blow. End quote. He makes it clear that no one should feel safe from political persecution abroad either by announcing that the anti-corruption net will be stretched across the entire globe so that there will be no hiding place or escape for the fugitives. End quote. Qian Yixing, Secretary General of the Party Commission for Political and Judicial Affairs, struck a similar tone on July 8, 2020, when he announced what is now the third anti-corruption campaign in Xi's term of office. The aim is now to turn the blade inwards and scrape the poison from the bones. However, Xi's centralization of power and the massive ideologization of Chinese people's everyday lives is far more than just a question of style. It represents a thoroughly rational reaction of the party dictatorship to the new normality of Chinese economic development, which is characterized by intensifying economic and social contrasts. The GDP growth rate is increasing and capital accumulation can no longer be guaranteed by the extensive use of an almost unlimited supply of human labor based on simple, unskilled work. Southeast Asian countries such as Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Myanmar have long since taken over the role of low-wage countries in the International Division of Labor, for example in the textile industry. Chinese industrial production is now characterized by a more complex division of labor, which requires in particular a higher level of training for the workforce and increasing mechanization of production facilities. Since the 13th Five-Year Plan, 2016 to 2020, the sole goal of the Chinese Communist Party has no longer been the constant expansion of production, but rather the adjustment of existing production capacities and a high-quality expansion of production, as well as a change in the driving force behind economic development from the use of production factors such as resources and cheap labor to more innovation. However, the mobilization of the creative potential of the workforce must not lead to a questioning of the party's claim to leadership. In China, a broad middle class has developed in recent decades, whose needs and interests are becoming increasingly diversified. A young generation of well-educated Chinese living in cities is certainly flirting with Western-style liberalization. This is where Xi's propaganda of the Chinese dream of the Great National Renaissance comes in, on the one hand to encourage members of the middle class to constantly optimize themselves and innovate in the interests of the nation, but on the other hand to ward off the temptations of bourgeois freedoms through the ideology of Chinese-style socialism, i.e. a model of prosperity that only grants material betterment and free movement of goods with the West with a simultaneous willingness to submit strictly to the authority of the party and to renounce freedom of expression, press, and assembly. Gerhard Scheidt has used the totalitarian Chinese social credit system to highlight the foundation of the smoothest possible circulation, bypassing its specifically bourgeois forms of mediation, as the challenge of party dictatorship that currently needs to be mastered and has been recognized by Chancellor Merkel. In contrast, the Gegenstandpunkt recognizes in the social credit system only a particularly efficient variant of general state control mania, as is essential for checking creditworthiness in capitalism. The former Marxist group takes the broad approval of the social credit system that actually exists within the Chinese population as an opportunity to level out any differences in its familiar cynical manner and to provide further proof of its notorious lack of political judgment. Quote, like the party, the citizens also see nothing but immoral characters at work as soon as they feel disadvantaged or badly treated. They know the social credit program only as punishment and re-education of others. They hope it will lead to more consideration on the part of employers, better food in the supermarket, and fairer treatment by public officials. In return, they are happy to accept that their lifestyles will also be recorded and made public. They do not see this as a threat to their freedom, as the politically correct guardians of Western values expect and demand of them. After all, they have nothing to hide. It goes without saying that they are obliged to conform through organized social control and are put at the service of the nation and its progress. They think it's just as well that others who get away with whatever they do should no longer get away with it. You wouldn't want to know how many of the decent people in the Western stable of freedom would also welcome a universal block warden in the service of such a harmonized society. End quote. To this end, she invokes the unconditional unity of the people and the party and proclaims communism, which is bereft of any conceptual substance, as a political creed to close ranks. Just how inconclusive the success of this strategy towards a new normality is can be seen from the fierce disputes within the party, which of course hardly ever reach the outside world, but of which one can sometimes get a sudden impression as soon as political dissenters and dissidents speak out, only to be expelled from the party and sentenced shortly afterwards, of course, unless they manage to flee to the West beforehand. There is still abject poverty in the countryside and in the remote provinces. Around 200 million rural migrant workers work for starvation wages in the prosperous cities. The Uyghur and Tibet issues also bear witness to the ongoing problem of ethnically based separatist efforts in the Chinese multi-ethnic state, which the CCP counters with massive repression and internment in re-education and labor camps, officially called vocational training centers. The most recent example is the influential lawyer Cai Xia, who was long employed as a professor at the party's Central Training Center in Beijing. After audio files circulated on the internet in June in which Cai referred to the supreme ruler Xi Jinping as a mafia boss and called for his overthrow, she was able to flee to the USA. Xi's response to the diversification of needs within an economically extremely unequal population is therefore an even more aggressive nationalism, both internally and externally. Hardly any of his speeches at home are without a call for unconditional sacrifice for the people and the fatherland. In 2019, he held the largest military parade in the country's history to date to mark the 70th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic. He constantly invokes a supposedly uninterrupted 5,000-year Chinese cultural history, which was only interrupted by the shameful period of colonization in the course of the Opium Wars, 1840 to 1842, 1856 to 1860, only to blossom anew through the successful anti-fascist resistance against Japanese aggression in the Second World War and the founding of the People's Republic. While Mao's policy of catch-up development in times of bloc confrontation, and with reference to the real global balance of power, could quite rightly invoke anti-imperialism, Chinese state propaganda in the 21st century is dependent on a new comprehensive narrative. In order to continue to sell the expansionist policy now being pursued in Asia and on the African continent as an anti-imperialist win-win project serving the peace of the peoples. The classic justification for every atrocity committed by anti-imperialism during the Cultural Revolution was the threat of imperialist foreign domination. In the meantime, China itself has taken on the role of a sprawling imperialist state that formulates its anti-Western policy from a position of strength. She proudly claims that China's authoritarian approach to fighting the coronavirus pandemic, which became such not least due to the CCP's initial cover-up strategy, has proven the superiority of the Chinese system of government internationally. The global public is still not quite willing to believe this, but the resistance power of law, Horkheimer, as it continues to exist in the West despite postmodern identity politics and regressive counter-sovereignty movements, can in principle be suspended at any time and at the latest during the next major global economic crisis. Anti-imperialists in the West, most of whom now call themselves anti-racists, can hardly wait for the final demise of the U.S. hegemon, which they are diligently working towards domestically in the form of radicalized Black Lives Matter protests. Opinion polls in Germany, which now show an approval rating of almost 50%, particularly among younger respondents, for turning away from the transatlantic alliance and for a stronger orientation towards China, should be taken just as seriously in view of society's increasing inability to even recognize residuals of freedom as such, let alone defend them. For the Gegenstandpunkt, whose group identity, as already explained using the example of the crisis theorists, includes erasing any difference between the capitalist states in favor of a poorly idealistic, abstract negation of the globally prevailing capital relationship, the struggle for hegemony between the USA and China presents itself as a conflict between equal-ranking imperialist superpowers derived purely from capital determinations. What the last remaining K-group in Germany knows how to deduce from a seemingly autonomous perspective, removed from the circumstances as a simple expression of imperialist competition per se, is in reality the competition between two specific states whose principle of exploitation is determined by private capitalism on the part of the USA and state capitalism on the part of China. In terms of the protection of civil liberties, this marks an overall difference. The agitation of the Gegenstandpunkt against the American world power and its congenial Chinese counterpart believes itself to be particularly radical in its indifference, but at the same time draws precisely on the residual freedom that the capitalist state grants it only in its bourgeois form. As if she knew exactly about the cultural sensitivity of the identity politically socialized young generation in the West, which is ultimately always directed against the freedom rights of individuals, he wants to do away with cultural arrogance in order to enable cultural coexistence. At the same time, he declares the goal of increasing the country's cultural soft power, which is why the unique charm of Chinese cultures must be emphasized. The vehicles of this soft power, which is obtrusively concerned with restraint, are the more than 500 Confucius Institutes abroad and a large number of newly created media platforms. Xi himself does not miss the opportunity to intersperse his speeches with pervasively irrelevant quotations from ancient poets and philosophers, which are hard to beat in terms of vagueness, but serve the Western public's cliché of Far Eastern wisdom of harmony and peacefulness. He sees a particular need to catch up in terms of soft power in the production of ideology in the Chinese humanities. A stronger discourse system is also needed for China's philosophy and social sciences in order to develop their role. The fact is, however, that our voice in the international arena is still quite weak. Our academics are either not accustomed to expressing themselves in an internationally understandable way, or they do not know how to bring their convincing arguments to the audience. To overcome this deficiency, we need to improve our ability in formulating distinctive terms and create new concepts, categories and expressions that are easily understandable and acceptable to the international community in order to put the research and discussions in the international professional circles on the right track. Efforts in this regard must begin with the establishment of systematic theories and concepts in each discipline. To Xi's mind, the international scientific community will apparently be put on the right track when it recognizes China's moral leadership in the development of human societies. When Xi demands that we must intensively research the advantages and disadvantages of our traditional legal system, unearth and pass on the positive factors from Chinese legal culture, draw inspiration from them and make use of them, then the writings of Zhao Tingyang, a philosophy professor at the State Academy of Social Sciences in Beijing and one of the establishment intellectuals, seem like commissioned work from the party leadership. For many years, he has published essays and books on the ancient model of Tianxia, everything under heaven, on the basis of which he attempts to establish a world order that has yet to be realized and is intended to replace the Western model of hegemony. Zhao's relationship with the CCP can hardly be judged from the outside, but it is certain that party propaganda refers to his work, at least in part. In any case, Xi's New Year's speech quoted at the beginning of this article shows that he also speaks of Tianxia, all under heaven, in order to outline his idea of international relations. Zhao's political theory has received increasing international attention in recent years, particularly in France. At the beginning of 2020, Schurkamp published his first German translation, Alice unter dem Himmel, which was reviewed in many German media outlets. Zhao presents the reader with a crude mixture of anti-imperialist criticism of globalization and technology, game-theoretical analyses of international relations, and ahistorical borrowings from traditional Chinese Taoism and Confucianism to re-establish a global political order in which the coexistence of existence leads the way, in opposition to Western individualism. All cultures and religions would live together harmoniously, and without one-sided universalism and cultural imperialism, under the umbrella of an unspecified world sovereignty. The state of technological development in the course of globalization makes the decline of the nation-state order in general and U.S. imperialism in particular inevitable. Instead, a technologically based dictatorship of the global networks of financial capital, media, and IT corporations threatens. To prevent this, an inclusive concept of global cooperation is needed that breaks with the Western model of hegemony and selfish individualism and takes cultural diversity into account. To this end, Zhao develops a political cosmology modeled on the ancient Tianxia concept of the Zhou dynasty, 1046 to 256 BC. As a concept of totality, Tianxia refers to the yet-to-be-realized unity of the cosmological order of the heavens and the political order under the heavens. The inherent telos of Tianxia is the complete inclusion of the world without an outside. Tianxia is based on permanent adaptation to changing environmental factors, an ontology of becoming, and its ideal is allowing all living things to exist and live on. According to Zhao, the ancient Tianxia model owes its existence to a specific historical constellation in which the small state of Zhou was able to secure its surprisingly successful rule over a large number of larger states over several centuries by transforming the principle of tyranny into the principle of inclusion and interdependence. The Zhou dynasty's form of rule was essentially based on the attractiveness of the system rather than on military deterrence, system superiority instead of military authority. Accordingly, the emperors of the Zhou dynasty invoked the mandate of heaven, Tianming, which the heavenly emperor only granted to righteous rulers. The enlightenment aspect of this lies in the recognition of a moral standard in the transmission of rule. In this way, a political system of tolerance and cultural diversity emerged from which all participating states benefited, and which was free of racism and nationalism. Ancient China knew no monotheism, so the different faiths lacked the desire to dominate the others, allowing them to tolerate each other. There was also no nationalism or racism, and the spiritual power of cultural differences and misunderstandings was less than the belief in a clan under heaven, so tolerant coexistence was easy to accept. Anticipating the accusation of historical backward projection, Zhao states that although the issues of the time were completely different, an analogous political creation of world sovereignty is needed today, which must fall back on the inclusive world consciousness of Tianxia, which was already developed around 1000 BC. This makes us sit up and take notice, as the Zhou dynasty romanticized by Zhao was based on patriarchal feudalism in keeping with the times and was characterized above all by a strict tribute system between the central ruling state and the feudal and vassal states in the periphery. When Zhao takes a completely ahistorical view of the conditions of the time as a model for a future world order, the figurative sense is of course decisive, as his inclusive model reflects the CCP's newly sparked Grossraum ambitions and its claim to rule the entire Asia-Pacific region. For Zhao, the tradition of Western political thought offers no solutions to the current conflicts, but on the contrary is the cause of them. The basic idea of modern Western politics is division, and its result is therefore separation, not inclusion. The Western policy of division is based on the distinction between friend and foe, as Carl Schmitt merely put it, and thus on the permanent production of an outside. It is incapable of recognizing the necessity of world sovereignty. Since it is based a priori on the assumption of the other as an outside, it is incapable of resolving tensions and conflicts. A spiritual world consciousness in the sense of Tianxia could not arise in this way. Starting with the monotheism of Christianity, the friend-enemy schema is reproduced in the theories of Hobbes, Marx, and Huntington, among others. Where the definition of enemy is missing, however, the West suffers from a loss of passion and motivation. The universalism of Kantian philosophy offers no alternative, as it ignores the diversity of cultures, religions, and values and is unrealistic in general, as human action is essentially determined by interests and not values. Kant's theory of peace mixes idealistic illusions with realistic considerations. Kant's prerequisite for the realization of peace is the essential equality of state systems and values. This prerequisite is impossible to fulfill on a global level, as the numerous states in the world each have two different cultures, values, and political systems. The embarrassment of citing the empiricism of different cultures against Kant's idea of reason is, of course, hardly noticeable in today's academic world, as this type of critique of the Enlightenment has long been considered acceptable by the majority worldwide. Zhao, on the other hand, presents himself as the sober author of an impartial ontological analysis. The world politics he outlines is an objective necessity, not a set of values. At the same time, he states that the natural, cosmological order of Tianxia had not yet been implemented politically, apart from a brief phase during the Zhou dynasty. While the material prerequisites were lacking in antiquity, Tianxia could now be comprehensively realized as a response to globalization, but this would first require a spiritual revolution. Zhao's definition of the concept of Tianxia thus constantly oscillates between being and ought to be, without the author being aware of this or being concerned about it. He emphasizes that the basic political order in ancient China was characterized by the trinity of Tianxia state clan. Although the ancient Tianxia system was ended by the Qin dynasty, it still lives on today as a political gene in the self-image of the Chinese state. Modern Western politics, on the other hand, is based on the trinity of individual community state. The individual as the bearer of human rights is a Western import. Although human rights are a great thing, as Zhao asserts, probably for reasons of academic connectivity, political rule must above all take into account the folkseal, which is not the sum of individual wills, but is to be understood in the sense of a traditional and generally recognized morality. The folkseal includes, for example, the uncodified and yet generally accepted laws and ethical principles that exist in all civilizations. While political thinking in the West focuses on the individual and thus on the egoistic utility maximizer, in Chinese political thinking the community takes precedence over the individual. Where the Western model creates conflict, the Chinese model has an integrative effect without seeking to dominate. Zhao therefore distinguishes between two basic forms of conceptions of the state of nature, the Xuanzi model and the Hobbes model. The first involves using the attraction of the advantages of cooperation to internalize the outsiders so that an order of stable cooperation can be established. This is the logic of internalization. The second, on the other hand, requires the strong establishes a rule based on power and ensures that outsiders submit to the hegemonic order. This is the logic of the subjugation of the outside. The Chinese Xuanzi model is characterized by cooperation and coexistence, while the Western Hobbes model is characterized by competition and selfish individualism. How the supposedly Chinese logic of internalization, i.e. the attraction of the advantages of cooperation, is transformed without further ado into the supposedly Western logic of subjugation can be studied in the relationship between current Chinese foreign policy and Asian and African developing countries. A few years ago, Sri Lanka's new largest port and an international airport were built in Hambantota as part of the One Belt, One Road, New Silk Road initiative. After the Sri Lankan government's economic expectations for the two gigantic infrastructure projects were not fulfilled and $6 billion in debt were incurred by the Chinese Investment Fund, the Chinese state-owned company China Merchants took over 70% of the shares in the deepwater port and extensive rights to use the nearby industrial area for the next 99 years. In Europe, China is investing primarily in Greece, Port of Piraeus, Italy, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. The Hungarian and Greek governments promptly blocked a joint EU declaration on the human rights situation in China on several occasions. According to Zhao, the latter is the modern fall from grace, which first and foremost leads to the instability of rule. In keeping with the counter-Enlightenment tradition, he declares modernity to be the destroyer of an intact cosmological order. The suicidal movement of humanity began with modernity, with man's endeavor to become the subject of creation, with the attempt to become God. It began with man once again declaring human greed to be a legitimate right. Although self-interest is part of the unchangeable nature of man, in contrast to modern society, which recognizes it as a principle of socialization, it was strictly contained in the pre-modern patriarchal order. For Confucius, kinship love was the principle of Tianxia. There was an isomorphism between the clan and the all-encompassing Tianxia. All people should therefore be seen as part of the family, but should also be treated according to the hierarchy of the family. Zhao also quotes Confucius approvingly in saying that good rule must be based on human sentiment and the folkseal. Confucius would have rejected the modern rule of law and instead was an advocate of rule by law. The ideal state of an inclusive world is a clan within the 4 Cs, which means that the Tianxia belongs to all people together and creates a kind of family bond. This idea harks directly back to ancient Taoism, The earth as the sustaining metaphorically embodied, the maternally nurturing and selflessly giving. Heaven as the vaulting, metaphorically embodied, the paternal guiding and controlling. End quote. To the extent that Zhao continues this tradition of a still undivided unity of clan, religion and state, Hegel's provisions on the spirit of the Oriental world remain relevant. Hegel writes, "The moment of subjectivity is therefore lacking in this state whole just as much as this, on the other hand, is not based on sentiment at all. For the substance is an immediate subject, the emperor, whose law constitutes the attitude. This relationship is now expressed more closely and more conceptually by the family. The Chinese state is based solely on this moral connection, and it is objective family piety that characterizes it. The Chinese know themselves as belonging to their family and at the same time as sons of the state. In the family itself they are not persons, for the substantial unity in which they find themselves is the unity of blood and naturalness. In the state they are just as little so, for the patriarchal relationship is predominant in it, and the government is based on the exercise of the paternal care of the emperor, who keeps everything in order. When Xi Jinping invokes the community of destiny of humanity before the UN General Assembly, this is explicitly directed against the concept of human rights and its addressee, the individual. The talk of a community of destiny emphasizes an unavailable natural moment, not the potential of reasonable self-determination. According to Hegel, the natural, as yet undeveloped form of the moral spirit is the family. No individual chooses it of their own free will. In Xi's understanding, the world community is therefore a large clan with a possibly Chinese patriarch at the top. There is no room for individual claims. Instead, all under the heaven are one family. The logic of the family encompasses harmony, fulfillment of duty, peace. The logic of the individual, on the other hand, is either slash or power, personal advantage and struggle. The repatriarchalization of international relations under unspoken Chinese domination thus becomes the declared telos of Zhao's philosophy of history. The ancient Tianxia system of the Zhou dynasty is a net-like system of surveillance and control of the vassal and feudal states by the state of the monarch. According to the evolutionary logic of the genes of this system under the condition of globalization, the new Tianxia system will possibly supervise and regulate the network of global systems through an institution of common world ownership. So far, world history has not even begun, as the world is still a non-world, in the political sense, characterized by egoism within the competition between states. The UN is merely a negotiating platform of the system of sovereign states, not a mechanism for world regulation, and even less a political world system. As correct as this criticism is of the human rights idealism of Jürgen Habermas, for example, which Zhao describes as downright naive, his own concept of rule proves to be inconsistent. Zhao's argument is basically classically anti-imperialist, in that he declares the antagonism of wage labor and capital to be an accident of state competition, and thus the appearance of global power relations to be the essence of domination. The unity of the economic class, which Marx and Engels did not yet recognize as a fatherland, disappears for him behind the oppressed nation, which has to assert itself on the world market. In truth, the exploited population within the USA and the European states is the beneficiary of international exploitation in comparison to the exploited population of other parts of the world. The interests of the populations of the USA and Europe are therefore not identical with those of the other peoples of the world. The former are also workers, but they do not belong to the same class. A concept of class that does not take into account international exploitation is questionable. Inspired by Mao's Three Worlds theory, Zhao criticizes that the radical thinkers in the USA and Europe have developed creative ideas to improve the situation of their own people, but have not provided any answers to global exploitation structures. All the creative ideas, beginning with Marx's notion of the unification of the proletarians of all countries to the ideas of radical thinkers in recent times, such as Piketty's notion of a worldwide unified tax or Hart and Negri's notion of resistance to capitalism by uniting the multitude or a citizens' movement for the democratic management of the common resources, through collective self-management, are unable to answer the problem of inequality between the three worlds raised by Mao Zedong. Incidentally, this quotation illustrates very well the poorly academic way in which Zhao rehashes theorems in the mode of name-dropping. In his definition of conflicts of interest between states and peoples, Zhao remains completely abstract. He does not provide a political-economic analysis of the interests within world market competition, especially as he lacks the concept of the totality of capital. Instead, he transfigures them into existential interests that simply contradict each other. Zhao's concept of domination, formed at the manifestation level of social relations, reproduces itself when he dystopically imagines an approaching global dictatorship of networks of financial, media, and IT corporations, and thus merely reacts to changes in the material form of capitalist wealth production without determining what remains the same in terms of form and change, the utilization of value. Financial, media, and other systems are currently still partially confined to states, but as far as their practical mode of operation and future is concerned, the web-like systems of power will expand their power like spiders weave their webs and slip through all the holes in order to gradually bring all spaces of action and discourse under their control. They will kidnap and manipulate all states, already partially recognizable, and turn their governments into agents of global finance capital or technological systems. As is so often the case in debates about financial capitalism and digital corporations, Zhao also shows a complete lack of understanding for the fundamental dependence of individual capitals on a nation-state sovereign, which becomes apparent at the latest when, for example in times of global crises, the guarantee of property is at stake. In the spirit of Foucault and other postmodern mystics, Zhao also presents the incomprehensible capital relationship as a diffuse, indeterminable power that acts through the subjects. Quote, "The only problem is that power is smarter than the market and democracy. It seizes every opportunity. The new power uses new strategies. First, it accommodates the wishes of the masses. In the next step, it shapes the wishes of the masses. Finally, it controls the services required by the masses in order to establish the power of a dictatorship by means of market-compliant and democratic decisions. The strength of this new dictatorship lies in its parasitic character, a parasite that is entrenched in the market and democracy and cannot be removed." End quote. Apparently, people only feed on services. However, Zhao resists the temptation to personalize the parasite and states, "There is no acting subject that takes responsibility for this." In case of doubt, his readers can imagine for themselves who is behind the systemic violence that Zhao whispers about here. See also, power is constantly searching for suitable means and spaces to grow, constantly using new forms to adapt to the game. Under the conditions of globalization, networkedness is its ideal form of existence. At the end of his book, Zhao even fantasizes about the superhuman and the danger of the end of the world. The human pursuit of possessing technologies to subjugate nature while clinging to the natural state of egoism means an ontological imbalance that can lead to the destruction of humanity. However, Zhao's delusion of a technology that is taking on a life of its own, increasingly slipping away from man and exceeding the self-regulating forces of the system, does not lead him to an apology of postmodernism, which for him is the worst thing compared to the nation-state order and the hegemony of imperialism. That is the narrative of modernity. Be patient, it is coming to an end. But the even more terrible postmodern culture is about to promote crime and terrorist actions in the guise of hypocrisy. Zhao's theory is therefore not opposed to any form of monopoly on the use of force, but proves to be compatible with the soft power proclaimed by Xi Jinping as a central regulatory power ostensibly concerned with the common destiny of humanity. Despite this sideswipe, Zhao's reckoning with the Western world order and values still offers sufficient projection surface for academic cultural relativism and postmodernism. Zhao shares his criticism of universalism, his contempt for the individual, and his enthusiasm for cultural diversity and tolerance, while at the same time trivializing patriarchal violence in non-Western states. At the Institute of Philosophy at the University of Vienna, the barely concealed enthusiasm for the Chinese counter-hegemon comes across in the academic jargon of making approaches fruitful and productive. The description of the seminar on the relevance of Chinese philosophy, which is taking place in the current winter semester and in which Zhao's work is also being read, states the following. Since China is an emerging superpower, it is now necessary to study the philosophical traditions of such an important global player. The critique of Eurocentrism is a strong motivation for the study of Chinese philosophy and can be a source of self-criticism for Western philosophy. In hypocritical value neutrality, because good academics only ask questions, the aim is now to open the debate on whether these ideas could be productive for Western and global philosophical problems. In another seminar description, Critical Theory and Chinese Philosophy in Conversation, the same lecturer had already announced that critical theory is characterized above all by its pragmatic approach to questions of globalization. Accordingly, solutions to social problems do not result from the reflection of ideal circumstances, but from complex learning processes. It is therefore only consequent that the result of complex learning processes can ultimately only be adaptation to the stronger power, in this case China, by abandoning any reflection and any ideal. In the wake of the Hanaths, SARS, Loics, etc., critical theory, in notorious capitalization, which already indicates the reification linguistically, which has gone to the dogs academically in this way and solidified into a thought template, is exemplary proof of how easily pragmatism, analytical philosophy, and postmodern cultural relativism can be reconciled. They are all united by the denunciation of a binding concept of truth, which inevitably also damages the power of political judgment. Horkheimer's assessment of China's rise to superpower status was quite different as early as 1966. Quote, "In many respects, what is happening in China seems to me to be more significant for the future of the West than what is happening in the Soviet Union, which is becoming more and more like it. The fact that the period of individuality, as today's unreasonable one, is being skipped over to a certain extent, that friendship between individuals, measured in terms of their integration into the collective, is regarded as secondary. Furthermore, the pragmatism that has been absorbed into flesh and blood, the pure expedient thinking that manifests itself in every word of Chinese leaders, all this is on the horizon of the West, however much one tries to look away from it. In contrast to the Viennese postdoc, pragmatism appears here quite rightly as camouflage barbarism, the arbitrary invocation of anachronisms from human prehistory, which are praised in a remythologizing manner as models of a new way of thinking and a new politics, is another common feature. At the same time, Zhao mixes the spiritualism of the folkseal with set pieces of utilitarian utility calculation and game theory, which only proves that the boundaries between analytical positivism and postmodern irrationalism are fluid. Although, or perhaps precisely because, there is almost no mention of the modern Chinese state in his book, and Zhao goes to great lengths to dispel the suspicion that China is already firmly established as the future world power, the party leadership knows how to use the appropriate elements of his theory to promote the New Silk Road as a peace project for the mutual benefit of all. See the adaptation of the Tianxia concept by the Belt and Road News Network, the International Media Association of the Belt and Road Initiative responsible for PR, which was launched in 2017. What irks the xenophobes is that Tianxia, as explained by Tingyang and adopted by the current Beijing leadership, striving towards a real, dynamic equilibrium in international relations, poses a serious challenge to American leadership in both hard power and soft power in the end. It's a matter of positioning Tianxia as a superior promoter of dynamic equilibrium in international relations in comparison with the Westphalian system." End quote. The news platform made a correction a few months later when it determined that the Tianxia model and the Westphalian model of sovereign nation-states were entirely compatible with each other, as concerns had apparently arisen that Tianxia understood as a global policy could be interpreted as undermining China's national sovereignty. Instead, it is now emphasized that the ban on interference in national affairs is a decisive advance of the Westphalian state system that must be preserved. There is something dangerously false embedded in Zhao's thesis which needs to be exposed. The fact is that Tianxia is not only in complete harmony with the principle of Westphalia, but that the decay of Western values into the Hobbesian mess of total war and economic manipulation is not due to anything within the Treaty of Westphalia but rather in spite of it. End of quote. It becomes clear that the theoretical frame of reference on which the party leadership bases its propaganda always remains a question of power calculation and is therefore ultimately arbitrary. The Zhou dynasty doctrine propagated by Zhao, according to which intelligent rule is not maintained by force but by creating dependencies, an insight that is definitely not limited to the Zhou dynasty in this form, coincides with China's policy of cheap loans and foreign investment, through which it creates an enormous sphere of influence and demands corresponding tributes in return, for example in the form of concessions for human rights violations. However, Zhao's notorious hostility to technology can hardly be reconciled with the CCP's unbroken belief in progress, and his admission of the threat of a corporate dictatorship is also likely to be met with ridicule in the Politburo and CC. Above all, his enthusiasm for a conservative Confucianism, which is certainly closer to a contemplative relationship with nature than a further unleashing of the productive forces, makes him appear more like an obdurate traditionalist and less like the Communist Party's future grand philosopher. Zhao's eclecticism of rational choice, vulgar Marxism, Maoism, pragmatism, and traditional Chinese philosophy is certainly enough for all-day symposia at the FU Berlin, a multitude of feature reviews, and the favor of Western peace apostles. Whether his Tianxia concept will satisfy Xi Jinping's demands to put international social science circles on the right track remains to be seen. In any case, Zhao contributes very little to an enlightened critique of the past and future of the world order, as the subtitle of the German translation of his book suggests. Once again, Donald Trump caused a stir when he referred to the coronavirus as the Chinese virus. Large sections of the American public did not hesitate to accuse the president of racism, as a result. There are good reasons to clearly name the Chinese regime as the cause of the global pandemic that it is. It is not prepared to take responsibility for the consequences of its actions, either before its own citizens or before the world, as was the case with the outbreak of SARS or the scandal over contaminated milk in 2008, as a result of which tens of thousands of Chinese children became seriously ill. The real problem is not primarily the food markets, where there is a lack of controls and animals that are unfit for consumption and can transmit dangerous diseases to humans are offered for sale, but the regime itself, which has not the slightest interest in the well-being and lives of its subjects and has made the global spread of the coronavirus possible in the first place through concealment, cover-ups, and disinformation. While the Chinese population has little choice but to hope for the truthfulness of official announcements and trust that the situation in the country is actually under control due to the severe reprisals and lack of a critical public, the pandemic has further fueled the smoldering mistrust of Beijing and the regime-loyal local administration under Chief Executive Carrie in Hong Kong. Although the measures to combat the infection largely brought public life to a standstill, including the protests that have been ongoing since March 2019, support for the demonstrators' demands continued to grow. While thousands became infected with the virus due to China's disinformation policy, and it spread from Wuhan all over the world, anti-German left-wing academics met at the Hamburg Study Library on January 26 to discuss the topic of China without even mentioning the brutal repressive measures, especially in the western provinces, the total control sought by means of measures such as the social credit system or the protests in Hong Kong that have been going on for almost a year. Instead, the aim of the Coffee and Cookies event, which was chaired by Alexander Will, was to discuss the following questions based on Xi Jinping's speeches and writings in particular. But what can we make of this Marxist revival? Can a socialist market economy be anything other than a market economy? Is the Chinese leadership really serious about referring back to the classics? Is it possible that, in the end, there is not much more left than kitsch and pathos? After all, a number of materialist analysts are supposedly faced with the unsolvable riddle that China, despite its economic liberalization under Deng Xiaoping in 1978 FF, is still ruled by a party that calls itself communist, unlike the former Eastern Bloc states. The fact that Marxism is experiencing a revival in China, of all places, is literally pulled by the hair, i.e. derived, as is usual in academic circles, from the lumping together of disparate phenomena. For example, the number of academic works on the works of Marx and Engels has been rising steadily for several years. References to the Marxist legacy are very clearly expressed in kitschy anime or Marx statues, and the vocabulary of the Chinese leadership also sounds more like an attempt to fight for a world socialist republic again. Quote, end. Since the question is entirely voluntaristic, whether the Chinese leadership is serious about Marxism and the world socialist republic, Hamburg Zeitz cannot come to terms with the Chinese reality. This consists not least in destroying any grassroots democratic structure and making trade union organization impossible so that a small power clique can continue to enrich itself undisturbed at the expense of the Chinese population. On the contrary, they, like the KPD/AO and ML before them in the Mao Bible, see their holy scripture in the writings of the new great chairman, from which the truth will be revealed to them. Materialist analysts, it seems, differ from materialist critics not least in that they endlessly interpret the ideological justifications of a totalitarian regime legitimized by nothing and ennoble them to scientific works, only to be able to remain ironcladly silent about the political and economic basis of China's rise to world power. The scruples of Hamburg's anti-Germans, who can only half-heartedly adopt the anti-imperialist love of the CCP by asking all kinds of hedging questions and conjunctives, are completely unknown to the left-wing China expert Christian Y. Schmidt, who has been living in Beijing since 2005 and from whose articles in the magazine Concrete they presumably draw their image of China. Schmidt apparently doesn't make the slightest effort to interpret events in the Middle Kingdom in terms of his new rule. He places the origin of his enthusiasm for Mao in 1971 or 1972, the main reason being that teachers were ostracized during the Cultural Revolution and the students put big paper hats on them. I wanted to do the same with my teachers. He finally became a Maoist during the occupation of a youth center in Bielefeld in 1973, which I took part in. There were quite a few Maoists among the occupiers. I thought that you had to do something radical to change society, and the Maoists seemed to me to be the most radical. Besides, they had a whole state behind them, where not only everything was supposed to be totally great, but where most people lived. That convinced me. However, Schmidt put an end to his Maoism just a few years later. Mao died in September 1976. That was the end of Maoism for me very quickly. Also because I gradually learned that not everything was really great in Mao's China. In light of the fact that Schmidt was so open about his authoritarian need for punishment and his love of the masses and authority, it is surprising at first glance that someone like this is passed around as a China expert and even courted by the Goethe Institute. But if you consider the fact that the former world export champion Germany has long had its eye firmly on the Chinese market and is working together with the new world export champion China in international forums to dismantle all trade barriers, as well as the German love of tightly organized masses, which is not just breaking out in the current corona crisis, but extends from Helmut Schmidt to Robert Habeck, you shouldn't be too surprised at the need for authoritarian China apologists. In the left-wing scene, the need for a strong anti-imperialist power to lean on remained unsatisfied for a long time after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union. In this respect, the rise of China offers a welcome substitute object for Hamburg study librarians and monthly magazines, as can be seen not least in relevant publications. In the January issue of Concrete, on the front page of which the masses protesting in Hong Kong against China and its encroachment on the autonomy granted for 50 years were derided as Pegida, i.e. as cross-browed but stupidly reactionary Philistines, Schmidt was naturally allowed to contribute the lead article and thus prove what remains of Gremlise's legacy. Former insights such as the idea that the West could be the lesser evil compared to the Oriental despotisms, which earned the paper the undeserved reputation of being somehow anti-German, have long since been completely erased. And so Schmidt's elaboration triumphantly presents the central piece of evidence right in the title. The protesters were already reactionary simply because they had displayed the Union Jack and, above all, the Star-Spangled Banner and had turned to the American president in the hope of support. Trump, liberate us. From this, Schmidt deduces that they wanted Hong Kong to be transformed from a special administrative zone into a U.S. colony by super-democrats, who have been described as fascists in relevant concrete texts by the Hamburg study librarian Lars Quadfassel, which is absurd insofar as the USA itself is a former British and now independent colony. The idea that the demonstrators appreciate precisely the symbolic content of the Star-Spangled Banner, which is independent of Trump, and also its clear tone towards the regime in Beijing even before the coronavirus crisis, cannot occur to an authoritarian ex-Maoist who describes the translation of his book Alone Among 1.3 billion Chinese into Chinese as the fulfillment of a dream. He therefore prefers to invent xenophobia against his own ethnic group, as the revolutionary militancy and far-reaching demands of the mainly young protesters have nothing to do with the well-ordered pensioners' gatherings in Dresden. Schmidt can think of nothing better than to deplore the rather unprepared police and defend the use of over 16,000 cartridges of tear gas as a procedure that is common practice in militant riots all over the world. As his method vacillates between defaming the protesters as lame reactionaries and rioting chaos, he must also systematically leave the reader in the dark as to what the real reasons are for the growing dislike of the regime and the Chinese, and why the commitment to an independent Hong Kong identity among young people has now reached 75%. Schmidt's only focus here is on the indeed considerable social and economic upheavals, of which the housing shortage, which has increased dramatically under Chinese administration, is the biggest problem. Due to the extreme rent and property prices, Hong Kong residents only have an average of 15 square meters of living space at their disposal. Schmidt tries to deduce from the significantly lower economic growth compared to China and its boom cities such as neighboring Shenzhen or Shanghai that there is basically envy of the more successful Chinese, although he fails to mention the starting point. While the average life expectancy in China as a whole is 76 years and GDP per capita is around $9,000, which is below the global average, Hong Kong is one of the richest countries in the world with an average life expectancy of 84 years. Contrary to what Schmidt claims, Hong Kong's importance for the Chinese economy has decreased and China is now systematically pursuing a policy to the detriment of Hong Kong, but it cannot be said that its function as a hinge between the economy of the West and that of China is increasingly disappearing. On the contrary. This function is a driver of real estate prices, not least because Hong Kong is China's only financial center where capital imports and exports are possible without restrictions and therefore has direct access to the international credit market and information via the press and internet. Hong Kong's freedoms, enshrined in the principle of one country, two systems, not only attract thousands of companies and banks from all over the world to Hong Kong, but also from China, who benefit from the advantages of foreign exchange trading and low-interest loans and invest globally. Hong Kong's political importance as a location has increased even further since 2012, when the Communist Party leadership under Xi Jinping began making increasingly drastic encroachments on personal freedoms. In addition to the failure of the local and Chinese authorities to regulate the housing market and build more apartments, it is above all this development that is exacerbating the social pressure on those who do not have the median income of just over $2,000 a month, but have practically no option of settling elsewhere if they do not want to expose themselves to the Chinese repressive apparatus and are therefore forced to live in shoeboxes or shacks. However, to hold the abstract global capitalist competition responsible for this, as Schmidt does, is of course utter nonsense, as it is precisely China's interest in Hong Kong as a center of unhindered capital accumulation that has kept the enclave, together with Singapore, at the forefront of economic freedom worldwide to this day, according to the Wall Street Journal and Heritage Foundation. However, this is also the only reason why China is still adhering to the special status for Hong Kong that was once stipulated for 50 years from the British handover in 1997 until 2047. The protests were prompted by the passing of an extradition law that would have allowed the authorities in Hong Kong to extradite criminals to China. This at least challenged the concept of one country, two systems, which dates back to Deng Xiaoping, the de facto ruler of China from 1979 to 1997. After Mao's death in 1976, a new state formation began in the People's Republic of China, and with it a period of administrative restructuring. The question of how the territories of Hong Kong and Macau, which were still under British and Portuguese administration at the time, could be integrated into the Chinese structures was also discussed. The lease agreement for the territories, which today make up the majority of the territory of Hong Kong and which had been imposed on the Chinese Empire as a result of the Opium Wars, had a term of 99 years and expired in 1997. While Chinese politicians were concerned about how the capitalist structures established in the two colonies could be reconciled with the plans of the People's Republic of China, the European side was dominated by worries about the future of the reasonably open political orders. At the same time, Britain had little interest in the continued existence of the colony. It was mainly due to Mao's seizure of power, the Cultural Revolution, and the situation in the Cold War that the British had retained the Hong Kong outpost for so long, while other colonies had long since been abandoned. A compromise formula and transitional solution, therefore, had to be found. On December 19, 1984, the PRC and Great Britain, represented by Zhao Ziyang and Margaret Thatcher, signed a joint declaration on the return of Hong Kong and the annexed new territories to the PRC on July 1, 1997, which established the principle of one country, two systems. This arrangement was also enshrined in the Hong Kong Basic Law, a kind of constitution for the special administrative region, and provided for the liberal and capitalist structures to be maintained for a further 50 years after the return. The fact that there had been insufficient democratic reforms in Hong Kong under British colonial rule proved to be a central weakness from the outset. Until the end, executive power was held by a governor appointed from Great Britain, of whom only the last incumbent, Chris Patten, implemented further-reaching reforms in the direction of political participation, such as the direct election of half of the members of the Legislative Council. However, this was dissolved in 1997 and replaced until 1998 by a provisional council whose members were appointed by Beijing. An electoral committee was set up for the subsequent elections. Universal suffrage has never been introduced, and Hong Kong is still waiting for the repeatedly promised direct election of the head of government. Hong Kong's more than 150 years of colonial history have made the city a flourishing port and important economic, trade, and financial center, not least because the stable British rule based on binding laws spared it from the trials and tribulations of Chinese history, the failure of the empire, and the devastation of the Cultural Revolution and the Great Leap Forward, thus attracting people and investment from China and all over the world. At the same time, British authorities and Chinese elites in Hong Kong made all political decisions between themselves until the end of the colonial era. The pronounced social inequality and the still central position of a few rich Chinese who had switched sides in time before 1997 must therefore be seen not least as a British legacy. What makes Hong Kong one of the most attractive places in the world, in the eyes of some business journalists and academics, is not least due to Britain's lack of interest in the colony's development. The main reasons for this are the general and free schooling that was only introduced in the 1970s, the lack of housing, and the countless shacks. As the leading colonial officials were mostly unfamiliar with the Chinese population and their needs and had no great interest in them, they long preferred to give free rein to the market and the interests of anti-democratic magnates. Ever since the British had established trading posts in China and established Hong Kong as a colony in 1843 as a result of the First Opium War, Chinese collaborators, mostly merchants, had been the backbone of rule. The disastrous situation in China, particularly in the wake of the bloody Taiping Rebellion, 1851-64, which is still considered the bloodiest civil war of all time with 20 to 30 million dead, encouraged Chinese migration to the colony. In the early days, Hong Kong's economy was based almost exclusively on the opium trade, which was both the reason for the rise of the trading port and for its economic survival in difficult times. When Great Britain leased the so-called New Territories from China for 99 years in 1898, which proved to be a mistake in view of the balance of power at the time, Hong Kong was already the British colony with the least autonomy of the local government. Nevertheless, Hong Kong was the starting point for the first democratic uprisings in China and, as a relatively free retreat, contributed to the spread of democratic ideas in China. The extensive racial segregation between Chinese and British was only lifted after the Second World War, after the end of the brutal Japanese occupation, against which the British and Chinese had fought and resisted together. Nevertheless, Chinese were denied leading positions in the Hong Kong administration until the 1980s. The catastrophic situation in Mao's China once again drove hundreds of thousands of Chinese migrants to the colony, and the U.S. embargo following the Korean War and China's isolation laid the foundations for Hong Kong's subsequent boom as a bridge between China and the West. As a result of the famines during the Great Leap Forward, there was a further wave of immigration, which further exacerbated the social situation in Hong Kong. Low wages and 500,000 people without homes led to mass communist protests, initially supported from Beijing, but with the result that broad sections of the population became more supportive of the British colonial regime. Under the longest-serving governor, Murray MacLehose, 1971-82, extensive reforms were finally implemented in almost all areas of life, which still characterize Hong Kong today. Investments in healthcare, transport, education, and housing, as well as the introduction of Chinese as an official language, were pushed through despite some resistance from the UK. However, its efforts to improve relations with China proved fatal, not least because the British governments assumed that the colony would fall back to China and therefore rejected many democratic reforms. Although the negotiations that began over the return of the colony, without the Hong Kongers being involved, met with little approval and most inhabitants were in favor of remaining with Great Britain, the population began to come to terms with the Chinese future. Only the bloody suppression of the mass protests in Tiananmen Square in 1989 and the subsequent solidarity rallies in Hong Kong can be seen as the birth of the democracy movement, because it destroyed the hope that China would also reform politically as it opened up economically. However, between the signing of the agreement in 1984 and the end of the British colonial period in 1997, the looming return and the growing fear of China also led to the exodus of a tenth of the population. It was Chris Patten, Hong Kong's last governor, 1992-97, and the first high-profile politician to hold this position, who put the issue of democratic participation at the top of the agenda and fundamentally changed the political situation in Hong Kong. After his electoral law reform in 1994, the democratic forces won a clear election victory. While Patten enjoyed great popularity in Hong Kong, China demanded his replacement, defamed him as a liar and imperialist at every opportunity, and announced that his reforms would be reversed immediately in 1997. Not least because of the delayed and incomplete democratization and the decision not to consider releasing Hong Kong into a possible independence like Singapore, or at least to give the inhabitants of Hong Kong a say, the former empire released its colony into an uncertain future. Through British influence and its role as an international financial center between East and West, and more recently between China and the USA in particular, a political consciousness has developed in Hong Kong that differs considerably from that in China and is deliberately misunderstood as xenophobia by apologists of the regime. Because not everything was great under Mao, and not under Xi Jinping. Many Chinese sought and found refuge from hunger and persecution in British Hong Kong. The population is reacting with increasing self-confidence to attempts by China to exert influence and attacks on the only temporarily granted freedom rights, the end of which is already in sight for the younger generation in 27 years' time. Knowing full well that China can neither afford nor want to sacrifice the lucrative special administrative region, at least for the time being, they regularly take to the streets in their hundreds of thousands. Following the installation of a pro-Beijing committee to pre-select candidates for the post of Hong Kong chief executive, the so-called umbrella protests took place in 2014, with tens of thousands demonstrating for weeks for democratic elections. The latest uprisings are to be seen as a continuation of these failed attempts to peacefully emphasize the demands. Consequently, the movement's 5 demands are: firstly, the withdrawal of the extradition law, which potentially subjects every Hong Kong citizen to the arbitrariness of Chinese courts. Secondly, the withdrawal of the description of the protests as riots. Thirdly, the release of all arrested demonstrators. Fourthly, an independent commission to investigate the police violence. And fifthly, the resignation of Chief Executive Carrie Lam. By enforcing the at least temporary withdrawal of the extradition law, the demonstrators have shown that they speak a language that is also understood in Beijing. The fact that at the very moment when young people in Hong Kong are revolting en masse for a better future, an economic and political perspective against a brutal regime, former anti-German leftists are checking Xi Jinping's writings for Marxist content or jumping to the aid of the Chinese police, highlights how little the revolutionary gestures of such people are worth and how submissive they are prepared to be at any time. In contrast, we can only hope that the super-democrat Trump will follow up his anti-Chinese rhetoric with action and set limits to China's seemingly unstoppable rise. A hope that seems a little too optimistic at best. Western politicians, media representatives, NGOs, and other human rights ideologues initially unanimously blamed the Chinese government for the high number of deaths and injuries in the riots on July 5, 2009 in the capital of Urumqi in the Chinese province of Xinjiang. Citing reports by the World Congress of Uyghur Exiles, Chinese security forces were initially accused of having committed a massacre of several hundred Uyghurs living in Urumqi, and in later reports by the World Congress even of several thousand. According to the World Congress, a peaceful demonstration took place on July 5. The occasion was an attack by a Han Chinese mob on Uyghur factory workers in the eastern Chinese province of Shandong. After the demonstration was ended by the Chinese police, the crowd did not disperse immediately. This was an opportunity for the security forces to take extremely brutal and harsh action against the demonstrators, which led to an escalation of the situation. The subsequent unrest among the Uyghurs was therefore due to the brutal police action against peaceful demonstrators. During these riots, the Uyghurs fought street battles with the police and destroyed cars, houses, and stores. However, the World Congress also emphasizes that the peaceful Uyghurs did not kill any civilians. To end the unrest, the Chinese indiscriminately shot at the Uyghurs involved in the riots and caused a massacre. As Christian Y. Schmidt has already shown in concrete terms, this account by the World Congress did not correspond to the truth. To this day, the World Congress has been unable to provide any evidence of a massacre. Even the press articles linked on the World Congress website almost all no longer deny that on July 5 it was not peaceful Uyghur demonstrators who were killed by Chinese security forces, but predominantly Han Chinese civilians by a Uyghur mob. According to official Chinese figures, almost 200 people died, the vast majority of them Han Chinese. In addition, more than 1,000 people were injured. In contrast to the normal handling of demonstrations and unrest in China, the Chinese security forces were surprisingly calm in their initial response to the incited mob. As Schmidt also pointed out and numerous sources outside Germany confirmed, normal police forces were mainly deployed at the demonstration. Even when the violence broke out, initially only water cannons, tear gas, and rubber truncheons were used. It was only late, more than an hour after the riots broke out, that special riot control units, military units, and armored personnel carriers were deployed and firearms were used. As far as we know at the moment, however, it was not peaceful or unarmed demonstrators who were shot at, but individual people who refused to desist from their murderous and barbaric actions, even after warning shots had been fired. This means that the news that continues to be circulated by the German media that the harsh and brutal use of force by the Chinese security forces against peaceful demonstrators triggered the unrest is not true. So the question naturally arises, what is the background to these pogrom-like riots? The reason for the demonstration on July 5 was an incident in the Chinese province of Guangdong. This is located in eastern China. In the last 2 years, over 200,000 Uyghurs have been recruited or forced to work in factories in this province by the Chinese government. This mass influx of Uyghurs met with strong disapproval from the Han Chinese population. The Uyghurs were accused of taking jobs away from the locals, and xenophobic prejudices that the Uyghurs were inferior, lazy, and criminal made the rounds. In this climate of hatred, the spreading of a rumor, which is now certain to be untrue, about the rape of 2 Han Chinese girls by Uyghurs in a factory was enough to set a Han Chinese mob of more than 100 men in motion. This mob, armed with knives, stones and clubs, attacked the dormitories of the Uyghur workers and indiscriminately beat and stabbed those present. According to official Chinese reports, this resulted in 2 deaths and over 100 injuries, some of them serious. The news of this incident was trivialized by the Chinese authorities for fear of unrest in Xinjiang. Nevertheless, news and pictures of the attack spread rapidly throughout Xinjiang via cell phones and emails. These pictures showed in great detail not only the brutality of the attackers, but also the victims covered in blood and lying lifeless in the rooms. In addition, together with these pictures, the rumor circulated that the number of victims was far greater than officially stated by the Chinese. Furthermore, the Chinese police had neither fulfilled their duty to protect the Uyghurs nor to pursue and punish the perpetrators. These rumors had been spread by the World Congress, which also played a major role in disseminating the images on the internet and via cell phones. The World Congress was thus at least involved in the run-up to the demonstration on July 5th. These demonstrations were prompted by the incidents in Guangdong, and the participants' main demands were the ruthless investigation of the crimes and the punishment of the perpetrators. With reference to the incidents in Guangdong on July 1st, the World Congress also called for protests in front of Chinese embassies on July 3rd and the following days. Despite these various activities prior to the demonstration in Urumqi, the World Congress denies any organizational involvement or support for the demonstration on July 5th. This account can be doubted. Ultimately, however, it does not matter whether the exiled Uyghurs were only indirectly involved in the organization of the demonstration through their activities in the run-up to it or through direct support during its implementation. By publishing and disseminating the pictures, the World Congress not only intended to make information accessible, but also sought to provoke an uprising. It was fully aware of the impact these images of Han Chinese killing Uyghurs would have on the Uyghur population in Xinjiang. As early as 2005, the World Congress pointed out the explosive mood in Xinjiang and warned of further escalation and conflict between Chinese and Uyghurs if Chinese policy continued. The background to this conflict was clear to the World Congress. It wrote, "At present, the Uyghurs in East Turkestan must choose between the extinction of their nation through gradual assimilation or a deadly struggle for their cultural identity." The website of the East Turkestan Information Center linked by the World Congress makes it clear what is meant by this deadly struggle. It says, "Either we live according to our will or we die fighting. My last word is that we must be friends with the friends of Allah and enemies of the enemies of Allah. Until we have adopted this attitude, we cannot be satisfied." These calls for heroic resistance against the Chinese occupiers and for holy war are not simply statements by exiled Uyghur nutcases, but reflect the attitude of the majority of Uyghurs. This mixture of folkish and Islamo-fascist delusion has its origins in the ideology of Pan-Turkism. The emergence and spread of this ideology among the Uyghurs can be traced back to the 19th century. As early as the 19th century, there were several uprisings and unrest in what is now Xinjiang against the Chinese ruling dynasty of the time. However, this was not yet a mass movement with a clear ideological and political profile. Such an ideological basis only developed at the beginning of the previous century with the spread of Pan-Turkism in the Uyghur regions. It is important to note that the Uyghurs belong to the Turkic peoples. Pan-Turkism was a folkish ideology that called for the unification of all Turkic peoples in a greater Turkic empire. The best-known representatives of Pan-Turkism were the Young Turks. The foundations for this empire were to be formed by a common culture and race. In this worldview, the Turks were regarded as the master race over all other peoples. A modified form of Pan-Turkism was spread in the Uyghur regions by the Jadadists, who were spreading, as in all Central Asian countries at the time. Jadadism was particularly opposed to the social and cultural backwardness of Islamic societies. Islamic societies were in urgent need of reform and modernization in the Western sense. Islam must also be freed from all traditionalism and ritualism, and the Quran must be understood in its historical context. Unfortunately, however, these ideas of modernization, which at first glance seemed very progressive and sympathetic, went hand in hand with the invocation of a true Islam and the blood and soil ideology of Pan-Turkism. For the Jadadists, the unifying bond between the Turkic peoples was above all their common belief in Allah. The empire of the Turks was only seen as the first step on the way to the Ummah. For the Jadadists, belief in the nation was synonymous with belief in God. In contrast to the Young Turks, for them Islam was the most important common element of the Turks. To spread their ideas, the Jadadists focused in particular on school education. They wanted to educate children and young people in a new spirit. The name Jadadists therefore also means new teaching methods. They saw their main task in the Uyghur region primarily in the mass establishment of new schools in every province. They also spread their teachings among the population through newspapers. This spread of the teachings of Jadadism among the Uyghur population laid the foundation for the folkish and Islamo-fascist delusions of the majority of today's Uyghurs. In the period that followed, Uyghurs twice attempted to found a Republic of East Turkestan on the basis of Pan-Turkism. The first attempt to establish an independent Islamic Republic of East Turkestan failed after only 4 months, November 1933 to February 1934. Despite its short duration, the claim of the Uyghurs to their own state is often justified with reference to this first republic. The Second Independent Republic of East Turkestan, which only included the area around North Xinjiang, was able to last much longer thanks to the support of the Soviet Union. It existed for a total of 5 years, from 1944 to 1949. In 1949, the Soviet Union dropped its support and approved the occupation by the Chinese People's Army. In 1956, the Uyghur Autonomous Region of Xinjiang, which still exists today, was founded. This led to several riots among the Uyghurs and even to uprisings in some areas. According to the World Congress, 157 uprisings for democracy and freedom are said to have taken place between 1949 and 1968. This figure is probably greatly exaggerated. In the literature I have looked at, if you add it up, you get a maximum of 15 to 30 major riots and uprisings. Far more interesting, however, is the World Congress's understanding of democracy and freedom. The biggest uprising against the Chinese during this period broke out in 1954. This oh-so-liberal uprising was led by the radical Muslim Abilimi. He and his men wanted to establish an Islamic state and propagated holy war. Their activities consisted of attacks on various public buildings and the triggering of several riots in different parts of the country. As a result, these radical Muslims were able to mobilize quite a few people with their slogans and goals in the short term, and they were also able to achieve minor successes in their attacks. But Islam did not pose a real threat in Xinjiang at this time. As a result, the activities of Abilimi and his followers came to a virtual standstill by 1957 at the latest. Of course, Uyghurs who were more attached to the folkish dream of Pan-Turkism did not simply die out. Protests and unrest flared up again and again in various towns and villages. In 1962, for example, there were violent riots in Xiang in which more than 2,000 people took part. At this time, however, these separatist movements did not yet pose a major problem for the Chinese Central Power. Above all, they lacked ideological leaders. The most important leaders of the Second Republic of East Turkestan had already died in a mysterious plane crash in 1949. From 1958 onwards, Mao had the majority of the activists of the Second East Turkestan Republic arrested and shot. As in other regions, the Cultural Revolution in Xinjiang attempted to persecute and ban anything un-Chinese and traditional. Mosques were closed and the practice of cultural customs and the Uyghur language were banned. Anyone who violated the ban was persecuted or even killed. When Deng Xiaoping took office, the Uyghurs were once again allowed to practice their religion and culture under certain conditions. This led to a strong re-Islamization in Xinjiang. New mosques and associated Quran schools were founded en masse. As a result of these Quran schools, the state schools lost a great deal of control and influence over the Uyghur children and young people. These schools often not only spread and taught Islam, but also the idea of a Pan-Turkic empire. The change in the street scene in most places in Xinjiang today also reflects the growing power and influence of Islam. Just 10 years ago, almost no veiled women could be seen on the streets of Xinjiang. Today, the majority of women wear headscarves or even burqas. In addition, the imams are the real rulers in the individual communities, at least in southern Xinjiang. They have far greater power than the local party and government authorities. No important changes in the community can be implemented without the consent or at least approval of the imam. In addition, new decrees are often announced by the imam during Friday prayers. Finally, the imams are also increasingly taking over the administration of justice. In recent years, convictions based on Sharia law and multiple marriages have taken on threatening proportions. This rule is based above all on a system of permanent social control and surveillance of the individual. Anyone who does not fully submit to the terror of morality and virtue imposed by Allah's servants, and is therefore considered an unbeliever, is excluded from the community and in many cases must expect persecution. No one is allowed to talk to these people, and they are prevented from participating in normal village or town life. For example, the infidels are no longer served in many stores, are no longer invited to parties, and are subjected to numerous other forms of harassment and humiliation. Since 1990, the Chinese have been increasingly trying to push back Islam, which is now on the advance. Quran schools, extracurricular Islamic youth clubs and organizations have been dissolved, and people under the age of 18 have been banned from attending mosques. Imams have also been selected and appointed by the Chinese for some time, and their sermons and activities have been controlled. These measures have probably come too late. A whole generation has already been educated in the Quran schools in the spirit of Allah and Pan-Turkism. Most teachers in state schools are also believers themselves and try to influence their pupils in this way. Nevertheless, these measures at least have the positive effect of making it more difficult for the imams to recruit new recruits. What they could not prevent was that the spread of everyday Islam in Xinjiang and the new power of the imams generally led to a radicalization of Muslims and gave rise to jihadist gangs. Since 1990, these gangs have carried out numerous attacks on civilian and military targets as well as on Uyghur and Chinese politicians. However, not all attacks in Xinjiang can be attributed to jihadists. Several separatist terrorist gangs are also wreaking havoc in the region. This usually makes it difficult to draw conclusions about the ideological background of the perpetrators of an attack, as there are often no letters of confession. The fact is, however, that numerous attacks were carried out in buses, stores, markets, and other public places, particularly in the years 1992 to 1993 and 1996 to 1997. More than 30 people were killed and over 100 injured. The last major attack took place just before the 2008 Olympic Games. During an attack on a police station in the city of Kashgar, 16 police officers were killed and 16 others seriously injured. Several politicians have also fallen victim to such attacks since 1990. At the same time, attacks have increasingly shifted abroad since 2000. The reason for this could be that at least the jihadists have established contacts with the Taliban and Kazakh and Kyrgyz religious warriors. Quite a few Uyghurs are now being trained in Taliban camps and receive money and weapons from them. Uyghurs have been involved in several attacks on Uyghur and Chinese politicians in Turkey, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and several other countries. Just as the jihadists reflect the Islamization of Uyghur society, the separatist terrorist groups reflect the strong renaissance of pan-Turkist and separatist ideas among the Uyghurs that has been observed since the 1980s. An important factor in this resurgence was the collapse of the Soviet Union. As a result, independent states such as Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan emerged directly on the border with Xinjiang, whose citizens are also counted among the Turkic peoples. The independence of these states has rekindled hopes among the Uyghurs for the possibility of an independent state. At around the same time as these states gained their independence, however, China massively increased the settlement of Han Chinese in Xinjiang. For the Uyghurs, these masses of Han Chinese pouring into Xinjiang are the final proof of the perfidious Chinese plan, hallucinated in their delusion, to exterminate the Uyghur people and their culture through assimilation. Today, however, the Han Chinese are being brought to Xinjiang less for reasons of assimilation than to exploit the massive oil reserves discovered since the 1990s. The Chinese government has invested considerable effort in the exploitation of these deposits. This required a large number of ordinary workers and specialists in this field. However, due to the Uyghurs' lack of loyalty to the Chinese state and the associated fear of acts of sabotage, the Chinese only wanted to employ Uyghurs as normal workers for such important work, if at all. Also, due to the very low level of education in Xinjiang, most Uyghurs would not be able to take on higher positions in this work. For this reason, the Chinese government recruited masses of Han Chinese workers in other parts of the country and shipped them to Xinjiang. Today, Xinjiang is one of the richest provinces in China thanks to its large oil reserves. However, this wealth benefits almost exclusively the Han Chinese living in Xinjiang and, above all, the Chinese government. The living situation of the majority of Uyghurs has not changed as a result of this new wealth. Many Uyghurs still lead a miserable life in the countryside. The unemployment rate in the cities is also very high, especially among young people. For the Uyghurs, in their folkish and Islamically charged delusion, The Han Chinese are the personified expression of the oppression and destruction of their people. This delusion led to riots against Han Chinese long before July 5th. Between 1980 and 1981, there were demonstrations and riots in 4 different cities. The causes included a fire in a mosque and street fights between Han Chinese and Uyghur youths. The content and actions of these were explicitly directed against the presence of Han Chinese in Xinjiang. Not only were slogans such as "Beat the Kaitai Uyghur," term for Han Chinese, to death, or "Long live the Islamic Republic" shouted, but Han Chinese and their homes, stores and businesses were also attacked. Several people were killed and injured as a result. However, exact casualty figures are not available. Further serious unrest with numerous Han Chinese victims occurred in the city of Xining in 1997. These followed the banning of youth clubs based on strict Islamic rules and principles that had formed in the city and the surrounding area. Their explicit aim is to combat all un-Islamic behavior among young people. The direct cause of the protests, however, was the arrest of 2 religious students by the police. This was followed by days of protests which, after further arrests, soon turned into a frenzy of destruction of cars, houses and stores, as well as violence against Han Chinese and Chinese police officers. As on July 5th, the Uyghurs used knives and clubs to hunt down Han Chinese civilians. At least 10 Han Chinese died and more than 100 people were injured. Even then, exiled Uyghurs and NGOs spoke of a massacre of the Uyghurs. The Chinese were also accused of having triggered the violence by closing the clubs and arresting peaceful protesters. Here, too, no clear evidence could be presented. Nevertheless, these riots resulted in far more deaths among the Uyghurs than the current figures for July 5th. Yet the term massacre is misleading because the dead were largely, albeit poorly, armed militants. In addition to these riots from 1980 to 1981 and 1997, numerous other smaller incidents could be cited as evidence that the hatred and will to destroy Han Chinese among the Uyghur population has a long history. This mixture of pan-Turkish blood and soil ideology and Islamic struggle against the infidels, which haunts the minds of the majority of Uyghurs, naturally does not stop international human rights advocates and cultural relativists from placing the Uyghurs under sacrosanct species protection. As always, when it comes to the protection of endangered peoples, they back the supposedly oppressed and weak. For every atrocity and crime committed by autochthonous peoples, absolution has already been granted by our Western friends. No matter what they do, they can count on the anti-Western friends of the nations to turn their barbaric actions into a desperate act of hopelessness or a justified defense of their own clan and tribal rights. It is therefore not surprising that the riots of July 5th are still met with great understanding and compassion for the breathing, persecuted Uyghurs. As always, imperialism is to blame, which in this case is not American but Chinese. The Islamic world also expressed its solidarity with the Uyghurs. The Turkish Prime Minister spoke of genocide against the Uyghurs and threatened the Chinese with a boycott of their goods. Above all, this has something to do with the folkish self-image of the nationalist Turks, which still contains strong elements of pan-Turkism. Other Islamic brothers and sisters of the Uyghurs also spoke out a few days later. The Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb threatened the infidel Chinese with attacks in Chinese cities. The atrocities committed by the Uyghurs and their sympathizers reflect all the elements of the irrational delusion relating to the right of peoples to self-determination and cultural identity. However, it would be a mistake to develop sympathy for the Chinese and their treatment of the Uyghurs on the basis of these repulsive acts by the Uyghurs and their supporters. For the Uyghur individual, assimilation does not mean liberation or an improvement in their situation. In their hatred of individual freedom and their commitment to complete subjugation to the collective, Uyghur and Chinese attitudes are similar. It is therefore not surprising that just 2 days after the riots on July 5th, the Han Chinese in Xinjiang also showed that they are in no way inferior to the Uyghurs when it comes to irrationality. On July 7th, for example, a mob of several thousand Han Chinese armed with knives, iron bars and clubs wanted to kill as many people as possible for reasons of revenge and retaliation. They chanted, "Death to the Uyghurs," and sang the Chinese national anthem. Only a massive deployment of armed police and special units, who cordoned off access to the Uyghur neighborhoods and the marketplace, and the use of tear gas prevented this lynch mob from happening again on July 5th. Nevertheless, on this day Han Chinese occasionally chased alleged or real Uyghurs through the city and beat them. They also broke through a police cordon and vented their hatred and will to destroy on several Uyghur stores and market stalls. After July 7th, the Chinese were able to calm the situation by imposing a curfew and rigorously enforcing it with armed police units. Martial law was also imposed on some parts of the city, and the cell phone and internet networks were cut. The reason for this was not so much to cut off the Uyghurs' contact with the outside world, as reported by exiled Uyghurs and many media outlets, but rather to thwart planning and incitement to violence via these communication channels. This deceptive peace, which was only maintained by a massive police presence and strict prosecution of all violations of the curfew, did not last long. Riots broke out again at the beginning of September. The background to this was attacks with hypodermic needles on mostly Han Chinese passers-by. The Uyghurs were identified as the culprits. The Chinese government was also accused of no longer providing adequate protection for the Han Chinese population in Xinjiang, as the events of July 5th had already shown. During the 3 days of demonstrations and protests, Uyghurs were once again hunted down. 5 people lost their lives and several were injured. The Uyghurs' supposedly free choice between assimilation or liberation struggle is a choice between plague and cholera. Both options require the rejection of all individual freedom and complete submission to the real socialist principle of the new man or the Islamo-fascist terror of virtue. Therefore, in the spirit of reason and enlightenment, we must plead for a genuine alternative. This consists of appealing to individual happiness and turning away from the community. In concrete terms, this means supporting all discomies, hustlers, and other people who insist on their individual freedom, whose numbers are said to have increased in Xinjiang, in contrast to the general trend towards veiling. In their enthusiasm for the Dalai Lama, old Nazis and liberals, readers of tabloid newspapers and educated citizens, ethnozoologists and vegan dwellers of construction sites all agree. This cannot be explained solely by the infantile longing to identify with the good or the search for self-discovery. The popularity of Lamaism is also due to its skillful play with stereotypes. His portrayal as the tribal chief of a pristine culture untouched by the spirit of materialism and civilization until the 20th century evokes particular enthusiasm among audiences. This peaceful and harmonious population, which had lived in harmony with nature until the invasion of the Yellow Peril, was now being systematically destroyed and sucked dry by nasty Chinese colonizers. The Tibetans represent the Indians of today, and who would want to condone the extermination of the Indians? If asked, all Tibet sympathizers would therefore give moral reasons for their engagement. But especially in Germany, one should be on one's guard when someone is constantly peddling their supposedly strong conscience. This is also the case in this instance. The human rights violations against the individual Tibetans only serve to legitimize the mueslis and friends of the nation's delusional and entirely self-serving identification with one of the supposedly oldest civilizations in world history. Their lament is not directed against the truly barbaric and inhumane conditions in Tibet, which is not only destitute but, to make matters worse, is also ruled by the People's Republic of China. The barbaric aspect of Chinese conditions is the complete subordination of the individual to Chinese state and party doctrine, which is maintained through control and violence. The Chinese state claims to regulate and control the entire lives of its citizens. This manifests itself above all in the compulsion to work under unbearable conditions and, for those who resist or otherwise attract attention through subversive behavior, in deportation to labor camps. Added to this is the complete control of all political activities and leisure pursuits, the strict censorship of the media and the internet, the one-child policy, etc., which is well known from the press. Any individual and collective efforts that rise up against these demands, such as strikes, unrest, or uprisings, are brutally crushed with violence. Instead, their concern is to save Tibetan culture, which is supposedly threatened by decay or even a holocaust. Yet Tibet was a pre-modern and hierarchic society until well into the 20th century. Daily hunger and abject poverty, unacceptable hygienic conditions and a high risk of epidemics, a very high mortality rate as well as archaic war and tribal rights made life hell for the Tibetan population. In economic terms, Tibetan society was at the level of a feudal society. The majority of the population were serfs and unfree peasants who had to obey the arbitrary orders of the rich lamas and the Tibetan nobility. The vanishing point of all debates about a restoration of the pre-Chinese state under the heading of preserving Tibetan culture, therefore lies in the romanticization of an incredibly brutal relationship of exploitation. The glorification of Old Tibet expresses a longing for originality that is barbaric in its forgetfulness of history. Jan Gerber once aptly described this longing with the words, "With the Enlightenment and the Revolution, meaning the French one." However, not only the last ties to the natural community, marks, to blood, soil, clod, clan, and tribe, were severed. The disenchantment of the world, which was at the heart of the Enlightenment program, went hand in hand with its renewed enchantment. Social relations became tangible, frozen natural relations, second nature. In the process of emancipation from the first nature, man shares the fate of the rest of the world. Society continues the thread of nature as a permanent, organized compulsion, which, reproducing itself in individuals as consequent self-preservation, strikes back at nature as social domination over nature. The more clearly the social relationship of coercion resembled the archaic struggle of all against all, the more people longed for the original. Instead of finally demanding the unattained ideal of bourgeois society, the fulfillment of the promise of happiness, as Marx had hoped, they dreamed themselves back into the bad reality of the day before yesterday, horde, clan, tribe, blood, and soil. Quote, and, unlike their Western fans, many Tibetans initially welcomed the Chinese invasion as a liberation from the hierarchic and archaic conditions of Old Tibet. In particular, they hoped for a better life and more freedom through the abolition of serfdom, the expropriation of the large estates of the princes and lamas, the deposition and persecution of the Lamaist dignitaries, and so on. However, the hope for more freedom was in vain from the outset. Unlike other interventions such as Vietnam's invasion of Cambodia, the Chinese invasion was not aimed at ending a barbaric peace and establishing a more liberal society, but merely at subjugating and incorporating a territory to which pre-communist China had already laid claim. Despite all the propaganda talking about communism, freedom, and progress, hatred of the Enlightenment and its achievements forms the basis of Maoist ideology, which is all about folkdom and the cult of labor. The anti-imperialist socialism of the Maoists is thus a legitimate twin brother of the Lamaist doctrine of purity and originality, with the only difference being that the monks only wanted their subjects to toil, while the party cadres at least preach that no one, including themselves, will be spared. Both are united by the condemnation, indeed the fight against intellect and reason, against individual freedom and private happiness, against cosmopolitanism and capitalism, against luxury and hedonism. In China, this hatred culminated in the Cultural Revolution, a kind of barbaric and bloodthirsty wholesale cleansing. This state-ordered wave of cleansing in Tibet was directed in particular against the Lamaist clergy and their possessions, who were branded as enemies of the people and exploiters. With the support of the Chinese army, the Tibetan population's decades-long accumulated hatred of their former tormentors was unleashed in a blind fury of destruction and annihilation. Thousands of monks and other followers of Lamaism were brutally and cruelly killed and tortured in the streets, humiliated and pilloried, driven out of the monasteries and persecuted. Monasteries and the art treasures they contained were destroyed and burned. The excesses of violence during the Cultural Revolution were the culmination of a systematic policy of suppression and persecution of Lamaist ideology emanating from China. The aim of Chinese policy was and is the elimination of a competitor for the fruits of the hard and arduous work on the fields of the plateau. In order to assert their power over the Tibetan wasteland, the Chinese had to eliminate the theocratic relations of dependence and coercion, but not suppress all cultural expressions of Old Tibet, such as language, customs and traditions, tribal rights, etc. Gripped by the fanaticism of the Maoist outbreak, everything un-Chinese was to be eradicated. From an economic and political point of view, it would have been sufficient to suppress the influence of the Lamaist clergy on the Tibetan population. However, the ideology of a system of complete subjugation of the individual to the rules of the socialist community culminated in a dynamic that not only shattered the previous conditions of coercion and dependency, but also sought to completely eradicate any memory of them. In view of the latest images of a murdering, burning, and looting mob directed against the Chinese occupation, this policy must be regarded as a clever one. Obviously, the memory is still present and is persistently drummed into the young monks by their teachers. However, the fact that the concept of uprooting and Sinoization has failed is not only due to the propaganda of the Yellow Caps. Above all, not much has changed economically for most Tibetans since Mao's hordes liberated them. Although the majority of the Tibetan population does not want the old system of serfdom back, it certainly does not mind when the monks take action against their current tormentors, the People's Republic of China and its henchmen. It is only the monks who really mourn the old conditions and for whom there is something to gain. After all, the monasteries and sacred buildings are magnets that definitely attract a noteworthy and potentially profitable number of tourists. In view of the fact that, compared to subsistence farming, tourism is the only source of significant income for the Chinese state, which, however, does not even begin to cover the investments in infrastructure, this is not an unimportant factor. The old Tibet, like the one under Chinese rule, is still based entirely on what Marx called the Asiatic mode of production, which prevents primitive accumulation. This is not due to the ill will of the Chinese, who would be only too happy to exploit Tibet more profitably, but above all to the geographical conditions. In view of the costs involved, implementing industrialization in this region, which could only integrate the Tibetan economy into the world market, is at best a wet dream of modernization ideologues far removed from reality. In this respect, Marx's characterization still largely applies to Tibet. The Asian mode of production has three essential elements. It knows no private ownership of land. The only landowner is the despot, who appropriates the agrarian surplus product in the form of tribute, rent, or tax, in order to maintain the bureaucratic and military apparatus. The basis of society is the self-sufficient village community with its unity of agriculture and manufacture. The bureaucracy performs overarching economic tasks, above all the organization of hydraulic engineering, dikes, canals, transport and other public buildings, and maintains state monopolies for salt, iron, foreign trade, etc. The peasants are not set free, the producers are not separated from the means of production. There is no division of labor between town and country and thus no internal market. State monopolies and the peasant subsistence economy hinder the development of capitalist entrepreneurship. So there is also no bourgeois urban development. The cities remained purely residential and administrative centers. Long-distance trade is bureaucratically controlled. The result is an unproductive use of the surplus product for the luxury consumption of the ruling classes and prestigious public buildings, palaces, tombs. Another consequence is stagnation or cyclical ups and downs without any real, technical industrial progress. The Chinese invasion also brought no liberation from the idiocy of rural life and its constraints. The only difference was that the peasants were no longer forced to use their labor as serfs, but as work slaves for the socialist collective. It is therefore demonstrably false when Hermann Gremliza, who appears to be completely outdated, writes in his column, "The People's Republic of China, like the Soviet Union, was an attempt to organize and costume a great leap forward, from the Middle Ages to modern times, with set pieces from the fund of communist theory. The real socialism of the Chinese, like that of the Soviet Union, did not mean the abolition of capitalism, but its preparation. It set Adam Smith's primitive accumulation in motion and with it created a proletariat, brought the two societies to the historical point from which the Western Europeans and North Americans had departed in the mid-19th century. What Marx had hopefully attributed to the revolution in China in his time was probably only achieved by Mao. The empire of heaven collapsed, the barbaric hermetic isolation from the civilized world was broken." End of quote. As is customary in communist circles, the editor absolves himself for spreading his fact-resistant nonsense by quoting St. Marx. To save the honor of anti-imperialism and its Western friends, Gremliza now seems to be willing to lie at will. The truth is that no primitive accumulation ever took place in Tibet. The establishment of schools and hospitals, which actually had a civilizing effect, has nothing to do with a capitalization of society. Modernization remained, as Marxists would say, without a substructure. Those who, like most Tibetans, cannot afford to flee to other parts of the world will forever remain trapped in the meager conditions in no man's land that make them sick and stupid, unless they find a job in the massively subsidized tourism sector. The exploitation of the zinc, copper, and lead deposits is still in its infancy, and it is doubtful whether the workers employed there will ever experience economic advancement under Chinese conditions. Although Tibetan society is still stuck in the horror of pre-modernity, it has the rising prosperity and improving education of the Chinese in its sights at the same time as Maoist rule. Both seem unattainable for them. It was only through this development that a Tibetan resistance movement against progress and modernization was able to form. For the formation of such a community consciousness presupposes the confrontation with a profoundly modernized society, whose very existence creates a difference between aspiration and reality. The Tibetan consciousness of resistance can only form when the injustice suffered can be perceived as such. This presupposes a general and binding law that prescribes fixed and binding rules of social coexistence. In China, where the exercise of power and violence is entrusted to a state and no longer to a Buddhist monk clique, such a law exists, even if it is extremely repressive and is regularly interpreted arbitrarily by the Maoist bureaucracy. With the introduction of the relationship between state and subject, which also took place in Tibet, the individual was given the opportunity to relate his life situation to other people, to think about it and to abstract from it. In this way, they gain the ability to understand themselves as social beings, to differentiate themselves as subjects from coercive social relations and to criticize them. Unfortunately, however, the protest movement in question here is not very critical of domination and exploitation. Its rebellion is limited to the rejection of foreign domination. The so-called Tibetan People's Uprising was not an emancipatory movement, but merely a call for an authentic ruler who comes from the people, which can ultimately be characterized as anti-imperialist. Thus, popular anger was directed against the foreigners identified with artificiality and abstraction, the Han Chinese. It was no coincidence that Chinese merchants and shopkeepers were a particular object of hatred in the anti-Enlightenment pogroms. They are seen as a symbol of the invasion of modernity and civilization into the Tibetan village community and its pre-stabilized harmony. This is because they are exemplary for the reasonably free movement of goods and trade, for liberation from dependencies on land and fields, tribe and clan, and thus for the unnatural invasion of capitalist socialization in Tibet. Other targets of attack were civilizational achievements associated with the process of modernization, such as schools, hospitals, and kindergartens. In addition to rioting monks, it was mainly younger Tibetans who were involved in the unrest. They grew up with the legend of the peaceful and harmonious coexistence of earlier days, which the Chinese had destroyed and annihilated. This is why they do not identify with the existing Tibetan society under Chinese rule, but derive their identity from the complete dissociation from it and the glorification of the pre-modern, supposedly better life. Everything Chinese, everything modern is therefore seen by them as an attack on this painstakingly constructed identity. Supported by the Western media, this has enabled them to acquire the status of permanent and powerless victims of their circumstances. From this victim perspective, every atrocity committed can still be explained and excused. Others, society, or, in this case, the Chinese, are always responsible for their own actions. However, those who are denied responsibility for their actions find it easy to give free rein to their urges without any sense of guilt. Nevertheless, contrary to what the media portray, only a minority of Tibetans took part in the pogroms. Although the majority demand more cultural freedom, e.g. the abolition of the suppression and persecution of Buddhist religious practice, the ban on the Tibetan language and certain customs and traditions, they do not wish for a return to the old state of society. In this respect, materialist ideological criticism has to target both Chinese rule and the Tibetan friends of the simple life. The scene of self-proclaimed Tibet critics usually has nothing to do with such criticism. They are divided into two equally reality-blind camps. One part is subscribed to open propaganda for China. Editors and readers of Junge Welt, as well as left party functionaries, DKP members, and old Maoists. Any further involvement with these figures would be a wasted effort. It is more interesting to look at the other camp. Without exception, the people mentioned and their publications would probably condemn Chinese policy in Tibet. However, they completely fail to engage with this policy. Their ideological criticism is limited exclusively to the Dalai Lama and his influence on today's Tibet, or to the former lamas and their influence on ancient Tibet. They have become obsessed with where, when, at what time, and on what occasion the Dalai Lama had contact with bad people or said bad things, or when, where, and for what reason people were tortured and killed in ancient Tibet. By remaining silent about China and emphasizing the crimes and atrocities of Tibetan Buddhism, they suggest to their readers that Chinese conditions are not so bad and that only the Dalai Lama represents a danger to a freer and better life for Tibetans. In this way, they are also indirectly promoting propaganda for China. On the other hand, it should be emphasized once again that Chinese politics and the Lamaist mindset are directed against reason, individuality, and enlightenment. A critique of Tibet worthy of its name would have to take the side of those who want to endure neither Chinese nor Tibetan bondage and who strive for a better life in freedom and prosperity. It has nothing to do with the prophets of unquestioning authority who want to keep humanity in stupidity and misery. Religious adherents possess a unity that diverges from the party's enforced conformity. In the case of Christianity, the Church is understood to be the body of Christ, and believers recognize that they are all united in that body. U.S. policy must therefore provide support to religious adherents of Western Christianity and Judaism in China. During the Cold War, U.S. broadcasters transmitted religious programming of this kind in different faiths to believers in the USSR who were denied religious freedom. There were, and are, no constitutional constraints from doing so, and such programming proceeded unimpeded but appreciated by the target audiences for decades. During the Cold War, the Reagan White House maintained contact with the diaspora communities of the captive nations of Eastern Europe and the USSR. They were regularly briefed on U.S. strategy and given moral support for their efforts to liberate the lands of their ancestors. These groups were rarely invited to the White House, except when presidents were seeking re-election support. Now, they were invited to proffer advice on public diplomacy based on their cultural knowledge. These organizations and émigré dissidents possessed networks of trusted contacts who could help both official and private covert efforts to support liberation movements like the Solidarity Trade Union in Poland or the People's Fronts in the USSR's Union republics. Dissidents within the Soviet Empire were provided with technology and material that could help with internal communication, such as fax machines, mimeograph machines, and even paper, whose supplies were monopolized by the party state. Altogether, the message this support sent to the peoples of the captive nations was that they were not alone. A similar message must be sent to every student, businessperson, and exchange participant visiting the United States that the CCP's intelligence services, to which China's national security law requires them all to report when demanded, are the party's organs and not the Chinese nation's. The message must be that true Chinese patriotism has a spirit of solicitude toward the welfare of the Chinese nation and not of its oppressive and illegitimate regime. A vigorous public diplomacy effort must compete for the sympathy of the Chinese people. We must call them our allies in the cause of freedom, civil rights, bargaining power of workers, and the rule of law. In addition to having the psychologically strategic effect of encouraging popular resistance to communism, a constantly repeated policy of alliance and solidarity with the Chinese peoples will combat the CCP propaganda that U.S. policies to counter CCP espionage and active measures amount to anti-Asian hate. Our traditional diplomats must understand this public diplomacy priority and not undermine it by official démarches, agreements, and symbolic gestures, photos with warm handshakes, embraces, kisses, bows, champagne treaty signing ceremonies, etc., whose effects are to confer legitimacy on the CCP and demoralize the people. To emphasize this point, U.S. foreign policy must develop a serious capability to conduct a two-track foreign policy toward all tyrannical and aggressive adversary countries, maintaining a cool and, where necessary, business-like relationship with the oppressive regime while maintaining a warm relationship with the people. This is a skill that has been systematically ignored by our diplomatic establishment and implemented only occasionally by presidential administrations sensitive to this requirement. Conveying truth, democratic ideas, human rights, and a vision of political, economic, religious freedom, and a restoration of Chinese cultural traditions requires a massive effort to revive our international broadcasting capabilities, particularly the Voice of America, VOA, and Radio Free Asia, RFA, which utilize not only radio but television and the internet. It also requires support for private broadcasters such as The Sound of Hope, which reaches significant audiences in China. The nucleus within the larger center of gravity of the CCP's internal security system is the party's monopoly control of information and communications. Therefore, the central strategic objective of a U.S. strategy must be to break that monopoly. Recently, in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Congress appropriated $20 million for our broadcasts to that region. While every nickel is welcome, this was not serious, especially after these services stopped broadcasting in the one-way, shortwave radio that can reach meaningful numbers of people, especially in times of crisis. When confronted with the same challenge during the Cold War, the Reagan administration appropriated $2.5 billion for our broadcasters, $7.9 billion in today's dollars. Today, we must reach the Chinese people in every way possible. Through shortwave, medium wave, DRM, Digital Radio Mondiale, which is the application of the digital revolution to radio broadcasting, television, and satellite broadcasting. All these must be transmitted on many frequencies, 24 hours per day. We must make major investments, even a Manhattan Project-like investment, to circumvent the Great Firewall and to overcome the CCP's massive censorship apparatus. We must use instruments like Starlink and Link Global, a company that is putting hundreds of satellites into space that are becoming orbiting cell phone towers. These technologies enable us not only to communicate the truth to the Chinese people, but also help them to communicate with one another. Some allege that radio broadcasting is not worth the money or the effort because signals can be jammed and audiences are small. This was the case during the Cold War as well. The USSR had 2,500 jamming stations, and shortwave signals could not be heard in cities. But there were periods of twilight immunity and north-south immunity, during which determined listeners outside the cities could hear our broadcasts. Critical news heard by a single listener can go viral through personal human contacts. Audience sizes can dramatically increase during crisis periods. In national strategic terms, international broadcasting is ridiculously inexpensive in comparison to virtually all other components of our national security posture. The Obama administration's attempt to end the few remaining hours of shortwave broadcasts to China was designed to save $8 million, that is with an M, until Congress repudiated the policy and restored the funds. When we dismantled our VOA and Radio Liberty (RL) broadcasts to Russia and Ukraine, we effectively helped Vladimir Putin establish a monopoly of information that enabled him successfully to brainwash millions of Russians with pro-invasion propaganda. The failure to optimize communications with the Chinese people similarly gives the Xi regime a much greater opportunity to co-opt, propagandize, and make aggression more acceptable to the Chinese people. A full-spectrum communication strategy must apply artificial intelligence, AI, to offensive cyber strategies in the new field of cognitive warfare. These strategies must not only communicate with the Chinese people but penetrate CCP-controlled AI systems designed to restrict the free flow of information. This necessitates circumventing the CCP's ideologically dictated efforts to prevent its AI from absorbing and communicating true information within China. We must also communicate with Chinese students, business people, and others who visit us. Thousands of them come here because they are privileged members of the communist order. But Chinese students cannot take full advantage of American freedom. They are tracked technologically via their cell phones by secret police minders and by CCP-front organizations and Confucius institutes that should be shut down. We should also dismantle the CCP's covert police stations on our territory designed to suppress Chinese residents here. We should make special efforts to reach Chinese students and help them communicate with the rest of the world without fear that their CCP-supplied cell phone is bugged. We should consider giving each of them vouchers to help them purchase their own non-bugged phones. Communist regimes not only fear the truth, but the instantaneity of information and those media by which the people can access to communicate with millions of their fellow countrymen. When there is a civil disturbance in a totalitarian country, the regime first cuts off all communications to the locality of the disturbance. Only then does it crush the demonstration, the riot, or the strike. If news of such an event gets out to the rest of the nation, it is that the disturbance was crushed and that resistance is futile. But if the news gets out before it is crushed, the opportunity arises for the disturbance to spread. This is how a shipyard strike mushroomed into the million-strong independent trade union/resistance movement in Poland. The Solidarity Union strikers developed underground lines of communication to the VOA and Radio Free Europe (RFE) that enabled them to broadcast to the Polish nation about the very existence of their strike. The regime cut off all communications to Gdansk, but the nation got the news that the strike was happening and had not yet been crushed. Millions decided to join the movement in solidarity with the strikers, and it sparked the collapse of the Soviet Empire. When Solidarity leader and later Polish President Lech Walesa was asked how important the VOA and RFE were for the rise and sustenance of the Solidarity movement, he replied, "Would there be life on Earth without the sun?" Lest this testimony is seen as an isolated one, when Czechoslovakia's first post-communist president Václav Havel made a state visit to Washington, his priority was to thank VOA broadcasters for keeping his nation's flame alive for half a century. Similarly, Alexander Solzhenitsyn testified that our international broadcasters were the most powerful weapon we possessed in the Cold War. As he put it, such as it is, the press has become the greatest power within the Western world, more powerful than the legislature, the executive, and judiciary. One would like to ask, by whom has it been elected and to whom is it responsible? There are as many as 180,000 civil disturbances annually in China. Demonstrations, riots, and strikes, usually protesting local CCP corruption, exploitation, land grabs without proper compensation, religious persecution, and the COVID lockdown policy. The Chinese people as a whole are unaware of most of these disturbances because of the regime's information monopoly. Consequently, the possibility of mobilizing the people power to oppose CCP's tyranny is severely constrained. A new strategic paradigm that places priority on the potential of popular resistance can dismantle this tyrannical trap and dramatically increase the possibilities for peace. I have attempted to set forth some of the elements of an offensive strategy utilizing information, political, cultural, and ideological warfare, and psychological strategy. These are all vehicles of statecraft, variations of which Beijing uses against us on a daily basis. It is time that we responded with truth, courage, and strategic professionalism in the interests of genuine peace. It is hard to tell when a crisis in a dictatorial regime, such as the sudden breakdown of China's economic model, is not about this or that, but about the regime itself. It is axiomatic that nations endure while regimes must collapse, but none of the easy Soviet analogies works when it comes to China. Yes, Beijing recognizes 55 minority populations, but they account for no more than 9% or so of the total, and some of the nationalities really are only folkloric, unlike the Uyghur, Kazakhs, and Tibetans whom the Chinese must actively repress. As to the economy, it only broke the morale of the Soviet Communist Party after 2 decades of increasingly demoralizing stagnation that had become obvious by 1980 even to casual visitors, who noticed a very distinctive no-hope Soviet look on most people's faces. The Chinese Communist Party, by contrast, emerged from a visibly malnourished and downright dirty state. When I lived there in 1976, human waste was carted through its streets, with tentative growth from the early 80s accelerating from the 90s, gloriously enriching China until very recently. Even today's bad economic news reveals no terminal, necessarily regime-destroying diseases, as was true of the Soviet Union, which had to import wheat every few years even as it built more tractors for its farmers than the US. In China, in fact, the only wealth-destroying disease has been the very thing that every tourist and even some experts have admired immensely: the proliferation of a hugely impressive, mostly well-designed and well-built infrastructure, from high-speed trains that now reach even into Laos while connecting some 550 cities in 33 provinces, to the motorways that link every part of China, some all the way up mountains and into deserts, to the roughly 250 full-service airports. In 1976, only 8 had enough runway for our small Trident jet, to the immense ports which imported 95 million metric tons of soya beans alone in 2021, when the Port of London handled 50 million tons of everything. How do wonderful infrastructures destroy wealth? One example is sufficient. In 2018, on a drive along the North Korea border, I encountered a vast and beautiful white 6-lane highway suspension bridge across the Yalu River. It was built to connect the Chinese city of Dandong with North Korea, to service the trade boom she expected with the promised opening of the North's economy. Naturally, it would require a customs house, duly built as a very impressive high-rise, warehouses, and more than 10 blocks of commercial offices. Yet when I visited, the bridge ended in a North Korean potato field, traffic was exactly zero, the customs house was empty, and so were the office blocks and warehouses, some paid for by private border merchants who were bankrupt when I met them in Dandong. They openly cursed Xi for going along with the US-sponsored Security Council embargo. Savings that could have enriched many Chinese citizens, including the 180 million officially counted as very poor and the further 300 million or so still trapped in poverty, were instead wasted on the Yalu Bridge complex, with uncountably greater waste on infrastructure all across China. The list starts with at least 100 grossly underutilized airports and the many highways that are mostly empty of traffic even in crowded China, including the wonderful multi-lane G214 that runs all the way from the near-tropical tourist town of Dali in Yunnan up the ever-rising landscape to Tibet. The immediate issue now is not what might have been had the capital been used to reduce poverty, but the way the money was found in the first place. Some was collected from taxes, but much more was found by adding to the immense debt mountain that now paralyzes the investments of the private building firms that built skyscrapers and gigantic apartment blocks all over China, as well as the uniquely Chinese semi-private municipal and provincial joint ventures that built factories and infrastructural projects. The latter's money came from the loans of the local branches of state banks, whose managers could not just say no to local party bosses, who could choose to invite them to sumptuous dinners in pretty company or to lock them up for corruption investigations as they saw fit. Back in Beijing, senior managers at Bank of China headquarters, whose role models are neither Mao, Lenin, nor even Xi Jinping, but rather their Bank of England and Federal Reserve counterparts with whom many have studied in the US and England, kept trying to discipline the flood of bank loans to the chronically overambitious joint venture companies. But they had no power at all to scare off the party bosses. Pan Gongsheng, the current bank chief, is certainly the most independent official surviving in Xi's intensely autocratic China, just as the head of the Russian central bank, Elvira Nabiullina, is the most independent official in Moscow. Yet Pan knows he cannot stop the infrastructure projects that are daily adding to China's debt mountain without immediately replacing a debt crisis with a mass unemployment crisis. Any more than Nabiullina can stop the Ukraine war, whose dead and wounded are much less of a threat for her than the ultimate horror of war-spending inflation, which in Russia can quickly starve 44 million pensioners. The sudden economic crisis that has stalled China's economy after decades of growth is very obviously not just cyclical. Xi Jinping cannot afford to just sit it out. The immense debt mountain must be reduced to resume profitable investments. In the US, the cure for the 2007 to 2009 debt crisis that stalled Europe's economy as well was the 2008 bankruptcy of literally high-flying Lehman Brothers. Its 20-somethings in different offices in the same Manhattan building sent notes to each other by Federal Express via Memphis, Tennessee, and of hundreds of other high-flyers large and small. As for the millions of U.S. homeowners with unpayable mortgages, they just walked out, becoming instantly homeless but also debt-free. Yet very few remained homeless because the U.S. economy picked up very quickly once it was drastically purged of non-repayable loans. Japan's housing collapse, on the other hand, stopped the economy for a decade because home loans were personal and could not just be abandoned. In China, the problem is the opposite. Uncounted millions have all or much of their savings in apartments that stand empty, generating tax and other costs instead of income, and they cannot just walk out of them. They need renters, who in practice must be mostly young couples setting up families, especially today, when many young and not-so-young single Chinese are stuck living with their parents. It is at this exact point that an economic problem becomes a political one, which can be lethal to any regime, even Xi Jinping's constantly self-praising and seemingly formidable autocracy. The first political blip did not originate in ancient China nor even in post-1949 communist China. It only dates back to July 2023. It was then that the authorities stopped publishing the 16 to 24 unemployment statistic that reached 21.3% in June, a number both very high and also a gross underestimate by all accounts. What makes this unemployment potentially explosive is not the fact that June unemployment was actually much higher than 21.3%, expert estimates start at 30%, nor even the fact that the July percentage was not published because it was even higher, but rather Xi Jinping's very personal responsibility for much of it. It was Xi alone, in an expressly personal decision in the name of social equality, who abruptly shut down China's vast private tutoring industry in July 2021, depriving new university graduates of desirable starter jobs. The 7 largest teaching companies alone had to fire 250,000 graduates. Enterprising graduates tried to teach privately, but in October 2021 online tutoring was halted, while those who gathered a few pupils for lessons in parks of cafes were told to stop or face arrest when spotted by police. Also very much Xi Jinping's personal responsibility was the abrupt collapse in the demand for new graduates in the entire high-tech sector, which followed the disappearance of China's most dynamic entrepreneur Alibaba's founder Jack Ma. Dictators are well known for their jealousy, and the spectacle of Ma being serenaded by more than 25,000 utterly ecstatic Alibaba employees on his birthday, he himself was singing and playing the guitar, was just too much for Xi, who only receives a dutiful clapping from his corralled party underlings. In November 2020, Ma was summoned to a party office for having dared to question a lesser official's remarks. A few days later, the record-breaking $34 billion stock market listing of his new Ant Group, which was set to higher tens of thousands, was abruptly stopped, as was Ma himself, who disappeared for 3 months until he was trotted back out in humiliating circumstances. Then, instead of hiring 20,000 new graduates as it did in 2020, Alibaba had to fire 20,000 in 2021, while many other jobs were suppressed by other Chinese high-tech companies whose chiefs canceled new projects to avoid attention. Many in China also know that Xi is personally responsible for the spread of anti-Chinese attitudes around the world, which, in turn, has greatly reduced investment, affected employment, and made Chinese tourists and students feel unwelcome in many countries. And the educated know that it was she personally who promoted the wolf warrior diplomats who openly upbraided and even insulted the governments to which they were accredited, earning headlines in China and the contempt of the locals for all things Chinese. And it is widely understood that she has gone out of his way to encourage Chinese soldiers, sailors, and pilots to act aggressively, causing incidents with India, Indonesia, Japan, the Philippines, and Vietnam, as well as U.S. ships and aircraft. She made Colonel Chief Abeo, who was filmed inciting the 2020 Galwan incident that killed 30 Indian and 4 Chinese troops, a delegate to the Party Congress, China's equivalent to the House of Lords. With China in deep trouble, and finding himself in the crosshairs of any party boss who dreams of evading his anti-corruption goons long enough to oust him, might she be tempted to invade Taiwan to divert attention? The belief that leaders start wars to divert attention is common among cotton-wool between the ears intellectuals, and in Hollywood it is gospel, but the real thing is very rare. Even the theory that General Leopoldo Galtieri invaded the Falklands in 1982 to divert attention from Argentina's perpetually bad economy and the junta's torture chambers is rather shaky. For one thing, Britain's Foreign Secretary Lord Carrington resigned to take responsibility for mixed messages that might have encouraged the Argentines instead of deterring them. In any case, she's talk of war, which is all about the rejuvenation of Chinese manhood, and the impellent necessity to redeem a very long history of defeats, the last in Vietnam in 1979, by winning a war, any war, started when China's economy was still in splendid shape. If anything, it is the conflict in Ukraine that might encourage Xi to invade Taiwan, because it proves that wars can be fought without a nuclear Armageddon, and with many other limits too, a Russian will soon ascend to the International Space Station from Cape Canaveral. Not even the collapse of Putin's quick victory plan might dissuade Xi, who will rely on treason within Taiwan's astonishingly lackadaisical armed forces to win quickly. Last year, Taiwan reacted to sharply risen tensions by increasing military service to a measly 1 year from an absurd 4 months, and then delayed the start to 2024. In the meantime, the entire world will pay a price for China's economic downturn because it accounts for such a big slice of the world economic pie, though with a very welcome consolation prize. For the first time since 1949, it is possible to imagine a post-communist China. When, in November 2022, thousands of Foxconn factory workers ignored police orders as they spilled out of the giant plant in Zhengzhou because they did not want to be trapped by a COVID lockdown, and then actually attacked the policeman who tried to stop them, Xi did not order machine gun fire. Instead, he capitulated unconditionally, abruptly stopping all COVID restrictions everywhere, leaving the party's authority in tatters. China has been in a state of post-traumatic stress ever since, now with rising bitterness for the lost jobs of youth and the lost savings of the old. She has created a world defined by interesting times, in which it is possible to imagine both a Taiwan War and a post-communist China. Future historians will struggle to explain the recent dramatic rise of America's global power. Faced with a long list of irreconcilable differences at home, and 2 consecutive presidents whose distinguishing characteristic is the intensity of the opposition they provoke, this century is so often painted as one of U.S. decline. But the blatant contradiction between disarray at home and increased power abroad has a simple explanation. The greater part of American power does not derive from what the U.S. itself, let alone individual presidents, are able to do, but from the cooperation and support it receives from friendly countries around the world. U.S. power depends on the magnitude and the cohesion of its alliances, and the latter can change very quickly. This, of course, is key. Years of talk in Europe of replacing the increasingly outdated U.S.-directed NATO alliance with an alternative centered in the European Union ended abruptly last February when the Russians attempted to seize Kyiv in a day and Ukraine in a week. Had they succeeded, as both Russian and U.S. intelligence had predicted, it was the always wrong CIA that prompted Biden's offer to evacuate Zelensky. NATO would have collapsed. Yet because the Ukrainian Guards fought off elite Russian paratroopers at the Antonov airfield, inaugurating fierce resistance across the entire front, and because the US and UK immediately reacted by promising military aid, a seemingly moribund NATO was suddenly resurrected. Without waiting for discussions or agreements, some countries simply acted. Norway airlifted 2,000 Law anti-tank weapons, which are point-and-shoot rockets, neither new nor advanced, but just the thing to fire at Russian armor flooding into the country. And its example was followed by Denmark, Canada, and then others, while far more advanced missiles arrived very quickly from the US and the UK, inaugurating a flow of weapons from most NATO countries that still continues. Seeing all this, Sweden's government abandoned its long-cherished stance of neutrality to apply for NATO membership, while Finland, which shares a very long border with Russia, felt confident enough to sign up as well. Russian threats were met with ridicule. We already have 50,000 Russians buried in our country from the last war, but we have room for many more. The United States thus suddenly found itself leading a thoroughly revived and expanded Western alliance, the power of which has reached into North Africa and the Middle East, all of which greatly added to the sum total of American power, even if Biden sometimes stumbles and his vice president sometimes laughs at the wrong time. But the war in Ukraine is far from the only boost. In fact, now that Russia is declining in several ways, what has added to global American power is the emergence of a vast, if informal, Indo-Pacific de facto alliance to contain China. Today, there is no equivalent of the multilateral North Atlantic Treaty that formally links the US and Canada to European states. Nor is there a second NATO-style structure of multinational commands staffed by thousands of officers. Instead, in response to the threat from China, there are joint activities, ranging from constant diplomatic coordination and intelligence exchanges to an entire panoply of air, land, and naval exercises that bring together American, Australian, Indian, and Japanese forces, with lesser participations by Canada, Chile, France, the Philippines, South Korea, the UK, and Vietnam. Vietnam's involvement is particularly revealing, and not only because it regularly hosts US and Japanese naval vessels and submarines where it most hurts Beijing. Very close to the major Chinese submarine base on the island of Hainan. On paper, Vietnam's ruling Communist Party has warm, indeed fraternal, relations with the Chinese Communist Party. In practice, however, the Chinese are constantly trying to dislodge the Vietnamese from their islands in the Gulf of Tonkin, and neither side forgets for a minute their bloody wars, both ancient and modern, including the 1979 conflict in which some 30,000 Chinese soldiers died. As a result, Vietnam, which started sharing intelligence with Australia many years ago, and has received much help from the Indian Navy with its submarines, is now cooperating at sea with the US and Japan, receiving retired naval vessels from both. As for India, whose armed forces have been steadily advancing in competence, it was not American diplomacy that overcame its long-standing non-alignment, but a very long series of Chinese territorial seizures, from Ladakh in the west to Arunachal in the east, some of which resulted in armed confrontations. For decades, whenever the two countries' leaders met, Beijing only wanted to discuss the splendid opportunities for profitable economic cooperation and for vast joint infrastructure projects, brushing aside the border disputes as very minor matters that could be resolved by low-ranking officials. Then, in the subsequent months and years, while the grand economic projects were never actually implemented, Chinese border troops would creep forward to seize more territory. This Chinese gambit worked beautifully until June 2020, when skirmishes at the high-altitude Himalayan border in Ladakh resulted in a number of casualties. When the Chinese stuck to its playbook again this year, India's foreign minister rebuffed them decisively. Why did the Chinese keep pushing India until it was forced into an informal but powerful alliance with the United States? The only possible explanation is that China's rulers are too absorbed in invisible but constant intraparty intrigues and too distracted by everyday matters to acquire any serious understanding of the outside world. The result is that foreign nations are reduced to caricatures, with the Indians written off as dirty and weak. China's behavior with India is certainly consistent with its equally irrational territorial claims elsewhere. Japan, for instance, has long been a very close US ally, but for a brief interval in 2010 when a new party came to power that gave in to neutralist temptations. Yet that ended abruptly on September 7, 2010, when a Chinese fishing trawler with a reportedly drunk skipper collided with two Japanese patrol boats off the coast of the disputed Senkaku Islands. Instead of apologizing, or at least ignoring what happened, China's foreign ministry issued imperious demands for the immediate return of the captain and furious denunciations that incited mob attacks against Japanese offices and even visiting Japanese tourists, culminating in a series of incidents that seemed perfectly designed to rekindle Tokyo's loyalty to Washington. Since then, Japan has built up its armed forces and, starting with Prime Minister Abe from 2012, it has reemerged as an active ally of the US. Meanwhile, with Australia both now more pro-American and more interested in rebuilding its neglected armed forces, the US has capable allies across the Indo-Pacific that magnify its power, a principal reason why Xi's threats to invade Taiwan have simmered down. Neither Biden's gaffes nor Trump's tantrums can change the realities created by Putin and Xi's bellicosity. America's European and Asian alliances have rarely been so empowered. Indeed, the only consequence of America's disarray at home is that the U.S. cannot start wars to pursue strategic aims, such as bringing democracy to Iraq or progress to Afghanistan. In just the last 2 years, Baghdad has transformed. Traffic flows unimpeded through the former Green Zone. A new highway abuts the Tigris River in the heart of the city. Overpasses and elevated highways now cross Baghdad's infamous traffic circles. The multi-billion-dollar U.S. embassy once dominated the shore of the Tigris River. Now high-rise apartments dwarf it. Big-name hotels, the Movenpick, the Rixos, are nearing completion and will soon cater to the hundreds of businessmen coming through Baghdad daily for their share of the deals the country is looking to sign. In Washington, partisans and pundits see President George W. Bush's decision to invade Iraq as original sin, the marquee example of forever war that both Presidents Barack Obama and Donald Trump promised to end. Iraqis have a more nuanced take. Iraqis say a lot of the money funding the investments is Iraqi. Iraqi businessmen may seek outside partners and franchise rights, but they have their own money to spend. Real estate is often a mechanism for money laundering. In Iraqi Kurdistan, one of the most corrupt regions in the Middle East, locals say new apartment complexes sit empty or have occupancy rates lower than 20%. Visiting friends in Erbil and Soleimani's newest complexes can be akin to walking into ghost towers, with lights off and signs of life only in 1 or 2 units per floor. In Baghdad, though, burgeoning population makes housing projects a necessity. 60 to 70% of the country's population was not born when the war began in 2003. The change in generation has infused new energy into the country. Iraq is also approaching a generational change in its politics. Many of its post-war prime ministers, Ayed Alawi, Nouri al-Maliki, Haider al-Abadi, Adil Abdul-Mahdi, are in poor health, as are factional leaders such as Badr Corps Chief Hadi al-Amiri and Masoud Barzani. Younger politicians such as Muqtada al-Sadr and Qais al-Khazali now try to reinvent themselves. While Yemen's Houthis launched attacks against Israel during and after the 12-day Israel-Iran war, Iraqi factions and Shiite militias, with very few exceptions, stood down. Iraqi Shiite leaders wrote to Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei to protest efforts by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to encourage some militias to take up arms. Simply put, with business booming and Baghdad 2025 increasingly feeling like Dubai 1995, Iraqi politicians feel they have a good thing going that they do not want derailed by conflict. Trump both eschews entrapping the United States in wars and favors business over either diplomatic or military strategies to further U.S. interests. His choice of envoys, Steve Witkoff and Masad Boulos, respectively for the Middle East and Africa, reflect this. Yet Witkoff has not yet come to Baghdad. This is a dangerous omission, given how too many in and around Trump view Iraq through the lens of 2003 rather than 2025. The two countries could not be more different. President George W. Bush imagined an Iraq that embraced democracy, eschewed terrorism, and thrived economically. He was not wrong in Iraq's potential, only in the timeline necessary to achieve it. Rather than look at Iraq as original sin and a symbol of forever war, Trump should send Witkoff to see the new Iraq in which Egyptians, Emiratis, Turks, and Chinese all get wealthy, but Americans are inexplicably absent. Israel neutered Hezbollah, and a Turkish-backed Islamist group ousted Syrian President Bashar Assad. Investing in Iraq's thriving economy could be as effective to peel Iraq away from Iranian ambitions of an axis of resistance. Indeed, the biggest gift Trump could give to Iraq's marginalized rejectionist groups as Iraq heads again to elections would be military action. Around 3 weeks after the start of the Turkish Operation Peace Spring against the territory ruled by the Democratic Union Party, PYD, and its People's Defense Units, YPG, a Pentagon spokesperson announced at the end of October 2019 that, contrary to the planned complete withdrawal, a small number of U.S. troops would remain in northern Syria to protect oil fields from IS and other destabilizing actors. If the world of anti-imperialism were still in order, this withdrawal from withdrawal, Tagesspiegel, should have elicited the well-known slogan, "No blood for oil." This did not happen because the consequence would have been to emphasize the immediate withdrawal of U.S. troops from northern Syria. This time, there was cross-party agreement in Germany to demand the strongest possible presence of U.S. troops in the region instead of their withdrawal. Only the FAZ, in a touch of traditional anti-Americanism, wanted to recognize Donald Trump's intention to have oil fields guarded by his military like spoils of war in the Pentagon's announcement, July 11, 2019. However, the newspaper for Germany has also long since taken the general line that the withdrawal of American troops should be rejected as a betrayal of the Kurds in particular and the West in general. Trump's withdrawal policy contains a message that extends far beyond the Middle East. America no longer reacts when it is directly attacked Iran. It does not retaliate when allies are attacked, Saudi Arabia, and it abandons loyal allies, even if they have just fought for the common cause with heavy losses, Kurds. October 19, 2019. In fact, it is striking that Donald Trump hardly plays the military card even in his Twitter threats and mainly relies on sanctions. Although the military strength of the United States is always in the background as a threatening backdrop, the self-proclaimed anti-Obama president's withdrawal plans follow in the footsteps of his predecessor much more closely than the proclamation of America First or the termination of the nuclear deal with Iran would suggest. Obama's policy of bringing troops home, particularly from Iraq, which he saw as a distancing from George W. Bush's neoconservative 9/11 doctrine, was a decisive prerequisite for the advance of IS in northern Iraq and thus for the emergence of the Islamic State in the first place. Obama's rejection of the failed neoconservative idea of triggering a democratic domino effect in the Middle East through a militarily enforced regime change in Iraq was also the main motive for the multilateral nuclear deal with Iran, which was supposed to lead to a balance between Sunnis and Shiites based on mutual conventional deterrence. Obama's foreign policy was based on 5 pillars: ending the war in Iraq as quickly as possible, ending the fight against al-Qaeda and the Taliban as quickly as possible, securing all nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons-grade material from terrorists and states such as Iran, increasing national energy security through more domestic gas and oil production, and promoting multilateralism. At the beginning of 2012, a defense strategy was adopted that focused not only on cuts to the defense budget. In future, the armed forces were no longer to carry out large-scale, sustained stabilization operations, and instead special units were to carry out smaller, time-limited operations. One consequence of this new strategy was the significant increase in targeted drone attacks on Islamists and Obama's inconsequential announcement that the use of poison gas in Syria meant crossing a red line. With regard to Syria, which has been rocked by a Sunni uprising, the new defense strategy meant abandoning a major troop presence from the outset, even though the U.S. had set the goal of toppling Assad. Instead of deploying its own troops, local military units were to be supported in overthrowing the Assad regime, while at the same time leading the fight against IS and thus also providing the ground troops for the anti-IS alliance forged by Obama, an alliance that formally included the Arab League and Turkey alongside numerous Western countries. As the Islamist sentiments of almost all of the forces fighting against Assad on the ground meant that they were not allowed to participate, the idea was to set up their own force, which was initially mainly made up of deserters from Assad's army under the name Free Syrian Army, FSA. By 2015 at the latest, this loose fighting unit had been disbanded and the name became vacant. However, the establishment of the new FSA, which was also supposed to fight IS on the ground, turned into a disaster. According to American sources, not even half a dozen fighters were recruited instead of the planned 5,400. In the absence of alternatives, cooperation with the Kurdish People's Defense Units, the YPG, began in autumn 2015, under whose leadership the Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, were established, to which a small number of Arab Sunnis, Assyrians, and Arameans also belong. In October 2015, Obama sent the first 50 U.S. military personnel to the areas controlled by the YPG in northern Syria as trainers for the fight against IS. Under Trump, the number of U.S. forces increased to around 2,000 soldiers by 2018. At the end of the same year, he announced the complete withdrawal of all U.S. troops from Syria and their having in Afghanistan, stating that IS was largely defeated and that the United States could no longer be the world's policeman. Even then, it was considered certain that Trump's announcement in Syria was due to Turkish pressure to end the alliance with the YPG and clear the way for a security zone along the Turkish border in which neither the YPG nor the Kurdish Cadre Party PYD would be present. In response to this announcement, Secretary of Defense Mattis resigned, agreeing with Trump in his explanatory letter that the United States Armed Forces should not be the world's policeman, but that the country should remain the indispensable nation. He added that, Not least for this reason, we must show respect for our allies and successfully lead our alliances. At the same time, Brett McGurk also resigned from his position as special representative for the anti-IS alliance, which he had already held under Obama. McGurk, who had already sharply criticized the de facto approval of the Turkish invasion of northern Syria in October 2019, was shocked by Trump's withdrawal announcement. However, he repeatedly pointed out that the presence of U.S. troops in northern Syria was never intended to be permanent, meaning that the alleged betrayal of the Kurds never took place. Throughout, the strategy has focused on enabling local fighters to retake their towns from IS and then creating the conditions for the return of the displaced. From the outset, the strategy also assumed that the United States would remain active in the region for some time after the destruction of the caliphate, including on the ground in northeastern Syria, where some 2,000 U.S. Special Forces are holding together a coalition of 60,000 Syrian fighters known as the Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF. From the outset, U.S. diplomats made it clear that this would not be an overt nation-building or Middle Eastern transformation campaign. The goal was to destroy IS and help the local population organize their own affairs after the group's defeat. In short, the U.S. campaign against IS is not and never was an endless war, as Trump condemned in his State of the Union address in February 2019. It was designed from the beginning to keep the United States out of costly entanglements that Trump rightly condemns. These lines come from an article by McGurk that appeared under the title Hard Truths in Syria in the influential journal Foreign Affairs. In the article, which was published in April 2019, the author not only provided ample justification for the fact that Donald Trump had changed the previous temporary Syria strategy with his withdrawal plans, he also derived unavoidable consequences for the USA's future Syria policy from this change. He also referred to the dissent that led John Bolton, who is often referred to as one of the architects of the Iraq War, to resign as Trump's security advisor. Bolton had called for a U.S. military presence until all Iranian forces had left Syria and the country's civil war had ended, which McGurk dismissed as hollow saber-rattling. For McGurk, Trump's change in strategy had consequences, which he called hard truths. The first is that Assad is not going anywhere. He is a mass murderer and a war criminal, but at this late stage there is no chance that the U.S. or anyone else will remove him from power. Washington does not have to accept Assad's rule or engage with his regime, but it should no longer diminish U.S. credibility and prestige by insisting that he must go. A second, related truth is that Arab states will now once again cooperate with Damascus. Washington's resistance to this trend will only frustrate the Arab states and encourage them to conduct their diplomacy behind Washington's back. Finally, the U.S. must recognize that Russia is now the main broker in Syria. Washington has no relationship with Damascus or Tehran, so it must work with Moscow to get anything done. Russia and the U.S. have some overlapping interests in Syria. Both want the country to maintain its territorial integrity and not provide safe haven to IS and Al-Qaeda, and both have close ties to Israel. The Syria crisis cannot be resolved without direct engagement between Moscow and Washington, and the U.S. should isolate the Syria problem from other aspects of its troubled and controversial relationship with Russia. End quote. There is nothing to suggest that Donald Trump did not recognize these truths. However, the ex-special envoy for the anti-IS alliance did not want to accept another one. The U.S. must also accept that Turkey, although an ally of the alliance, is not an effective partner. Quote, U.S. diplomats continue to hope that by working with Turkey in Syria, they can break Ankara's drift toward authoritarianism and a foreign policy that runs counter to U.S. interests. End quote. McGurk's call not to give in to Turkey's claim to northern Syria resonated with the president. Ankara should be made aware that a Turkish attack on the SDF, even after the U.S. withdrawal, will have serious consequences for the U.S.-Turkey relationship. End quote. Apart from the president's loudmouth Twitter announcement that he would completely destroy and wipe out Turkey's economy, there was no sign of any consequences for Turkey after Erdogan's Operation Peace Spring. This is all the more outrageous when you consider that Trump is certainly aware of the role Turkey has played in the anti-IS alliance, summarized by McGurk as follows. In 2014 and 2015, Obama repeatedly called on Erdogan to control Turkey's border with Syria, through which IS fighters and material were flowing freely. Erdogan did nothing. In 2014, Turkey rejected efforts by the anti-IS alliance to protect the predominantly Kurdish town of Kobane in northern Syria from a massive IS attack. 6 months later, Turkey rejected alliance requests to close crossings in towns that had become logistical hubs for IS, even after U.S. diplomats told the Turks that it would be impossible to defeat IS if they did not control their borders. In the face of Turkey's intransigence, the United States began working more closely with the Syrian Kurdish fighters, known as the YPG, who had been defending Kobane. Although Washington never identified instances of YPG members crossing the border to fight in Turkey, nor found evidence that the PKK had operational control of the SDF or that U.S. weapons were entering Turkey, U.S. policymakers endeavored to address Ankara's concerns. The United States limited its military aid to the SDF so that its fighters went into battle without protective vests or helmets and with only limited anti-mine equipment. Washington even sent its best military strategists to Ankara, where they worked out a plan to liberate Raqqa with fighters from the Turkish-backed Syrian opposition. In the end, it became clear that a joint plan with Turkey would require up to 20,000 U.S. troops on the ground. Both Obama and Trump rejected this option, and in May 2017 Trump decided to directly arm the PYG to ensure they could take Raqqa. End quote. While the PKK may not have played as restrained a role in the Rojava project as portrayed, this does not change the fact that Turkey is partly responsible for the fact that the U.S. had to rely on the YPG in the absence of alternatives. Since then, U.S. officials have either denied or downplayed the ideological congruence and extensive personal union between the PYD and the PKK, much to Turkey's annoyance. The most recent proof of Turkey's lax anti-IS stance is the operation to liquidate the IS Caliph al-Baghdadi at the end of October 2019, who was tracked down in the area around Idlib of all places, where the Turks, in agreement with the Russians, act as the protecting power of the Islamists, who are often referred to as rebels in this country. Significantly, it was Kurdish and Iraqi intelligence sources, but certainly not Turkish ones, that played a decisive role in tracking down al-Baghdadi. The only legitimization of Turkish security interests is that northern Syria has always been a quiet PKK hinterland, from which attacks on Turkish territory have repeatedly been launched in the past. Since 2011, when the civil war began, the northern Syrian Kurds, who had remained neutral in the Syrian war at Abdullah Öcalan's behest, have succeeded in successively expanding their territory far beyond traditional Kurdish Syrian territory and creating a state-like entity based on democratic confederalism in line with PKK ideology. Under the leadership of the PYD, the YPG sees itself as waging a mixture of war of conquest and liberation, which the commander of the YPG, Maslam Abdi, who is also a senior PKK official, has described as our war because the jihad terrorists of the Islamic State have occupied our land, plundered our villages, killed our children and enslaved our women. The Kurds have never seen themselves as subjects of the Americans, nor did the Americans assume this. What the FAZ reported on October 16, 2019 about the views of Brett McGurk's successor can therefore still be considered consensual for American policy beyond all differences. While Washington valued the Kurds as allies in the fight against IS, it did not want to support their ambitions for their own state. And that was no secret. The American Special Envoy to Syria, James Jeffrey, for example, has explained this time and again. At the end of May, he told the House Foreign Affairs Committee about the Kurdish allies. We have no political future to offer them. The future that America is offering, Jeffrey continued, lies in a peaceful and democratic Syria. Anyone who still shares the thesis that the USA has betrayed the Kurds should take note that the Americans have not abandoned the Kurds, but the supporters of a certain ideological current among them, who have been busy expanding their territorial influence in the slipstream of the fight against IS. It is not only in the case of Kobane, which is of little strategic military importance, that the Kurds have gladly allowed the Americans to save their ideological flagship projects from certain doom. The establishment of a Kurdish pseudo-state on the Turkish border is the weak point of the U.S. strategy, which Turkey so persistently criticizes, because the Americans were actually unwillingly at the service of a certain current that poses a threat to Turkey. In other words, the PKK's Rojava project, celebrated by so many as particularly emancipatory, is only supported by the fact that there is currently hardly anything better to be found in the Islamized region than this folkish Kurdish project. The Operation Peace Spring was not an outright victory for Turkey, but thanks to Donald Trump it got what it wanted without sanctions. A PKK-free security zone along its border guaranteed by the Russians and Americans, including population exchange, the expulsion of Kurds and Christians in favor of the settlement of Sunni jihadists. The PYD and its People's Defense Units are now indirectly under Assad's command. meaning that their dream of ethnic autonomy in a nationally liberated zone is probably over. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who is actually considered loyal, criticized Trump's decision to withdraw troops, saying that it represented the pre-9/11 mentality that paved the way for 9/11. What happens in Afghanistan is none of our business. Trump countered with the stereotypical response that Graham wants to stay in the Middle East for the next 1,000 years to fight other people's wars. He himself wants out of there. The bitter experiences of the USA in Afghanistan and Iraq make Graham's criticism vulnerable, but he has addressed the obsessive nature of Trump's thinking. Brett McGurk summed it up as follows. He doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to be in Syria. He's very clear and consequent in that regard. With this stance, Trump is undermining his own national security strategy adopted in 2017, which states for the Middle East. The United States has learned that neither aspirations for democratic transformation nor disengagement can protect us from the problems of the region. We must be realistic about our expectations for the region without allowing pessimism to obscure our interests or vision for a modern Middle East. End quote. This new U.S. realism, which ultimately only continues what was started under Obama, is also expressed in an Iran policy that marks a break with the policy of Trump's predecessor in terms of form, but is far removed from the idea of regime change in substance. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo expressed this in his Berlin speech on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. It was only a matter of urging the revolutionary regime in Tehran to return to the negotiating table and do something very simple, namely behave like a normal country. End quote. Europe does not even want that, which says everything about the state of this community of states, which is tired of civilization. Israel, on the other hand, is well advised to continue to rely only on itself, even, or rather, especially under a particularly pro-Israel Donald Trump and his modest Iran ambitions. The fact that the United States has given up its claim to be the world's policeman is not, in itself, lamentable. The tragedy lies in the associated renunciation of the claim to preserve what the West should stand for as a global regulatory power with world standing. If it were to be determined what the emissaries of the West should convey spiritually, who deal primarily with average tribal people, I believe nothing better could be wished for than the image of the man who has his own judgment, respects the man in everyone else, hates injustice and subjugation, the gesture of freedom. For a generation brought up on post-colonial grievance studies, taught to despise and revile the Europeans who set out in their fragile little ships to conquer the world, it is distressing to think that so little has changed when it comes to the balance of military strength. Hating the West as they do, especially settler states like Australia, Canada, the US, and more loudly Israel, they want to see their homelands humiliated. But everybody now understands that Israel controlled the skies over Iran for just as long as it wanted, even though it did not have even a single long-range combat aircraft nor adequate refueling tankers. Rather, it simply had a Western Air Force. In practice, that means its pilots and commanders are not mere chancers, but rather earnest professionals who accept the limitations of their equipment and strive to overcome them, for example with unique air-launched ballistic missiles used as range extenders. The essential Western quality that wins wars is the willingness to acknowledge errors and defeats, and so avoid repeating them. Hezbollah's now-dead founder Hassan Nasrallah openly admired Israel's investigative report on the 2006 war he himself had started, a report which respected no military secrets nor reputations in harshly criticizing both Israel's prime minister and his military chief. Both subsequently resigned for the conduct of the war. Given the surprise October 7th attacks, which cost the lives of so many, there will no doubt be many uncomfortable revelations this time too. Together, they will most certainly end Netanyahu's political career, in spite of his undeniably victorious strategy, if only because of his inherent and undeniable prime ministerial responsibility. Nor should he be surprised, after the 1973 war, which also started with a surprise attack, this time on the Suez Canal, it was Prime Minister Golda Meir who had to resign and leave politics, despite having just led her country to victory against Egypt and Syria. By contrast, Ayatollah Khamenei opened his first post-combat speech by warmly congratulating the people of Iran on their very great victory and the brilliant successes of their armed forces, including their magnificent True Promise II missile offensive. Perhaps readers of the Tehran Times, who had just seen major buildings in their own city reduced to ruins, were consoled by reading that Iran's formidable missiles had ravaged both Haifa and Tel Aviv. More emphatically, they are told that Iran's missiles destroyed Israel's Ministry of Defense in the heart of Tel Aviv, and the Mossad headquarters just north of the city, both of which passing Israeli commuters can still see are perfectly intact every day. Unmentioned in Iran's media was the very prudent conduct of the country's pilots. Not one dared challenge the Israeli aircraft overhead. That is unfortunate, for though their planes are certainly outdated, a dogfight could have ensured the IDF pilots ran out of fuel before they could return to base. Nor is this an exclusively Middle Eastern problem. Neither India nor Pakistan has acknowledged its air combat losses in the fighting of 2 months ago. On the contrary, each side has proudly recounted how many enemy fighters its brave pilots shot down, even as their respective medias have duly broadcast fantasy videos of great victories. That inevitably means that errors are never exposed nor corrected, even as the malpractice of strictly by-the-book routine drills, instead of real combat training, continues unabated. This is hardly a new phenomenon. A Pakistani pilot who flew with the Jordanian Air Force as far back as the Six-Day War is still a celebrated ace in local media. Even now, it breathlessly recounts how terrorized Israeli pilots could not survive his deadly shooting, even as the historical record shows that Jordan lost every one of its combat aircraft on the very first day of fighting. To be sure, neither the West nor the rest is homogeneous. When it comes to military professionalism and truth-telling, Japan was certainly a Western power by 1905 when it defeated the Russians in the Far East. Even 10 years earlier, in fact, Japan's fleet of older and smaller vessels had already defeated China's modernized navy of European-built ships. By contrast, there are and have always been European military forces that can neither fight in earnest nor acknowledge their crippling deficiencies in combat morale and leadership. In recent years, some of their troops have even managed to participate in the occupations of both Afghanistan and Iraq, without achieving anything, of course, but without being found out either. The U.S. officers in charge did their part by assigning their allies to the least dangerous areas, but they themselves came up with their own creative remedies, including paying the enemy to allow them to pretend patrol without being attacked. U.S. and British officers higher up the chain of command were happy to indulge these tricks, studiously avoiding any inquiries that might have uncovered the truth. The Biden administration did the same thing when Houthi attacks in the Red Sea disrupted global commerce. Though the Mediterranean ports in France, Italy, and Spain were severely impacted, the three countries refused to intervene. Nevertheless, Biden dutifully sent the U.S. Navy to join British warships in fighting the Houthis, while RAF aircraft flying out of Cyprus bombed Yemen too. Their French, Italian, and Spanish allies, however, were nowhere to be seen, despite the fact that defeating the Houthis should have been a strategic priority for them. But when Trump found out that the Mediterranean navies were entirely absent from the fight, despite boasting hundreds of combat vessels, including aircraft carriers, he abruptly ordered the U.S. Navy to withdraw completely. With each U.S. missile sent against the cheap drones and missiles of the Houthis costing $2.5 million, the White House refused to follow Biden in defending European economic interests without even asking them to join the fight. And, yes, there is a European Union naval mission, but its two small vessels are prohibited from cooperating with U.S. or British forces and are very carefully stay out of trouble in the upper Red Sea, ultimately achieving nothing. China, of course, is the great unknown when it comes to combat. The country's vast accomplishments of the past 2 millennia, in every realm of human creativity, were accompanied by an unending series of defeats at the hand of grossly outnumbered invaders, well documented since the Xiongnu of the 2nd century BC. Things continued like that until 1945, when the badly outnumbered Japanese troops who garrisoned much of the country could not be dislodged by either nationalist or communist troops, in spite of the ever-diminishing supplies they received from Japan under bombardment. Nor could the Chinese prevail against Vietnam in 1979, when they tried and failed to protect their Khmer Rouge allies in Cambodia from Vietnam's advancing troops. After failing to advance and suffering some 26,000 dead, the People's Liberation Army simply withdrew, abandoning the Khmer Rouge to its fate. Since then, China has become far richer, acquiring much more advanced weaponry in every category. But it is still unknown if Chinese units will actually fight. This is especially given the legacy of the one-child policy, now abrogated, but whose effects will linger for 2 decades, which means that every soldier is the only child of 2 whole families, both of which will be extinguished on his death. Xi Jinping likes military parades and greatly celebrated Colonel Ka Phao, who started the June 2020 fight with Indian troops up at the Galwan River in remotest Ladakh. But no army composed of single sons has ever fought in history, and the death of 4 Chinese soldiers at Galwan remained undisclosed for 8 months, while the CCP made extraordinarily elaborate preparations to soften the blow once the announcement was made. And if there is even a minor clash over Taiwan, it is unlikely that only 4 will die.